Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. JJK, Life Choices, Kamui at the Start. 1LC, Chapter 1, Staring at Six Eyes Affectionately, Awakening the Kaleidoscope. Neon Country, in a Japanese-style room. Grass, JJXX you are really amazing. It's okay to have 2.5 Satoru, but he actually drove a Gundam. How can you whip a corpse repeatedly like this? After waking up, Shaolu angrily pounded the table. Just now, he fainted from anger because he was watching the Jujutsu Kaisen comics and it made him red. The content of the comic is simply outrageous. It is outrageous to the extreme. Fushiguro Megumi's piloted by Sukuna and Gojo Satoru piloted by Okatsu Yuta, can they come up with such a crazy plot? Jujutsu Kaisen becomes Eva War. Call. Why? After calming down, he found something wrong. Why was the decoration in the room different? After looking around, Shaolu was confused. Where the hell did this come from? Didn't I just faint from reading comics? How come my house was changed when I woke up? Just as Shaolu was in a daze, a noise came from the next room. Ah, heart-wrenching screams mixed with the sound of blood splattering. As this, coming from the next room. Although Shaolu has watched a lot of learning materials and videos, he is not a fool. Whose bed exercise makes such a loud noise? At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding, loading completed, congratulations to the host for activating the life selection system. Ding, the first life choice has begun. Task option 1. As a traverser, you should be fearless. Please fight hand-to-hand with the third-level artificial curse spirit that is about to break through the wall. Reward. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Task option 2. Use love to influence the upcoming cursed spirit. Reward. Multiple shadow clone technique. Task option 3. Look deeply into the eyes of Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes, who is about to arrive. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan Kamyu. Such explosive information made Shaolu freeze in place for a moment. It seems that I have traveled through time and space, and even traveled to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Moreover, the noise next door was caused by a cursed spirit. It will be my turn soon. Looking at such a heaven-defying choice in front of him, and Chen felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. System, are you kidding me? You want me to kill a cursed spirit with my bare hands? The second one is even more outrageous. Use love to persuade. Can cursed spirits be persuaded by love? The first two were directly passed by Shaoliapass. Fortunately, there is a third option, which is a bit BT, but it is undoubtedly the best choice. And the reward is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom, boom, boom. The simple wall made a huge roaring sound, as if someone behind the wall was hitting it with a huge hammer, and the whole room was shaking. Shaolu's heartbeat quickened, and he retreated to the door handle, staring at the convex wall. He is gambling. 3 seconds, just bet on 3 seconds. If Gojo Satoru doesn't show up in 3 seconds, close the door and run. Life is precious, who knows whether Gojo Satoru can arrive in time. Besides, the number of people is in the heart. Shaolu doesn't think he can defeat the cursed spirit with his bare hands. Even if Tyson comes, he will have to kneel, right? Boom. Under the tremendous force, the wall exploded and a hideous and distorted monster broke through the wall. A monster with a human face and a worm body and blood-red eyes came over, pushing aside the rubble. Its huge mouth secreted disgusting pus that dripped onto the floor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The wooden floor was corroded with pits of various sizes. The stench is overwhelming and disgusting. Don't go. Come and play with me, don't leave. It was like the strange voices of several children superimposed together, making Shaolu's scalp numb. The room opposite was in a mess, with a dead body lying in a pool of blood. She had been eaten to the point of being unrecognizable, but her eyes were still open, completely out of focus. Everything in front of him undoubtedly impacted Shaolu's heart. I'm sorry, you're so ugly that even dogs shake their heads when they see you. When Shaolu wanted to lock the door and run away, crash, the window exploded and a tall figure broke in through the window. The visitor had long silver hair, a confident smile on his lips, a tall figure, and wore a simple and capable black spell uniform. In his hand he was also holding a box of Sendai specialty, Kikufuku. Smith Masai, sorry, I'm late. As he said that, Gojo Satoru instantly moved in front of the cursed spirit, raised his hand and fired a shot, turning it into ashes in an instant. Shaolu was speechless. He was still the man who loved desserts. Alas, poor people love sweets. The danger was over. He returned to the room with his chin hanging and glanced at Gojo Satoru. He was thinking about how to get Gojo Satoru to take off his blindfold. After all, how can I look 6 eyes in the eye with a blindfold on? Not to mention affectionate. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows, bent down and looked at Shaolu. Not simple. In addition to being born with cursed power, there's also an aura that I can't see through. Even his 6 eyes couldn't see through it, as if the other party was surrounded by a thick fog. Looking at the man in front of him who was 3 times more handsome than himself, Gojo Satoru became interested. Shaolu knew that when he said, unfathomable, he was probably referring to his own system. Although Gojo Satoru is very strong, it is impossible for him to see through the system. Are you interested in becoming a sorcerer? The kind that beats up cursed spirits? You saw it just now. Faced with this sudden question, Shaolu's mouth curled up. Isn't this an excuse to look 6 eyes in the eye? Sorcerer, what is that? And, what was that monster just now? Shaolu tried hard to pretend she knew nothing. Gojo Satoru held up a finger and said, let's start with the cursed spirits. Negative emotions such as bitterness, regret, shame, fear, etc. will give rise to their appearance. Although Shaolu knew it a long time ago, she still listened calmly. After explaining, Gojo Satoru turned around with a smile and said, how about it? Are you interested? Although it's a little dangerous, food and accommodation are provided. Shaolu's mouth twitched. It's a little dangerous, right? If I remember correctly, almost everyone died in the later period. My grandma told me that you can tell whether a person is telling the truth by looking into their eyes. Shaolu made milk out of nothing, and said seriously. Well, you can watch it, but you have to follow me after you finish watching it. Gojo Satoru himself knew that it was hard not to be suspicious of him with the blindfold on. After some thought, Gojo Satoru took off the blindfold skillfully, revealing his pale blue pupils. Is this six eyes? Deep and mysterious, as if he can see through everything. Shaolu seized the opportunity and looked him in the eye. The system said to look into each other's eyes affectionately, so he had to be affectionate enough. Although Shaolu has never been in a relationship, she has watched the live broadcasts of Zhongyun's most affectionate ancestor quite a lot. It was just that the other person was a man, which made him feel very uncomfortable, but for the sake of reward, what was that? Gojo Satoru, who was always carefree, panicked instead. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and complain in his heart. Just look at it, why do you have to act so affectionate? Suddenly, the terrible cell phone rings. It's heartthrob. I can't hide from your bad eyes, my heart beats inexplicably for you, Japanese version. They both said in their hearts at the same time, what the hell? And turned their heads away. Shaolu finally couldn't hold it anymore and looked away. What kind of mission is this hellish system sending out? But fortunately, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the Mangekyo Sharingan is being distributed. Chapter 2 Two-Faced Sukuna. As the system's voice fell, Shaolu only felt a stinging pain in his eyes. FKC. Shaolu covered his eyes, sat down on the chair, and sweat ran down his forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. It felt as if someone had stuck a needle into his eyeball, and it was accompanied by scorching heat. But when I think about the painful experience of the Uchiha clan in awakening the Sharingan, this is considered good for me. Hey, what's wrong with you? Gojo Satoru quickly put on the blindfold, thinking that his 6 eyes were too overbearing and irritated Shaolu. Shaolu closed her eyes tightly, feeling both pain and happiness, and waved to Gojo Satoru to indicate that she was fine. 5 minutes later, Shaolu came to the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. The originally black eyes had turned scarlet and sad, and the 3 crystal jades slowly turned and spread out, forming a beautiful kaleidoscope pattern in an instant. A gear-shaped dart mark appeared, rotating like a formation, mysterious and unpredictable. Is this the same style as Obito? Divine power can't hide tears. Shaolu looked around. The remaining curse power in the air and the trajectory of the sand scattered on the ground were all presented in detail before his eyes. He looked at the water cup on the table not far away and glared slightly. The center of the cup suddenly began to twist, and the entire cup disappeared. Queshi is handsome. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? It's so powerful. With a thought, the ability panel opened. Divine power. The left eye is used as the main attack, which can distort the space where the viewpoint is focused. The right eye is for defense. Actively releasing it can suck yourself or external objects into a different space. When attacked, it will automatically transfer to a different space and become immune to all damage. Note: there will be no side effects after upgrading to the Eternal Kaleidoscope. The double power is really powerful. If you use your left eye well, you can even kill with a twist of the head. The power of the right eye is greatly improved, which greatly improves the ability to survive and can also perform many cool operations. For example, locking the enemy in the Shinwei space and starving them to death. He still had to work hard to advance to the Eternal Kaleidoscope. He didn't want to bleed or even go blind due to overuse. Maybe it's because of the special physique of the time traveler, I seem to be able to communicate with the curse power and chakra. This way, he can use both spell and ninjutsu. Wow, is this your spell? It's amazing. Gojo Satoru flashed to Shaolu's side and looked at him curiously. This time he had found a treasure. Shaolu switched to normal state, and her pupils returned to normal. Well, thanks to you, I just awakened. Gojo Satoru looked at him deeply and waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. My own 6 eyes is indeed powerful, but helping others awaken spells is impossible. The only explanation is that Shaolu has a very high talent and is a natural-born sorcerer. Let's go, Gojo Satoru-sensei. Please pay more attention to me in the future. Oh, please take care of me, Shaolu. Seeing Shaolu agreed, Gojo Satoru showed joy. Nowadays, the number of cursed spirits is increasing, but sorcerers are very rare. He is very happy to recruit a talented student. Looking at the hand on his shoulder, Shaolu asked, go to the Jujutsu High School or? Having read the comics, he knew that when Gojo Satoru was leading people on a journey, he liked to hold their collars. In the introduction just now, Gojo Satoru mentioned the general information of the world of sorcery. Just based on this, he still doesn't know what period it is. Did Itadori eat Sukuna's finger? Your senior brother called just now and said he was in trouble. Let's go over there. Gojo Satoru grabbed Shaolu's clothes, jumped up, and quickly shuttled through the city. Shaolu only felt the scene in front of him changing rapidly. The wind was howling, blowing his hair back, but he was not panicked. After awakening the Sharingan, not only did his physical skills improve, but his pupil power also made a qualitative leap. Although the speed was very fast, he could clearly see every building he passed by. Seeing that Shaolu was not at all panicked, Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This boy is not only gifted, but also has a good character. He may be able to reach the level of Okatsu and Hyokanji. Is the Jujutsu High School about to welcome a new special grade sorcerer? Feeling a little hungry, Shaolu held out his hand. Teacher, give me a piece of Shijufu. Gojo Satoru felt a pain in his heart. I'll only give you one piece. ... There was silence in Shan's high school. Crash. The sound of glass shattering was heard. Senior, are you all right? Itadori relied on the excellent physical talent of the cursed spirit body, and at the same time shattered the glass with a flying kick. He also repelled the huge cursed spirit. Thrillingly saved, the senior from the Spiritual Research Society who was on the verge of death. Didn't I tell you not to come? The one who shouted urgently was the hedgehog head, Fushiguro Megumi. Seeing that Itadori actually dared to snatch people directly from the cursed spirit, he was also very scared. This reckless man. He gritted his teeth and ran at full speed down the corridor, his hands making a dog-like gesture. Jade dog, go save them. Following his command, two Shikigami condensed by cursed power emerged from the black shadows. The two jade dogs, one black and one white, rushed towards the ugly cursed spirit with a twisted body as fast as the wind. After putting down the senior in his arms, Itadori looked forward in surprise. Is this the cursed spirit that Fushiguro mentioned? It's a little different from what I imagined. Boom. Fushiguro Megumi attacked with one blow, smashing the cursed spirit into pieces. The two jade dogs, their eyes shining, immediately rushed forward to share the food. Paw Patrol starts eating. Fushiguro Megumi put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, I wanted to ask you why you came, but you did a good job, but aren't you afraid? This should be the first time Itadori has seen a cursed spirit, so he should be scared. Itadori. I was quite scared at first, but my grandfather's death taught me one thing, at least I have to let the people I know die properly. Itadori felt depressed as he looked at the dark red dried finger sliding off the senior's body and the cloth strip that sealed it had been removed. If I hadn't brought my finger back, this wouldn't have happened in school, and the seniors wouldn't have been hurt. This happened because of me. Okay, don't blame yourself too much, their lives are not in danger. This is a special grade cursed object, the finger of Ryomen Sukuna. Hurry and give it to me. If it falls into the mouth of the cursed spirit, the consequences will be disastrous. Fushiguro Megumi reached out for it. Although he didn't know what was so delicious about this finger, Itadori still handed it over. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and a huge hand stretched out. The target is the finger in Itadori's palm. Fushiguro Megumi's pupils contracted, and the two jade dogs also noticed it and roared. Run. Boom. A huge cursed spirit fell. The body is made up of countless cursed spirit corpses, resembling a giant lizard and a reptile. The aura it exudes is much stronger than the previous cursed spirits. Itadori was blown away by the impact, and Fushiguro Megumi was slapped away and fell on the second-floor platform. The blow was so powerful that the teaching building almost collapsed and the power was cut off. Fushiguro Megumi spat out a mouthful of blood and was unable to stand up for a while, let alone release the spell. The cursed spirit rushed forward at high speed, trying to devour him. At the critical moment, Itadori jumped up, rode on the cursed spirit, raised his fist and smashed it hard. Fushiguro Megumi raised his head with difficulty. The cursed spirit can only be removed with spells, you can't defeat it. Go. But Itadori doesn't care about that now. If he really leaves, Fushiguro will surely die. But the gap in strength was there, and after a while Itadori was held tightly by the giant hand. The cursed spirit opened its bloody mouth and the stench made Itadori dizzy. His internal organs were squeezed, blood was oozing from the corners of Itadori's mouth, and he felt severe pain. He held Sukuna's finger to his lips, and Fushigiro's words emerged in his mind. Will eating it give me powerful magical power? Isn't this the way to save everyone? Isn't it enough that I have cursed power, Fushiguro? Fushiguro Megumi. No need. Itadori felt ruthless and swallowed the finger into his stomach in one gulp. Completion. Fushiguro Megumi fell to his knees in despair with his hands on his head. Outside the school, Shaolu. Is this the bill? Seeing it with my own eyes, it is far more mysterious than in the comics. It was pitch black, as if shrouded in eternal night, and nothing inside could be seen. Gojo Satoru. Well, you must remember to arrange it when you carry out missions in the future. Shaolu didn't listen to a word Gojo Satoru said. Because, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. A new life choice has begun. Task Option 1. With the power of God in hand, the world is mine. Use the power of God to make Sukuna have a mental state. Reward. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Task Option 2. Transform into a cheerleader and cheer for Gojo Satoru. Reward. Naruto's mouth-to-mouth combat. Mission Option 3. While Gojo Satoru is fighting Sukuna, eat up all of his Kikufuku. Reward. Tsunade's original black stockings. Long-term mission. The top sorcerers are corrupt. Refuse to work for them. Please create the Akatsuki organization and invite sorcerers to join. Progress. 0/3 people. Reward. Eternal Kaleidoscope. Chapter 3. the divine power becomes hollow, teasing Sukuna. This system is a bit. First, rule out the third one. I just ate one piece of kikufuku. It was too sweet. And what else do you need to talk about when you already have the power? Tsunade's original black stockings are certainly very, wow. But who can resist the 8 gates of the ninjutsu that almost kicked out Kai Huang in the finale? Shaolu already had a choice in mind. There's actually a long-term mission. Akatsuki, he is familiar with this. This is the most popular group in Naruto, handsome and mysterious. The iconic fire cloud robe is standing there, and the sense of oppression is instantly maximized. Moreover, the reward is the eternal kaleidoscope. It seems that I will have to slowly poach people after joining the Jujutsu High School. Would Gojo Satoru be so angry if he knew that he was poaching someone else? Otherwise, why not just find a way to poach Gojo Satoru directly? Shaolu shook his head. He had to complete the mission and obtain the 8 gates of Dunjia first. Let's go in, Gojo Satoru-sensei. Under the moonlight, Itadori fainted, but Sukuna, the cursed king of 1,000 years ago, woke up. Sukuna only used a little force to tear the cursed spirit's arm into pieces. Black curse lines appeared on the face and arms. The finger is mine, give it back to me. The huge body of the cursed spirit crawled over frantically, determined to devour the person in front of it. Tisk, you noisy BD. Sukuna turned one hand into a claw and swept through the air, tearing the huge body of the cursed spirit into pieces. The flesh and blood in the sky were cut into countless pieces, and purple blood fell like rain. With just one strike, he instantly killed the first-level cursed spirit that put Fushiguro Megumi in a desperate situation. Ha 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 ha. The moonlight is best experienced in person. Sukuna tore his clothes, looked up to the sky and laughed, letting the moonlight shine on his crazy face. He put his hair back and stretched out his arms. Oh, is this the world 1,000 years later? I smell countless fascinating scents. Ryuman Sukuna, a two-faced, four-armed, imaginary demon. The strongest curse king from 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, during the heyday of sorcery, countless sorcerers went to attack him, but all failed and became piles of bones under his feet. It's over now, the worst, what if, has happened. Fushiguro Megumi looked at Itadori, who was replaced with a complicated expression. Sukuna glanced at Fushiguro Megumi with the small eyes on his face. Then it's your turn. Sukuna was about to take action. Bang, Itadori slapped her in the face. What the hell? This is my body. Huh, you can actually. Damn it, your body is out of control, and I just enjoyed the moonlight for a while. Sukuna's voice echoed inside his body. 2 seconds later, the evil aura disappeared, and the eyes on his face retracted. Hey, Fushiguro, what are you doing? Fushiguro Megumi half-crouched on the ground, forming an attacking hand shape. Sorry, according to the rules of the spell, I must eliminate you. Let me see what's going on. Shaolu and Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared beside him. Fushiguro Megumi was delighted. Teacher Gojo Satoru, you are finally here. Who is this person next to you? The unfamiliar face made him look at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru. Dang. Shaolu, my new genius sorcerer, how is he? Is he as handsome as me? Looking at the blood-covered Fushiguro Megumi in front of him, Shaolu smiled and greeted him. Just as I remembered, a serious and proud man with black spiky hair and a kind heart. Shaolu must leave a good impression. After all, they are all prospective members of the Akatsuki organization. Gojo Satoru looked at Itadori, who was shirtless and looked confused. Where's the special finger? Is it still there? Itadori. Sorry, I ate it. After Fushiguro Megumi's explanation, Gojo Satoru not only did not panic, but instead showed excitement. So Fushiguro, do you want him to die? Gojo Satoru smiled and looked at Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro Megumi hesitated and shook his head. No, I don't want him to die. So can you, Shaolu? No, Shaolu pretended to think and continued. But, can you let me and Sukuna fight for a few moves? Just treat it as a freshman exam, how about it? After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Fushiguro Megumi immediately stopped him. How can this be possible? Even if Sukuna only has the strength of one finger, he is still a special grade. How can we let a newcomer face such a risk? That's crazy. Gojo Satoru looked at Shaolu. If you're not careful you'll die. Are you sure? Shaolu has already started doing warm-up exercises. Aren't you here, teacher? Ahahaha, interesting. Gojo Satoru smiled and made a number 10 moves. If you can survive Sukuna's 10 moves, you'll pass. What? Master Gojo Satoru, how can a newbie last 10 moves against a special level opponent? Fushiguro Megumi is going to collapse. It's okay for this new guy to be crazy, but why is Gojo Satoru also crazy with him? The magic family finally got another member, but is it going to be gone soon? Gojo Satoru waved his hands casually. Yeah, I'm here to watch over you, nothing will happen. For him, saving people from Sukuna, who only had one finger, was as easy as pie. Mainly, I want to see what kind of spell Shaolu has awakened that makes him so confident. But 10 moves is unlikely, so I have to watch it carefully. I can't let my genius die just like that. Shaolu stepped forward. Then Itadori, let Sukuna get up and receive the guests. The Sharingan was activated, and the black pupils turned into scarlet darts, spinning slowly. Shaolu has always been stable and has the passive ability of Shinweishu, so he will not be in danger. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack and leaves the hollow state, Sukuna can only stare blankly. At this moment, he was a little excited. After all, the first battle after crossing over was against Sukuna. Itadori Yuji bowed his head and said nothing. After a moment, a violent aura emanated, black lines condensed, and the small eyes reappeared. Haha, are all sorcerers from 1,000 years later so arrogant? The voice of the Curse King came again. Gojo Satoru started to make a noise. Oh, how scary, the Curse King is angry. Fushiguro Megumi had a dark face and looked at the new student, Shaolu, with great worry. Sukuna twisted his neck and started to click, kill all of you. Then he moved in front of Shaolu, and his sharp black claws reached out to dig out Shaolu's heart. Shaolu didn't move, allowing Sukuna to catch him. Damn, he knew that an untrained sorcerer could not possibly dodge Sukuna's attack. Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists. Master Gojo Satoru, why don't you come to the rescue? It will be too late if you delay any longer. Gojo Satoru frowned. Is it because of lack of training that you can't react in time? Just when he was about to help, Shaolu took the initiative to step forward, and Sukuna's attack actually went straight through. Nani, did you get through? Sukuna looked in disbelief at the sharp claws that pierced through his body. My attack actually penetrated directly, as if the other side was an illusory projection. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes widened. Straight through. What kind of spell is this? No, there is no fluctuation of magic power at all. Does that mean Shaolu didn't cast any magic at all? But how is this possible? Gojo Satoru pulled down half of his eye mask, revealing one eye, and stared at Shaolu's scarlet pupils. If I'm not mistaken, the distorted fluctuations in the air just now were caused by these eyes, right? What kind of magic do these eyes have? Instead of looking at each other, he felt as if he was trapped in a deep quagmire, as if countless bloody hands from hell were trying to pull him into an endless abyss. Six Eyes felt threatened for the first time. He pulled up his blindfold, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Amazing. You are worthy of being my student. Strong winds blew up, gravel flew everywhere, and the solid ground was almost split in half. Sukuna launched an overwhelming attack towards Shaolu. So the King of Curses can also dig out the heart of a black tiger. Have you ever heard of a crow riding an airplane? Shaolu stood where he was, allowing Sukuna to attack him however he wanted. At the same time, he did not forget to mock him. After all, the system's task was to change Sukuna's mentality. Sukuna, who was a little tired of fighting, stepped back and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. As the King of Curses, he was actually laughed at by a little devil. Is it similar to space magic? Although I can't attack you, why don't you attack me? You don't dare, or, you don't have any means of attack at all. Ha ha ha, Sukuna roughly guessed Shaolu's ability. From the beginning to the end, he did not launch an attack. Even if he had just deliberately exposed a flaw, he remained indifferent and could only defend, not attack. Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly. After what he said, it seemed that he had never used the space distortion of his left eye. The corners of his mouth slightly curved, no means of attack. The kaleidoscope pattern in the left eye rotates, and the sight focuses on Sukuna's head. Chapter 4 Shinwei twisted his head. Are you sweating profusely, brother? Shaolu lifted her hair, the kaleidoscope pattern in her left eye rotated, and her sight focused on Sukuna's head. Divine power. The space was distorted, emitting a strange vortex. A strong sense of death swept through his body, Sukuna's pupils shrank sharply, and he dodged at high speed. Snap. Sukuna's arm was directly broken alive. He covered his short arm that was bleeding, looked at Shaolu with a little fear, and felt a chill down his spine. By twisting space to forcibly break his body. If I hadn't dodged in time, the head of this container would have been twisted off. What a domineering spell. It seems to be more powerful than my own, Jia, and, bah. Sukuna activated the reverse curse technique and the broken arm grew back. This scene was seen by Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro Megumi swallowed his saliva, with a look of horror in his eyes. Isn't this too foul? He actually broke his arm. Teacher Gojo Satoru, who exactly is Shaolu? Fushiguro Megumi looked at Gojo Satoru seriously. He would never believe that Shaolu was just a novice sorcerer. Putting aside Shaolu's abilities, his calmness when facing the Curse King Sukuna for the first time is intriguing. Gojo Satoru was also very scared, but it was not because of Shaolu's ability, but because of Itadori's head. Liu didn't know how to control his strength this time. If Sukuna didn't dodge and got his head twisted off, Itadori would be the one to die. As for Shaolu's identity, he didn't care about Shaolu's background, at least through 6 eyes, he found no malicious intent. Shaolu covered his left eye in pretended pain. The effect of the Divine Power's virtualization on the eyes is very small, but the side effect of the Divine Power's head twisting is quite serious. After only one use, his left eye became a little dry. As for why he acted so painful, of course, he was pretending for Sukuna to see. Sukuna only has the strength of one finger now, so he naturally has to hide it. He knew from reading the comics that Sukuna was extremely good at gathering intelligence. Wasn't the duel with Gojo Satoru the best proof of this? Seeing this, Sukuna smiled. I see, performing such a weird attack will cause you great backlash, right? If you launch another attack, will your eyes go blind? In this way, if they continue to fight, he will be the only one who wins. Just now, his 1,000-year-old state of mind was shaken a little. If this guy could continue to use that move, it would be a great threat to him. Fortunately, he can't. Shaolu didn't speak, because... Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the 8 gates of Dunjia are being distributed. Shaolu's mouth corners raised. The 8 gates of Taijutsu is the unique skill of Might Guy in Naruto. The opening of the 8th door, the death door, can cause space distortion just by the prelude. It almost kicked out the finale. So scary. As the system prompt sounded, all the information about the 8 gates of Dunjia flooded into Shaolu's mind. A warm current flowed through his body. Feeling the power surging in his body, Shaolu felt that he could blow up the cursed spirit's head with just one punch. Open the door. Shaolu's body trembled, and he opened the second gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Exeamen. The air was surging, making his robes rustle, and the air around his body was boiling as the door of rest was opened. In this state, Shaolu's strength and speed have been greatly improved. With one foot, Shaolu crushed the ground, and flashed behind Sukuna, and sent him flying into the air with an uppercut. So fast, while Sukuna was still confused in the air, black shoe prints appeared before his eyes. Bang! Sukuna's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Exeamen is the highest stage he can reach at present, and going any higher will hurt his body. However, it is enough to deal with Sukuna at his current stage. Sukuna, who had climbed out of the deep pit, laughed. Interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect that the world 1,000 years later would be much more exciting than before. He pointed at Shaolu. I'll remember you and look forward to our next fight. After saying this, his body fell down helplessly, and Itadori took control of his consciousness again. However, Itadori had fainted at this time. Fushiguro Megumi, who was watching the game from a distance, didn't know what to say. Sukuna, who could easily kill a first-level cursed spirit in 1 second, was beaten up by a novice sorcerer who didn't even have a level. Although that was only Sukuna's one-finger strength, if it were me, would I be able to last 10 moves? I don't know where Gojo Satoru found such a ruthless person. Gojo Satoru put his hand on Shaolu's shoulder and said, wow. Shaolu, you are so mean. You actually have such a hidden trick up your sleeve. If the spatial ability just now was Shaolu's innate talent, then how do we explain this physical skill? It would be impossible to achieve this level without constant training. Maybe Shaolu didn't need to save herself before. From this perspective, Shaolu's identity is indeed worth exploring. Shaolu looked at the two of them helplessly. He knew that he couldn't explain it clearly this time, so he just didn't bother to explain it anymore. Let them figure it out. The matter was settled. Fushiguro Megumi carried the unconscious Itadori, and the others prepared to take the bus back to the Jujutsu High School. Before leaving, Shaolu used his divine power to leave the coordinates of this place. The advantage of Shinwei is that it can travel freely regardless of distance, but the prerequisite is to have coordinates. He did not forget that he still had a mission to create the Akatsuki organization. This place might be used as the base of the Akatsuki organization in the future. With the coordinates, he could teleport back and forth. The reward is the eternal kaleidoscope. On the bus, Shaolu leaned against the window, admiring the moonlight. The moon in the world of magic is also round, and seems even brighter. At this moment, he felt like he was dreaming. Traveling through time actually happened to him. Just put it on, but there is nothing worth missing in the previous world. Being an orphan without a father or a mother, coupled with the 12-hour double shift work on the assembly line every day, his dream of being a hero had long been crushed. Now that God has given me this opportunity and allowed me to travel to the world of spells, I must fight for everything. The tragedy in the comics will never happen, and the revolving lantern will no longer exist. But the premise of all this is that he must become strong, so strong that no one can threaten him. He doesn't need to care about anyone's face. Strong enough to say, I don't eat beef. After all, this world is extremely dangerous. Even someone as strong as Gojo Satoru was killed instantly by Sukuna's space loan / right. If Sukuna didn't lend money, it would be hard to say who would win or lose between the two. Therefore, he would never let down his guard just because he had the illusion of divine power. Perhaps even if the system did not issue the task of creating the Akatsuki organization, he would have taken the initiative to form a force. Those old and corrupt people in the upper echelons of sorcery are not worthy of trust. Now he has obtained the power of double Kamui and 8 gates. Judging from the battle just now, Shinwei's head twist is best used when the opponent is caught by surprise. One is that the distance is too far and it is impossible to focus accurately on the head. This can be seen from the fact that Kakashi broke Deidara's arm in Naruto. Kakashi's original intention was to kill Deidara instantly by twisting his head with Kamui, but it was a misjudgment due to the long distance. Moreover, the divine power is not instantaneous, which means there is a chance for the enemy to react. As for the 8 gates of ninjutsu, due to his physical limitations, he could only open it to the 2nd level for now. Kai in the anime died because he forced open the door of death. Thinking of this, Shaolu suddenly stood up. If I could comprehend the fully automatic reversal technique similar to Hyokinji, would I be able to open the 8 gates without any damage? Can the outrageous fully automatic injury repair neutralize the damage caused by the death gate? Shaolu is looking forward to it. Right now, the most important thing is to go back to the Jujutsu High School and poach some talents. You have to dig at least 3 people here to get the reward. If I remember correctly, the Eternal Mangekyo has many powerful abilities, such as the complete form, Susanoo. And through the emergence of these 2 systems, he came to a conclusion. Participating in events or interacting with sorcerers will increase the probability of triggering life choices. Chapter 5 Free Food and Accommodation. The principal is furious. Suburbs of Tokyo. The Jujutsu High School is located in a sparsely populated mountain area. Itadori has already dealt with his grandfather's funeral, and Gojo Satoru also saved Itadori on his own. The death penalty was changed from immediate execution to suspended death penalty. Itadori looked around curiously. Is this really the Jujutsu High School? Why does it look like a deep forest? Gojo Satoru. Just get used to it. After all, how can a place for eating, sleeping and cursing be built in the center of a city? Then Itadori turned his attention to Shaolu. Shaolu is really amazing. She was able to suppress Sukuna the entire time. Shaolu patted Itadori on the shoulder. I almost forgot that Sukuna was occupying Itadori's body. If the Kamui turned his head and Sukuna didn't dodge, Itadori would. He looked at his previously broken shoulder again. Luckily Sukuna used the reverse curse technique to help him recover. Itadori asked in confusion. By the way, where is Fushiguro? Gojo Satoru held his head in his hands and smiled. He has internal injuries and has received treatment. He should be sleeping soundly now. Then, he looked at Shaolu and Itadori and introduced the school information to them. After the general talk, the few of them had arrived in front of a retro courtyard gate. There are 12 large characters engraved on it. Tokyo Metropolitan Technical School of Jutsu. Anyway, you two have to behave well later. If the principal is not satisfied, he may refuse admission to the school. Hearing this, Itadori held his head and screamed, how can I be rejected? Then I will be executed immediately. Gojo Satoru. Don't be afraid. The principal is a very kind person. Soon, the three of them entered a large courtyard room. The light inside the house was dim, relying entirely on candles on both sides for illumination. The entire house was filled with dolls with strange expressions. Too slow, Satoru. You were 8 minutes late. Itadori was taken aback. I saw a tough old man sitting cross-legged in front of me. His hands were busy knitting a doll. A serious-looking uncle is actually making a kawaii doll. Isn't this too inconsistent? Shaolu looked around calmly. He knew that these dolls piled everywhere were not ordinary dolls, but cursed corpses made by Yaga Masamiki himself. These dolls should not be underestimated. He would like to call him the puppet master of the world of spells. As expected, the next step is to torture Itadori. Yaga looked at Shaolu with some surprise, and then continued to say to Gojo Satoru, I won't reprimand you, but you have to change your habit of being late. Well, since you won't be scolded, save your energy. You might have to work hard later. Gojo Satoru put his hand on Shaolu's shoulder, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Let me introduce this to you. It's our great principal Yaga Masamiki. Her hobby is knitting some sexy dolls. If you have any needs in that area, you can contact Principal Yaga privately to customize it. Gojo Satoru joked in a mean way. Yaga Masamiki gritted his teeth and said, Stop it, I am the principal after all. Don't you have any dignity? Then he slowly stood up, walked forward, looked deeply at Shaolu, and then set his sights on Itadori. You are Sukuna's vessel. You are such a hidden bomb. Itadori bowed quickly and said nervously, It's me. Sorry to bother you. What are you doing here? Itadori. Interview. I ask you what is your purpose in coming to the Jujutsu High School? Itadori looked confused when asked, and then answered based on his heart. Gojo Satoru shook his head helplessly, spread his hands towards Shaolu, and complained, Hey. It starts again. Shaolu was looking around for a doll and finally locked onto a pink doll with twin ponytails. Divine power. The space twisted, and the doll was silently sucked into the divine space. Since I'm bored now, I might as well find a doll to hug when I sleep at night. Ahem. Gojo Satoru whispered in his ear, I want the one with a tuft of hair on the forehead. Looking at the direction of Gojo Satoru's finger, Shaolu was stunned. Why does this hairstyle look so similar to Sha Yuji's? Sure enough, is married woman Sha Yuji the one that Gojo Satoru was worried about? Shaolu used his divine power to suck the doll into space, satisfying Gojo Satoru's request. Bang! Itadori was knocked away by the summoned doll. Yaga tortured Itadori while preaching some great truths. These words may be long-winded to others, but they are absolutely meaningful to Itadori. It was at this moment that Itadori was awakened and realized his inner self. Itadori's expression changed for a while, and then he said loudly with a firm look in his eyes, Only I can swallow Sukuna's finger. Even if I can avoid the death penalty and escape this mission, when I go back to eat, take a shower, and read comics, someone will die tragically because of Sukuna and the cursed spirits at any time. How can I be at peace? I don't want that. Yaga Masamiki stopped and said, Very good, you passed. Shaolu couldn't help but sigh. What a responsible and kind person. But I am not as noble as Itadori. He just wants to become stronger and protect the people he cares about. What does the life and death of others have to do with him? It's your turn, freshman. Gojo Satoru must have something special to bring you here, right? Let me see it for myself. Yi Daojunj turned his gaze towards Shaolu. Wait. Gojo Satoru quickly ran up to Yaga and said, I advise you not to fight him. You will regret it. Yaga Masamiki raised his eyebrows. Do you think I can't even beat a newcomer? Although he, Yaga Masamiki, is not a monster like Gojo Satoru, he is still the principal of Jujutsu High School. Pandas are his proudest achievement. With the panda, he could even barely squeeze into the ranks of top-grade sorcerers. Even without the panda, he could control hundreds of cursed corpses at the same time. A first-class sorcerer indeed, and you told him that he couldn't handle a new sorcerer. Then should he continue to work? Hey, I've learned my lesson. After trying in vain, Gojo Satoru flashed in front of Shaolu, pointed at his eyes, and whispered, "Don't be too harsh." Shaolu nodded. He certainly won't use Kamui attacks on Yaga Masamiki. Looking at the whole comic, although this principal is a bit old-fashioned and strict, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him as a person, and he deserves admiration. The only thing I want to complain about is that he was too righteous, and his death was a bit depressing. Yaga Masamiki's expression was serious. So, why did you come to Jujutsu High School? For what? Of course, it's to poach people. Not only the schools in Tokyo, but also those in Kyoto Prefecture cannot be spared. But Shaolu can't really say that. So, he looked at Yaga. Didn't Mr. Gojo Satoru say that food and lodging would be provided? As soon as these words came out, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Gojo Satoru gave Shaolu a crazy look. Hey. Can you not be so blunt? I am in a difficult situation. But on second thought, Shaolu seems to really care about this. Itadori's mouth is so wide open that it seems like it could fit an entire apple in it. As expected of Shaolu, she actually dared to say that. If it were me, I would probably be severely beaten. But if it's Shaolu, any answer will be fine, right? After all, his strength is very strong and cannot be viewed from the perspective of a freshman. I wonder who is better, Shaolu or the principal. Chapter 6 Shocked. The one who got beaten was the principal. Free food and accommodation. Did you come to Jujutsu High School just for free food and accommodation? Furious. Yaga Masamiki was completely furious, his face turned red with anger. The cursed spirits on his body were visibly rioting, and the hundreds of dolls in the house instantly surrounded Shaolu. As a sorcerer, he is so unconscious. He must teach this newbie a lesson. If after teaching him a lesson, he still can't get a satisfactory answer, then he won't accept it. Even if you have some talent, it won't work. The Jujutsu High School is not a place to just mess around. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, several figures quietly came to the door. They are the second-year students of Tokyo Academy, Panda, Goiwan, and Zenin Maki. The genius freshman that Fushiguro mentioned must be in there receiving a lecture from the principal. The panda put its round body close to the door and muttered. Keep your voice down, or you'll be punished if Yaga hears you. The one who spoke was Zenin Maki. She crossed her arms over her chest, her brows slightly furrowed, and her cold and beautiful face looked a little serious. Just now, when they went to visit Fushiguro Megumi, they learned from him that Mr. Gojo Satoru had brought two new people. One is called Itadori, who swallowed Sukuna's finger, and the other is Shaolu, who is very powerful. And she came here just to see who this newcomer named Shaolu is. Because Fushiguro actually said that his taijutsu was better than his own. She is very strong-willed and naturally wants to come and see it, and even wants to compete with him if possible. Guwon waved his hands from a distance. Woodflower fish. Panda said casually. It's okay, Guwon, we won't be discovered by the principal. As soon as the words fell, bang, the door suddenly exploded. The strong impact caught the three people off guard and sent them flying. Even the whole house was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Gojo Satoru also withdrew with Itadori, and looked at the three people lying on the ground with some surprise. Question mark. Panda. What happened? Isn't the principal interviewing the new students? Zenin Maki and Guwon also looked at Gojo Satoru curiously. Gojo Satoru smiled helplessly. Don't panic, the principal is sparring with the newcomer. Competing with newcomers. Is this a big commotion really just a competition? It's obvious that the principal is angry. Itadori, who was dizzy and dazed from being carried on his shoulders, forced a smile. My name is Itadori, nice to meet you, please take care of me, hehe. The three were shocked again. Since he was Itadori, the person inside must be the new guy named Shaolu, right? Wait, Teacher Gojo Satoru, are you really not going to take care of it? Panda was shocked. Although he didn't know how Shaolu had angered the principal, it was clear that Principal Yaga was serious. Will Shaolu really not be beaten to death? He was created by Yaga Masamiki with great effort, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are father and son. And his temper is very clear to the panda. If there is no satisfactory answer, I am afraid. Really? Gojo Satoru looked into the room with a deep gaze. It's not certain who will beat whom. As soon as these words came out, several people showed shock in their eyes. Nani, did you hear that correctly? Although I heard from Fushiguro Megumi that this Shaolu is very powerful, but is he strong enough to compete with Principal Yaga? Is this too exaggerated? Even the genius Okatsu Yuta back then got beaten up by the principal a lot, right? Obviously, Gojo Satoru's words did not convince them. Boom boom boom. There was a loud roar in the house, which sounded like the sound of fists and feet colliding. The windows were shattered, the beams were broken, and even the roof was about to be torn off. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Maki and the others looked serious and thought secretly in their hearts. Judging from the sound, it was a battle of physical skills. Although Principal Yaga majored in the production of cursed corpses and his physical skills were not outstanding, this was not something a newcomer could challenge. I guess it won't be long before the guy named Shaolu can no longer hold on. Boom. There was another loud noise. The house collapsed. A figure could be vaguely seen flying backwards and falling heavily on the wall. Gojo Satoru raised his eyebrows slightly and sighed. Why are you so stubborn? If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's not shameful. Now you have lost your house. Panda. Yeah, this new guy is pretty stubborn, but he's quite to my taste. Maki and Gumaki also believed that Gojo Satoru was talking about Shaolu. They think it's amazing that Shaolu has been able to hold on for so long. Sudden, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the smoke and dust, cursed dolls kept flying backwards, covering the ground with dust. 10, 20, hundreds. Soon, the courtyard was filled with dolls. Looking at the cursed corpse doll with missing arms and legs falling to the ground, several people gasped. This is a doll made by the principal. They were beaten by this thing many times in the past. But at this moment, it flew out backwards like a kite with a broken string. Was all this done by that new guy? Could it be that the figure that just flew backwards was Yaga Masamiki? 2 minutes later, two figures came forward. They were Shaolu and Yaga Masamiki. The two were seen arm in arm, and Yaga Masamiki was laughing and praising him non-stop. People who don't know would think that the two are brothers who haven't seen each other for many years. But upon closer inspection, Yaga had a black eye on his left eye, his clothes were dirty, and his steps were unsteady. On the other hand, Shaolu was smiling the whole time, breathing steadily, without any sign of injury. In this contest, it is clear who is stronger and who is weaker. Several people didn't know what to say, and they were a little worried that Shaolu would be beaten to death. As a result, it turned out that the one who got beaten was the principal. Ahem. Yaga Masamiki looked at everyone and said, "Let me introduce this to you all. This is our new student from Jujutsu High School, Shaolu. Just now, we had a friendly exchange. It's true that young people are formidable. Let's get along well with each other in the future." Shaolu looked at the three people who appeared in front of him and immediately recognized them. Aren't these Maki, Goiwan and Panda? He smiled and said, "Three seniors, please take care of me in the future." The three of them waved together. Hello. Hello, Junior Shaolu. They originally wanted to satisfy their desire to train freshmen as seniors, but now they have given up. If they really practice, they will probably be the ones who suffer. While the few people were talking, Yaga Masamiki pulled Gojo Satoru aside. Yaga, you little brat, why didn't you explain yourself clearly just now? You really want to see me get beaten, right? Looking at the broken dolls scattered on the ground, he felt extremely painful and regretful. After all these years of coaching, this was the first time he was in such a mess. He was actually beaten by a freshman. Oh, this is really embarrassing. PFF'd. Gojo Satoru couldn't help laughing and said with his hands spread out, "Don't be lazy with me. I've already reminded you," but he didn't expect that Shaolu could actually achieve this. It seems that his talent is expected to surpass Okatsu and Hyokanji. I am truly an excellent teacher with a unique vision. Then Gojo Satoru interrupted the conversation and said, "Okay, I'm going to take Itadori and Shaolu to arrange accommodation now, let's talk next time." Before leaving, Maki clenched his fists and looked at Lu deeply. Next time, I must have a good exchange with him. At least in terms of physical skills, I can't lose. This scene, naturally, could not escape Shaolu's Sharingan. Shaolu's lips curled slightly. He already had an idea of the first candidate for the Akatsuki organization. Zenin Maki, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, has a strong personality and is born with 0 spell power, so she is looked down upon by the Zenin family. Her biggest obsession is to obtain the title of first-class sorcerer and give the Zenuan family a good slap in the face. We can start from this aspect. What are you daydreaming about? Go and check out the dormitory. Gojo Satoru urged. Along the way, Itadori instantly turned into a little fanboy. Shaolu, can I live next to you? Shaolu, can you teach me some taijutsu? Shaolu, tell me how you beat up Uncle Yaga just now. Yaga Masamiki, who was about to return to the house, staggered and almost fell when he heard this. Hiss, this young man has no sense of propriety. He didn't use any light or heavy hands. But to be honest, he was the one who showed mercy, and it was Shaolu who gave the way out. Looking at Shaolu's departing figure, he fell into deep thought. What is the origin of this kid? In addition to the spell that cannot be attacked, even the physical skills are completely overwhelming. Could it be that he is a genius from the big 3 sorcerer families? Yaga shook his head. For now, he still had to deal with the matter of Sukuna container Itadori. After all, the pressure from the top management was too great. Even if Gojo Satoru is here, there's no guarantee those old guys won't do something. As for Shaolu's identity, let Ieri Shoko and Iori Utahime investigate. Chapter 7 Iron Lady, Wild Rose. A few days later, Shibuya Harajuku. This is the symbol of Tokyo's fashion, where commerce, entertainment and transportation are the most developed. It is also a paradise for young people, with the streets full of glamorous young men and women. Outside the subway station, 3 people leaned against the iron railings with some boredom. Itadori held a popsicle in his hand and looked at Fushiguro Megumi. Including this person, there are only 4 sorcerers in the first grade. Isn't that too few? After saying that, he took a sip of the mint popsicle. Fushiguro Megumi remained aloof. There are only so few sorcerers, just get used to it. It would be strange if the streets were full of sorcerers. At this point, Fushiguro Megumi's face darkened. Those who fight against cursed spirits for the purpose of protecting others are called sorcerers, while those who use curses to harm others for selfish purposes are called curse masters. Shaolu, who was standing next to her, had dark circles under her eyes and looked listless, almost falling asleep while standing. That's right, he has been suffering from insomnia for several days since he came to the world of spells. Alas, this is the trouble of being familiar with your own bed. He naturally knew who he was going to pick up this time. Iron Lady, Nobara Kugasaki. Itadori sighed. As expected of Shaolu, he can even fall asleep while standing. Is this part of the reason for his strong strength? Fushiguro Megumi patted Itadori's head and said, "You are hopeless. Shaolu must have suffered a lot in private to be so powerful." He thought that Shaolu was so sleepy because she must have secretly stayed up late to practice physical training these days. He is so diligent, I must learn from him. People passing by all looked at the three people with strange eyes, but fortunately, they were thick-skinned enough and didn't care at all. Sorry for the wait. Gojo Satoru walked out of the subway exit, holding a few boxes of desserts in his hands. Oh, looks like you've got your custom-made school uniforms. Not bad, looks pretty cool. Except, Shaolu, who was about to fall asleep. The size is right, but why are everyone's clothes different? Itadori was a little confused. Especially himself, the color of his clothes is different, and there is a red hat on the back. Shaolu's clothes are even more different from those of the others. The sleeves were loose, not tight, and there were strange fire clouds embroidered on them. This was his special request. The clothes are very similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto, and the loose sleeves can hide a lot of things. For example, hidden weapons such as kunai. Gojo Satoru smiled and said, "Actually, you can make requests." Huh, Itadori touched his head, "But I don't think I made any request." Gojo Satoru squeezed in between the others and said with a grin, "I was the one who suggested this. What do you think? Isn't it very handsome and suits your hair color?" Itadori nodded thoughtfully. It does match well, but, he thinks Shaolu's clothes are better looking, with a sense of mystery of a master. In the past few days, although I didn't learn any methods to become stronger from Shaolu, I heard many stories about martial arts. I learned from Shaolu that it was a story about an ancient eastern country, and it seemed that Shaolu also came from there. Gojo Satoru squeezed Shaolu's shoulder. "Hi, Shaolu, this is your student ID." Shaolu took the card, which contained relevant information about him. A freshman, a 4th-level sorcerer. Gojo Satoru explained. With your strength, you can even be a 1st-level sorcerer, but you have just entered school, and if you want to be promoted, you need to take an assessment in front of the teacher. By the way, the higher the level of the sorcerer, the higher the reward for each mission completed. Shaolu nodded. There was no difference between a 4th-level sorcerer and a 1st-level sorcerer to him. If he could become a teacher, it would be more advantageous for him to poach people. In the past few days, he left marks of divine power space everywhere in the magic school to facilitate teleportation at any time. At the same time, a bald scout was looking for passers-by on the street who had the potential to become a star. This is a beautiful and well-shaped young lady passing by, and the bald scout immediately approached her to chat with her. This scene was also seen by Kugasaki Nobara, who had just got off the subway. Her eyes lit up and she quickened her pace and walked up. The talent scout greeted him politely, rubbed his hands and smiled. "Miss, you have great qualifications. Are you interested in becoming a star?" The young lady waved her hands impatiently to refuse, saying that she was not interested in being a star. The entertainment industry is always in chaos no matter which country it is from. Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. How about being a model? You have great potential. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. After being ruthlessly rejected, the talent scout breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a powerful female voice came over. "Hey, uncle, what do you think of me?" The one who spoke was Nobara Kugasaki. The talent scout uncle just took a look and shook his head politely. Although she is very good looking, her temperament is obviously not related to being a star. Moreover, there seemed to be a sense of dominance in his words, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. It's better to get rid of her quickly. Well, I'm in a hurry too. After saying that, the scout uncle turned around and ran away. Hello. Wild Rose was speechless. What the hell? Am I really that scary? Seeing this scene, Shaolu found it a little funny. She is indeed Sister Hammer. She is more domineering than I imagined, but seems to be prettier, a short-haired, heroic beauty. Itadori. Is she the person we are going to pick up? I'm a bit socially anxious, so you should say hello to her later, Fushiguro. Fushiguro Megumi glanced at Itadori with disdain. No one can be as socially phobic as you, Itadori. At this time, Gojo Satoru waved and shouted, "Hey, over here." Nobara Kugasaki turned her head and saw 4 men leaning against the iron railing in front of her, all of them with their hands in their pockets, in various postures. And the tall man wearing a white eye mask was waving at him. The corner of her mouth twitched. Why did it feel like these people were posing? Did they think they were a boy band? Itadori said enthusiastically. "My name is Itadori Yuji, I'm from Sendai, please take care of me. My name is Fushiguro Megumi." After saying that, Fushiguro Megumi turned his head away, looking very cool. "Hello, Shaolu." At this moment, Shaolu was thinking about how to recruit her into the Akatsuki organization. Wild Rose put one hand on her waist, tucked her short orange hair behind her ear, and narrowed her beautiful eyes. This guy in the red hat is actually holding an empty popsicle in his hand. It smells earthy. He must have eaten his own boogers when he was a kid, right? Fushiguro Megumi, he's acting cool with a spiky hair, does he think he's cool? What a self-righteous guy. The last guy is pretty handsome and pleasing to the eye, but what's with those eye-catching dark circles? I heard from Sister Sori that she has dark circles under her eyes because she thinks about Ceci all the time. She has to be careful with her beauty. With just a glance, she had already given scores to several people. She held her forehead with one hand and sighed, I'm in such a mess. Seeing the atmosphere was a little subtle, Gojo Satoru coughed lightly and said, welcome our classmate Kugasaki to join us. Our loving family of spells has one more member. Let's have a good time in Tokyo. The school will reimburse the expenses. When they heard that they could go sightseeing in Tokyo, the styles of paintings of Nobara Kugasaki and Itadori suddenly changed into cute and bouncy little figures, spinning in circles happily. Fushiguro Megumi looked like he had lost all hope in life. The day passed quickly and the sun was setting. Evening, Roppongi. Outside a building shrouded in black air and filled with curses. Gojo Satoru. The area around here has been sealed off. No one else will come in. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. Ah, is there a curse here? Itadori, who was still immersed in playing, looked confused. Kugasaki Nobara was somewhat speechless. No way. There's actually a newcomer. Itadori looked up and immediately understood. Gojo Satoru smiled and explained. Itadori's situation is a bit special. Officially speaking, this is also his first time taking the test, just like you. What about Shaolu? He should be a newbie as well, right? Kugasaki Nobara looked at Shaolu. To be precise, Shaolu is also a novice, but he cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. Just as Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the phone rang. After answering the call, his face looked slightly gloomy. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. A special cursed spirit is suspected to have appeared in Tokyo. No one in the entire hospital survived. At this point, he turned his gaze towards Shaolu and said in a rare serious tone, listen carefully, after entering this building, all of you must obey Shaolu's command. Then he leaned closer and whispered, this time we are mainly testing Nobara Kugasaki and Itadori. Please don't take action unless it is necessary. Please, Shaolu-jun, I'll treat you to Shijufu later. After leaving these words, he disappeared on the spot. In Gojo Satoru's heart, Shaolu is no longer a student, but a powerful sorcerer who can stand on his own. Ding. Trigger life choice. Task option 1. Refuse Gojo Satoru's instructions, go up and kill all the cursed spirits quickly, then go back to the dormitory to sleep. Reward. Random B-level ninjutsu of Naruto. Task option 2. Lust and martial arts. Before going upstairs to kill the cursed spirit, forcefully kiss Nobara Kugasaki. Reward. A-level cursed tool, demon slaying knife. Task option 3. Accept Gojo Satoru's instructions and kill the hidden powerful cursed spirit alone. Reward. Open the system store. Chapter 8. Revolving lantern. It doesn't exist. After a little thought, Shaolu chose 3. I don't even want to learn B-level ninjutsu, and maybe I can directly buy better ninjutsu after opening them all. Forget about forcefully kissing Nobara Kugasaki. It's no different from courting death. It's better to take things slow in your relationship if you're being chased for 10 blocks. In fact, it's just that the things the system gave him weren't enough. If it was enough to impress him, What, you actually asked us to listen to Shaolu, when we are all newbies? Kugasaki Nobara said somewhat unconvinced. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi had no objection at all, after all, they had seen how powerful Shaolu was. After choosing the task, Shaolu frowned. According to the original plot, there would be no special cursed spirit appearing at this time. But now, Gojo Satoru has been sent away. However, he immediately remembered one thing. The world of curse would maintain balance to a certain extent. For example, the birth of Gojo Satoru broke the balance, causing the cursed spirits to become increasingly powerful in recent years. It's like a balance scale. Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by my own time travel has once again broken the balance of this scale? Shaolu swept his eyes across the building filled with black air. This way, there might be more than just one level 2 cursed spirit inside. What's wrong, dear teacher Shaolu? If you are scared, just hide behind me. I will protect you. Nobara Kugasaki put her hands on Shaolu's shoulders, acting like a big sister. Shaolu was not to be outdone. Dear sister Changwei, remember to follow the teacher's steps closely, don't be scared and cry. Kugasaki Nobara blushed. Who is your sister? Shaolu looked at Fushiguro Megumi. Fushiguro, your injury has not healed yet, wait downstairs. But, Fushiguro Megumi wanted to speak, but Shaolu pushed him down on the chair. Don't force yourself. You just recovered, and if a lone cursed spirit escapes, you'll have to intercept it. Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi nodded in agreement. Really, why do you all have such a strong sense of responsibility? Am I too superficial? Shaolu shook his head helplessly. Inside the building, it was dark. The three of them walked together in the corridor filled with garbage and stench. All the doors and windows were locked by spell power, causing the footsteps of the three people to echo continuously. Nobara Kugasaki walked in front with a somewhat depressed look on her face. It's so annoying. On my first day in Tokyo, I have to deal with disgusting cursed spirits and even get called sister. It's so embarrassing. Itadori, move left and squat. Shaolu said suddenly. Although it was a bit confusing, Itadori still did as he was told and squatted down. Wild Rose was a little confused. What's going on? Why are you suddenly? She hadn't finished her words yet. Bang! The wall exploded instantly, and a tentacle filled with black energy shot out. The location is exactly where Itadori was just now. The cursed spirit was very cunning. After its attack failed, it immediately retracted its tentacles and disappeared without a trace. Itadori was sweating profusely. If this attack had hit him, he would have been pierced directly. Shaolu, thank you for the reminder. Kugasaki Nobara stared at Shaolu curiously. How did you predict that? Now, she seemed to understand why Gojo Satoru wanted them to obey Shaolu's command. If it were her, she would not be able to detect the crisis just now. Damn it, this feeling of being out of control is so annoying, I must become stronger. Shaolu, who was well prepared, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan the moment he came in. As expected, the entire building was filled with traces of cursed power. Such a large scale is definitely not something that a mere second-level cursed spirit can leave behind. And suddenly, a strong wave of magical power came from the other side of the wall. This is obviously a sign of an attack. This is the meticulous observation power of the Sharingan. Nothing can escape these eyes. Keep going and find this cunning cursed spirit. Then, Shaolu said with a wicked smile, for safety reasons, Sister Changwei, please stay close to the teacher. This time, Nobara Kugasaki didn't say anything, but just pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and came to Shaolu in a depressed mood. Although she was very angry, she still knew the importance of the matter. Seeing the usually tough Wild Rose acting like this, Shaolu's lips curled up slightly. Several people came to the second floor. A cursed spirit that looked like a praying mantis with bulging eyes was guarding the stairs. When he saw several people breaking in, he instantly went berserk and his eyes almost popped out. Intruders, kill them all. Shaolu took a step back. There was no need for him to take action against the small fish cursed spirit. Brush. At the critical moment, Itadori swung his knife suddenly and cut off the tail of the cursed spirit. The weapon in his hand was the cursed tool that Gojo Satoru had lent him before, the Demon Slayer. Hey, ugly thing, look over here. Kugasaki Nobara came around to the side, holding 3 nails with magical power in her hands, and she hammered back. When blue cursed power suddenly appeared, and 3 nails moved at an extremely fast speed, nailing the cursed spirit to the wall. She is heroic and has the demeanor of a female general. Bang! The cursed spirit struggled for a few times before exploding into a bloody mist. Itadori. Amazing. 3 nails easily killed the cursed spirit. Nobara Kugasaki put one hand on her waist and raised her fair chin, like a proud white swan. How about it, would you consider becoming my little brother? After saying that, she did not forget to raise her eyebrows at Shaolu, as if to say, I am not a weak woman, don't look down on me. Sure enough, she is still the big sister in my impression, a wild woman who never gives in. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of a child crying. Judging from the sound, we are on the 3rd floor. At the same time, disgusting green slime kept dripping from the ceiling. Roar, roar, roar. 4 or 5 huge cursed spirits were half hanging upside down on the ceiling like geckos. You two, take care of these cursed spirits first. I'll go save the child up there. After saying that, Kugasaki Nobara ran towards the 3rd floor. Shaolu encouraged. Itadori, it's time to hone your skills. If you can crush them, you will be the strongest. Itadori Yuji, a sunny boy with a strong sense of justice and responsibility. But it was precisely because of his character that he watched his teammates die one by one during the Shibuya Incident, but he was powerless to do anything and was almost on the verge of collapse. It is tragic to have no strong power but to bear a huge burden. Take this opportunity to train him well. Yes, I will definitely not let you down. Itadori's body was slightly hunched, his eyes determined. The figure of his grandfather rang in his mind, and he remembered the conversation between Yaga Masamiki that day. The most important thing is what Shaolu said. As long as you are strong enough, you can make all the conspiracies disappear and protect the people around you. Otherwise, everything is just self-touching words. At this moment, Itadori's eyes were burning with fighting spirit and his body was shaking with excitement. Sheen. Itadori roared and charged into the group of cursed spirits. They are all small cursed spirits, nothing will happen as long as he is watching over them. After dealing with them, he will immediately teleport to the 3rd floor with his divine power. This building is likely to hide a first-class cursed spirit, or even a special-class cursed spirit. Nobara Kugasaki might be in danger. 3rd floor. In an empty room, there were several corpses of cursed spirits with holes pierced in their chests lying on the ground. Kugasaki Nobara successfully rescued the child, but was surrounded by several cursed spirits. She was panting heavily, and had been cornered by the cursed spirit sect. These cursed spirits with no facial features and shaped like clay figures are actually all hidden in those dolls. Damn it, these cursed spirits are obviously much stronger than the one on the 2nd floor. Can I really handle them? However, if she doesn't defeat these cursed spirits, she and the child who fainted beside her will surely die. There are at least 4 or 5 cursed spirits on the 2nd floor. It is impossible for Shaolu and Itadori to finish them off so quickly. The iron gate was clearly in front of her, but she felt it was so far away. The cursed spirit had already blocked her way out of the room. Are you going to fight alone? Soon, a cursed spirit squirmed and pounced on them. She swung the hammer with all her might, piercing the body of the cursed spirit. Then he gritted his teeth, squeezed out his remaining strength, and shot out 3 nails. But she was exhausted, and the speed and accuracy of the nails she hit dropped significantly, so the cursed spirits that were besieging her easily dodged them. It's over. Am I going to die at the hands of the cursed spirit? I still have a lot of things to do, and I don't even know what love feels like. Most importantly, I haven't met Sister Sori yet. Nobara Kugasaki had a dazed look on her face, and many scenes appeared before her eyes. She saw the thing that left the deepest impression on her mind. Sister Sori's beautiful figure left him, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. As this, a revolving lantern. Just then, whoosh, the air rippled, and Shaolu descended with a vortex. Chapter 9 Akatsuki member, Nobara Kugasaki. In the whirlpool, Shaolu's figure slowly emerged. It looks like you've run into some serious trouble. Shaolu patted her cheek and said calmly, "Hey, don't think about your sister Sori, deal with the cursed spirit in front of you first." It was obvious from the perspective of her buttocks that she was caught in an illusion of a revolving lantern. The annoying revolving lantern in the Jujutsu Kaisen. Luckily I arrived in time. Dust. Wild Rose wiped away the tears from her eyes and looked at Shaolu in disbelief. How did you get in? The door in front was still locked and there was no sign that the window was open. Could it be that he appeared out of thin air? Looking at the figure standing in front of me, although it is not that generous, I feel safe. No, how could this annoying guy know that I was thinking about Sister Sori? Could it be that he knows Sister Sori? At this time, several cursed spirits pounced on him at the same time. Shaolu focused his left eye, and as the Sharingan pattern rotated, it emitted a dazzling red light. The space around a cursed spirit's head was twisted, and the entire head was directly broken by an irresistible force. Like a bursting watermelon, blood splattered all over the ground. Thump, the headless body fell down. Wild Rose, her beautiful eyes widened. What kind of spell is this? Kill instantly. What happened just now? The cursed spirit's head was separated in the blink of an eye. Open the door, open. To deal with these cursed spirits, there is no need to open the shoe gate. Shaolu snatched the hammer from Nobara Kugasaki's hand and charged into the group of cursed spirits with a sly grin. Hey, my hammer is wrong. Be careful of the danger. There are 5 cursed spirits on the opposite side. Will he be okay if he just rushes in like this? Even more impulsive than myself. Kugasaki Nobara, who was a little worried at first, stopped talking the next second. I saw a layer of blood-colored curse power attached to the surface of the hammer. Shaolu's body moved swiftly and swiftly, the wind from her hammer whistled, and she easily solved the cursed spirits that had forced her into a desperate situation like killing a chicken. Wow, so awesome. His physical skills are far superior to mine. I didn't expect that my hammer could be used like this. Is it so powerful? Kill one cursed spirit with one hammer. No, just now Shaolu seemed to have killed 2 with one hammer. Soon, as the last cursed spirit's head exploded, the room fell into deathly silence. Shaolu took out 2 tissues and considerately wiped the blood off the surface of the hammer. I give it back to you. It's quite convenient. Nobara Kugasaki took her hammer in a daze. You are really just a freshman. Is this really just a novice? She wouldn't believe it even if you beat her to death. With the ability he just showed, it would be enough for him to be a teacher, right? Could it be that Shaolu likes to play the role of a pig and eat the tiger? Inside the room, Kugasaki Nobara held her chin and circled around Shaolu, looking at her carefully. Shaolu was speechless and took out his student ID card from his pocket. Yes, look carefully, this is a first-year student at the Spell Art Academy, a 4th-level sorcerer, a genuine one. He leaned over and looked at the Wild Rose for a long time before he was sure that Shaolu had not lied to him. But after confirming his identity, it became even more exaggerated. What a monster. He is only a 4th-level sorcerer, but he can easily kill so many 2nd-level cursed spirits. Really, it's too strong. HMPH. She suddenly put her hands on her hips and frowned, pushing Shaolu into a corner and looking at him closely. Tell me. How did you know about Sister Sori? She has never mentioned Sister Sori to anyone, and Sister Sori doesn't have any male friends. The 2 faces were only 20 centimeters apart. The breath of both parties hit each other's faces, feeling a little itchy. Damn, I just came here a few days ago and was pushed against the wall by Wild Rose. But fortunately, he has 10,000 excuses and brags without thinking. Shaolu raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to his eyes. I can see your past and future. Is this true? Kugasaki Nobara fixed her gaze on Shaolu's scarlet pupils. For a moment, I felt my heart pounding, and feelings of fear, foreboding, and grief surged into my heart. She covered her chest and took several steps back. Ha ha ha. Nobara Kugasaki was sweating profusely and had difficulty breathing. Just looking at each other for a second made her feel as if she was falling into an endless abyss. What scary eyes, as if there is a devil hidden inside. Are you telling the truth? Then, what about my future? Having said this, she bit her red lips. From the moment she decided to become a sorcerer, she never thought about having a good ending. I just don't know if I can meet Sister Sori. Shaolu knew that the opportunity to poach people had come. Just now, he actually used a little bit of illusion. That's right, during these few days, he gradually mastered the unique illusion of the Sharingan. Although it's not as perverted as Itachi's Tsukuyomi, it's good enough. Moreover, Shaolu believed that this pair of Sharingan still had many functions waiting to be developed. He walked forward slowly. Your future is not going well. Your beloved Sister Sori is not here. That's enough. Nobara Kugasaki covered her ears tightly, not wanting to listen anymore. Shaolu could know Sister Sori out of thin air. It seems that his eyes really have the ability to predict the future. But she didn't dare to listen anymore. In fact, he did not lie. The endings of the sorcerers in Jujutsu Kaisen were not very good, and Nobara Kugasaki was no exception. She was unable to meet Sori in the end. Looking at Wild Rose's changing expression, Shaolu said, I can predict the future, so I can also change my fate, but... This time, it was Shaolu's turn to force her into a corner. Seeing Shaolu staring at her with ill intentions, Kugasaki Nobara blushed rarely. What do you want to do? I will not give in for an illusory future. Shaolu's mouth twitched. Is he that kind of person? Shaolu lifted her chin. Join Akatsuki and I will change your fate. Akatsuki. Nobara Kugasaki was puzzled. She had never heard of it. Quote, the so-called Shao also means dawn. It is a great and righteous organization that fights against cursed spirits, protects the people, and maintains world peace with selfless dedication. Shaolu put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said passionately. ... After a round of Kua, Yi Chengwei stared at Shaolu in surprise. Really, is he as righteous and selfless as he says? How? You know, the price of changing one's fate is very high. I might even go blind. And you don't have to do anything. The system only asked for people to join Shao, and there were no other requirements. But at the very least, members of Akatsuki must join willingly, otherwise it will definitely not count. This is also the reason why he did not use illusion directly to control her mind. Wild Rose fell into deep thought. Does this count as a betrayal of the school of Jutsu? Probably not, right? After all, Shaolu just said that she didn't need to leave the school, but had to obey the orders of the Akatsuki organization first. This annoying guy, isn't he afraid of going to school and telling tales? But, when I think about my unsatisfactory future, and not being able to meet Sister Sori. Damn it, he actually got me. Still a tight grip, Shaolu smiled and held out her hand. Welcome to join us, Shao. Your future will be bright. A few seconds later, snap. Wild Rose's palm slapped Shaolu's palm. Since then, Akatsuki has one more person. The mission to establish the Akatsuki organization has finally taken a big step forward. The eternal kaleidoscope seemed to be waving to him. Wild Rose. How many people are there in that Akatsuki organization? Shaolu awkwardly held up 2 fingers. For now, it's just you and me. Tisk, so you were a lone commander before this. I thought you were very powerful when I heard your name. Shaolu. There will be more and more in the future, and you will be a veteran. Bang. At this time, Itadori kicked open the iron door. Sorry to bother you. He gasped and immediately slammed the door shut. At this moment, the two realized that their postures towards each other were somewhat ambiguous. Before Wild Rose could kick him, Shaolu gracefully moved away to avoid the attack. After a long while, Itadori came in with an awkward smile. He. As expected of Shaolu, he can even be as tough as Wild Rose. Before Itadori could finish his words, he was kicked away by Kugasaki Nobara. Itadori touched his numb butt and stood up with difficulty. Let's go, the cursed spirits here should be cleared up. Kugasaki Nobara picked up the fainted child in her hands and prepared to leave. Leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As soon as Shaolu finished speaking, the whole building began to shake violently. No less than a major earthquake. Through the Sharingan, one can see that the cursed energy in the air is getting thicker and thicker, and is beginning to riot. Haha, special grade. He looked at Itadori and Changwei. Special grade is not something you can handle, take the child and jump out of the window immediately. Special. Itadori looked shocked. But what will you do if we leave? Let's go, don't hold him back. Kugasaki Nobara glanced deeply at Shaolu who had a calm expression. My future is in your hands, please don't die here. Itadori was even more confused. Wait, isn't this progress too fast? It's only been a short while, and even the future is being entrusted to us. Chapter 10. Hidden Special Grade Curse Spirit. Crash. Following Kugasaki Nobara, he climbed out the window. I'll give you the butcher's seat. Be careful. Itadori looked at him deeply and jumped down. The whole building began to shake violently. Spider-like cracks appeared on the walls, huge concrete boulders kept falling from overhead, and the entire room was falling apart. Shaolu looked down at his feet with a smile on his face, letting the gravel submerge him. The weakening of divine might is a passive state. At this moment, he is no longer in this space and is naturally not affected. At the same time, downstairs. What's going on? Fushiguro Megumi hurriedly stood up and looked at the 2 people falling out of the window. Where are the Shaolu people? Itadori looked up worriedly. He said there's a special grade cursed spirit hiding inside, let's run first. What? Special grade cursed spirit? Fushiguro Megumi looked horrified. What on earth was going on? Didn't Gojo Satoru say before that the situation here is just right for us to handle? But how to deal with this special grade cursed spirit? Boom. The entire building collapsed in an instant and turned into ruins. The 3 of them retreated quickly. Underground, a gigantic worm opened its mouth and swallowed the entire building. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for several people to breathe. The worm was nearly 100 meters long, with pale human faces growing on both sides of its head. Its back was also covered with countless tentacles. It looks a bit like hell swallowing a tentacle monster. Shaolu. The 3 shouted at the same time. Kugasaki Nobara, tightly grasping the hammer in her hand. Shaolu, don't die. I won't help you clean up the mess of the Akatsuki organization. Itadori, contact the school and ask the teacher to come and help. Fushiguro Megumi summoned 2 jade dogs to his side. Shaolu was indeed very strong, but now that he and the entire building had been swallowed up, it would probably be difficult for him to escape. This cursed spirit is of special grade. We have not yet seen the domain it has created. No, the cursed spirit's birthplace is right in its belly. In this case, Shaolu's safety might be in jeopardy. This is bad. By the time the teachers come to support us, I am afraid the opportunity will be lost. Just when everyone felt powerless, a vortex appeared out of nowhere on the tilted billboard, and Shaolu stepped firmly on it. Looking at the 3 people standing there in a daze, he said, "You should at least stay away from them. After all, this is a special grade cursed spirit." As his voice fell, the 3 of them turned their heads suddenly and looked. Oh my god, Shaolu, when did he run onto the billboard? The entire building was swallowed up. Stay away. Shaolu looked at the huge cursed spirit in front of him and sneered. Was it the one that launched the sneak attack on the first floor before? Why would a guy this big learn anything else but to be the 6th one and launch a sneak attack? Right now, it must be getting angry after seeing all its subordinates being killed. Kill it. The system's mission is accomplished. Don't be impulsive, Liu. To be safe, let's wait for the teachers to come. They should be here soon. Fushiguro Megumi analyzed calmly. Judging from the previous conversation with Sukuna, Shaolu's strength should be comparable to that of a first-level sorcerer. Logically speaking, a first-level sorcerer can contend with a special-level cursed spirit. But Shaolu is a freshman after all, and lacks experience. Without teacher Gojo Satoru present, the risk is still too great. Wait for Mei Mei, Nanami and the others to come, wouldn't it be nice to attack together? Shaolu's eyes darkened slightly when he heard these words. As expected of the usually calm Fushiguro Megumi, he actually chose to call for help immediately. But this is not a good thing for him. The system requires him to deal with this cursed spirit alone. If it's a group fight, then there won't be any reward. No, we have to kill this special cursed spirit before the teachers arrive. The first-level sorcerer is competing against the special-level cursed spirit, so it's a good opportunity to see what stage I'm at. Kugasaki Nobara was anxious. Idiot. Stop trying to be a hero. The huge body of the cursed spirit blew away the fences and cars on the ground, and no grass grew wherever it passed. Its target was Shaolu. As a special class, it could see that this human was the only threat to it. Kill him, and the rest will be lambs to be slaughtered. At the same time, its tail began to wriggle, and white silk instantly blocked the entire area. Larva continued to emerge from the ground and rushed towards Itadori and the other 2. Oh no, the whole area is blocked by cursed spirits. Fushiguro Megumi, with his hands in a seal, shouted, "Man Shong." A pink elephant fell from the sky. Bang! The ground shook violently, and this powerful blow killed many of the surrounding cursed larvae. To deal with such a large number of cursed spirits, the Manchu elephant with large-scale attacks is undoubtedly the best choice. Kugasaki Nobara's eyes were sharp, and she hammered the steel needle, piercing the row of larvae in front of her. Resonance. Following her loud shout, the hammer engraved with a pink love heart hit the straw doll in her left hand hard. When the larvae that were hit by the nails were instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Itadori, who has not yet learned the Black Flash, can only transform into a primitive man and fight the cursed larvae in hand-to-hand combat. Damn it, there's no way to kill all these larvae, let alone help Shaolu. You mustn't get into any trouble. The 3 of them looked up at Shaolu, who was standing still, feeling extremely worried. They could only hope that the teachers would come soon. Roar. The special-grade cursed spirit opened its mouth wide enough to swallow an entire building and rushed towards Shaolu, while countless tentacles from its back shot straight at it. Boom boom boom. The billboard was instantly crushed into powder by the overwhelming tentacles. The ground collapsed because it could not bear the huge body. Every attack of the special-grade cursed spirit can cause tremendous power. However, all the attacks went straight through Lu's body without causing any damage. Shaolu jumped up and came directly above the cursed spirit, using the butcher magic in his hand to draw a shocking scar on its body. Sizzle. The green blood spurted dozens of meters, like fruit juice bursting. Open the door. Red energy and blood surged throughout Shaolu's body, her long hair moved without wind, and the blood vessels on her forehead bulged. With his strength and speed greatly increased, he stepped directly on the back of the cursed spirit, swinging the knife-like cursed tool in his hand at high speed. The hand speed of single 20 is fully reflected at this moment. Shaolu cut off all the tentacles on the back of the cursed spirit like cutting fruit. Tentacles are something, get out of here. It must be said that among the special-grade cursed spirits, the larger ones are often easier to deal with. This cursed spirit must have devoured a lot of humans and has just entered the special-grade ranks. This is a lie, isn't it? Is Shaolu so brave? He actually stepped on the back of a special-grade cursed spirit and hacked at it. Also, isn't Shaolu's sword-swinging speed too fast? It's almost like an afterimage. I'm afraid that with just physical skills, he can squeeze into the ranks of first-class sorcerers. Is this his true strength? The 3 of them were dumbfounded at this moment. They were all first-year students, so why was there such a big gap? No, it's not that they are weak, but Shaolu is abnormally strong. Ah, unforgivable. The special-grade cursed spirit was completely enraged. Its tail stopped releasing larvae and after a while of changes, it condensed into a head. The heads at both ends drove the huge body and attacked Shaolu at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Attack from both sides. Shaolu, Be careful behind you. Fushiguro shouted a warning. Bang! The two ends collided fiercely, and the huge shock wave blew the three people to the ground like a tsunami. Shaolu, Kugasaki Nobara's pupils were bloodshot as she screamed. In their eyes, Shaolu did not avoid the pincer attack. This was almost a full-strength attack from a special-grade cursed spirit. Even thick steel would be crushed, let alone Shaolu's physical body. The special cursed spirit seemed to be unsatisfied and struck violently several times again. Squash it into meat patties and feed it to the dogs, hee hee hee. I'm sorry to disappoint you. A cold voice sounded in Zhou Ling's ears. Not dead yet, the human faces responsible for speaking on both sides of the cursed spirit's head asked in confusion. In the sky, a pitch-black crow was hovering, and no one noticed its presence. Chapter 11. The special cursed spirit is about to explode. At the same time, not far from the battle site of Shaolu, Aijichi drives a black car, performing a game of speed and passion. The car was going very fast, but the people in the car were extremely anxious. What a pity, I'm afraid it's more dangerous than safe. A mature and royal sister's voice broke the stiff atmosphere. Mei Mei was wrapped in a black windbreaker, which could not hide her graceful curves. She crossed her legs lazily, and her pale blue hair covered half of her pretty face. Just now, she saw the battle situation of Shaolu and others clearly through the crow's shared vision. You mean, all those little bastards in the first grade met with an accident? Nanami wiped her combat glasses, her anger barely concealed in her calm tone. Mei Mei slowly closed her eyes. The genius that Yaga mentioned has met with an accident, but the others may be able to catch up. Whether it was through Yaga Masamiki's oral narration or the vision shared by Crow just now, it was an eye-opener for her. The new guy named Shaolu is indeed incredibly talented. It's a pity to have such a handsome little brother. Aijichi, who was driving in front, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This time, Lord Yaga specifically instructed that Shaolu and others must be rescued. It can be seen that what Yaga Masamiki cares about most is the newcomer named Shaolu. But Mei Mei just said that Shaolu had met with an accident, and she didn't know whether the principal would be furious if he knew about it. How damned. How could two special-grade cursed spirits appear at the same time out of nowhere? If Gojo Satoru hadn't been sent away, how could Shaolu and the others have been in danger? What's the difference between letting freshmen fight against special-grade cursed spirits and sending them to their deaths? Mr. Aijichi, hurry up, so I can get the principal's money after saving them. Yes, Miss Mei Mei. Aijichi stepped on the accelerator, and the car turned into black lightning, running on the road. Just as Itadori and his companions were grieving, a figure appeared in front of them intact. This person is Shaolu. With his appearance, Itadori, Fushiguro Megumi, and Nobara Kugasaki, along with the special-grade cursed spirits, were all stunned. Itadori rubbed his eyes and said, am I seeing things right? Shaolu is actually fine. After such a violent collision, Shaolu was completely unharmed. Moreover, he had a smile on his face, a playful expression, and even his clothes were not damaged at all. It was as if the attack just now had no effect on him at all. Fushiguro Megumi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how he avoided the fatal blow, he was glad that he was okay. Nobara Kugasaki lowered her head and said nothing, her hair disheveled, her expression unrecognizable, but her trembling red lips revealed her uneasy mood at the moment. This damn BD, why does he always like to make people worry? Impossible, how come you're fine? The cursed spirit roared in disbelief. With his divine might, he certainly wouldn't receive any harm at all. Long before, with the observation ability of the Sharingan, he had anticipated the attack from behind. So, at that moment he stopped attacking. The characteristic of Shinwei's virtualization, as long as he doesn't attack, anything will pass through his body. On the contrary, if he attacks, his body will become solid. Once he is in the virtual state, even an all-round attack with no blind spots can do nothing to him. However, there is also a tough way to crack it, which is a saturation attack that lasts for 5 minutes. Although the kaleidoscope is powerful, it also has its limits. Under the continuous saturation attack, the maximum time he can maintain the virtual state is 5 minutes. If it exceeds 5 minutes, it will reach its limit. The cursed spirit who didn't believe in evil once again attacked Shaolu. Let's stop playing house here. During the process of becoming virtual just now, he had already discovered the weakness of this special-grade cursed spirit. Facing the bloody mouth, Shaolu focused his left eye, aiming at the middle of its body. The space twisted and vortex ripples appeared within the cursed spirit's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, a blood hole exploded. The huge body of the cursed spirit suddenly froze, and then twitched wildly. Shaolu's figure flashed, and he instantly came to the blood hole, pulled out his hand and dug it out. A caterpillar with a human face the size of a fist was tightly held in the hand. Shaolu's large hands were like an iron clamp, making it impossible to break free no matter how hard it struggled. Ahem! Let me go, sly sorcerer. The human-faced caterpillar was terrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did he find out that I was hiding here? Even if he had a guess, shouldn't he have gone for the head? Shaolu couldn't help laughing when looking at the fist-sized cursed spirit in front of him. He didn't expect that such a small thing was hidden under the huge appearance. Just like driving a mecha, the driver was forcibly pulled out and the huge body of the cursed spirit stopped moving. Shaolu kept increasing the strength in his hands, and the pale face turned red, with his eyeballs bulging as if they were about to explode. The moment it was caught by Shaolu, it was doomed to die. No, let me go. I was once a human being, with old parents and children. I was forcibly transformed into this. I will never eat humans again. Spare my life. That human face burst into tears and actually started begging for mercy. Shaolu was puzzled. Can all top-level cursed spirits speak so fluently? They can even play the emotional card. Haha, I'm a little moved by what you said, but how can I get the reward if I don't kill you? Use your right hand suddenly. Crack. First there was the sound of a bone breaking, and then the entire head was instantly crushed. Shaolu threw the headless corpse away, and the huge cursed spirit shell under his feet expanded rapidly like a balloon. He warned the three people below, FK. This thing is going to explode, stay away. Oh. Itadori and the others looked dazed, and retreated sluggishly. They hadn't come to their senses yet, and Shaolu had just solved the special cursed spirit. How did he know that the real body of the cursed spirit was hidden in the body? Suddenly, someone tapped Fushiguro Megumi on the shoulder. Teacher Nanami, Teacher Mei Mei, you are here. Itadori and Changwei also looked curiously at the man and woman behind them. Nanami Kento said calmly, well, although I hate working overtime, my students are in trouble, but as a teacher I have to have some sense of responsibility. Mei Mei held a giant axe in her hand and took enchanting steps, twisting her hips exaggeratedly while walking. With every step, the light blue braid in front of her face would swing like a swing. Da. The high heels made an elegant and crisp sound when hitting the ground. Nanami, why are you still standing there? Go get the principal's money after the fight. Nanami held her forehead with her hand. Was she doing this to save the students or for the money? You stay here. If Shaolu's body is still intact, I will bring it back. After hearing this, Itadori and the other two all looked puzzled. Shaolu's body. Did the teachers misunderstand something? Itadori quickly explained, that, Shaolu seems to be fine, and you guys better not go over there for now, the cursed spirit is about to explode. Fushiguro Megumi and Kugasaki Nobara also nodded in unison and pointed at the cursed spirit that was growing larger and larger. Mei Mei and Nanami Hai stopped at the same time and looked at the huge cursed spirit in front of them. You mean, smart Mei Mei quickly guessed a possibility, and she prepared to share the view with the crows in the sky again. However, the body of the cursed spirit has now expanded to an extreme size. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by a torrential downpour of blood that drowned everyone. Several people quickly cast spells to form a barrier. Chapter 12. Single kill special price cursed spirit. The teachers and principals are shocked. The two teachers gasped and stood there like statues. The special grade cursed spirit was killed. Combined with what Itadori just said, the two teachers looked at each other in shock. This means that Shaolu not only did not die, but also killed this special grade cursed spirit. Although I heard from Yaga Masamiki that Shaolu is a very good newcomer, I never expected her to be this amazing. Special grade cursed spirits, even as first grade sorcerers, they were not completely sure they could kill them. Mei Mei's eyes flickered. What an amazing baptism of blood and rain. Just now, her crow was unfortunately killed in the explosion, but at the last moment, she saw a pair of scarlet and sad eyes. But it was only the two eyes, and the scarlet gear pattern that was magnified countless times and slowly rotated. What kind of eyes are those? They can actually detect the crows she summoned. After the explosion, a vortex appeared behind Itadori, and Shaolu came behind him silently without a single stain of blood on his body. I'll give you your Slayer demon back. Shaolu's calm voice sounded behind him. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Itadori was even more frightened. Wow, Shaolu, why do you appear and disappear so often? Itadori took the butcher demon, touched his frightened little heart, and complained. In addition, the others looked at Shaolu, as if they wanted to see him thoroughly from the outside in. He felt uncomfortable with everyone's stares. Shaolu waved. Hello, teachers. Mei Mei took back the huge axe on her shoulder, moved it in front of her, and looked at Shaolu. The corners of her mouth curved slightly as she looked at him with interest. This is the first time my detective skills have been wrong. This kid's pupils have turned black again. He actually gave me a warning just now, interesting. How many secrets does he hide? Shaolu leaned back. He had just noticed the crows in the sky and subconsciously glared at them. He didn't expect it was Mei Mei's. Looking at her blue braid that covered half of her face, Shaolu had the urge to lift it up. I wonder what Mei Mei looks like with twin ponytails. Nanami calmed down and said, okay, Mei Mei teacher, be careful, he is still a student. After saying that, he looked at Lu deeply again. His breath was steady, and his total amount of cursed energy was not comparable to Gojo Satoru and Okatsuyu, but this was exactly what shocked him. In other words, he did not spend too much effort in the battle with this special grade cursed spirit. Moreover, through the tactical vision, it can be clearly seen that Shaolu has no wounds on his body, not even a drop of blood. If it were me, could I achieve the same level as him? Nanami Hai shook her head and immediately denied it. She didn't need to dwell on it. Everyone's spells and fighting styles were different. There was no need to worry about whether her clothes were stained with blood or not. But when I think that the other party is just a new student, I still can't calm down. It is true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Before, there was Gojo Satoru who suddenly appeared, and now there is another freak Shaolu who killed a special grade cursed spirit just a few days after entering school. What a monster. Nanami Hai patted Shaolu on the shoulder and said, you did a good job. Not only did you protect your teammates, but you also eliminated the special grade cursed spirit. If possible, ask Mei Mei to assess you next time. You are more than capable enough. Mei Mei tilted her head and blinked her beautiful eyes. If you pay the right amount, you can pass. Nanami was speechless. Hey, pay attention to the situation. There are so many people watching. Shaolu nodded and said he would consider it. Sure enough, it's still Mei Mei who always talks about money. In that case, can I just use money to recruit her into Akatsuki? Shaolu immediately denied it, thinking it was not realistic and she didn't have any coins on her. Ijichi came hurriedly from a distance and waved to everyone. You can see the excitement on his face. Great. Shaolu is not dead. This way the principal won't be angry. I have to call the principal right away to tell him the good news. At the same time, in the Curse High School, the atmosphere in the principal's office was serious. Gojo Satoru, who had just returned and learned about the situation, leaned against the wall without saying a word, with an unusually serious expression. Two special grade monsters appeared almost at the same time, and they were so full of my eyes that it seemed as if they were planned. He had a rough estimate of Shaolu's strength, and even if he lacked combat experience, he could still protect himself. But what he was most worried about were the three Itadori. If the special grade cursed spirits attacked them, it would be difficult for Shaolu to save the three while protecting himself. I was negligent. Shaolu is just a student after all. Even a first-class teacher would not be able to take care of this situation. The worst-case scenario is that Sukuna in Itadori wakes up again, which would be a huge problem. In addition, there were several instructors sitting around the table, namely Shoko and Utahime, and the principal was out answering a phone call. Shoko has short brown hair, light smoky makeup, and a pure white medical gown that highlights her slender and perfect figure. She blew out a puff of smoke and said softly, "Don't blame yourself." No one could have predicted that two special grades would appear at the same time. Utahime, who was wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, consoled him. The principal just went out to answer a phone call. Maybe it's good news, and Mei Mei and Nanami are also on their way to rescue us. As soon as the words fell, bang, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yaga Masamiki pushed the door open with a laugh. The gloom on his face disappeared, replaced by joy. Good news, Nanami Hai and his friends have met Shaolu and his friends, they are all very happy. When Yaga Masamiki said this, several people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gojo Satoru shrugged slightly, with a smile on his face. Besides, Nanami Hai and the others didn't even get involved. Shaolu killed the special grade cursed spirit all by himself. At this point, Yaga Masamiki raised his chin proudly, as if he had done it himself. What? Shoko and Utahime straightened their bodies, showing shock. That freshman Shaolu killed a special grade cursed spirit all by himself. The corner of Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up even more. You are worthy of being my favorite student. Is this true? This is too exaggerated. Hashido, principal, didn't you say Shaolu was the new student that Gojo Satoru just brought back? A 4th level sorcerer exercising a special level cursed spirit. The two women looked at Yaga Masamiki in disbelief. You may not know this yet, but you can't treat Shaolu as a newcomer. At this point, he pointed to the black eye socket that had not yet completely disappeared. See, this wound on my face was caused by Shaolu. Yaga Masamiki raised his face proudly, his tone full of pride. This time, Shoko and Utahime were even more shocked. Especially Shoko, the cigarette in the corner of his mouth almost fell off. Did they really hear it right? Shaolu beat up the principal. Chapter 13 The Mastermind. No wonder Yaga Masamiki has black and swollen eyes these days. It turns out that he was beaten up by someone. But out of consideration for the principal's face, neither the teachers nor the students dared to ask. After all, they are not the fearless Gojo Satoru. But this freshman named Shaolu is really surprising. Yaga Masamiki's strength is obvious to all, especially the curses he created, which are very powerful. However, even under such circumstances, Shaolu still beat him up. It's only been a few days, and he has killed another special grade cursed spirit. Isn't this too fierce? They are becoming more and more interested in the new student. Gojo Satoru suddenly spoke up. Yaga Laodeng, why don't you promote Shaolu to a teacher? He is more than capable enough to handle special grade cursed spirits on his own. Shoko. I agree. Utahime. Me too. In recent years, cursed spirits have appeared more and more frequently and are more difficult to deal with. The danger level of a sorcerer's mission is getting higher and higher. Sometimes a second-level sorcerer has to face special-level cursed spirits. The mortality rate is too high. But there is no other way, the gap between the number of sorcerers and cursed spirits is too big. As teachers, they not only have to perform the task of exorcising cursed spirits, but also have to take time to lead and teach students. It's even more tiring than the donkey in the production team. If it weren't for the special physique of a sorcerer, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Yaga Masamiki glared at Gojo Satoru and thought in his heart, this kid Shaolu is really beyond my expectations, his strength is definitely enough. As for whether the students can be convinced, at worst, they can be convinced by beating them like they taught themselves a lesson. A sorcerer doesn't need so many twists and turns. The biggest obstacle is the top management. Not to mention that Shaolu was promoted directly from a 4th-level sorcerer to a teacher. Shaolu's identity alone is a big problem. Yaga Masamiki looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, last time, I asked you to investigate Shaolu's identity but still got no results. Shoko looked helpless. Don't mention it, there is no information at all, it's as if this person appeared out of thin air. In the past few days, she and Utahime worked overtime and used all the means they could, but there was no clue about Shaolu's identity. As a result, all she could think about when she went to sleep these days was Shaolu, Shaolu. Yaga pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I will promote him to a teacher in my personal name, and his salary will be the same as yours. At this point, he paused and glanced at Gojo Satoru, but for absolute safety, how about letting Mei Mei use crows to spy on him? This was something he had to do. As the principal, he had to make every possible consideration. First, Shaolu's identity is unknown, even her parents can't find it. Second, Shaolu's strength. A student who was no less powerful than Mei Mei and Nanami Hai suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and his specific strength is still unknown. If there is a slight possibility that Shaolu has ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. So, let him be the villain. At worst, he can personally make amends to Shaolu. The two women pretended to be busy, as if they didn't hear what he said, while Gojo Satoru's face gloomed. He was not a fool. When he first met Shaolu, he sensed the mystery of this person. But Six Eyes would never be wrong. Shaolu had no hostility towards them, and could even sense some kindness. That's why he didn't bother to worry about Shaolu's identity. However, he was the only one who knew Shaolu's situation, so it was normal for Yaga to have some guesses, but it was too unfair to Shaolu. You want him to share the pressure of being a teacher, but also secretly monitor him from behind. No matter who it is, they would feel unhappy. Is status really that important? Why do we have to care about those old men in high places? The atmosphere in the room became solemn again. I remain opposed to this matter, but it's up to you to do whatever you want. There is only one Shaolu, so you should take care of yourself. After saying this, Gojo Satoru left. Shoko couldn't stand this atmosphere, so she dragged Utahime away and said, Principal, Utahime and I will continue our investigation. Bang, the door closed and the room fell into silence. Only Yaga was left in the darkness, standing still like a statue. He turned his phone to the dial page but did nothing. Ever since the Geto Suguru incident, the college and even the upper echelons have been extremely cautious. That incident was not only painful for Gojo Satoru, but also for Yaga Masamiki. Don't take any chances. Finally, he dialed a number. A mature female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, even though I didn't contribute much, you still have to pay me back. Use your crow to quietly follow Shaolu, and I will give you double the money afterwards. Pay attention. Meanwhile, in Roppongi, night has fallen. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system mall has been opened. Please check it out. Since the host just killed a special grade cursed spirit and 5 second grade cursed spirits, reward points, 11,000 points. Shaolu's eyes lit up. Could it be that he could get points by killing cursed spirits? How to determine how many points are earned? Kill the cursed spirits and curse masters to get points. The higher the level of the cursed spirits or curse masters, the more points you get. Note: for members of Akatsuki organization, after killing the cursed spirit, the host can obtain half of the points reward. I see. There is an endless supply of cursed spirits in this world, so it is quite convenient to earn points. Moreover, members of the Akatsuki organization can also provide half of the points for themselves. It seems that we need to dig deeper and it would be best if we could set up an intelligence organization. Mei Mei, a sorcerer with a reconnaissance skill, is the best choice. The assistant supervisor in the Sorcery Academy can also provide many locations where the cursed spirits are. However, there is currently no good way to invite them to join, so we should improve our strength as soon as possible. If you could be as strong as Sukuna and Gojo Satoru, you wouldn't have to worry so much. Shaolu followed behind the group, and Itadori kept bragging about his heroic deeds to the teachers. I almost made myself into a god. Open the system store, there are 6 items inside. The Fire Cloud Robe of the Akatsuki organization. Price: 300 points. Made of special materials, can provide a certain degree of protection, and comes with an automatic cleaning function. Uchiha Madara's treasured ninjutsu scroll. Price: 100,000 points. The same round fan as Madara-sama. Price: 10,000 points, superior to the existence of the special cursed tool. The same Magatama Rinnegan mask as Obito. Price: 1,000 points. After wearing it, pupil power can be slowly restored. Spell High Precision Sniper. Price: 50,000 points. My lord, times have changed. Premium Cursed Tool, Ichiraku Ramen. Price: 10 points. Recognition from Naruto. Note: after each item is purchased, new items will be randomly added to the shelves. You can also spend 1,000 points to refresh actively. Of these 6 items, the one that most attracted him was Madara-sama's ninjutsu scroll. Uchiha Madara, he is the top powerhouse in Naruto. The ninjutsu that he treasured must be very powerful. Maybe there will be S level or even forbidden jutsu. Although Shaolu possesses the Mangekyo and the 8 Gates ninjutsu, and has considerable combat power, he doesn't even know a single ninjutsu. Looks like I have to work hard to get points. After thinking for a while, Shaolu bought a round fan that could perform Uchiha Rebound and was indestructible. 3 sets of Akatsuki organization clothes were also purchased in preparation for future members. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Teacher Nanami is planning to take everyone out for a big dinner, are you coming? Kugasaki Nobara pushed his shoulder and asked, want to eat a big meal? Is Ichiraku ramen delicious? But how can you miss it if you can get it for free? Shaolu was about to agree. Suddenly, a faint light flashed from the surveillance camera beside the road, and Shaolu glanced over. I saw that there was a little bit of magic power on the surface of the surveillance camera, which showed that it had been carefully tampered with. His eyes darkened slightly. Can we make the surveillance difficult to detect by covering the surface with hidden magic power? Shaolu looked around and saw several figures standing on the balcony of a tall building 200 meters ahead, looking in the direction of Shaolu and others. Through the Sharingan, it can be seen that several people are faintly emitting weak fluctuations of cursed power. Dusk was falling, and even a sorcerer would have difficulty detecting it from such a distance. But all this did not escape Shaolu's eyes. Recalling the words of the cursed spirit before its death, "Don't kill me, I was also forcibly transformed by others." Shaolu sneered. This matter is indeed not as simple as it seems. Is it a curse master? The points seemed to be waving to him. Shaolu looked at everyone and said, "You guys go ahead. I'm a little tired, I'll take the unconscious child home." Chapter 14. Late night visit by the curse master. Wild Rose complained. "What? You were willing to reject such a good atmosphere. You really don't understand romance." Nanami, who was considerate, said calmly, "Shaolu was just fighting against the special grade curse spirit alone. It's normal for her to be tired. Let the great hero have a good rest." Shaolu gave him a look of gratitude. Itadori said carelessly, "Don't worry, I will pack delicious food for Shaolu. The price is that you have to teach me real kung fu." At this time, Mei Mei, who was answering the phone at the side, came over, first glanced at Liu with a smile, and then said, "Sorry, I need to go home and have a good sleep. I'm sorry I can't keep you company." After saying that, she left alone. After saying hello to everyone, Shaolu pretended to take a taxi back. 10 minutes later, the place was empty. Whoosh, a vortex appeared on the spot and the space vibrated slightly. On the rooftop, a man wearing a white mask, a fire cloud robe, and a round fan on his back appeared. In the hollow of the mask, two eyes that reflect the soul glow in the darkness. This person was Shaolu, who had just left in a taxi. He glanced at the old surveillance camera across the street. The location is very hidden, and coupled with the fact that the spell power can cover it, ordinary people and even sorcerers cannot detect it unless they pay attention. A cool breeze blew by, and the wide robe fluttered in the wind. The fire cloud robe purchased from the mall is of very good quality. It is not only comfortable to wear, but also weightless and has no impact on combat. The most important thing is that it has a self-cleaning function, no need to clean, which is very convenient for a lazy guy like him. Looking at the crows flying across the sky, Shaolu seemed to be lost in thought. In an empty room at Shaolu's feet, Mei Mei was sitting with her legs crossed and eating melon seeds. Under the dim light, her beautiful pair of legs in black stockings were shiny and glossy, her half-hanging black high-heeled shoes were swaying mischievously, and her jade feet wrapped in black stockings could be completely exposed at any time. With the crow's shared vision, she saw everything about the mysterious masked man who appeared out of nowhere on the roof. She opened her red lips slightly. "Haha, do you think you can hide it from me by changing your clothes, Shaolu? It seems that you still have a lot of secrets. I hope you don't do anything that will disappoint everyone." In the phone call just now, Yaga Masamiki stated his request. She was too lazy to care about such boring things. But, Yaga gave too much, and it just so happened that I had recently set my eyes on an expensive bag. So I took on this task. On the rooftop, Shaolu ignored the crows and headed towards the tall building. In the night, Shaolu blended into the darkness, as light as a swallow, shuttling between the buildings. Before that, inside the high-rise building, several curse masters gathered together, and the big screen in front of them was monitoring Shaolu and others. "Sir, it was that kid who killed the human-faced worm we worked so hard to cultivate. We are only one step away from success." A dark-skinned man with an afro gritted his teeth. "It can be fixed. Damn it, I clearly transferred Gojo Satoru away, but I didn't expect there would be another expert. That special grade cursed spirit was the one they had cultivated at great cost, and it had already devoured nearly 1,000 humans. As long as I devour these sorcerers, I can complete the transformation. By then he will close the net, and people will absorb the chi and blood in the belly of the face worm, thus entering the first level or even the special level. But who would have thought that the carefully planned strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain would be ruined by a young boy?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with huge muscular muscles and a hairdo that looked like it was on fire. When the members of the curse master standing nearby saw their boss getting angry, they all lowered their heads, fearing that his anger would be taken out on them. They turned their eyes to the surveillance screen. Shaolu slowly tilted his head and looked towards the camera with a sneer. Quote, question mark exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, the middle-aged boss's body shook violently, his pupils contracted violently, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground involuntarily. In the surveillance footage, it was already night, but the pair of terrifying scarlet eyes were accurately locked onto the direction of the surveillance. The gorgeous blood-colored pattern slowly rotated, and one could even see a sarcastic smile in those eyes, with no intention of disguising it. As if to say, "I have found you." All the curse masters present were breathing heavily, and cold sweats were pouring down their backs. In the secret room, there was silence, except for the heavy breathing of the crowd. The middle-aged man only managed to recover thanks to his many years of experience and strong psychological quality. What kind of eyes are those? This scene reminded them of the man who was known as the strongest in the world of curse arts, Gojo Satoru. When Gojo Satoru was a child, they also thought about assassinating him, but they were also scared into giving up after seeing the surveillance. But this time, it was far more terrifying than the pair of 6 eyes. He had a feeling that if he continued to look into those eyes, he might lose his mind. Where did the boy in the surveillance video come from? Why has the world of sorcery never heard of such a powerful person? Investigate this man's background carefully. Turn his abilities into intelligence. If you dare to ruin his good deeds, you must die. As long as we have the intelligence on the enemy and target them, we may be able to kill them. After all, not everyone is as perverted as Gojo Satoru, and it is impossible for anyone to be as good as Gojo Satoru in the world of curse arts. Yes, boss. Several men in black responded and walked out the door. Suddenly, bang, the reinforced iron door was kicked open. The black-clad brothers were also knocked back and knocked over the tables and chairs in the room. Shaolu crossed his arms and said, "Oh, there are quite a few people here. It seems that this trip was worthwhile." At a glance, there were roughly dozens of people, and they all had the aura of cursed power. "Who are you, and how did you get in?" Faced with the sudden intruder, everyone looked at the mysterious man wearing a white mask with vigilance. On the surface, this building is an insurance company, but in reality it is their base for breeding artificial cursed spirits. Each floor is strictly guarded by guards, and has 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. Even if it was Gojo Satoru, there was no way he could break in quietly. "Is there a ghost inside the organization? You forgot me so quickly." After he finished speaking, red light flashed at the eye sockets under the mask. At this point, everyone's breathing held. Boss, it's him." Even with a mask on, the iconic scarlet pupils can make them recognizable at a glance. It was as if I was being stared at by an evil spirit from hell, and a chill ran down my spine. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Shut up. Don't I know that?" He looked at Shaolu. "Your Excellency, why are you visiting so late at night?" After saying this, he glanced at his men, signaling them to quickly call for help. Shaolu couldn't help but find all this funny, but he didn't stop it. "Come on, it will be easier if we kill them all at once. I don't want to beat around the bush with you guys. Is that special grade cursed spirit related to you guys?" As soon as Shaolu finished speaking, the alarm sounded in the entire building. From the large screen surveillance in front, we can see that many men in black are rushing towards this side quickly. Obviously, these people are all curse masters, but in Shaolu's eyes, they are all points. Chapter 15 Shinwei twists his head and shocks Mei Mei. "Haha, you are so sure, you don't have any spare energy. Are you so confident that you can walk out of this building?" As the middle-aged man with fiery hair finished speaking, boom, the curse power surged, instantly lighting up the dim room. More than a dozen men in black released their cursed powers without leaving any room for mana, and the colors of the cursed powers were different. There were 2 big men who tore off their shirts, revealing their exaggerated muscles, and holding dagger-like cursed tools in their hands. The middle-aged man sneered. "Even if you are a first-level sorcerer, so what? This is his territory. Not only is the space limited, but..." He glanced slightly toward the rooftop of the building opposite. A sniper wearing night clothes and holding a silenced sniper rifle is already in position, and the gun is loaded with armor-piercing bullets. Later, in the chaos of the battle, I can find the right time to shoot him in the head. Even a first-level sorcerer will die if he is not prepared. How could he climb up step by step over the years and become the boss of the curse master without some special means? Surely, a first-level sorcerer's body can cultivate a more powerful curse spirit, right? Go, cut him into 8 pieces. Following his order, more than 10 curse masters launched an attack at the same time. For a moment, the condensed cursed power attack overwhelmed Shaolu. Under the white mask, Shaolu's mouth corners were slightly curved. She did not dodge and allowed them to attack. Boom boom boom. A dazzling flame burst out from the top floor of the building. The smoke and dust cleared, the walls collapsed, and the ground was full of potholes, but Shaolu was unharmed. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. So many attacks were launched at him at the same time, yet they didn't cause any damage at all. Even if it's a special grade, it's impossible that there's no impact at all, right? Only the curse master boss behind him realized the horror. I didn't expect that there is such a spell in this world that can allow all attacks to pass through itself. But it doesn't matter, the sniper is already in place, he can't stay like this forever. Whoosh, 2 burly men holding cursed tools flashed and came to both sides of Shaolu. 2 cold rays flashed almost at the same time. However, such speed was not enough for the Sharingan to detect. Shaolu pulled out the round fan behind him and swept it across like a sharp sword. Clang, the 2 cursed tools fell to the ground, and the 2 big men were cut in half. Blood splattered on the walls on both sides, staining them bright red. Shaolu put the 2 cursed tools into the Shinwei space. Although they didn't look high level, they were cursed tools after all, so he would rather use them. It just so happened that the dormitory was short of a fruit knife. Seeing his capable subordinate who had followed him for many years being cut in half, the curse master was completely furious. Behind Shaolu, there were already many curse masters who came to support him. "Give me, kill." This roar echoed throughout the entire building. At once, hundreds of curse masters rushed towards Shaolu from both sides. "Look, I'm in a hurry." Shaolu retreated to the window and reached out to stroke the crow perched on the windowsill. Under the mask, his deep eyes swept over the crowd. "Haha, you want to use human wave tactics to besiege me? Then let you experience what despair is. The Sharingan turned and stared at the crowd. Let's sink into the world of illusion. Those who surrounded him were all low-level curse masters, and anyone who made eye contact with Shaolu was instantly under the spell. There is no possibility of struggle. Among the crowd of curse masters, half of them had blank eyes and dull expressions, like puppets being manipulated by others. Before I even touched Shaolu, I could hear screams of pain. PK, white knife in, red knife out. Ah, you. There was a sharp pain behind him. His heart, kidneys, and even his anus were ruthlessly stabbed by his former trusted teammate. Damn it. The curse master was furious and shouted, "Don't look into his eyes." However, it was too late. A whistling sound came from my ears. He dodged quickly. Boom. The huge axe was embedded in the wall. If I hadn't dodged in time, my head would have been chopped off. The person who did it was the assistant in charge of researching artificial cursed spirits, but at this moment he was obviously controlled by an illusion. I'm sorry, brother. He gathered his curse power into a sharp blade in his hand and killed the opponent with tears. However, his subordinates did not have such good luck and strength. They were all the people who had followed him all the way, escaping the sorcerer's crackdown and the police's siege, but they could not escape the blades of their companions. Although he was very angry at the moment, he was more afraid. Who is this mysterious masked man? Just with a glare, he was able to control so many of his men to kill each other. It's simply too outrageous. Even Six Eyes can't do this, right? Even if I go forward now, I will never be his match. Now I can only place my hope on the sniper. The other party would never have thought that I had planned this. Soon, under Shaolu's illusion, all the curse masters died. The corridor was flooded with blood. Some were on the ground, in the walls, and some had their heads stuck straight into the ceiling. The ways of death were different. Most of these people were killed by their own people, and the corpses with their heads stuck in the ceiling were hit by him with a round fan. The feel is pretty good. Shaolu's eyes were grim. You are the only one left, a commander without troops. He flashed and instantly pinned the curse master boss against the wall. I just heard at the door that you are cultivating artificial cursed spirits. Where is the laboratory? Don't force me to use illusion. The voice of indifference fell into my ears, like the whisper of a devil. I've used my Sharingan quite frequently today and it's already hurting a little. Even if the white mask can slowly restore the pupil power, it is really very slow. The curse master's face was ferocious, but he forced out a grim smile. Ahem, haha, you won't have the chance to know. Right now is the perfect opportunity for a sniper attack. I believe the gun will go off and the head will explode soon. All you have to do is to attract his attention. Shaolu, really, your sniper must be tired of lying down, right? As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's pupils became as thin as needles. How is it possible? How could he find out? He actually knew about the last straw. Under the other party's extremely horrified gaze, Shaolu slowly turned his head and looked at the tall building in the distance. Same time, in the tall building opposite, the sniper, who blended into the night, slowly pulled the trigger. Now is the perfect opportunity. Hee. Mei Mei gathered the spell power at her fingertips, and a crow appeared silently in her palm. Observing through crows, she witnessed a crushing battle. The terrifying anti-detection ability and the illusion of forcibly controlling people's minds. Haha, what a scary guy. Even I was almost deceived by his harmless appearance. Just now, the moment Shaolu stepped back to the window and stroked the crow, she understood. It turned out that the reconnaissance that he was so proud of had been discovered long ago. Is it because you don't want to expose yourself? It's really frustrating. However, he was still too young, and he didn't even know how to fight back when he was caught. He didn't realize that the shot would have smashed the little brother's head. Hey, help him this time, and then ask him for protection money later. Call out. A crow rushed towards the sniper who was about to pull the trigger, and its speed was no less than that of a bullet. But the next moment, Mei Mei's eyes widened, and her red lips opened into an O shape, as if they could fit a big ham. Chapter 16 Shaolu vs Mei Mei. I saw a vortex flowing around the sniper's head and the space was distorted. Bang! The entire head was twisted off and fell into the divine power space. The headless corpse shook a few times and then fell down. The crows she released followed closely behind, but flew into nothing, seeming a bit redundant. Exploded. This familiar spatial fluctuation, was it caused by Shaolu? I hope Shaolu is not their enemy, otherwise it will be a big trouble. After a brief moment of daze, Mei Mei turned her gaze to Shaolu who was wearing a white mask in the opposite room. However, he saw that the other party was staring at him and even blinked meaningfully. She quickly looked away. Was I teased by a student? Mei Mei leapt up, landed gracefully, and shook her head with a smile. It seems that I was worrying too much. This guy had actually discovered the sniper a long time ago. Was he deliberately leaving the killing until the end to give his opponent endless despair? It's really unfathomable. She became more and more interested in Shaolu. For now, let's go and see where the artificial cursed spirits are cultivated in the basement. Through the crow's observation, she has discovered the basement. She had no intention of setting foot in such a dirty place, but apart from money, her responsibilities as a sorcerer could barely come second. After reporting the situation there to the school, I should be able to extort some money from Yaga. Shaolu pressed the head of the sorcerer boss against the window. I'm sorry, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. The curse master has given up struggling, and his heart is finally at peace. Just now, he witnessed everything with his own eyes. The mysterious masked man in front of him just glared at him, and the head of the top sniper he had arranged was cut into pieces. Is he a god? He couldn't hit the target even if he shot, but he was like a prophet, discovering the sniper's position early. It seemed as if everything was within his expectations. The most terrifying thing is that with just a glance, he broke his subordinate's head from a distance of 100 meters. Is this something only gods can do? It's over. This time I have hit the carbon alloy wall. All the hard work of his carefully trained subordinates was wasted. Everything is thanks to him. Thinking of this, the fear and confusion in my heart were replaced by anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Even if he died, he would still disgust him. Ha ha ha, want to know about the underground laboratory? You'd better come to hell to find me. After saying this, his cheek muscles bulged and he was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Illusion. As Shaolu's illusion was activated, the curse master's expression became dull, his pupils became unfocused, and even biting his tongue to commit suicide became a luxury. Don't be so anxious, dear. Where is the exact location of the underground breeding room? Shaolu asked, enduring the stinging pain in her eyes. On the 3rd floor below ground. Okay, you can die now. Good night, uncle. Snap. Shaolu broke his neck. This time, I killed so many curse masters and gained a lot of points. If it is true that there are still many half-finished cursed spirits being cultivated in the basement as this person said, then wouldn't it be possible to gain a lot of points? Should semi-finished products also be considered points? Meanwhile, in the basement, the dim green light barely illuminated the surroundings, and there were huge transparent containers on both sides. Many semi-finished cursed spirits were sleeping in the container, their lower bodies were soaked in green liquid, and there were many tubes connected to their backs. Some are half human, half insect, some have frog heads and human bodies, and some are made of a combination of many different creatures. The composition is extremely complex. Da da da, the stomping sound of high heels echoed in the enclosed space. Just listening to the sound makes one imagine a lot. Mei Mei carried the huge axe in one hand and walked leisurely. Behind her, dozens of experimenters in white coats were lying on the ground, with blood all over the ground. Could this be the purpose of Shaolu's trip? Through the battle just now, it has been ruled out that Shaolu was not a curse master. This is why she helped him just now, even though she didn't help. But she did not let down her guard against Shaolu. After all, his behavior was too strange. Why, pretend to leave them, and then come back? Besides, how did he know about what happened here? She didn't believe that he was just seeking revenge. Huh, what a troublesome guy. Wouldn't it be better for him to just be her good student? Why does he have to be so secretive? It's really a headache. She took out her cell phone and prepared to record the situation here. Leave the dirty work of dealing with these artificial cursed spirits to the counselors and supervisors. At this moment, the space ahead fluctuated. Mei Mei seemed to be thinking about something and immediately hid behind a stone pillar. Whoosh, a vortex appears and Shaolu appears. Mei Mei felt a little envious when seeing this scene. Apart from other things, space-related spells were really convenient for traveling. Has anyone been here? Looking at the dozen bodies lying on the ground, Shaolu murmured. But he couldn't find any clues for a while. After all, his Sharingan couldn't see through things. However, smelling the faint fragrance in the air, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The scent is very familiar, and I already have the answer in my heart. He was prepared for the fact that the Jujutsu High School might be suspicious of him. First of all, I came here through time travel, and my identity and background are unknown. The school should have tried to check my background, and the result is predictable. Secondly, possessing strength far exceeding that of freshmen, it was inevitable that one would be suspected, all of which Shaolu could understand. However, he had no intention of hiding his strength. At most, he would barely hide some cards in front of Sukuna and Naohua who had not yet appeared. After all, intelligence can play a key role in the Jujutsu Kaisen, and he doesn't want to be targeted. Therefore, before becoming invincible, Gojo Satoru has to help attract the target. The only thing I feel guilty about is that I recruited people into the Akatsuki organization. The sound of inhaling through the nose was heard, Mei Mei's face turned slightly red, and she thought to herself. Oh no, if I had known, I wouldn't have sprayed perfume before going out. This kid has a very sensitive nose. There is a high probability that it has been discovered. The laboratory was silent. The two of them kept a tacit understanding. Shaolu did not point out the hidden Mei Mei, and Mei Mei did not show up on her own initiative. He walked to the center and took a quick glance at all the man-made cursed spirits. This group of curse masters are truly beasts. I don't know how many people they have harmed in secret. He looked at the sleeping experiment subject in the container. It must be very painful to be neither human nor ghost, right? Everyone gets what they need. I help you get rid of your problems, and you just turn them into my points. That shouldn't be too much, right? Thinking about it, Shaolu took off the round fan behind him and was about to take action. Whoosh, a crow came from behind. Very fast, Shaolu glanced sideways, his eyes slightly fixed. Divine power. Bang. The crow fell 1 meter in front of him, and its headless body struggled twice on the ground before dying. He has now developed a habit of using the Shinwei headlock, with a 100% headshot rate within 10 meters. Shaolu said in a deep voice, "Come out." A graceful figure walked out slowly, and the huge axe in her hand fell to the ground, creating a dent. Shaolu raised his brows slightly. He knew something about the first-level sorcerer Mei Mei. The reason why she is ranked first is not because of her Shikigami, but because of her physical skills that are enough to fight against special-grade cursed spirits. Such a heavy axe is as light as cotton in her hand. Sorry, you can't mess around with the experimental subjects here. Mei Mei looked at Shaolu with a smile. You're pretending pretty well, and you even know how to use magic power to change your voice. But I can't hide this from myself. The eye holes on the mask emitted a scarlet and sad light, as if it was going to pull her into the abyss. What, are you going to use illusion on your teacher? Shaolu did not respond. He squinted his eyes through the mask, sizing up the other person, and pretended to be an expert without saying a word. Although Mei Mei's tone was frivolous and casual, her eyes were always on the ground, not daring to meet those strange eyes. Even she was not sure that she could resist his illusion. If she was deceived by the illusion, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Therefore, it is better not to treat it as such. Shaolu's voice became even rougher. I'm afraid you have recognized the wrong person. Please don't interfere with my work. You should also be able to see that these man-made cursed spirits have no chance of survival. Mei Mei subconsciously looked at Shaolu. No, the things here are also for me. Before she could finish her words. Sharingan. Illusion. Shaolu decisively grabbed the moment when Mei Mei looked at him and activated the illusion. After killing these cursed spirits, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mei Mei. Oh no, I was careless. Just a glance and I fell into the illusion. It's impossible to guard against it. Consciousness is about to break down. Mei Mei was frozen in place for an instant, sweat dripping down her fair forehead, her eyes rolled back, and she looked dazed, which made people imagine a lot. For some reason, Liu felt a sense of conquest when he saw Mei Mei like this. However, the speed of waving the round fan in his hand did not slow down at all. Chapter 17 Bribing with Money. Shaolu's goal was to knock her out directly, then put her into the Shinwei space, and then release her after the task was completed. Just as the fan in her hand was approaching the back of her neck, a sharp gust of wind came from the side of her head. Shaolu decisively gave up the attack, and the giant axe passed through Shaolu's body without any hindrance. The air is exhausted. After making this attack, Mei Mei suddenly retreated and kept some distance. She covered her aching forehead with one hand, her whole body was covered in sweat, and her chest was elastic and heaving up and down. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Mei Mei was breathing heavily, as if she had just survived drowning. Fortunately I managed to break free. He was such a scary guy. I almost fell into his hands. How embarrassing would it be if this got out? Shaolu was also a little surprised. How could she break free from his illusion so quickly? But on second thought, it's normal. He had some energy left for this illusion, and as he had overused his eyes today and had been fighting non-stop, his cursed energy was almost exhausted. Tick-tock, liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Salty and fishy. Oh shit. Shaolu quickly closed his eyes, and a few more drops of blood fell. It seems that I overused my eyes today, and from this point of view, launching illusions consumes the most energy from the Sharingan. We must fight quickly. He looked at Mei Mei and remained calm. You should be thankful that I didn't let you see the scene of collapse. Do you still want to stop me? Can you really bear this hellish illusion nightmare? Even if it's just an illusion. Mei Mei had already put away her casual attitude and looked at the ground with serious eyes. He was right. He had indeed shown mercy to his men just now, otherwise they would not have gone around behind him and tried to knock him out. And if Shaolu really wanted to kill me, she could just take advantage of me being trapped in the illusion and use space to twist her head off. Haha, it's still embarrassing that I was threatened by a freshman. But it seems that he really has no ill will towards the sorcerer. Seeing Mei Mei hesitate, Shaolu took out a black briefcase from the Shinwei space and threw it over. This is what he just picked up from the Curse Master, and it's full of money. Mei Mei took the bulging briefcase, opened it and looked, her beautiful eyes widened and she stood there in a daze. This, so much, I am being controlled, you seem to know me very well. She put away her weapon, gradually approached Shaolu and whispered, anything else? Shaolu's mouth twitched. You have to leave some for me, right? Oh, forget it. Mei Mei gave him a deep look. Give me an answer, or a position. I don't care about your identity. I can even help you avoid unnecessary troubles with Yaga. As for why Shaolu came back, and what use these man-made cursed spirits had, she no longer wanted to care. Besides, it seemed that I couldn't beat him, so I naturally had no right to ask these questions. Shaolu pondered. Everyone has their own aspirations. I can guarantee that I will not cause any harm to the teachers and students. Your concerns are completely unnecessary. At the same time, he thought silently, poaching shouldn't be considered as causing harm, right? Mei Mei looked at Shaolu for a long time through the mask, and suddenly smiled. In this way, I can take this money with peace of mind. Then she stretched out her slender hand, stroked Shaolu's mask, and dialed Yaga Masamiki's number. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, how is it? I didn't find any abnormal behavior. Shaolu was brave and helped 3 old ladies cross the road after sending the children. Moreover, at my invitation, he destroyed a Curse Master's base. Remember to pay more. After saying that, she also uploaded the photos she had taken previously, but of course she did not send out the photos of her in the underground laboratory. After doing all this, she raised her phone and shook it towards Shaolu, as if asking if she was satisfied with this. Shaolu was a little speechless. Can't you be more normal? They came out to help an old lady cross the road, and there were 3 of them. Thank you very much. Shaolu turned and looked at the transparent containers containing artificial cursed spirits on both sides. Divine power activated. Snap, snap, snap. The muffled sound of flesh passed through the container and spread throughout the laboratory. As Shaolu's eyes swept over them one by one, all the cursed spirits in the container had their necks twisted and were completely freed. Thanks. A head that barely maintained a human face rolled down, and tears of relief flowed out. Shaolu smiled and nodded. The people who reformed you have been killed, just go with peace of mind. At this moment, reminders of increasing points kept coming to his mind. Mei Mei stared blankly at Shaolu as he killed people one by one and cast a spell. Especially the last word, thank you, which made her heart tighten. If I were allowed to bring these artificial cursed spirits back, they would definitely be greeted by high-level living research. This may be the best outcome for them. Shaolu, is this all he wants? An inscrutable guy, call. Finally it was done. Shaolu prepared to use the power of God to go directly to the dormitory. Hey, wait, can you lead others with your ability? Mei Mei came over trotting with her long legs. She was exhausted from following this guy all the way, so she wanted to take a ride. Bring people. It seems that it is indeed possible to bring people. Shaolu said nothing and hugged her around the waist. The sudden movement made Mei Mei's delicate body tremble, but she did not resist. Hold on tight, this is my first time teleporting someone, so don't blame me if you lose any limbs. Mei Mei smiled and whispered in his ear, Tisk. I'm your teacher, don't let your imagination run wild. After saying that, the mature and plump body gently pressed against him. Jujutsu High School, girls' dormitory, teacher's residence. Whoosh, the space twisted, a vortex appeared, and 2 figures fell to the ground. It's really free to come and go, very convenient. Mei Mei sighed with some envy. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Shaolu with a scrutinizing look. You wouldn't accidentally teleport directly to the girls' dormitory, would you? Shaolu raised her eyebrows slightly. If she hadn't said it, she wouldn't have thought of it yet. But then again, is the mighty Shinwei used for such things? Bye-bye. After leaving a word, Shaolu disappeared. Back in the dormitory, Shaolu took off her mask and could see her bloodshot eyes through the mirror. Fortunately, apart from dryness and dull pain, there were no other effects and the vision was not affected. Judging from today's situation, Mei Mei is a mature woman and not as gullible as Nobara Kugasaki. So he did not invite her to join Akatsuki. After all, he could not see through her true thoughts. Then the next target is Maki, a woman who wants to prove herself all the time, so it should be easy to deal with her. The eternal kaleidoscope is the one that can solve the problem once and for all. He lay in bed and checked the score. After tonight's wave of gains, he really gained a lot. Hundreds of curse masters and those semi-finished artificial curse spirits added up to a total of 51,000 points for him. I want to buy Madara-sama's collection of ninjutsu scrolls, but I'm still halfway there. It's not too much, and it's not too little either. This time, with a bit of luck, he was able to directly destroy the lair of a group of curse masters. That's why he earned so many points. It is still in the early stages of the plot. There are not so many special level cursed spirits, and the 4 great natural disasters and the leaking pot have not appeared yet. After purchasing the mask and fan, the store refreshed with 2 new items. 24-hour double physical training card, price, 500 points, can automatically train even when sleeping. Tsunade's bra, price, 500 points, those who understand will understand. The system is getting more and more wrong. Tsunade's bra is here, that's it. If you have the guts, just put Princess Tsunade up there and sell it. In the end, Shaolu bought both. He put the bra into the Shinwei space without any other intention. Shaolu was just simply curious. Physical training is also very important to him. You have to know that the reason why Ye Kai can use the 8 gates to perform such an amazing effect is because his physical skills are extremely strong. If a person with average physical skills were to open the 8 gates, the power might not even be half of Kai's. Moreover, without a strong physique, the subsequent 6 gates cannot be opened. After activating the automatic training card, Shaolu fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 18 I'm on top of you, Maki. The next day, Principal Yaga convened a meeting of teachers and students based on Shaolu's performance the day before. Inside the hall, Yaga Masamiki is in front of the podium. The first and second year students of technical college all sat quietly below and listened. Shaolu was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it just killing a special grade cursed spirit? Was there any need to make such a big fuss? This old deng has the time to send people to investigate me and the energy to hold a meeting. It would be better to give him something practical. For example, giving out some bonuses or providing information about the whereabouts of cursed spirits. As Yaga Masamiki recounted what happened yesterday, the audience looked at Shaolu in the front row as if they were monsters. Itadori and the others are fine, after all, they saw it with their own eyes yesterday. But what they didn't expect was that Shaolu later followed teacher Mei Mei to destroy the Curse Master's lair. While they were enjoying a seafood feast, by comparison, Shaolu was almost becoming an idol in their hearts. The most shocked were the second-year students Maki and others. The panda looked at Shaolu with its big round eyes. My goodness, is this guy still human? First he beat up the principal, and then he killed the special grade curse spirit. Isn't this too fierce? This makes them look stupid as second graders. Maki was staring at Shaolu's back at this moment. Hunting down top-grade cursed spirits and destroying the lair of hundreds of curse masters, is he really that powerful? Both his spells and physical skills are impeccable. Born without any magical powers, she has never slacked off since the moment she entered school. But physical training is not something that can be done overnight. Perhaps I should put aside my self-righteous pride and ask Shaolu for advice. Having said that, she clenched her fists tightly and made up her mind. Maki, what's wrong with you? You look so distracted. Nobara Kugasaki, who was standing by, asked with concern. Last night, she chatted for a long time with the senior schoolmate who seemed cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Perhaps it was because they had similar personalities and ideas. The two of them quickly became familiar with each other, but why did she completely change today? She followed Maki's gaze. So it was because of Shaolu. Come to think of it, I am now his person. Pei, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Maki said cheekily, Kugisaki, can you help me make an appointment with Shaolu? I need his advice. Of course. Nobara Kugasaki nodded repeatedly. She still had a good impression of this senior. After the group was dismissed, he, who had an automatic training card, planned to go back to the dormitory and sleep with a mask on. After all, his eyes were still a little uncomfortable now, and the better the mask could recover. Shaolu, wait, a female voice full of energy came. Looking back, I saw Nobara Kugasaki jogging towards me, her short orange-red hair fluttering in the wind. A youthful and energetic atmosphere fills the air. He joked. Call me Shaolu. I'm your boss, just call me boss. You wish. But looking at Shaolu's harmless smile, her tone weakened. Senior Maki wants to see you for something, can you go? Maki looking for me. Shaolu's brain was working rapidly, and he guessed the possibility. Unexpectedly, things were much simpler than he thought. He hasn't gone to find Maki yet. The other party took the initiative to find him. You must seize this opportunity this time. Just call me boss and I'll go. You. Wild Rose frowned slightly, clenched her fists and stepped on foot, wanting to hit him. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. I couldn't beat him anyway, and I would be the one making a fool of myself. Boss. Her voice was very low, and after she finished speaking, she immediately looked away, looking unconvinced. That's right, members of the Akatsuki organization must be trained as early as possible. Just then, ding, trigger life choice. Task option 1. Maki is very confused now. In the competition later, crush her self-esteem until she cries. Reward. 1 level 1 cursed tool. Task option 2. Grade collector. Train the future tyrant and take off her stockings, and put her into the divine power space. Reward. 50% off coupon in the mall. Task option 2. Be a ruthless man and reject Maki's request for a competition. Reward. Increase sword drawing speed by 20%. System, something is really getting wrong. Although Shaolu, a gentleman, was very reluctant to choose the second option, the system offered him too much. Isn't a 50% discount coupon exactly what you need? Just in time to buy Madara-sama's collection of ninjutsu scrolls. It's just taking off the black stockings. As long as the reward is in place, I can just go for it. But given Maki's arrogant and proud personality, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Not too light, nor too heavy. Kugasaki Nobara blushed. Hey, why are you smiling so obscenely? It was embarrassing to ask her to call him boss in person, but this guy actually smiled so obscenely in front of her. You must be thinking about something weird, right? Did you finally succumb to my charm? Shaolu, lead the way. In a deserted grove of trees. After Kugasaki Nobara brought Shaolu to her destination, she left with a depressed look on her face. At the same time, she was a little confused. What was it that they had to talk about in the deserted woods? But she didn't care too much. After all, if she was Maki, she would definitely not do anything out of line. In front of me, a tall figure was leaning against a tree with his arms folded. This person is the future second-generation tyrant, Zenin Maki. Like the tyrant Fushiguro Shigeu, he was born with a body that is bound by heaven and curse. This type of physique is very special, using one's own curse spirit as a price to improve one's overall physical quality. However, because he has a twin sister, his physique is still not fully developed. Perhaps due to years of physical training, her legs wrapped in black stockings are slender yet resilient. The feminine beauty and the toughness of a warrior are perfectly reflected in that pretty face. Shaolu pretended not to know. Senior, is there something wrong? Tisk, I'm wearing marten boots and my stockings are hard to take off. It's really troublesome, but fortunately, it's not a one-piece stocking, otherwise the consequences of taking it off would be unimaginable. She walked over slowly and threw a cursed tool at Shaolu. Although you are my elder, you are stronger than me. Please teach me some physical skills, Shaolu. Shaolu nodded. I'm on it, Maki. Maki is serious. Come on, Shaolu. Wait a minute. Shaolu threw the cursed tool back. If it's a physical battle, then there's no need for the cursed tool. Just attack, senior. He wanted to irritate Maki little by little, and this time his goal was not just to get a 50% discount coupon. More importantly, pull her into the Akatsuki organization. The best way to deal with people like Maki is to severely defeat her, and then gently lend a helping hand to break her proud heart. I'm sorry, Maki, I had no choice but to do this for the sake of the eternal kaleidoscope. Promise, just this once. Maki was very angry at this moment. No need for cursed tool. Are you looking down on yourself? Could it be that he, like the pedantic Zen monks, looked down on me? HMPH. Then don't even use the cursed tool, just fight with your bare hands. Maki thrust the spear into the soil and attacked Shaolu with a cold snort. Whoosh. The long legs wrapped in black silk bring a strong wind. Chapter 19 Akatsuki member, Zen and Maki. In an uninhabited grove, the two figures moved quickly. Maki's attack was fierce, strong winds blew up, and dust and fallen leaves were blown up. Shaolu dodged while observing her moves. Zen and Maki's offensive methods are very clever. Her fists are like swords, her legs are like knives and axes. Even her elbow strikes are like sledgehammers. Every part of her body can be turned into a deadly weapon. It's hard to imagine that this is something a girl can do. It's really a huge pressure. Shaolu did not fight back for the time being, as he could learn a lot from the opponent's moves through the Sharingan. At this moment Maki was both ashamed and angry. This damn guy, why is he staring at her feet? What's so good about her feet? The most annoying thing is that the opponent easily dodged all of my attacks from beginning to end. As all you can do about it. Attack. Maki's anger level skyrocketed, and his attack became more and more fierce. Shaolu's mouth curled up. The time was ripe. Shuman, open. With a low shout from him, his robe fluttered without wind, his body became red like a shrimp due to congestion, and a faint heat came out from the top of his head. Shaolu said in a deep voice, "Then don't blame me for bullying a woman." Is this all his strength? It's really amazing. The strong breath hit Maki's face, and he took a step back involuntarily, but soon took 2 steps forward stubbornly. She gritted her teeth and took a fighting stance. Don't underestimate me, I'm not a weak woman. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Shaolu disappeared from sight. Suddenly, a whisper came from behind. How can we be distracted during a competition? Maki's pupils shrank sharply, and he spun around and kicked out in response. Bang! Shaolu held her long legs tightly in his hands and she couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard she struggled. Maki blushed slightly. Let go, let go, let go. Shaolu grabbed her legs and shook them hard, causing Maki to lose balance and fall to the ground. Ah, boom. I could hear the whistling of fists, the dirt beside my head exploded, and the ground cracked. If it were an enemy, your head would probably explode. Maki stared blankly at Shaolu's eyes full of teasing, and just when he tried to break free, he was pushed down again. Then, in her extremely shocked eyes, Shaolu hooked the black edge. The black silk was ruthlessly peeled off inch by inch from her thighs. The long, slender, white legs are completely exposed. Finally got it. Shaolu moved away and threw the girl's original stockings into the Shinwei space. He is a gentleman, how could he possibly smell it? But when there is no one around, it's hard to say. Pervert, big pervert, give him back to me now. Maki, who just realized what was happening, blushed and her beautiful eyes were full of intimidation. She felt a little uncomfortable after suddenly losing her stockings, and her feet were tense. I didn't expect that he would be such a person. No wonder he kept staring at his legs from beginning to end, was it just for this moment? But, what's the point of taking my own stockings? Maki was filled with shame and indignation, his expression changed, as if he had made some kind of decision. She quickly took off her other pair of black stockings and threw them to Shaolu with disgust. Since you like it, I'll give it all to you. But you have to spar with me. Holding the warm stockings in her hands, Shaolu looked at Maki in disbelief. Oh shit, things seem to be going in the wrong direction. The problem is, he's already done his job, so why would he need another pair? Gather a pair to summon a dragon. But before Liu could think about it, Maki came towards him again, swinging her long white legs, with fighting spirit burning in her eyes. Well, since I've taken advantage of her, I might as well have a good in-depth discussion with her. 10 minutes later, Shaolu panted and took deep breaths of fresh air. And under a big tree not far away from my feet, Maki maintained an ugly posture, with his head tilted, slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. Her hair was disheveled, her pretty face was full of stubbornness, and her eyes were full of resentment. Shaolu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Maki helplessly. He knew Maki was a proud and stubborn woman, but he never expected her to be this stubborn. Does a good fight have to go to this extent? He fell down again and again, and got up again and again. He knew it was impossible to defeat himself, but he still refused to admit defeat. Even he was exhausted. In the end, Shaolu deliberately did not dodge and took 2 punches from her on her face before she gave up. It seems that the pressure in her mind is much greater than she thought. Also, can you change your posture? If someone doesn't know, they might think I did something to her. Shaolu squatted down. Senior Maki, you must want to become stronger, right? But brute force alone won't do. Then, Shaolu opened his Sharingan. Do you want to be looked down upon by the Zenin family for the rest of your life? Will your sister and yourself return to the family in humiliation and become the lowest servants after your failure? Will you serve those pedantic old men? Shaolu's words were like a bolt from the blue. Maki, who had no strength left, suddenly yelled like crazy, I don't want to. Shaolu gently held her cheek, and her scarlet Sharingan turned and looked deeply into her eyes. So, Maki, do you want to become stronger? These words kept echoing in her mind like a ghost. At this moment, Maki no longer cared about the difference between men and women, and stared at Shaolu's eyes with extremely longing eyes. Seeing this, Shaolu was ashamed. Why did he feel more and more like a villain? The kind that does whatever it takes to achieve the goal. Then, Maki reacted immediately and pushed Shaolu away. How do you know about me? She kept these things in her heart and never told anyone. But Shaolu in front of him knew him very well. Even her sister knew him. Isn't he a freshman who has only been here for a few days? Shaolu still used the old routine, pointing the way and pointing to her own eyes. I can see your past. Then, Shaolu talked about her growing up experience and how she was disliked by her family. As well as her physical problems, even the changes in her relationship with her sister were roughly described. Maki stared at Shaolu blankly. Although he had thought he was very powerful before, he only realized his mystery at this moment. He knew his past clearly, like the maggots in his stomach. In addition, Shaolu's pair of mysterious scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Maki hung his head and said nothing, obviously believing what Shaolu said. I want to become stronger, but how can you help me? What do you want? Maki is not a fool, so he naturally doesn't believe in such things as pie falling from the sky. Maybe this is the other party's real purpose. Was his previous frivolous behavior of taking off his stockings a deliberate act? Shaolu stepped forward slowly and said with a smile. The request is very simple, join Akatsuki, and I will teach you the 8 gates ninjutsu just now. After saying this, he stepped aside, opened the door again and showed it to her. There was no rushing, but rather time to give Maki time to make a choice. However, after all this trouble, it should be stable. Chapter 20 Shaolu, you are so vulgar. 8 gates of ninjutsu, was that the physical skill he just performed? Through recollection, Maki could clearly feel that before Shaolu activated the 8 gates, he could still keep up with his speed. But when he'd emanated from his body, he was no longer able to fight back. But, what is the Shao he is talking about? She looked at Shaolu. What is Shao? Here it comes, he has been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Ahem, the so-called Akatsuki also stands for Dawn. It is a great and righteous organization that fights against cursed spirits, protects the people, and maintains world peace with selfless dedication. Shaolu put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and said passionately. Maki blinked, confused by this sudden scene. The tone and words were delivered in one go, and it was obvious that they were prepared in advance. Are you sure it's not a pyramid scheme? Besides, Shaolu doesn't seem to be a high-ranking person. Then, Shaolu continued to introduce the benefits of joining the Akatsuki organization and how easy it was. How is it? This is my ancestral martial arts method, which has never been passed on to others. Besides, as long as you join, I can be your sparring partner at any time. I'm sure seniors Panda and Goiwan are very reluctant to spar with a fighting maniac like you, right? Having read the original novel, he naturally knew that among the second graders, no one was willing to spar with Maki, a taijutsu madman. In this battle, Maki has not yet exerted her full strength. After all, her real strength is her mastery of the cursed tool. Finally, Shaolu played his trump card. I can make you surpass the tyrant of the past, Fushiguro Shiga. Fushiguro Shigeki's experience was similar to hers, except that he used his extremely powerful strength to blast away all the gossip. With the power of one person, the Chanyuan family was suppressed and couldn't raise their heads. Anyone who dared to say more would be killed. Presumably, Maki has always regarded Fushiguro Shiori as his goal to become stronger, right? He has already mentioned all the points that can be used for Pua, but as long as I help her achieve them, it won't be considered Pua. At worst, I can just accompany her to the Zen temple home from now on. Hearing this, Maki's body trembled slightly and his breathing became rapid. Do you really want to join the Akatsuki he mentioned? She closed her eyes, and the past of the Chanyuan family echoed in her mind like a nightmare. Since she was born, she has been ridiculed and mocked because she has no curse power and can't even see cursed spirits. The cold eyes of biological parents and the shame in the mouths of family elders. And Zenin Naoya, who was praised as a genius heir since birth. From childhood to adulthood, my sister and I grew up under his scolding and ridicule. All of this is why she wants to become stronger and prove herself so much. Moreover, he even knew about Fushiguro Shire, which made her feel the last glimmer of doubt. I am willing to join Akatsuki and be at your disposal. Having said that, Maki even knelt down on one knee. Shaolu quickly helped him up. The Akatsuki organization didn't need those rules and regulations. Of course, the premise was that they had to obey his orders. He smiled and held out his hand. Welcome to join us, Shao. Your future will be bright. Although he did it to obtain the mission reward, he also felt a great sense of accomplishment at this moment. After all, another fallen girl was saved. After shaking hands with Maki, Shaolu took out a book from the Shinwei space. The name is 8 Gates of Dunjia. After obtaining the 8 gates through the system, he instantly understood all the key points about the 8 gates. So it was naturally easy for him to write it down. Moreover, he also used his own words to make the content more understandable. I believe that smart Maki can understand it. Maki took the book, flipped through a few pages, and then her beautiful eyes widened. The operation of meridians, the mobilization of chi, and how to open the subsequent 8 gates are all clearly written. Except for the ugly handwriting, this book was like a godsend to her. It seems that Shaolu really didn't lie to himself. Zenin Maki nodded heavily. Thank you. Well, practice well. If you don't understand, you can ask me. After saying that, Shaolu took out 2 pieces of clothes that she had bought from Akatsuki last time and handed them to her. Well, the organization uniform. You don't have to wear it, but you can't be without it. Please bring the other one to Kugasaki Nobara for me. Maki looked at Shaolu in surprise. Is Kugasaki also yours? Yes, Shaolu continued seriously. Shumen is the limit of what you can open at present. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not forcefully open the subsequent doors. Without a strong body, the side effects will be severe, and there may even be a risk of death. Well, I'll pay attention. At this moment, Maki no longer has her previous aloofness, but has become more gentle, like the big sister next door. Looking at Maki's departing back, Shaolu couldn't help but say, Maki. You look better without glasses. Maki paused, her ears flushed, and glared at him. Shaolu, you are so vulgar. After saying that, she ran away. Question mark. Why do I feel like I've been scolded twice in a row? Shaolu and the obscene. But he was serious. Whether in the original work or now, Maki's appearance was completely sealed by that pair of glasses. After Maki leaves, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward. 50% off coupon for them all. Shaolu opens the system mall. There was a slash across the price column of Mr. Ban's treasured ninjutsu scroll, from 100,000 points to 50,000. Shaolu can just buy it with the 50% off coupon. He placed the order decisively. Suddenly, everything went dark. His mind was confused and his consciousness was vague, as if he was falling into the clouds. A huge amount of information flooded into my mind like a flood, and it seemed like my head was going to explode in the next second. Fortunately, with the support of the system, a cool feeling appeared in my mind, like streams of clear springs, followed by countless flashes of inspiration. The originally obscure ninjutsu is now clear at a glance. In just 10 minutes, Shaolu had learned everything. Shaolu opened her eyes, with an indescribable excitement in her eyes. It is indeed a ninjutsu scroll that can be treasured by Mr. Ban. There are fire escape techniques, water escape techniques, wood escape techniques, and even legendary forbidden techniques. For example, there are such heaven-defying ninjutsu as Impure World Reincarnation and Samsara. But it seems that I can't use it now. If I remember correctly, the Rinnegan is needed to activate the Rinnegan. I am just a kaleidoscope at the moment. But what surprised Shaolu was that there was actually a seduction technique. It seems that Mr. Ban is also a passionate person. It must be said that this seduction technique is a conceptual ninjutsu. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki would be tempted to stay where she is when she saw it. But what can I do with it? To seduce Sukuna. In this way, one has many more means of attack. Next, Shaolu checked the progress of the long-term task. Long-term mission. The top sorcerers are corrupt. Refuse to work for them. Please create the Akatsuki organization and invite sorcerers to join. Progress. 2/3 people reward. Eternal Kaleidoscope. Yes, the Eternal Kaleidoscope is just around the corner. As long as you dig one more person, you can get the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Just as Shaolu was immersed in the joy of the reward, a pitch-black crow with red eyes landed on his shoulder. It goes without saying that this is Mei Mei's crow Shikigami. It should have just flown in. Before taking off Maki's black stockings, he deliberately opened his Sharingan to observe. Fire prevention, theft prevention, Mei Mei. I can't let Mei Mei see me poaching people. A piece of white paper fell into his palm. The content is roughly, Yaga Masamiki plans to promote him to a teacher in his personal capacity, and it just so happens that there are suspected cursed spirits in Tokyo, so he just needs to follow them and go through the motions. Shaolu knew that every spell teacher needed to pass an assessment before taking the position. After all, in addition to being strong, you also need to be aware of protecting the safety of students at all times. I just learned a lot of ninjutsu, so I hope to practice with some special level ninjutsu, and I can also get points. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 21. What? Role-playing. In the infirmary. What? Role-playing. Shaolu's face was full of confusion as she looked at the 3 people opposite her. That's right. This time, I, Mei Mei, and Nanami will play your students. How about it? Are you excited? Shoko wore a white medical gown with a burgundy shirt underneath, looking like an intellectual older sister. Maybe it's because I'm too busy at work, which causes dark circles to often appear at the corners of my eyes. Ieri Shoko held his chin and looked at Shaolu with interest. I didn't notice him before, but when I got closer I saw that he was quite handsome. She was very excited at the moment, as she had suffered a lot in order to investigate Shaolu's identity. This time it's this guy's turn to serve himself. Moreover, he has been staying in the infirmary to treat the wounded all year round, and today is the dangerous task of exorcising the cursed spirit. But for her, it was like a relaxing vacation. Mei Mei joked. Our Shoko is the treasure of the Jujutsu High School, you must protect her well. As for the life and death of Nanami and I, it depends on whether you have a conscience. As if she had thought of something, she chuckled and moved closer, stretched out her white and tender jade fingers to draw circles on Shaolu's chest, and said charmingly. If the students do something wrong later, teacher Shaolu doesn't need to show any sympathy, just punish them as much as you can. After saying this, she even blushed a little. But after what happened last night, when facing Shaolu, I couldn't help but have the idea of teasing this mysterious little brother in front of me. Hiss. Shaolu took a breath of cold air. Why is Mei Mei's painting style becoming more and more wrong? In my impression, she is a mature and heroic lady. Why does it seem like there is a hidden masochistic attribute now? Shaolu shook his head, put aside his wild thoughts, and looked at Shoko. If I remember correctly, Shoko has only one warlock, and that is the Reversal Warlock. However, her Reversal Warlock is a little different. She can directly generate positive energy from the Reversal Warlock, which can heal others very efficiently. However, a general Reversal Wizard can usually only provide effective treatment to himself, and has little effect on others. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that she is the treasure of the entire college. It seems that I have to focus on her. Nanami was wearing a smart suit and had her blonde hair combed back. He glanced at the time. Let's get going quickly, try to finish before 6 o'clock, and refuse to work overtime. Shaolu agreed, partly because he wanted to test out the ninjutsu he had just learned. Secondly, the gears of the plot have already started turning, and during this period Gojo Satoru is on a mission and is not in the high school. Itadori, Fushiguro Megumi, and Kugasaki Nobara should have received urgent missions by now. They need to go to the Yingji Juvenile Institute in Nishitokyo City to carry out a rescue mission. But how could he give up the opportunity to spar with Sukuna? As the time of the Sharingan fusion increased, his personality was affected to some extent, and the warmongering genes took root in his body. The desire to fight gradually emerged. I hope Sanji Sukunua will not let him down. Hopefully, we can catch up in time after this is completed. Several people arrived at the crime scene in Ijichi's luxury car. This is an abandoned construction site, which is now shrouded in black air. The surrounding area was already filled with yellow lines prohibiting entry. Ijichi straightened his glasses. According to preliminary investigations, a special-grade cursed spirit was born in this abandoned factory. The workers inside are in unknown condition, but I'm afraid they are in grave danger. As for the specific reason for the birth, it is unknown. According to local residents, it was because of the endless exploitation by the boss that the man's resentment gradually accumulated. After jumping off the building and dying, he turned into a special-grade cursed spirit. However, the strength of this special-grade cursed spirit is not that strong. It is just suitable for the assessment of Shaolu. After the introduction, Ijichi prepared to set up the tent, etc. Mei Mei interrupted his spell and looked at Shaolu. Since this is your test, please let Shaolu come in person. Shaolu stood there in a daze, his eyes blank. This is a bit embarrassing. It seems that I haven't learned how to arrange the account yet. It seems that Gojo Satoru never taught me anything, and I let him do whatever he wanted almost the entire time. Shaolu, hurry up and set up. Wait, you don't even know how to set up accounts. Nanami looked at Shaolu in disbelief. The others also looked at him in surprise. Shaolu shrugged helplessly. I admire you. A person who can kill a special-grade cursed spirit alone can't even set up an account. If he became a teacher, what kind of commotion would it cause when he exorcised the cursed spirits? They all knew Shaolu's strength, which was probably considered strong among first-level sorcerers. But this does not include Mei Mei. After all, she has tasted Shaolu's unpredictable illusion. In her mind, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is top grade. I really can't do anything about you. Shoko stepped forward and made a gesture. Repeat after me, born from darkness to darkness, all filth and impurities must be removed. Soon, under her guidance, Shaolu successfully set up the account. The entire sky gradually darkened, and a black veil covered the abandoned factory, separating it from the outside world. In this way, the outside world cannot see the situation here. This is also a necessary skill for a beginner sorcerer to learn, in order to avoid causing too much noise when removing the cursed spirits, which would cause panic among the people. Shoko smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, you learned it in no time, much faster than I did back then. After setting up the account, Ijichi left, and Shaolu and others entered the construction site. In an abandoned construction site, there were scattered steel bars and red bricks everywhere, with sharp claw marks on them. There was a pungent smell of blood coming from the front. When I got closer, I saw corpses everywhere, and not a single one was intact. On the high steel frames, there were densely packed headless corpses hanging, and blood was dripping down the rusty steel pipes. How can this be called a construction site? It is no exaggeration to say that this is hell on earth. Even experienced people like Mei Mei had never seen such a tragic scene. Shoko sighed. I'm afraid everyone on the construction site is dead. As a doctor, she had seen too many injured sorcerers, but even so, she still couldn't help but shudder. She frowned and thought, can being exploited by the boss cause such a big resentment? But after thinking about it, she decided not to say it out loud. After all, her experience with cursed spirits was definitely not as much as Mei Mei and Nanami's. Shaolu sensed something was wrong through his Sharingan. Perhaps it was the Sharingan's meticulous observation ability that allowed him to clearly observe the density of the remaining cursed energy in the air. Although the amount is not much, the density of the cursed energy is far greater than that of the human-faced worm last time. He guessed that this time the special cursed spirit might be much stronger than the ones he encountered before. To be on the safe side, he took out the round fan from the Shinwei space. Seeing this, Mei Mei smiled and said, why don't you wear the mask together? It will be more mysterious if you match them together. Shaolu's mouth twitched. Wearing a stuffy face, Mei Mei gave him a rather flirtatious look. What are you two talking about? I don't understand. Shoko and Nanami looked at the two with scrutinizing eyes. Mask, mystery, tisk tisk. There's something wrong with these two people. Seeing their puzzled reactions, Shaolu did not explain. But this also shows that Mei Mei did not tell anyone else what happened that day. Okay, this is a secret between Shaolu and me, don't worry about it. She put away her smile and said seriously, you will play the role of our teacher this time. You will be in charge of the situation we encounter later, and you can also instruct us on our actions. In short, please put yourself in the role of a teacher as soon as possible and protect the cute students who are crying out for help. As soon as the words fell, bang, a group of winged, crawler-like monsters fell, disgusting mucus dripping from the corners of their mouths. They stretched out their long forked tongues and pounced on the few people. Chapter 22, Fire Escape. Great Fire Extinguishment. They were very fast and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was the sound of the cursed spirit's wings sweeping across the wind, and also the sound of its sharp front claws cutting through the air. Mei Mei and others frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Judging from the fluctuations emitted by these cursed spirits, they are even close to being first-level cursed spirits. In the past, when they were on a mission to exorcise special-grade cursed spirits, the cursed spirits they encountered as gatekeepers were at most level 2. However, these cursed spirits before my eyes were infinitely close to the level of first-level cursed spirits. Several people did not make a move. This was Shaolu's test. They wanted to see how Shaolu would deal with these cursed spirits. It must be his weird space distortion technique, right? However, Shaolu just jumped up and slowly rose into the sky, looking at the dozen or so cursed spirits that pounced on him below. Under the puzzled gazes of the three people, he clapped his hands and puffed up his cheeks. Chakra is like a gushing spring, gathering in the throat. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Raging. A ball of red flame spewed out, and the moment the flame touched the air, it instantly expanded to 20 times its size. The flames instantly turned into a 100-meter-long sea of fire, instantly engulfing the cursed spirits below. The terrifying heat wave stung the skin of the people behind him and made it hurt, as if it was burned by fire. The pupils of several people contracted and they retreated violently. Mei Mei even stood in front of several people and cast a spell to form a blue spell barrier, thus resisting the aftermath. This move is Madara-sama's famous skill, but it took thousands of ninjas to perform water escape at the same time to resist it. Of course, Shaolu's current amount of cursed spirit chakra is obviously not enough to reach the terrifying level of Madara-sama. But even so, the power is terrifying. The fire escape lasted for more than 10 seconds. The few of them looked around, but there was no trace of the cursed spirit. The ground covered by flames was charred black, with a faint black smoke rising from it. There was still a faint smell of burnt meat in the air, which should be coming from the cursed spirit. But soon, they were burned into slag by the continuous high temperature, leaving no ashes. Call. Shaolu landed slowly and breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of performing ninjutsu for the first time was pretty good, except that my cheeks felt a little sore. Well, another point to note is that the amount of chakra released is not controlled well, and it is consumed a bit too much at one time. After all, he is not like the Impure World release Madara who possesses almost unlimited chakra. It seems that he needs to practice more, otherwise he can't withstand such consumption. Feeling the remaining chakra in his body, Shaolu thought of the blue deficient master Kakashi. Shaolu lowered his head and muttered to himself, oh, if only I could obtain infinite chakra. Forget it, don't aim too high, just take it step by step, maybe there will be something like this in the subsequent task rewards or them all. What are you guys standing there for? Keep moving forward, we haven't found the special grade cursed spirit yet. Besides, what are you all doing so far away? He looked at the three people who had retreated several dozen meters behind him and were staring at him blankly. As he finished speaking, several people came back to their senses. Thinking back to the horrific scene that happened just now, I still feel scared and can't help but take a breath. Sister Mei Mei, is he really just a first-level sorcerer? Shoko held Mei Mei's arm and stuttered. There were still a few tears in the corners of her eyes, which were secreted by the tear glands affected by the heat wave. She looked at Shaolu as if he were a monster. All in all, this was the first time she saw Shaolu take action. In her opinion, Shaolu is very capable, but at most she is about the same as Nanami, and may even be worse than Sister Mei Mei. But after this experience, I have a new understanding of Shaolu. He was a person who didn't even know how to set up an account just now, but in the blink of an eye, he unleashed such a terrifying flame. No, this is no longer a flame, but a sea of fire. Mei Mei didn't know how to answer at this moment. She opened her red lips slightly and stared at Shaolu with extremely complicated eyes. How many secrets does this kid still have? Or, what exactly is his warlock? Weird space spells, manipulating people's minds, illusions that are impossible to guard against, and now a sea of fire is spewing directly from the mouth. And his physical skills are not inferior to mine. Is he really an almighty hexagonal warrior? Is there anything he can't do? Even the six-eyes Gojo Satoru wasn't this perverted at this age, right? Looking back on that night, I feel really lucky. If Shaolu really wanted to kill someone to silence him, could he escape from him? Tisk. This damn Yaga Masamiki actually let her track and monitor such a terrifying person. Nanami, who was always calm, said, Teacher Mei Mei, is it my illusion? I feel like I may not be able to beat Shaolu. In his opinion, if such a large range of fire was used on himself, he would definitely not be able to avoid it completely. The consequences of being burned. Mei Mei. No need to feel, just do it. Shaolu came in front of the three people and urged them, "Hey, stop being dazed, follow the teacher and kill the special grade cursed spirit. He also has to hurry to play the second half with Sukuna." At the same time, there is a beautiful view on the beach. A man wearing a blue plaid shirt, sunglasses and with stitches all over his face was lying leisurely on a bench, enjoying the sun. This person is the real person. I really can't do anything about you. Didn't we agree to wait for Luhuhua Yudao to arrive before we act together? The gentle voice of Geto Suguru Nozomi sounded beside my ears. The tone was just teasing, not blaming. The real person smiled and waved his hands. It's just a little fight before the main course begins. I just want to test how much power the most twisted and unlimited curse in the rumor can exert. Don't you want to know? You have a big appetite. Love is the most twisted curse. Geto Suguru is very clear about this. After all, this body was once a top-grade sorcerer. But in the end, he still lost to the power of pure love. Sugar Oil Gia lifted his chin and glanced at the real person with expectation in his eyes. Forget it, I'm just bored lately, so let me see what kind of power love can exert. It would be even better if we could kill a few first-level sorcerers, then Gojo Satoru would take action. This is a good opportunity to let Junrin and the others see how terrifying a man is who can suppress the entire world of sorcery by himself. Sugaru Gia looked at Masato and said, "But by the way, how did you create such a special grade cursed spirit?" "Haha, it actually has nothing to do with me. The worker was exploited by his boss, and his beloved wife was envied by the boss because of her beauty. She was assigned to a high-risk position that did not belong to her and unfortunately fell to her death." "Ha ha ha, what do you think? The humans in this world are much scarier than the cursed spirits, right?" Having said this, the real person stood up, faced the sea, spread his arms, let the sea breeze blow on his cheeks, and his long blue hair fluttered in the wind. Filth, selfishness, jealousy, greed, too many things to list. They are not worthy of being the masters of this world. Sugaru, I feel more and more that everything we do is just, and our existence is simply. Do justice for God. Sugar Oil Gia smiled knowingly. "So, what did you do?" The real person said in a sinister tone, "I just wove a beautiful lie for that worker. For example, if you kill 100,000 people and collect their blood, you can revive your lover." Ha 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 ha, I'm such a kind-hearted genius. Chapter 23 The Most Twisted Curse. Before they knew it, Shaolu and the others had reached the deepest part of the abandoned construction site. Along the way, Shaolu turned into a ruthless bulldozer, pushing forward all the way. Even a first-level cursed spirit killed two of them in seconds. In this regard, Mei Mei, Shoko, and Nanami can only say, the young are to be feared. In front of us, a long blood red line appeared on the ground, and it was obvious that the red line was made up of the blood of a corpse. It seems to be telling them that once they cross the line, they will enter hell. Seeing this, the three of them looked solemn. It can be clearly felt that the mana fluctuations in the area within the red line are extremely violent and huge. Presumably, that special grade cursed spirit is just ahead. Shoko, remember to follow closely, the fun is about to begin. After Mei Mei finished her reminder, she looked at Shaolu and said, "We are about to fight the big boss. Teacher, you can direct the students to take action. For example, positioning, coordination, etc. Doesn't Teacher Shaolu have any ideas?" After Mei Mei's reminder, Shaolu remembered that the assessment also included teacher-student interaction. After some thought, Shaolu looked at the three people with a sly smile, "Then please stand at the back and deduct 6 for the teacher." Question mark. As soon as these words were spoken, the three people's faces turned dark and they looked at Shaolu with contempt. This is the only chance to motivate their three teachers, and this guy just let them stand aside and yell 666. I really want to knock open his head and see what this guy's brain circuit is like. Without any hesitation, several people crossed the red line drawn by blood. The moment of crossing the line, boom, countless piercing screams came from my eardrums, and the sky changed from dark to blood red. Countless corpses were suspended in the sky, blood dripping down their arms. There were so many of them that it was as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky. In front of him, a worker, his flesh and blood torn apart, with only a skeleton left on his body, was sitting high on the pile of corpses, with his head down in deep thought. Why can we tell at a glance that he is a worker? Because it is still wearing the yellow safety helmet that is unique to construction workers. Feeling the pressure emanating from it, Shaolu was thoughtful. Presumably, this is the special cursed spirit that Ijichi described, transformed out of hatred due to the increasing exploitation by the boss. Is the area within the red line its living area? Judging from its aura alone, it seems to be much stronger than the special grade one from last time. Mei Mei and the others looked more and more solemn, and at the same time, they couldn't help but start guessing. This cursed spirit is very strong. The eyes of the special cursed spirit lit up. Cursor. Great. That gentleman once said that a cursor's flesh and blood is worth 10,000 people. As it said this, it jumped down and stretched out its hands to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha 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 ha. God is really helping me. 4 sorcerers. We are one step closer to reviving Swallow. Come on, I beg you for to offer your precious flesh and blood, please. Although there was almost no flesh on its face, everyone could still feel that its empty eyes were filled with extreme desire. Shaolu was speechless. Is this special cursed spirit crazy? And why does the word, swallow, it mentioned sound familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. His reaction was different. When Mei Mei and the others heard what it said, their hearts sank. Shoko said solemnly, oh no. I've read Aijichi's analysis report, and Yanzi is the worker's wife. In other words, the reason why this special grade cursed spirit was born was not because of the boss's exploitation, but because of love. As she finished her words, Mei Mei pulled her wrist without any hesitation and tried to withdraw the red line. But what greeted her was a bloody barrier. Love. Is it necessary to have such a big reaction just because the reason for giving birth has changed? Shaolu looked at the sudden changes in the reactions of the three people, especially Mei Mei, who was usually frivolous and casual, and looked serious for the first time. He also realized that the situation was not simple. Love. Shaolu seemed to remember something. This sentence seemed to be said by Gojo Satoru. What's it called? Nanami at the side spoke up. He seemed to see Shaolu's doubts and lowered his voice. Love is the most twisted and the most obsessive. The highest level of cursed spirits is special level, but there are differences between special levels, and the differences are even very large. Let's stop the assessment here. The two of us will work together to eliminate this special grade cursed spirit. Mei Mei will ensure Shoko's safety. Obviously, the three of them who were in the same class as Gojo Satoru were very clear about this. He also said personally that if you encounter a special cursed spirit born out of love, it is better to avoid it. Because, even if he were to solve it, it would take a lot of effort. They fully agree with this. After all, that's what Rika, who lives in Yuta Otoko's body, is like. They had seen how powerful Rika was, but the cursed spirit in front of them was not yet at that level. However, it is definitely not something that can be solved by one person alone, it can only be eliminated by joining forces. Besides, there is Shoko in the team who is not good at fighting. Her safety must not be threatened. After hearing what Nanami said, Liu also remembered. No wonder he felt something was wrong from the moment he came in. However, isn't it better for him to be stronger? What's the point of being killed in 2 moves? There are actually 2 difficult guys. The special cursed spirit tapped the helmet on his head with his bony index finger, thinking. The difficult guys it was referring to were Mei Mei and Nanami. I feel like it could pose quite a threat to it. As for Shaolu, who had not yet revealed his Sharingan, it did not take him seriously. Not to mention the female doctor in the white coat, who hardly noticed any threatening signs. Moreover, judging from their performance, the doctor seemed to be very important to them. Hey, it let out an evil laugh and already had a plan in mind. I saw that, in the solemn gazes of Mei Mei and others. Special grade cursed spirit, put both hands in front of the chest, forming a special gesture. Deep and hoarse voices came from all directions and penetrated deep into my mind. The field expands. The bone phase derives. As its sound fell, the few of them felt as if they were trapped in absolute darkness. Tick-tock, with the sound of water drops falling, ripples appeared in the dark area. Then, the bloody sky reappeared. Rub. Countless skeletons emerged from under the feet of the special grade cursed spirit. They instantly filled the area. These skeletons regard it as their king, and build stairs into it as if they have life, sending it to the bone throne at the highest point of the realm. Mei Mei, Nanami, Shoko's pupils contracted violently. Leading, field. This special grade cursed spirit actually mastered the domain. Although from the perspective of architecture, it is still in its infancy and many areas are not perfect. But, it is still difficult to deal with. This time the information is extremely inaccurate. I never expected that this time I would actually encounter a cursed spirit with its own domain. Mei Mei frowned. This is bad. This cursed spirit is already difficult to deal with, and now we are trapped in its territory, it is even more troublesome. She raised her giant axe and stopped Shoko behind her. Shoko, be sure to hide behind me. At this moment, a crisp sound of a lighter was heard. Call. Shoko lit a cigarette, exhaled a long breath, and said calmly. Why is it so troublesome? You 3 should ignore me for now. It should be easy to surround and kill this cursed spirit, right? Don't really think of me as a weak woman. Both her expression and tone were relaxed, and anyone who knew her would know that. When Shoko is extremely nervous or sad, she will subconsciously light a cigarette or drink. Nanami. What a joke. It can't be you if anyone has a problem. Shaolu looked at the scene in the field with excitement. Is this the realm? But I still traveled through it myself and felt the breath of the realm for the first time. It's really oppressive. Killing it should earn you a lot of points, right? The special cursed spirit on the throne in the sky laughed crazily. You are right. If you all join forces to besiege me, even in the domain, I will have a hard time. But don't forget, this is my territory. Bone hand repulsion. With a roar, the countless bones in the area combined into a pair of large hands, and without any hesitation, they slapped Mei Mei and Nanami. Attacks within the field are sure to hit. Bang. This attack directly knocked the 2 people out of the range. The special grade cursed spirit's white skeleton opened its jaw to an odd degree, looking at Shaolu and Shoko as if it were looking at its prey. Ha, those 2 troublesome people are gone. Then, it's hunting time. Chapter 24 Yaga is furious. The scene changed. Outside the field. Bang. The fierce attack slammed heavily onto the blood-colored barrier. Mei Mei and Nanami, one holding a giant axe and the other holding a long knife, frantically attacked the area of the special grade cursed spirits. The 2 men looked extremely solemn. Damn it. This is bad. This cursed spirit is so unethical. Originally, if the three of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill this special grade cursed spirit. But who could have thought that this special grade cursed spirit would actually directly repel them from its territory? And they deliberately left behind the seemingly weak Shaolu and the weak-looking Shoko. Nanami's face looked extremely heavy. The domain of a special grade cursed spirit cannot be broken in a short period of time. As a newcomer, Shaolu is definitely unfamiliar with the field, and it is still unknown whether he can hold on until they get support. As for Shoko, thinking of this, he clenched his fists. Attacks within the area are guaranteed to hit, and the cursed spirit's move is clearly aimed at Shoko. Therefore, he could hardly think of the possibility of Shoko's survival. No, this is not a solution. I'll call the college and ask them to send a special cursed tool over. Only in this way can the domain barrier be broken quickly. Mei Mei nodded seriously and increased the intensity of her attack again. Of course, her main concern was Shoko's safety. As for Shaolu, she has seen his full capabilities and nothing should happen to him. But if the cursed spirit uses Shoko to restrict Shaolu, it will be troublesome. Jujutsu High School, inside the principal's office. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Yaga Masamiki picked up the phone impatiently. But when he saw the caller was Nanami, he was a little confused. Why is he calling at this hour? After all these years of being together, 9 out of 10 sentences Nanami would say on the phone were complaints about why she had to work overtime again. He looked at the time. Isn't it just past 4 o'clock? Are you already thinking about leaving? Get off work. There is Mei Mei who only asks for money, Nanami who refuses to work overtime, and Shaolu who just came recently and has free food and accommodation. Oh, I'm so tired. But he answered the phone immediately and said calmly, hello, it's not time to get off work yet, Nanami. An accident happened. Listen to me carefully. A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone. ... A few minutes later, Yaga Masamiki hung up the phone with a dull expression. Bang. Broken desk. Ijichi, come here. Following his roar, Ijichi, who was guarding the door, immediately walked in with his body bent. Although he didn't know why the principal suddenly got so angry. But, just bow your head. The information is wrong. That special grade cursed spirit was born out of love. Ijichi's pupils shrank sharply. With just one sentence, he immediately understood. It's over. This intelligence error may implicate the entire auxiliary supervisory department. Yaga Masamiki threw a key and said, send the special cursed tool to me right now. Speed up. Yes, principal. After Ijichi left, Yaga Masamiki collapsed and scratched his head. This is just nonsense. It would be fine if these people just assessed Shaolu, but they even brought Shoko into the fun. What other teacher-student role-playing games are there? Now it's all right. Something's going to go wrong. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. It would be fine if this cursed spirit was born out of love, but the outrageous thing is that it actually has a domain. Now Shaolu and Shoko are imprisoned in Lingling. One is in danger, the other. Why? Yaga Masamiki let out a long sigh, and at that moment, he seemed to have aged a little. Shoko, she is as important as Gojo Satoru. A strategic treasure of the entire magic world. If something unexpected happens, he can quit his job as the principal. Even if the higher-ups skin him alive, that would be the least of his worries. This was the second time he was so flustered. The first time was when Yuji, the top-class sorcerer, betrayed him. Oh, if only Gojo Satoru were here. ... Within the field, the special grade cursed spirit smiled evilly. Originally, its intention was to kill all 4 of them, but after feeling the power of Mei Mei and Nanami. The cake is too big to be eaten in one go, and if your appetite is too big, you might even eat yourself to death. So, it decisively gave up and retreated to keep these 2 soft persimmons. It was going to reunite with the swallow, so how could it put itself at risk? Shoko looked at the place where Mei Mei and Nanami were sent flying just now with a panicked look on her face. Damn, I didn't expect this cursed spirit to be so cunning. Did he deliberately leave me and Shaolu to use me to restrict Shaolu? She glanced at Shaolu, who had no expression on her face, and gritted her teeth and said, Shaolu, the priority is to exorcise the cursed spirit. With the strength Shaolu just showed, if he concentrates on fighting this cursed spirit, he may have a chance of winning. I don't want to be that annoying burden. As for your own safety, well, let's just leave it to fate. Looking back on my life over the years, I basically spent it in the infirmary, busy from morning to night. What is the purpose of this? Is it my duty as a sorcerer? But she seemed to have never lived for herself. ... Well, I'm a little tired. Shaolu certainly knew what Shoko meant. However, this cursed spirit seemed to have made some mistakes. I seem to be looked down upon. He took a step forward, his lips curled up slightly. Hey, figure out who you're hunting, I'm the hunter. Suddenly, the originally black pupils glowed with scarlet blood, and the kaleidoscope pattern slowly turned. This faint cross light was so dazzling that it made the originally red sky look dim and colorless. Boom! The heart of the special grade cursed spirit seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. Just looking into those eyes was like having an icy sharp blade placed at one's neck, ready to take one's life at any moment. The special grade cursed spirit involuntarily took a step back. Is it an illusion? No, it will never admit its mistake under this kind of death threat. Unexpectedly, he is the one who hides the deepest and is the strongest. I'll devour her first, and then I'll fight you. After saying this, its skeleton-like body collapsed, and the bones not far from Shoko's feet began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into the body of a special-grade cursed spirit. In this area full of bones, it can reorganize itself at any time and in any place, changing into any form. Rub. The sharp hand knife condensed from bones stabbed towards Shoko. Shaolu, now is the time to attack the cursed spirit. After saying that, Shoko closed her eyes, her pretty face tense, and she almost forgot how to breathe. At the same time, he silently activated the reversal sorcerer in his body. Hopefully, I can take a few more hits and give Shaolu a chance to attack. Quote. The expected pain did not come, and she carefully opened one eye. Question mark. I saw that the cursed spirit's bone knife stopped 10 centimeters away from Z's heart. Moreover, the cursed spirit's entire body was fixed in place, not moving at all. One could even see that its face was filled with fear, as if it was enduring great pain. She looked at Shaolu with a shocked look. Is this a spell that freezes the body? Does he know so many techniques? Shaolu walked up slowly and took out a lollipop from the Shinwei space. Then he smiled and took out the cigarette from Shoko's mouth and replaced it with a lollipop. During this process, she did not resist at all and allowed Shaolu to replace Wazi. That's right, girls look better when they don't smoke. Looking at Shoko, who was motionless and still in a daze, Shaolu was speechless. I didn't use any magic on you, why do you look like you're being frozen? After saying this, Shoko's tense body finally relaxed. She took a sip of the sweet lollipop and asked. You just said that it was controlled by an illusion. She looked at Shaolu in disbelief. Chapter 25. Open the wound door. This is youth. Yeah, Shaolu nodded slightly, and his Sharingan turned again. I saw that the knife that the special-grade cursed spirit had originally stabbed at Shoko was slowly retracted. Then, under Shoko's shocked gaze, he suddenly stabbed back into his body. Snap! The hard white ribs broke, and then Shaolu stabbed him several more times. The cursed spirit's body made of skeletons began to gradually crumble. Shoko was extremely shocked to see the actions of the cursed spirit in front of her. The cursed spirit that wanted to kill him 1 second ago, swung the sword at himself the next second. And all this is the illusion Shaolu mentioned. What kind of illusion is so powerful? Can he actually forcefully control a special-grade cursed spirit to commit suicide? Isn't this too overbearing? She looked at Shaolu with her beautiful brown eyes. Then why did the cursed spirit seem so happy just now? It's like you succeeded. Naturally, I am immersed in the world of illusion. The scene it saw was roughly that it first successfully devoured you, then finally killed itself, and finally resurrected his wife. Tell me, how could it not be happy? Shaolu explained with a smile. Shoko's beautiful eyes flickered. So outrageous. Shaolu shook his head. After all, this is just an ordinary illusion. If one can obtain Tsukuyomi, or even infinite Tsukuyomi, that would be outrageous. The biggest reason why this special-grade cursed spirit could be controlled by him for so long was because of itself. Simply put, it is immersed in the beautiful world of illusion and cannot extricate itself. Love is twisted, so the cursed spirits that are born are usually very powerful. But their obsessions are very strong, so they are most affected by the illusion. Shaolu waved the round fan in her hand. Okay, the beautiful dream is over, and the nightmare is about to begin. Bang! The skeleton cursed spirit was instantly shattered, with bones flying everywhere. However, the realm was not lifted. This also shows that this special-grade cursed spirit is not dead. In the distance, the bones on the ground regrouped and took on their original shape. It looked at its hands in disbelief and murmured, "Fake, where's my swallow?" Then he reacted immediately. "You lied to me, a-hole, you dared to use Yanzi to deceive me. Unforgivable." Suddenly, countless bones in the area converged towards it like a rushing river. These are like thousands of building blocks, pieced together in various parts of the cursed spirit's body. Soon, a huge skeleton king appeared before their eyes. Looking at the huge skeleton king in front of him, Shaolu's eyes were burning, and the cells in his body were boiling. It just so happens that Madara-sama's ninjutsu scroll also includes his physical skills inheritance. Moreover, through the last double physical training card, Shaolu can now open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. He put away his fan and formed a seal with his hands. Open the wounded door. Boom! A violent air current emerged, and green energy attached to his body like a burning flame. The terrifying airflow lifted his black hair and robes high up. At this moment, his physical fitness has exceeded normal by 10 times. Shoko raised her wrist to cover her face, and Shaolu's handsome back was reflected in her clear pupils. In comparison, Shaolu's body is much smaller than the huge skeleton king. Like Mount Tai and a feather. However, in her mind, that figure was extremely tall and gave her a sense of security. The special-grade cursed spirit only felt a flash before his eyes, as if a black afterimage flashed by. At first glance, Shaolu disappeared out of thin air. Just when it was wondering. Bang! There was a loud muffled sound behind its head, and its body, which was made up of countless bones, was directly hit by this huge force and staggered forward a few steps. Then, before it could react, a red, ferocious face came into view. This is youth. A more powerful whip kick swept across. Bang! Countless broken bones flew everywhere. The special-grade cursed spirit was kicked directly into the air, its dark green pupils filled with doubts. Nani, how could a body this big of me be kicked straight up into the sky? However, it was far from over. Shaolu moved so fast that he turned into a shooting star. He used his fists and feet to madly attack the body of the special-grade cursed spirit. Boom boom boom. The only sound in the area was a heavy roar, and each blow sounded like the roar of an ancient bell. Shoko couldn't find words to describe the shock she was feeling. It was the first time for her to see someone beat up a cursed spirit in its territory. Looking at the entire world of spellcasting, he is the only one who can do this, besides Gojo Satoru, right? But does this really still fall within the realm of physical training? Which martial art is so powerful? Perhaps the previous tyrant, Fushiguro Shiga, was no more than this. In fact, she felt that Shaolu was more powerful. The huge body of the special-grade cursed spirit now fell on various parts of the territory barrier like a cannonball. At this moment, it had been stunned and had no power to fight back. The parts of his body kept falling off, and he had already been torn to pieces. At the same time, outside the field, the blood-red barrier of the domain continued to emit violent roars, as if a huge hammer was hitting the barrier. Mei Mei and Nanami also felt the huge roar in the field. How intense a battle must have been to cause such a big commotion. Even those outside the realm can feel it. Just now, I seem to have vaguely heard Shaolu's roar. This made the two even more worried. It seems that Shaolu has been in a tough fight and has been forced into a desperate situation where he has to use all his strength. After all, Shaolu always gave them the impression of being calm and composed. Judging from the current situation, the situation is not optimistic. As for Shoko's safety, the two no longer dared to think about it. Now all we can do is wait for the school to deliver the premium cursed tool as soon as possible. Within the field, Shaolu's kick hit the special-grade cursed spirit hard in the abdomen. Boom! The huge body fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Shaolu fell to Shoko's side, his chest heaving and breathing heavily. Cool, a joy that comes from the heart. Shoko's beautiful eyes flickered as she covered her red lips. Is this solved? No, but soon. Shaolu looked at the cursed spirit lying on the ground, dying. Its broken jaw made it difficult for it to make any sound. But Shaolu knew that it was calling for his former wife, Yanzi. If it were any other cursed spirit, it would have died long ago after being beaten so severely by him. But it seemed as if there was some kind of obsession that kept it from falling. The outer skeleton of the cursed spirit was almost completely broken, but the inner parts could not be destroyed. I have to admit that the power of love is too strong. Swallow, swallow. Don't worry, I will definitely revive you. No one can stop us from reuniting. In the distance, the dying cursed spirit was muttering to itself. Shaolu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Why do I feel like I'm the villain? This is such a touching love story. Shoko sighed slightly. Go figure, Mei Mei and the others must be worried about us. However, she had just finished speaking. The cursed spirit actually supported its broken body and stood up. As its broken jaws opened and closed. Let me show you what pure love is. White Bones. Kingming. Chapter 26 Water Escape. Who will repair the dam? White Bones. Kingming. Boom. Following its angry roar, all the bones in the area rose into the air and gathered behind it. The densely packed bones form a rushing sea of bones, as if to wash away everything. Then, the special-grade cursed spirit roared again. Fight for your life. Kneel and kill. After saying that, the special-grade cursed spirit in the distance actually knelt down on both knees in front of the two of them. Under the two people's puzzled gazes, he slowly lowered his head. Boom. A muffled sound. The skull head kowtowed heavily to the ground, and the entire area was shaking, as if it was wailing for its master's impending death. Shaolu and Shoko only felt an invisible force locking their feet, unable to move. What the hell is this ability? Can it actually directly restrict the enemy's movements and force it to face the sea of bones behind it? Feeling her feet unable to break free and the screen filled with attack barrages, Shaolu looked a little surprised. Through observation with the Sharingan, it can be clearly seen that each bone is attached with a lot of cursed power, and it is quite powerful. If I take it head on, I'm afraid I'll be beaten into a sieve. Shaolu sighed. Even though he was on the verge of death, he was still able to launch such a terrifying attack. Shoko looked at the sea of bones behind the special-grade cursed spirit in shock. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. It is not difficult to imagine that once the bone sea is activated, the entire area will be covered and there will be no escape. In addition, since he was restricted in his movements, even Shaolu had no chance of escaping. Sure enough, is it still difficult to escape death? Thinking of this, she looked determined, put her hands on Shaolu's back, and prepared to use all her strength to activate the reversal warlock. Since there is no chance of survival for me, I must do my best to save Shaolu's life. However, she also didn't know whether Shaolu, with the help of her warlock, could withstand the final attack of the cursed spirit. What are you doing, Shoko-san? Feeling a slight push on his back, Shaolu turned around in confusion. Shoko looked at him with eyes ready to die. Don't leave the range of my hands. I will do my best to heal you and help you survive this wave of attacks. This sudden wave of operations left Shaolu confused. Then he reacted immediately. Do you want to sacrifice yourself to save his life? Shaolu felt warm in her heart. But it's no wonder, she doesn't seem to know that she has the skill of divine power. This powerful move of the cursed spirit is of no use to him at all. But this time he did not intend to use the Kamui Hollow Dodge, but wanted to try out the ninjutsu he had just learned. Shaolu put his hand on Shoko's shoulder and said with a faint smile, just in case, I'd like to trouble you to hide in my Shenwei space first. Dust. Wait. W. What space? Shoko looked at Shaolu with a question mark on his face. However, before Shaolu could reply, a vortex appeared from his shoulder. Then the vortex twisted and actually sucked her in. Ah, Shoko only had time to scream before completely disappearing from the spot. And at the same time, all the bones in the area gathered behind the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit kneeling on the ground suddenly moved. It was seen that it struggled to raise its broken head to the highest point, and then kowtowed here with all its strength. Boom! The huge sea of bones behind him swallowed Shaolu like a raging wave. It is said that if an ordinary first-level sorcerer was restrained, he would probably die. However, Shaolu grinned and clapped his hands. Water escape. Who's going to repair the dam? Flood shockwave. In an instant, an extremely turbulent waterfall emerged from under Shaolu's feet, layer after layer, and the range continued to expand. Finally, a huge and overwhelming wave was formed. Shaolu stood at the highest point of the water flow, and seemed to feel that it was not enough, so he continued to make seals. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. Roar. Thick water column suddenly rose up, and then condensed into an extremely huge water dragon. The terrifying huge body seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth. Its body is made entirely of water, but it seems to have life as it roars. The entire area began to hear the sound of glass shattering. Through the gap, you can even feel a little light from the outside world refracting in. Shaolu slowly raised his arms, like a god in charge of heaven and earth. Boom! The overwhelming waves and the huge water dragon rushed towards the surging sea of bones. Now, outside the field, Ijichi arrived hurriedly with a group of assistant supervisors. Behind him, a man and a woman in clothes were holding two ancient wooden boxes respectively. Quick, take Yuyun and Longu to Mei Mei and Nanami. Yuyun is a 3-section staff, completely red in color, without any magic from the sorcerer, and is a purely physical attack. The dragon bone is a black knife that absorbs impact and curse power, and releases super strong thrust through the 3 holes on the back of the knife. Special grade spell tools are extremely precious and it is usually impossible to take them out. However, this time the situation is special, so I brought 2 directly. After saying this, he half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. It's not because he's too tired. After all, as an auxiliary supervisor, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. It was mainly due to the extreme tension in my heart. Although he was not personally involved in this intelligence investigation, as the captain he cannot escape blame. If something unexpected happened to Shaolu and Shoko, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mei Mei took Yuyun with a serious expression, while Nanami held the dragon bone in her hand. The two looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, they bent their knees and made a gesture of gathering strength, preparing to launch a full-strength attack on the red domain barrier. Seeing this scene, the assistant supervisor at the back tactfully stepped back. The power of a full-strength attack from 2 first-level sorcerers holding special-grade cursed tools at the same time must be enormous. Come on, you two. My life depends on you. Ijichi was so nervous that his breathing was a little difficult, and he knew it in his heart. So much time has passed, the situation inside is probably dire. But he didn't dare to think about it. Just when Mei Mei and Nanami's full-strength attack was about to touch the domain barrier. Sudden change. Click, click, there was a crisp sound of shattering, and cracks began to appear in the barrier, and then it was out of control. The cracks spread rapidly, and the originally intact area became densely packed fragments. Bang! The red area exploded instantly. A huge wave of water poured out, like a floodgate opening, instantly submerging the entire abandoned construction site. Mei and Mei's pupils contracted and they quickly retreated. But most of the auxiliary supervisors behind them were not so lucky. Fortunately, some clever ones managed to climb up to the high steel frame. The others who failed to react were like rootless duckweed, washed away in every corner of the construction site. Fortunately, this was only residual power and did not cause any danger. However, most people were soaked to the skin. When the flood stopped, everyone was stunned, looking at each other. What the FK is going on? Why would a domain explosion produce such a turbulent flood? If you don't know, you might think that someone's water storage valve is open. Chapter 27. What? Shaolu was suppressing the whole fight. Hey, I heard that this special grade cursed spirit has a domain. Do you think this water was caused by it? Don't tell me, it's possible. Several assistant supervisors discussed the matter. Only Mei Mei and Nanami stared at the place where the field was broken with serious eyes. The domain ability of that special grade cursed spirit just now was related to bones, so these floods should have nothing to do with it. So that means, sudden, roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky, and its terrifying power made many weaker people go limp. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. I saw a huge water dragon hovering in the sky, its body made entirely of water, looking around with disdain as if it had life. Everyone was frozen in place, staring in horror at the water dragon hovering in the sky. What the hell is going on here? The legendary dragons have all appeared. And at this moment, outside the abandoned construction site, the dry streets have turned into knee-deep rivers, and all the big trees have been uprooted. Fortunately, this area has long been isolated and no ordinary people come and go. However, the residents of several high-rise buildings in the distance were no longer calm. Some were extremely excited, some were extremely shocked, and some even worshipped the sky. Even from a distance, they could already see a huge dragon appearing in the sky. Holy crap, I actually saw a dragon circling in the sky. I told you, this world is not as simple as we think. What is going on? Is the dragon god going to punish us? No, it could be a mirage. Either way, take a picture first. ... Countless people raised their mobile phones to take pictures. At this moment, in the abandoned construction site. Bang, there was a snap of fingers. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears like a ghost. The huge water dragon in the sky suddenly exploded with the snap of fingers, and water poured down from the sky like a rainstorm. Question mark, exclamation mark. See this picture, including Mei Mei and Nanami, everyone stood there like petrified statues. Water dragon, just disappeared like that. Just a snap of fingers. No, this means that this water dragon was created by a sorcerer. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The assistant supervisor was right. A terrifying water dragon was shattered with a snap of fingers. There is only one possibility. This dragon was created by a curse. Is it that special grade cursed spirit? Or the new talent, Shaolu? If all this was really done by Shaolu, then it's too FG horrible, right? Shoko's sorcery was no secret, so everyone excluded her immediately. When the water completely dissipated, a beautiful figure appeared in front. And at her feet there was a broken skull face. At this moment, it still opened its jaw tirelessly, murmuring in its mouth, but could not make any sound. The excitement could not be concealed in those dim green pupils. Shoko knew that this was an illusion cast by Shaolu. Now, in its eyes, in a beautiful sea of flowers, he saw his wife waving at him with a smile, and they walked hand in hand towards the light. Thanks. After he finished speaking, the light in his pupils dimmed completely, and his head turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the world. She knew that this thank you was addressed to Shaolu who was leaving. Shoko, it's Shoko. I'm so glad she's okay. Not only was there no blood on Shoko's body, there wasn't even a trace of injury. Aijichi almost jumped for joy, and the other assistant supervisors also breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. Etc. Why is she alone, Shaolu? A bad premonition spread in their hearts. Could it be that Shaolu fought a desperate battle with the special grade cursed spirit to protect Shoko, and they both died in the end? It makes sense. Shoko, who is not good at fighting, is in the field of special grade cursed spirits, but he doesn't suffer any injuries at all. Apart from Shaolu's risking his life to save her, they could not think of any other possibility. Mei Mei and Nanami both looked solemn and walked up with uneasy hearts. Everyone stared at the place where the special cursed spirit had just dissipated and fell into deep thought. In their minds, they had already imagined a brutal battle. Mei Mei squatted down, looked at the abandoned construction site filled with running water, and said in a low voice. In order to protect Shoko's safety, are you willing to sacrifice your own life? He has such a strong power but, recalling the previous conversation with Shaolu in the underground laboratory, Shaolu once said that everyone has their own aspirations, and he can guarantee that he will never cause any harm to the sorcerers of the high school. But now, it's more than just not causing any harm. He even sacrificed his life to save Shoko. She forced a smile. What a fascinating little brother. Nanami also sighed. Don't worry, Jujutsu High School will always remember Shaolu. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, as if in silence for Shaolu. Just then, what are you talking about? Shaolu is fine. Shoko looked at the strange behavior of the crowd and couldn't help but ask, did you misunderstand something? After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Shoko in shock. Mei Mei's eyes lit up. Shoko, are you saying Shaolu is fine? Then, what about him? Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Shoko held her forehead helplessly. What an irresponsible guy. He released her from that strange space and ran away. Then, Shoko patiently told the details of what happened. A few minutes later, what, you mean Shaolu was suppressing the special grade curse spirit almost the entire time? There was no pressure at all, and the flood and the dragon just now were also caused by Shaolu. Everyone gasped and looked at Shoko with incredible eyes. Shaolu, has he become this strong? Shoko nodded with a lingering feeling. Thinking back on it again, she still found it a little unbelievable. She never expected that Shaolu was so strong. Although he was finally included in the divine power space, he did not see Shaolu's ultimate move. But there is no doubt that this is another spell of Shaolu that has never been seen. How many undiscovered sorcerers are hidden in this guy? Mei Mei then asked. What about others? At this time, everyone turned their eyes to Shoko. Right, since it was a total crush, what about Shaolu? Shoko rubbed his head, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered. He said Itadori was in trouble and he wanted to ask Sukuna to play in the second half. Shaolu left in a hurry at that time. After releasing her from the Shinwei space, he left after leaving a brief sentence. But as soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Fight Sukuna. Is he crazy? He just killed a special grade cursed spirit and he is not satisfied, now he wants to fight Sukuna. That was the cursed king from thousands of years ago. But soon, they realized, isn't Sukuna living in Itadori's body? How did he know there would be trouble? Idiot. Now we shouldn't worry about how Shaolu knew this, but Sukuna must wake up again. If this is true, the consequences will be disastrous. Fushiguro Megumi, Itadori, and Kubasaki Nobara are all in danger. Nanami looked at the assistant supervisor and said seriously. In that case, it is necessary to go there. You should know where Eijichi Itadori and his men are carrying out their mission. Lead the way. Mei Mei looked at Eijichi and said calmly. Eijichi. Yes, Miss Mei Mei. When performing tasks, assistant supervisors should follow the sorcerer's arrangements. What's more, it's such an important matter. Not good. Nanami suddenly realized something, her face changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice. Before that, let's leave behind a group of people who are specifically responsible for clearing memories. Quote, the account has been breached. Shaolu's water dragon is so powerful that the residents nearby may have discovered it. Quote, immediately mobilize your connections, contact the fishing reel department, find some reliable and authoritative experts, and write a copy to refute the rumor. After all, such supernatural phenomena can cause quite a bit of panic. Chapter 28, Cursed. Yingji Children's Palace. The situation is extremely critical. Bang. With a loud bang, the thick stone wall collapsed instantly. Itadori's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, almost smashing through the wall behind him. His eyes rolled back, his face was covered in blood, his right palm had been cut off, blood splattered all over the ground. The smoke cleared, and a creature similar to the ultimate humanoid in the movie slowly walked over. Its skin is dark blue, its muscles are well developed and it contains terrifying power, and it is only wrapped in a loincloth to cover its body. The sound of the god of death's footsteps came. Itadori suddenly opened his eyes and forced himself to regain consciousness. He tore off a piece of cloth and tied it around his broken right hand to prevent excessive blood loss. Call. Even your breathing is starting to tremble. Itadori endured the severe pain and stared at the special cursed spirit in front of him. Stay calm, stay calm. Although this cursed spirit is much smaller than the special human-faced worm I saw in Roppongi last time. However, just from the sense of oppression, it is obvious that it is much more powerful. What to do? What to do? What would Shaolu do if he were here? No, with his strength, he doesn't need to think so much. Even if he can't win, his life won't be in danger. Strength is too weak. However, the special cursed spirit in front of him would not give Itadori any chance to continue thinking. It wants to kill the ants in front of it in the most horrific and painful way, so as to satisfy the pleasure in its heart. All I saw was its ferocious face and a cruel smile. With his hands spread out, a terrifying golden airflow rushed towards Itadori with it as the center. Boom! The black floor tiles were violently overturned by the strong airflow. For a moment, broken stones and bricks flew everywhere, and the terrifying wind blew it so hard that Itadori couldn't even breathe. It's like a low-profile version of Shinra Tensei. Itadori stretched out his right hand and broken left arm, gathered a cursed barrier, and resisted with all his might. But the magic power he could currently gather was too far behind that of the special grade magic spirit, and he was almost enduring it with his physical body. The skin and flesh on his face were flying, the tears dripping from the corners of his eyes, and the saliva flying from the corners of his mouth evaporated instantly under this terrifying airflow. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, so uncomfortable. At this moment, he was enduring pain that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have died long ago. Even though death was right in front of me, my mind couldn't help but recall what happened with my finger. He felt a little regretful. If I hadn't picked up that damn finger. Don't eat him. Maybe this series of events would not have happened. Maybe. Don't even think about it, Itadori. He roared ferociously as if to cheer himself up. Glancing at the dark passage behind. Fushiguro has gone to rescue Kugisaki, and his mission is almost complete. Then, I can be free. Itadori's consciousness gradually blurred, he collapsed to the ground, and black lines gradually appeared on his face. The cursed spirit who wanted to give him the final blow suddenly froze in place. Where are the people? The ants that were lying on the ground waiting to be slaughtered suddenly disappeared. Sudden, an indifferent voice came from the side. It's really annoying. You actually treated me as a tool. Itadori played badly in AFK, and the power leveler Sukuna successfully logged in. The humanoid cursed spirit suddenly turned sideways. I am still the same ant as before, why am I so scared? Even every cell in the body is trembling. The poor cursed spirit has not yet realized that the ant's identity has quietly changed. No, facing the cursed king from thousands of years ago, it might not even be an ant. Sukuna ignored the shocked cursed spirit and just stroked his chin and said. Humph, wishful thinking, you want me to clean your Suddenly, Sukuna grinned evilly. In that case, I will kill his other two companions. Especially that energetic wild woman, she should be able to bring a lot of fun to me, right? What kind of expression will this little devil show then? Sukuna patted the cursed spirit on the shoulder, and the cursed spirit shuddered all over. He immediately stood up straight, with cold sweat all over his body. Follow me, let's kill those two sorcerers. Sukuna waved, put his hands in his pockets, and walked forward. The humanoid cursed spirit was very frightened at this moment, but even more so was anger. How dare the ants before order me around like this? It put its hands together, condensed a terrifying energy ball in front of its chest, and smashed it towards Sukuna. Sukuna's eyes slanted slightly on his cheekbones. Idiot. Then he took out his broken left hand from his trouser pocket and restored it instantly with the help of the warlock. Then, he easily blocked the incoming energy ball. With a slight force from his 5 fingers, he actually annihilated the energy ball directly. Tisk. I actually helped him heal his broken hand subconsciously, so annoying. The humanoid cursed spirit involuntarily took a step back, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes again. How is it possible that he actually caught my powerful attack with his hands? And not a single hair was hurt. Sukuna glanced at it and said, since you don't like walking, then stay here forever. After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared, and a pair of big hands directly pressed down on the cursed spirit's head. Then exert slight force. Boom. The special grade humanoid cursed spirit was directly knocked away by an irresistible force. The whole body is deeply embedded in the wall. In a dim corridor, a beautiful figure kept moving around, swinging a hammer with a pink heart engraved on it. Get out of my way, BD. Nobara Kugasaki used all her strength to launch a resonance attack that pierced through the body of a cursed spirit. Hoo-ha. She put one hand on her waist and tried to support her exhausted body. Looking at the cursed spirits that were surrounding her from all sides, she spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Ever since she was engulfed by the strange black space, she came here and was surrounded by these cursed spirits. There is only one nail left, and the magic power is almost exhausted. The number of cursed spirits. Looking at the countless cursed spirits around me, a feeling of powerlessness arises in my heart. Why is it the same scene again? I am surrounded by cursed spirits again. How abominable. I can't die here. I haven't met Sister Sori yet. There are still so many streets in Tokyo that I haven't visited yet. I haven't bought the new bag that is about to be released, and I haven't watched the movie yet. Most importantly, I haven't taken any revenge on that nasty Shaolu yet. He actually dared me to call him boss, and even dared to bully Sister Junshi. Just last time, after Junshi finished sparring with Shaolu, he brought back 2 pieces of Akatsuki clothing. After the 2 women confessed to each other, she learned the general process of how Sister Junshi was recruited into the Akatsuki organization. What are you doing wandering around with that tentacle monster over there? Do you think I'm afraid of this thing? I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Nobara Kugasaki somehow gained strength and prepared to charge into the group of cursed spirits. Just then, the space twisted and distorted, and a pair of slender hands stretched out from the vortex and placed them on her shoulders. Chapter 29, 3 Sisters. Ah, ghost. The sudden appearance of the big hand scared Nobara Kugasaki so much that she almost jumped up. The iron hammer that was originally swung at the cursed spirit suddenly smashed backwards. Shaolu held her wrist and slowly walked out of the whirlpool with a smile on her face. Kugisaki-san, it feels like 24 hours have passed since I last saw you. Kugasaki rolled his eyes at him. Why are you standing there? And, he's so elusive that he scares me to death. Seeing Shaolu coming, she knew her crisis was over, and she sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. Really, I was saved by this guy again. I owe him 2 favors. How am I going to repay him in the future? Shaolu didn't take the cursed spirits around him seriously at all. As Shaolu appeared, these cursed spirits stopped attacking, as if they were sizing up this guy who frightened them. You've suffered a lot, right? I told you to wear Akatsuki's clothes but you didn't, otherwise I would have been here a long time ago. Liu deliberately left the Kamui mark on the Akatsuki's clothes, and he thought that it was Satasaki Nobara who was wearing it this time. As a result, he used the coordinates of the clothes and teleported directly to the closet in her room with divine power. Finally, relying on the memory in my mind and continuous attempts, I found this place. Kugasaki complained. That dress is too loose, it doesn't show my figure at all. Figure. Shaolu looked at her slightly bulging chest muscles speechlessly. Hey, what do you mean by that expression? Unconvinced, Nobara Kugasaki stood up with her hands on her hips, straightened her body, and tried hard to prove her worth. Shaolu coughed twice. Okay, let's deal with these cursed spirits first. After saying this, he clapped his hands together and formed a hand seal. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Raging, blazing flames spewed out of his mouth, filling the dark space with flames, bright as day. The terrifying high temperature directly burned all the cursed spirits around into ashes. After a few seconds, the surroundings fell into dead silence. The aroma of meat spread throughout the corridor. Shaolu. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Kugasaki Nobara's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him with a complicated expression, then she looked at the cursed spirits that had nothing left. Is this solved? He fought to the death, exhausted himself but couldn't solve the cursed spirits, and they were killed instantly by him. Also, what is fire release? Genius can't be so exaggerated, right? Kugasaki shook his head, feeling physically and mentally devastated. I had originally thought about working hard to surpass Shaolu and have him bow down before me and call me queen. But it's been such a short time since we last met, and this guy has actually learned a new sorcery. Warlock, is it really that easy to learn? Why does this guy know so many? Fire and space don't seem to have anything to do with each other. Okay, stop being obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Go save Itadori and the others. Kugasaki Nobara. Tisk, what are you showing off for? Just then, a black figure, a man with a hedgehog hairstyle, ran over. The two looked over. Shaolu waved. Long time no see, Fushiguro. Fushiguro Megumi propped himself up on his knees, breathing deeply. I'm glad you're okay. In fact, the moment he saw Shaolu, his heart was at peace. Time was running out, so Fushiguro Megumi told them roughly what had happened and also called the teachers. I have to say that Fushiguro Yodo is very conscious and smart. Shaolu, it seems that Itadori is in danger. You guys go wait outside the gate. I will go save Itadori. Fushiguro was shocked, feeling that all his previous words were in vain. Hey. Did you understand what I said? Itadori is probably not himself now. It's Sukuna, the Cursed King in two-finger form. Shaolu certainly knew that Sukuna had already taken over Itadori's body and was probably beating up the humanoid special grade cursed spirit. However, Sukuna should be able to kill the special grade cursed spirit soon and devour the third finger. And his purpose at this moment is to fight Sukuna in a one-on-one duel. As he became more and more proficient in the use of the Sharingan, he has already mastered the first level of Susanoo. Skeleton form. As for the second level, I always feel like something is missing. Shaolu had a hunch that perhaps this battle with Sukuna would not only help him master the association's ninjutsu, but might even unlock the second stage of Susanoo. The capabilities of this double kaleidoscope are far more than that, and there is still a lot of room for development. Children's Palace. An underground ruin. The humanoid special grade cursed spirit was nailed to the wall, its limbs had been cut off, and purple-black blood flowed onto the ground along the corners of the wall. Sukuna stood on a piece of gravel with his hands in his pockets, admiring his masterpiece. Hee, you know what? We are all classified as special grade. Don't you think that you and I have lowered our grade? If that's the way it is, then there doesn't seem to be much difference between the special grade and the small fish. These words seemed to anger the cursed spirit nailed to the wall. It let out a roar and began to struggle violently, trying to escape from the wall. Sukuna raised his eyebrows and continued to encourage. Very good, try harder, be a little more angry. Then please me as much as you can. Ah, the cursed spirit's eyes were filled with rage, and it finally pulled its body out of the wall. Dense bubbles appeared on the broken limbs, and then the severed hands and feet grew back again. Bang! The humanoid special grade cursed spirit jumped down from a wall more than 10 meters high, with the corners of his mouth grinning from ear to ear, seeming very excited. Sukuna sneered. You seem very proud. Do you want me to praise you? Special grade. Unfortunately, this is not worthy of praise. You are different from humans. Healing is not a difficult task for cursed spirits. Sukuna pointed at his own body again. You are just like this brat, extremely stupid and know nothing about cursed power. So, let me teach you, UBD. After saying this, Sukuna slowly pulled out his hands and formed seals. Field expands. The devil subduing chef. As the low words came out. Tick-tock. In the absolute darkness, water drops fell, causing slight ripples. A shrill wailing sound like that of a demon from hell echoed. An endless eerie aura instantly spread out with Sukuna as the center, and countless dry and white skulls emerged. The ground beneath your feet is like a transparent mirror. Under the reflection, a large scarlet Buddhist shrine rose from the ground. Like a gate to hell, Sukuna stands above the realm, like a god holding the power of life and death. Untie, the extremely calm voice uttered. Brush, the slashing blow that could not be seen by the naked eye swept through like cutting tofu, and blood spurted out. A humanoid special grade cursed spirit, with pupils as thin as needles, motionless, and its body covered with blood. A breeze blew and its body instantly split apart. The incision was neat and smooth, divided into countless parts. Because it was cut vertically, the cursed spirit had no trace of revival. Oh, I accidentally cut it into noodles. Sorry. As he spoke, Sukuna slowly walked up to the monster, stretched out 2 fingers in front of its chest, and pulled out a wind-dried finger. But fortunately, the finger is intact. The property has been returned to its original owner. Sukuna raised his head, swallowed his fingers, closed his eyes and enjoyed the return of strength. Even the cursed energy consumed in opening the domain just now was made up. Bang! Sukuna snapped his fingers. The humanoid cursed spirit that was cut into noodles was instantly burned by the purple flames and eventually returned to nothingness. He put his hands in his pockets, walked silently to the empty gravel area, slowly closed his eyes and said impatiently. It's over. There was silence all around, and no one responded. Tisk. Don't mess with me, come out quickly if you want. Sukuna's tone became even more impatient. As the king of curses, he is actually restricted by a little devil. This made him lose face. 3 seconds later, still no response, and no feeling of being squeezed in the consciousness. Sukuna opened his 4 eyes, and something occurred to him. Could it be that? The blow this kid received was so great that his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Thinking of this, he revealed a strange and ferocious smile. Looks like I can kill to my heart's content. Unfortunately, I'm still a step too late. My points are gone. A sigh was heard from the dim underground ruins. Sukuna turned around suddenly. Who? Chapter 30 The Push from the Rasengan. Whoosh. A whirlpool appeared, and a man with a round fan on his back appeared in front of him. So it's you, the boy with strange abilities. An amused expression suddenly appeared on Ryomen Sukuna's face. This person was the sorcerer who had defeated him right after his rebirth. But at that time he only had the strength of 1 finger, but now he has swallowed 3 fingers. Therefore, he decided not to look for those little ghosts for the time being, because the person in front of him interested him more. You actually came to me on your own initiative. Are you ready to live a life worse than death? Boom. Sukuna suddenly exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Boy, I decided to torture you slowly. Shaolu looked at Sukuna with interest. 3-finger Sukuna, he is indeed much stronger than the first time we met. Perhaps by fighting him, I might be able to activate the 2nd level void left energy. Come on, Let me see if you have made any progress during this period of time. Don't be like that cursed spirit just now. Before Sukuna finished speaking, Shaolu used a body flash technique and came behind Sukuna at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, concentrate the chakra in your hands to form a high-intensity electric current. Reikiri, sizzle, the sound of thunder and lightning came to his ears. Sukuna widened his eyes and subconsciously looked out of the corner of his eye. What? Such a fast speed. At the same time, outside the children's palace, Fushiguro Megumi was pacing back and forth anxiously, and the black jade dog behind him was following him in circles foolishly. Damn it, why doesn't Liu listen to advice now? Is he still treating this as his first time? The two Shibusukuo, their strength has increased several times. Can't we wait for the teachers to come together? Hey, Hedgehog Head, could you please stop swaying around? Kugasaki Nobara complained impatiently. Ever since Shaolu brought the two of them here, he has been walking around, almost non-stop. It was so dazzling that her eyes were dazzled. She was not too worried about Shaolu's safety. Although that guy always makes her feel embarrassed, she has to admit that in terms of strength, he is an absolute monster. Especially the book of 8 Gates Ninjutsu that Maki brought back last time, I also read it myself. Although I don't understand it, it is indeed very mysterious. Shaolu was able to write such a powerful physical technique. He is truly a monster. If it were to get out, the entire sorcery world would probably go crazy. Especially his eyes, which can actually see the future. So to a certain extent, it should be possible to avoid fatal dangers, right? At this moment, a black car came at high speed, then drifted and braked suddenly, accompanied by a harsh friction sound. There were deep tire marks on the ground. 3 people got off the car. They were Mei Mei, Nanami and Shoko. As for Ijichi, he did not stop but rushed back to school to report the situation to the principal. Seeing the 3 people, Fushigiro's eyes lit up and he immediately ran forward. You guys are finally here. Go help Shaolu, he's going to challenge Sukuna. Then, Fushiguro briefly introduced what had happened. Let's go, Teacher Mei Mei. Although Shaolu is stronger than us, the strength of Niji Sukuro should not be underestimated. And Itadori's safety must be guaranteed, otherwise Gojo Satoru will go crazy. Nanami analyzed while wearing a suit and adjusting her tie. Mei Mei also agreed with this, but she had to ask Yaga for extra money afterwards. Shoko, who was standing behind him, held a lollipop in her mouth and smiled. Be careful, I won't cause any trouble for you. Fushiguro Megumi and Kugasaki Nobara were both stunned. If I heard correctly, Teacher Nanami just said that Shaolu was stronger than them. And Teacher Mei Mei didn't object. Did Shaolu improve so quickly that he surpassed 2 teachers in such a short time? Doesn't that mean Shaolu is close to the top grade? Isn't this too foul? Then they both shook their heads. Shaolu can no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. Comparing himself with him will only make himself boring. Even if one day he suddenly becomes as powerful as Gojo Sensei, well, that's probably unlikely. Sensei Gojo has 6 eyes and no bottom line. At least, it should not be realistic in the short term. Just as Mei Mei and Nanami were preparing to go inside the building to provide support. Boom! A loud noise reached everyone's eardrums. I saw a black dot flying backwards at a very high speed, and there seemed to be a blue snake-shaped electric current wrapped around it. As the distance got closer, a familiar figure came into everyone's sight. Itadori. No, it's Sukuna. The curse lines on his face made it easy for everyone to recognize him at a glance. Sukuna was actually knocked into the air. Then there is only one possibility for who did it. Whoosh! Thunder roared in the direction of the building, and a blue arc flashed by, breaking through the clouds and leaving a dazzling and eye-catching trail. Shaolu transformed into lightning and came to the sky above Sukuna at an extremely fast speed. The corners of his mouth rose. Let you enjoy the feeling of pushing your back again. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-speed rotating energy ball condensed in his hand. The energy ball showed a bright blue light, and as it appeared, the surrounding airflow gradually twisted, forming a vortex. Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan hit Sukuna's back hard, and the irresistible push on his back accompanied by the burning pain made Sukuna even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the better you can please him. Bang! Sukuna's body arched and fell heavily to the ground. A huge dent was created on the concrete floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. The violent shock waves swept through like a strong wind, blowing the spectators backwards uncontrollably. Mei Mei and Nanami's faces changed slightly, and they immediately took Kugasaki and Fushiguro to retreat. Shoko on his body blinked his eyes, his brown hair was messy, and the lollipop in his mouth was gone. With no other options, she had to take out a green apple-flavored lollipop and continue stuffing it into her mouth. What a scary and rude guy, but that move he made just now was pretty cool. Fushiguro and the others stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. The lightning just now was terrifying. What is this huge energy ball? I heard from Shaolu that it was called something like Rasengan. Now he understood why the 2 teachers had said that Shaolu was better than them. But judging from these 2 moves, it is enough. Is this guy a spell inventor? Why can he always come up with weird spells? And it's so powerful. When the smoke and dust cleared, Sukuna was no longer visible in the pit. Suddenly, a slashing attack came from behind. Careful, Fushiguro yelled. Shaolu was well prepared. As a time traveler, he knew the theorem of accidental injuries caused by smoke. The divine power was activated, and the colorless slash passed through the body, cutting a deep gully in the ground. Sukuna frowned. What a trouble, even the slash went straight through. However, he already had a rough guess in his mind. Chapter 31. Oversized Rasengan to the face. Whether it was the first time I fought with this kid or now, every time he was in this strange virtual state, he would not attack me. Even if he revealed his flaws in front of him, this kid remained indifferent. Therefore, it is very likely that he cannot attack in this state. No, I don't dare to attack. Could it be that once his body actively touches mine, he will be freed from that strange state of emptiness? Thinking of this, Sukuna showed a strange smile. Sure enough, no matter how powerful a warlock is, he cannot be absolutely invincible. In this way, all he needs to do is give up defense and deliver a fatal blow the moment he actively attacks him. In simple terms, it's a damage swap. Over the past 1,000 years, there have been few people who could make him use his brain to fight. Shaolu hooked his finger at him, signaling, "Come over here." When the two exchanged glances, they attacked at the same time. Whoosh, the earth cracked, the surrounding trees were uprooted by the strong wind, and the air was cut by the sound of a sonic boom. Two powerful men flying in the air shuttled through the open space of the children's palace, and the tug-of-war of chasing each other officially began. The attacks from both sides became more and more fierce, the afterimages were blurred, the collisions were fierce, and the punches hit the flesh. Shaolu's body cells were boiling with blood, and the pattern of the Sharingan was spinning at the fastest speed ever. The pupil power was open to the extreme as if it was free, and the shackles of opening the second-level virtual left energy were gradually breaking. On the other hand, Sukuna's eyes were fierce, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, but his smile became more and more crazy. He is waiting for a perfect chance to kill. In just a few seconds, the two sides had fought nearly 100 rounds. Mei Mei and the others had already retreated far away, watching this decisive battle with extremely solemn expressions. This level of battle was difficult for her to intervene even as a first-level sorcerer. Although Shaolu was in a state of suppression from beginning to end, he beat Sukuna so hard that blood spurted everywhere. However, everyone did not relax at all, but became more nervous. Because, the smile on Sukuna's face became more and more weird, as if he was planning something big. Moreover, Shaolu's attack did not cause fatal damage to Sukuna. If this continues, his curse power will surely be the first to fail. They were very confused. Why did the strength of the two fingers Sukunuo increase so greatly? Bang! Shaolu's fist hit Sukuna's abdomen. Blood spurted from the corner of Sukuna's mouth, but his face showed an evil smile as if he had succeeded. 8. There are two types of slashing attacks of Ryomen Sukuna, one is Jia, and the other is 8. Solution is a series of normal slashing attacks, and 8 is to apply the power of the spell to cause a fatal blow. The slashing in this state is not only powerful, it can cut through anything. It is also faster, almost imperceptible. By the time the opponent reacts, most of them have already been broken in half. Thousands of years ago, during the heyday of sorcerers, countless so-called geniuses died under this move of his, without exception. As Sukuna shouted, a ray of light flashed by, and the clouds in the sky were instantly split into two. Sukuna crossed his arms and said calmly, "You are very capable, but that's all." In the distance, everyone's breathing stagnated. In their sight, Shaolu's body was fixed in the air, motionless. Shaolu didn't dodge. Yes, how could it be possible to dodge such an extremely fast attack? Kugasaki Nobara clenched her fists, tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, gritted her teeth and stared at Shaolu. "Idiot, don't scare me. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Move, can't your eyes predict the future? You must have dodged it, right?" Shoko's heart twisted, the lollipop in her mouth broke, and she watched in disbelief as Shaolu's body gradually split into two. Her savior is dead. However, Mei Mei showed a faint smile. "Look carefully, there is no blood." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was in grief suddenly looked up at Shaolu, whose upper body had fallen to the ground. Huh, really no blood, could it be that? Sukuna was about to laugh out loud to declare victory in this battle, but suddenly he had a bad feeling. When I looked down, I immediately discovered heresy. Nani, no blood seen. Then, Shaolu's body, which was split in two, suddenly emitted white smoke and turned into a wooden stake. Question mark. This scene stunned not only the high school students who were watching the game from a distance, but even Sukuna. What the hell is this? I have been in the world of spells for thousands of years, and I have never encountered such a strange scene. Sukuna immediately put away his victorious attitude, looked solemn, and assumed a fighting stance, while the scene just now kept echoing in his mind. My slashing attack actually hit him, there was no possibility of dodging. But why didn't Shaolu's body bleed but turned into wood? At this moment, a whisper came into Sukuna's ear. "It's a substitution technique, you haven't seen it before, you little jerk." Sukuna's pupils contracted, and he wanted to respond to the attack, but it was too late. Shaolu's hands were so fast that he grabbed Sukuna and immediately locked him in the Shinwei space. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Shaolu began to roll the balls on the spot. After a few seconds, a huge Rasengan appeared in front of his chest. Shaolu smiled evilly, opened the divine space, and released Sukuna. Sukuna, who hadn't figured out what was going on, was completely focused on the rapidly rotating blue and white energy ball. Super-sized Rasengan. Boom boom boom. The moment Sukuna was hit, he flew out at a very high speed, breaking countless trees along the way. The huge destructive force tore the earth apart and uprooted the trees. The oversized Rasengan was launched right at his face, and even Sukuna's head would be buzzing. Wait until the aftermath dissipates. Sukuna was embedded in the ground, coughing up blood in embarrassment, and the clothes on his chest had already been torn to pieces by the explosion. Thinking back to the attack just now, Sukuna couldn't help but sigh. The moment he was hit, if he hadn't subconsciously used his cursed power to block it, he would have probably fainted. That would be a huge loss of face. Ahem, not bad, really amazing, every move is eye-opening. As he spoke, he climbed out of the deep pit. The dirt and blood on his face did not make him look more miserable, but instead made the Cursed King look even more domineering and crazy. I never expected that two geniuses who fascinated me would appear at the same time 1,000 years later. There is Gojo Satoru, who was hailed as the strongest at the time, and there is the mysterious Shaolu. The present world is far more interesting than it was 1,000 years ago, ha 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 ha. Ryomen Sukuna spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and laughed wildly. His body couldn't help shaking with excitement. Yes, this is the unique personality charm of the Cursed King. If someone else did this, they would probably just be called a middle school boy. But if it's Sukuna instead, there's no sense of incongruity. This kid's spells are too weird, his physical skills are also very powerful, and with my strength of 3 fingers today, I'm afraid I really can't do anything to him. Then only, Sukuna put his hands together and made a seal, his eyes never leaving Shaolu. Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the people behind him. Stand back. He knew that Sukuna was going to have a big opening, and he was looking forward to it. Field expands. The Devil Subduing Chef. Chapter 32. Who can last longer? As the low and hoarse voice fell, with Sukuna as the center, the area of 100 meters spread out instantly, covering Shaolu. A scream like that of a demon from hell echoed. An endless eerie aura instantly spread out with Sukuna as the center, and countless dry and white skulls emerged. The ground beneath your feet is like a transparent mirror. Under the reflection, a large scarlet Buddhist shrine rose from the ground. Like a gate to hell, the entire area appeared in everyone's sight like a canvas of hell. Although his divine power was weakened, Shaolu still did not dare to be careless. Is this Sukuna's domain? It's enough to compete with infinite space. It is one of the strongest fields in the entire magic world. Shaolu, who has read the original novel, naturally has some understanding of it. Enemies in the demon shrine will be constantly subjected to 2 different types of attacks. Their resolution for slashing, and 8 for sure slashing the target depending on the difference in the curse spirit. The most important thing is that Sukuna's field is different from other fields, it can be said to be a unique existence. After his domain is expanded, he restricts people from entering and leaving the domain freely. This will increase the attack range, up to a terrifying radius of 200 meters. It can be said that if one is unfortunately pulled into the field, he may be chopped into pieces by countless attacks in an instant. Shaolu thought that the only one who could withstand the domain slash might be Moduoduo, because he would never be able to make the final blow. Outside the field, Mei Mei and others withdrew from the area in time due to Shaolu's reminder. Looking at Shaolu, who was alone in Sukuna territory in the distance, they couldn't help but worry about him. Domain. This is the realm that all sorcerers and above pursue. Once you comprehend a domain, it means you are at the top of the list. Even Mei Mei and Nanami now have not realized it. However, Shaolu is now facing the domain of the Cursed King Sukuna. Immediately, in their extremely shocked gazes, Sukuna slowly stretched out his hand. Swish, swish, swish. In the area, the overwhelming slashing attacks instantly engulfed Shaolu at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. The earth, trees, and tall buildings were instantly transformed into countless smooth and neat blocks of tofu. Due to being covered by the slashing blow, Mei Mei and the others could no longer see what Shaolu's current condition was. They only knew that no one could escape this almost indiscriminate saturation attack. Even if Shaolu could use the substitution technique infinitely, it would be useless. After all, it takes time to cast a spell, and this gap is enough for countless people to be chopped down. Sukuna maintained the posture of launching a slash, watching his slash pass through Shaolu's body without exception. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still cursed secretly, cheating. As the Cursed King from 1,000 years ago, he actually felt envious at this moment. It would be a great thing if he could learn such a warlock. But he was not in a hurry. I guess it was very hard for him to maintain this state. And he had already seen that Shaolu was a strange sorcerer from his scarlet eyes. He had noticed this in the previous battle. Under the coverage of his indiscriminate slashing, the strange pattern was spinning faster and faster. Everything has its limits, even him. Sure enough, while thinking, Sukuna noticed that Shaolu's eyes began to bleed. Sukuna looked at Shaolu and said, "How long can you sustain such a high-load operation? Just defending will only delay your death. Why not give it a try and show me your true strength to please me?" Feeling the stinging pain in her eyes, Shaolu couldn't help but admire him. As expected of Sukuna, besides possessing powerful strength, he also possesses a strong combat strategy and extraordinary comprehension. In the later period, he could learn many difficult sorcerers just by looking at them. Now, he actually saw the source of Shenhui's power and analyzed its only weakness. The perfect virtualization time of Shenhui is 5 minutes. Shaolu is not in a hurry. He wants to take this opportunity to promote Sharingan. Under such high pressure, Shaolu could clearly feel that the upper limit of the Sharingan was being broken. It is very simple to break Sukuna's domain. Just use illusion and glare at him with all your strength and he will be obedient. After all, Sukuna has many eyes as well as many hands. With so many eyes, if he doesn't fall for the illusion, who will? Thinking of this, Shaolu couldn't help but smile playfully. Oink oink. Under Sukuna's countless slashes, the surrounding area had been almost razed to the ground, leaving only countless slash marks. A minute and a second passed. Sukuna gradually became impatient. Even though he was the king of curses, it was very tiring for him to release slashes like this non-stop. What's more, he has only just recovered 3 fingers of strength now, and is far from being as strong and durable as he was at his peak. But looking at Shaolu's eyes that were bleeding, he felt itchy again. Compared to Gojo Satoru, he now thinks Shaolu is a bigger threat. All kinds of strange abilities kept appearing, and even he found it very difficult to deal with. Moreover, from Itadori's memory, he had only been in school for a few days. If he really grew up, he might cause himself a lot of trouble. Therefore, we should take advantage of this great opportunity when Gojo Satoru is not here to completely eliminate the threat. So, the two men stood opposite each other, and a protracted battle between real men began. 2.5 minutes have passed. Sukuna was already sweating profusely from exhaustion, and the cursed energy in his body was almost depleted. This is damn ability. Sukuna was extremely impatient and depressed. The blood flowing from this kid's eyes is enough to wash his face. How can he still maintain his virtual state? For thousands of years, when fighting against enemies, he almost always ended the battle quickly with a crushing gesture. When did it become a protracted war like today? This was simply torture for him, who was impatient. Outside, Mei Mei and the others were not as nervous as before. Because the scene before my eyes was too weird. Sukuna always maintained the posture of releasing slashing attacks, while Shaolu was still overwhelmed by the overwhelming slashing attacks and could not see the specific situation. The two of them remained standing like this, motionless. If the atmosphere wasn't serious, Kugasaki Nobara would have wanted to greet them. Hey! Are you two playing the game of standing still? Teacher Mei Mei, since Shaolu's ability is to allow any level to pass through his body, he will be invincible. How long can he maintain this abnormal ability? Just now, Mei Mei, who couldn't bear to see everyone so worried, mentioned Shaolu's ability. Mei Mei rubbed her brows and said, I don't know exactly how long it will take. But I believe that Shaolu must be a persistent man. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. As expected of teacher Mei Mei, she actually still has the mind to make jokes in this situation. However, only Nobara Kugasaki secretly looked at Mei Mei with a scrutinizing gaze. Teacher Mei Mei seems to have a special relationship with Shaolu. Although she always acts flirtatious and charming, it seems that she only does this to Shaolu. When facing other people, he gives people a feeling of mystery and laziness. Moreover, there was something wrong with the way she looked at Shaolu, like an older sister looking at a younger brother, but with some strange emotions mixed in. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be that it was from the last time when teacher Nanami invited everyone to dinner, but Shaolu and Mei Mei were the only ones who didn't go? What happened between the two of them that time? Anyway, there's something wrong with these two. Chapter 33. Susanoo. A 40-meter-long sword. 4 minutes passed. Shaolu felt that the time was ripe and the second stage of the empty left seemed to be ready to start. He looked at Sukuna and said with a joking smile, sure enough, only by maintaining a high intensity of combat can the power of the Sharingan be further stimulated. You have worked so hard, Sukuna. Although the saturation slash made it difficult for him to easily cancel the perfect virtualization mode, he could still unleash the divine power of space distortion and illusion. But the purpose of this time has been achieved. Damn kid. Sukuna was slightly angry, and the continuous high-intensity slashing made him gradually unable to bear it. If I didn't have only 3 fingers of strength, there would be no chance for this kid to speak. But on second thought, I will be the one who has the last laugh, even though both of us have little cursed energy left in our bodies. But, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if he only has 3 fingers, the curse power of the Curse King is greater than that of this kid. But the next second, Sukuna was stunned. Shaolu suddenly opened his eyes. The kaleidoscope pattern mixed with blood is even more bizarre. The scarlet blood light is dazzling. Susanoo. Boom. The purple flame instantly covered Shaolu's entire body, turning into a skeleton form and wrapping Shaolu up in it. The first stage of Susanoo is performed without any pressure. But there is still space under the feet at this stage. Easy to get a pedicure. Shaolu showed a crazy smile and looked at Sukuna. It's not over yet. Boom boom boom. I saw that the skeleton body, which was originally wrapped in purple flames, began to be covered with meridians and flesh. The chakra coat wraps around the body surface, further strengthening the defense. At the same time, under the huge body of Susanoo, 2 40-meter chakra-long swords were held in his hands. 5 minutes had just passed, and Shaolu removed the perfect blur. Oink oink. Countless slashes hit Shuzuo Nengu, but they could only cut his outer clothes into pieces and leave marks on his bones. As for Shaolu who was inside, she was unharmed. When this form appeared, everyone present, including Sukuna, was completely dumbfounded. Sukuna looked up at the tall purple giant and couldn't help but exclaimed. Actually, there are still some tricks. Boom. Shaolu's goal has been achieved. He doesn't want to argue with him anymore and his mind moves slightly. Gana, goodbye. Shuzuo Nengu swept across with a 40-meter long sword in his hand. Before the blade arrived, the fierce gust of wind pierced his entire body, causing pain and flying hair. In a flash, Sukuna barely escaped 39 meters. However, the Shaolu knife was 40 meters long and was still hit by one blow. Boom! Sukuna's body flew backwards, his teeth shattered, and blood spurted out. At the same time, the domain of the demon subduer and the chef also collapsed. Even if he used all his strength to activate the reversal warlock, he was unable to withstand this terrifying attack. 100 meters away, Itadori was lying unconscious in a deep pit, covered in wounds. The curse lines on his face have disappeared. Inside Itadori's body, on top of a mountain of skulls, Sukuna slowly opened his eyes and grinned wickedly. Interesting. ... Outside, the earth cracked, trees broke, buildings collapsed, and the ground was devastated. If you don't know, you might think there was a big earthquake. Everyone in the college opened their mouths as wide as they could, like petrified statues, motionless. They had witnessed everything just now. The sudden appearance of the purple skeleton giant, and the 40-meter-long sword that instantly blew Sukuna away and broke the domain. Kugasaki Nobara asked tremblingly, Ming, what was that, Teacher Mei Mei just now? How could Shaolu summon such a terrifying giant? Mei Mei opened her red lips but could not utter a word for a long time. Finally, she smiled, shook her head, and sighed. Maybe it's a sorcerer similar to a Shikigami. After saying this, she stared at Shaolu's back with her eyes flickering, and sighed in her heart, how many tricks does this kid have? To this, everyone nodded in approval. The purple giant just now has never been seen used by Shaolu before. It is indeed possible that it is his last trump card, the Shikigami. He is truly a hidden talent. Such strength is enough to rank him among the top-grade sorcerers. Nobara Kugasaki felt a little lost. We are all newcomers of the same class, but you have suddenly become a top-class sorcerer. Can you please stop being so stressful? Fushiguro Megumi lowered his head and muttered to himself, Shikigami. Could it be that the giant just now was really the Shikigami summoned by Shaolu? This is too exaggerated. Fushiguro Megumi looked at the jade dog curled up in fear behind his trouser legs at his feet, and recalled the purple giant summoned by Shaolu just now. Suddenly, it didn't smell good anymore. Why are their Shikigami so powerful? His jade dog, elephant, gnu, etc., compared to this purple giant, look like cute little animals. Unless one contained the legendary Moxu Luo, there is no chance of defeating this purple giant. Thinking of this, his eyes became firm and he secretly made up his mind. Everyone is working hard to become stronger. I must not fall behind. At this time, Shaolu came over with some difficulty, carrying the unconscious Itadori. He held back on the attack just now. After all, he couldn't really kill her, right? After all, even if Itadori died, Sukuna would only lose a soul. However, due to his intervention, Itadori's situation was better. In the original novel, he was directly ripped out of his heart by Sukuna. Although this time, he was not much better, all the bones and tendons in his body were broken. But fortunately, with the existence of Shoko, there shouldn't be any major problems. Your eyes. A look of heartache appeared on Kugasaki Nobara's face. She wanted to reach out and wipe the blood off him but she was afraid of hurting him so she pulled back. After she said this, others also noticed Shaolu's bleeding eyes. What's a little bloodshed for a man? But if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a BD, Shaolu said as he took her hand and put it against his face. Well, it's very smooth and moist, and feels good. People say that Nobara Kugasaki is a rose with thorns, but it feels pretty good when you hold it in your hand. Nobara Kugasaki's face turned slightly red, but considering that Shaolu was the main contributor this time, she just turned her head away and did not try to break free. The main reason why the Sharingan was bleeding was due to the 5 minutes of perfect virtualization and the opening of the second-level virtual left energy. After all, it was my first time to activate Susanoo, and I didn't control the release of my pupil power well, and I used too much force all of a sudden. I believe that next time when I open Susanoo, there will be no bloodshed. After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. Brother, you call this a little blood. Others are crying, but you are bleeding. It really doesn't matter. This time, everyone is very grateful to Shaolu. If he hadn't stood up, the consequences would have been disastrous. Although this guy always looks careless, he is more reliable than anyone else at critical moments. Don't just stand there like an idiot. We'll have to trouble Dr. Shoko to treat Itadori when we get back. Shaolu felt a little embarrassed about Itadori, as this was the second time he had beaten him. Although his target was Sukuna, the one who was hurt the most was Itadori. I'm so sorry, Itadori bro. But I guess I'll have to beat the tiger again in the future, ahem Sukuna. Shoko put her hands in the pockets of her medical robe and said angrily, don't act so relaxed. Aren't you afraid of going blind after losing so much blood in your eyes? Go back and take good care of your injuries. I will personally watch over you and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Hiss. Everyone looked at him strangely. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Forget about Mei Mei teacher, but why is it that even Shoko's attitude towards him is a bit subtle? Chapter 34 Yaga Masamiki's mood is like a roller coaster. Jujutsu High School, inside the principal's office. Ijichi told the whole situation respectfully. At first, Yaga Masamiki was relieved after hearing this. That's wonderful. It's really wonderful. Thanks to him this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. However, he never expected that Shaolu's strength would grow to this level. Being in the realm of the special grade cursed spirit, he not only protected Shoko's safety, but also eliminated the special grade cursed spirit. Just based on this record, he is enough to be ranked among the top grade sorcerers. After Sha Yuji's rebellion, there are only 3 special grade sorcerers left in the high-level sorcerer level besides Gojo Satoru. They are Okatsu Yuta, Hyo Kinji, 99 Yuki, 2 are abroad, 1 was expelled. This also leads to the fact that high-end combat power of the Jujutsu High School is very scarce. At this moment, Yaga Masamiki has already begun to think about how to promote Shaolu to the ranks of special grade sorcerers. It would be best if there was an important factor that could completely tie him up in the Jujutsu High School. After all, how could such a talent be buried? At this time, Ijichi spoke, but, ? Seeing him acting timid, Yaga Masamiki said impatiently, if you have anything to say, just say it now. The information from the third-year student Itadori is also wrong. The one in the children's palace is not a first-level cursed spirit, but… Yaga Masamiki had a bad idea in his mind, but what? Ijichi glanced at Yaga timidly and continued, it is a special grade cursed spirit, and Itadori's consciousness has been taken over by Sukuna. Shaolu is fighting against Sukuna. After mustering up all the courage to say it all in one breath, he was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, and even his breathing became cautious. Yaga Masamiki's expression has become extremely ugly. I only learned about this later news on the way back, and I have no idea what the current situation is over there. In the office, the tense atmosphere reached its peak. Yaga Masamiki was furious, but he did not get angry at Ijichi. Because he smelled a conspiracy. If Shaolu's intelligence error was an accident, then Itadori's is unjustifiable. Moreover, the tasks of the children's palace seemed to be assigned by senior management. How could they not know what was going on inside? The real purpose of sending the third-year freshmen to carry out this mission while Gojo Satoru was away was clear. They might just take this opportunity to kill Itadori. On the surface, he agreed to a reprieve from death due to pressure from Gojo Satoru, but behind the scenes, he was playing dirty tricks. Thinking of this, Yaga Masamiki felt disappointed and his expectations of the top management also dropped significantly. Is such a leader really worth their life? Call. That's Ryomen Sukuna. If anything happens to Shaolu Itadori and the others, he no longer dared to imagine whether Gojo Satoru, who was about to return, would go berserk and kill all those high-ranking officials after learning about this situation. Alas, it is becoming increasingly difficult to be a principal. In just one day, his mood was like riding a roller coaster. I just got the good news and was only a few seconds happy when something even more exciting came. When Masamiki Yaga is worried. Bang! The office door was pushed open. Mei Mei walked in with her long legs and got straight to the point, overtime pay. Yaga Masamiki shook his head, feeling helpless, the debt collector is here again. Ijichi, who was standing by, saw Mei Mei coming back and his eyes lit up. Wait. Didn't teacher Mei Mei and the others go to look for Shaolu? Could it be that the danger has been resolved? Seeing how sad you two look, I will be merciful and tell you some good news. Then, she recounted what happened in the children's palace. 5 minutes later, Mei Mei took the money and left satisfied. Yaga Masamiki clapped his hands and laughed, and the sadness on his face disappeared instantly. Good. As expected of Shaolu. First he protected Shoko and expelled the special cursed spirit, then he actually ran over and beat up Sukuna. He resolved the biggest crisis. Shaolu is simply his lucky star. Now he increasingly felt that the beating was not in vain, as Shaolu was able to successfully enroll in school. I just don't know why 2 were missing when we later counted the cursed corpses. This day is more exciting than a roller coaster. After calming down, he let Ijichi leave, lit a cigarette, and lowered his head to think deeply. If Shaolu hadn't taken action this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. However, in this way, Shaolu also indirectly destroyed the plans of the top management. Humph, I hope those corrupt old men don't target Shaolu, otherwise don't blame him for the rebellion of Yaga Masamiki. Unconsciously, Yaga Masamiki's mentality has quietly changed. Infirmary. Shaolu was forcibly pressed on the hospital bed by Shoko, with her eyes wrapped with several layers of white gauze. And, the one wrapped like a mummy in the bed next to him is Itadori. Although apart from the eyes, there were no injuries anywhere else. He benefited a lot from the battle with Sukuna, but he also realized his own shortcomings. That is, there is too little chakra, magic power, in the body, not enough. Lack of blue, especially after opening Susanoo, the chakra consumed was too great, almost draining him out in an instant. Just as Shaolu was thinking, the door of the infirmary was pushed open. The sound of footsteps came into my ears. The people coming were Shoko and Gojo Satoru who had just returned. Just as Shaolu was about to sit up straight, a pair of jade hands pushed him down. Shoko leaned over to Shaolu's ear and whispered, "My dear benefactor, please don't move. I'll treat you to a drink later." Wow, Shoko, you're really discriminating. I've never seen you be so gentle to anyone before. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru immediately took the opportunity to make a joke. Shoko blushed slightly and glared at him. Gojo Satoru did not dare to continue speaking, but came to Shaolu and said with a smile. "Classmate Shaolu, oh no, it's teacher Shaolu, are you imitating me by wrapping your eyes like this? Although I know that I am the object of everyone's admiration, please don't be so fanatical. I will be shy, hee hee." Shaolu's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Shoko, who was standing by, picked up a stick and was about to hit Gojo Satoru on the forehead. Gojo Satoru's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "Ahem. Shoko, can you please go out for a while and give him and me some space to be alone?" Upon hearing this, Shoko also put down the stick in her hand. She knew that Gojo Satoru had already known the whole story after returning, and she should be suppressing her anger at this moment. "Don't bully my wounded soldiers. Don't worry, Shaolu and I are true love, how could I bear to bully him?" Bang! After Shoko left, Shaolu took the opportunity to tear off the white cloth wrapped around his eyes. "This thing is really uncomfortable to be tied up. I don't know how you got used to it." Gojo Satoru was shocked by this action. "Brother, don't do it, Shoko will think I picked it for you and you will get beaten." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. My eyes have almost recovered. Bleeding from the eyes is not caused by injury, but by excessive consumption of pupil power." Shoko and the others had misunderstood. After a few seconds of silence, Gojo Satoru looked at Itadori and started to get to the point. "Shaolu, this time it's all thanks to you." Chapter 35,100% Black Flash. I got a rough idea of what happened from Yagalao Denger. If you hadn't intervened, Itadori and the others would have died. Gojo Satoru sat next to Shaolu and said seriously. Shaolu was stunned. Having read the original novel, he of course knew that even if he hadn't intervened this time, nothing would have happened to anyone. Itadori, whose heart was ripped out, was also resurrected after reaching an agreement with Sukuna. But, Gojo Satoru certainly didn't know how the matter would end. Of course Shaolu would not miss the opportunity to improve his favorability. No matter if it is useful or not, just brush it first. Shaolu, ahem, after all, I am a teacher now. I cannot ignore my students when they are in trouble. That's what I should do. Gojo Satoru was grateful in his heart. Sure enough, he had not misjudged Shaolu. Although his background and abilities were mysterious, he belonged to the Jujutsu High School. Yaga Masamiki was really old and confused, he even sent Mei Mei to investigate him. Then he looked at Shaolu and said seriously, "You also know about Itadori Yuji's matter." This incident was obviously a secret plan by the higher-ups. They just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. They deliberately transferred me away, eliminated Itadori, and even buried Fushiguro Kugasaki with him, just to give me a warning. Haha, those old guys are simply the devil's den in the world of sorcery. A fool who only cares about self-preservation, a hereditary fool, an arrogant and selfish fool, is simply a basket of rotten oranges, there is no cure. With my ability, it's easy to kill them all, but this is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. It's just a replacement of a group of people. It's meaningless, and no one would follow me if I did that, so I devoted myself to education. Cultivate strong, intelligent, and reliable partners. At this point, Gojo Satoru leaned over and looked at Shaolu seriously, for example, a reliable partner like Shaolu-kun. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. I'll treat you to your favorite Kikufuku when I have time, hehe. Gojo Satoru stood up and said with a smile, "How strong is Nishisukuno? Is he much stronger than the first time? Remember to call me next time. Wouldn't it be nice if we played together as a pair?" Shaolu was slightly stunned. Two fingers Sunuo. That's right, Itadori hasn't woken up yet, and everyone doesn't know that Sukuna has already swallowed 3 fingers. Seeing Shaolu pretending to be dumbfounded, Gojo Satoru held up 2 fingers and said with a smile. "Don't hide your strength. Last time, in order to test Itadori's strength as a container, I took the initiative to feed a finger to Itadori, so it's 2 fingers. Shaolu stretched out 3 hands. You misunderstood, I hit 3 fingers. Before the fight, Sukuna killed the special cursed spirit and obtained the fingers from its body. Dust. Gojo Satoru stood there in shock, and it took him a while to recover. I see. No wonder Nanami told me that Sukuna opened his domain. This news is very important. Thank you for reminding me. After saying that, Gojo Satoru walked out the door. The number of fingers is very important and must not be wrong. Therefore, he wanted to tell other people such an important thing. After Gojo Satoru left, Shaolu opened the system page. After the abandoned construction site, I gained a lot of points. That pure love curse spirit alone added a full 50,000 points, plus the small fry killed along the way. Shaolu now has a total of 80,000 points. From this we can know that the points given by the special grade curse spirit are not fixed at 10,000, but are determined based on strength. Shaolu couldn't help but think of the 4 natural disasters that were about to appear. Clepsydra, Hanami, Mahito, and Tuolion. These 4 are all heavyweights. If you kill them, wouldn't you become rich instantly? Open shop. Automatic physical training card, Supreme Annual Card. Price. 10,000 points. Flying Thunder God Technique. Price. 50,000 points, Yellow Flash. Is there anything faster than this? 100% Black Flash, Full Level Enlightenment, 10,000 points, every punch and attack is a critical hit. Spell High Precision Sniper. Price. 20,000 points. My lord, times have changed. Premium Cursed Tool, Sharingan Eye Drops. Price. 500 points to prevent overuse of eyes and blindness. Double Gun Desert Eagle, Ghost. Price. 20,000 points, Double Gun will give the answer to who I am. Special Cursed Tool. Shaolu was very satisfied looking at the newly delivered products. The strongest instant body technique, Flying Thunder God is here, and there is also 100% Black Flash. You know, Black Flash is the strongest normal attack in Jujutsu Kaisen. The general principle is, when the error between the blow and the impact of the curse force is extremely small, a strong spatial distortion will occur, and the power is objective. However, there are only a handful of sorcerers and cursed spirits who can cast Black Flash, and it is only a coincidence when it is not intentional. Before the Shibuya Incident, the highest record of being able to use Black Flash was 4 times, by Itadori and Nanami. Shaolu thought, Black Flash seems to be a good match for his 8 gates, and the price is not very expensive. Order decisively. Suddenly, heat flowed through Shaolu's mind, and an extremely mysterious light filled his whole body. After a while, he mastered all the elements of Black Flash and became extremely skilled. Boom! Shaolu punched the air. Black lightning suddenly appeared like a thunder snake, and the sound of breaking through the air echoed in the infirmary. Then, Shaolu threw punches continuously without thinking. Boom boom boom. Every punch is wrapped with black lightning. Shaolu showed a satisfied smile. As expected of a system upgrade, is 100% Black Flash okay? I wonder if Sukuna can handle it. Next, there are 70,000 points left. Shaolu was confused about what to buy. He was really moved by the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, it looked so cool. And it was very fast. But I have divine power and can teleport behind the enemy, but it seems that I can't use it at the moment. Damn, hesitation will lead to defeat. Order now, rub. Shaolu's body was instantly filled with golden light, and he instantly mastered the key to the Flying Thunder God technique. Shaolu opened his eyes and took out the 2 daggers seized from the last time he destroyed the Curse Master group from the Divine Power space. He engraved the Flying Thunder God seal on it, and then threw it out of the window. Swish. The next moment, Shaolu appeared directly on a big tree 100 meters away. At this moment, Shaolu had only one thought in his mind, how fast. This is the true meaning of teleportation. Whoosh. A vortex appeared, and Shaolu returned to the bed. I used the Divine Power Shuttle and the Flying Thunder God technique in turn, it's so domineering. But now that I have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, it is necessary to leave my traces everywhere in the high school. Finally, there were 50,000 points left, and Shaolu chose to buy the Curse High Precision Sniper. He had been eyeing this sniper rifle for a long time, but it had been left unused for so long because of Mr. Ban's ninjutsu scroll. Just imagine, while fighting, he suddenly hides in the divine space, and only a sniper barrel is exposed. Shooting silently, he. On a beautiful beach. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The real people were lying on the golden beach and rolling around. Suguru Geto, on the side, just shook his head and laughed helplessly. The most twisted love curse was actually destroyed. Even the most powerful first-level sorcerer can't do it. Besides Gojo Satoru and those special-level students, who else in the Jujutsu High School has this ability? 2LC. Chapter 36 Confession to Mei Mei. Gatsuyu, please say something. That's top-notch research material, and it was destroyed just like that. I'm so angry. Tired of rolling around, Junrin rushed to Shiuji's side and shook his arm, wanting an explanation. Because he knew that Geto Summer Oil was once a student of the Jujutsu High School and was very familiar with the situation there. Okay, don't be angry. Shiuji touched Junrin's head lovingly and said softly, I haven't been back to Jujutsu High School for a long time. Maybe there's a genius there who's as talented as Okatsu. If that's the case, you'll just have to consider yourself unlucky. Call. Hearing this, the immortal sighed, looked towards the endless ocean in the distance, and complained feebly. Why haven't those 2 guys from Luhuwayu come yet? Did they have old cold legs? They're taking so long. Suguru Jia narrowed his eyes and smiled. The latest news is that the 2 of them are planning to attack Gojo Satoru by surprise. Do you want to join them? The real person looked a little sluggish. Surprise attack on Gojo Satoru. Are you tired of living? You guys go ahead. I want to take this opportunity to transform more powerful man-made cursed spirits before the war. In the infirmary, after testing the reward, Shaolu lay down contentedly. The only drawback is that I didn't get the item to increase chakra. I don't have many requirements. Not to mention Hashirama's cells, a tailed beast's capacity will be fine too. Looking back on the battle with Sukuna, the most obvious shortcoming was the lack of mana. I have a lot of methods now, but the more methods I have, the more chakra I need. Speaking of which, for such an important event, the system didn't respond. It has disappeared since the last time the task of taking off Maki's black stockings was released. Could it be that I called it something indecent and it got angry? Well, even though I was the one who took off the stockings, I was also the one who took advantage of it. But taking a step back, is there nothing wrong with the system itself? He is a gentleman, but he actually let himself do such a thing, cough cough. Just then, a new life choice has begun. Task Option 1. Accept Shoko's invitation to drink. Reward. Chakra recovery speed plus 20%. Task Option 2. Confess your love to Mei Mei, let her tie her hair into 2 ponytails and have an in-depth conversation. Reward. Illusion. Moon reading. Task Option 3. No woman in mind, draw your sword, natural god, reject everything. Reward. 10,000 points. Mist grass, tisk tisk. Shaolu stroked his chin and looked at the 3 options in deep thought. First of all, let's rule out 3, 10,000 points. What about sending away beggars? If he doesn't have a woman in his mind, he will indeed draw his sword faster, but what does it have to do with him? My weapons are round fans and sniper rifles, okay. Times have changed. There are only 1 or 2 options left. Drinking with Shoko can increase chakra recovery speed by 20%, which is really nice. But in terms of cost performance, Tsukuyomi seems to be more attractive, especially when facing someone like Sukuna who has many eyes. Every glare is accurate. The illusion that comes with the Sharingan may lack some killing power. But Tsukuyomi is different. Even Sukuna, who has a strong will, would be obedient after being hit by a few illusions. So Shaolu prefers the second option. But is this task too difficult? Let's not talk about whether the confession will be successful. If I really ask Mei Mei to put her hair in a double ponytail, will she agree? Although the other party seemed to have some interest in her, Shaolu was not a fool and she had noticed it a little bit. The most outrageous thing is the in-depth communication. Is this in-depth communication a serious communication or, hello, system, are you here? Is this a serious in-depth discussion? ... There was no response in my mind. Grass, if you don't answer, I'll do it in an improper way. Just as Shaolu was struggling with the system's limits, the door opened. Shoko's beautiful eyes widened, with a hint of anger in her expression, and she walked towards Shaolu with her hands on her hips. Shaolu secretly said, not good. He quickly wrapped the medical gauze around his eyes again and fell asleep. Due to time constraints, Shaolu was just wrapping the bandage around her eyes randomly, causing the bandage to become twisted. Like a traitor. Puff. Seeing this, Shoko, who was a little angry at first, was also amused. Shoko covered her lips and chuckled. Well, if it's really uncomfortable, just take it off. After saying that, he picked up the apple on the table and started peeling it skillfully. With her permission, Shaolu took off the uncomfortable gauze. Then, his mouth was blocked by a fresh, shiny, cleanly peeled apple. He held the apple in his hand and blinked at Shoko. Well, thank you for saving me this time. Do you want to drink with me tonight? It's my treat. Shoko blushed slightly, and mustered up the courage to look at Shaolu. It would be fine if the other person is a girl, but for something like drinking with a boy alone, the consequences are self-evident. It is undeniable that after this incident, she developed a liking for Shaolu. Although the hero saving the beauty sounds cliché, it is effective and simple. Facing Shaolu's direct gaze, Shoko felt hot all over and turned his eyes away, not daring to meet her gaze. After being single for so long, this is the first time I experienced this feeling. So shameful. In fact, she had another question she wanted to ask Shaolu, but she didn't know how to start. Before, she hid in Shaolu's divine space and saw stockings and bras. Does Shaolu have any hobbies in this area? Probably not, right? Anyway, it's better not to ask about this kind of thing. Looking at the other person's expectant eyes, Shaolu felt a little moved. I have to say, Shoko is so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to agree. Inside the infirmary, the atmosphere gradually became more romantic, until the two of them were left alone. Oh no, there is also Itadori wrapped like a mummy and unconscious. However, at this moment, bang, the door of the infirmary was pushed open. Shoko saw that the rare atmosphere was broken, and the blush on her face disappeared, replaced by 3 black lines. Just as he was about to turn around and curse, he quickly stopped himself. Because the person who came was none other than Sister Mei Mei, whom she admired. Mei Mei walked over gracefully, with her pigtails in front of her forehead swinging and her long legs in black stockings. Huh, looks like I came at the wrong time. Excuse me, I have something important to discuss with Shaolu. After saying that, Mei Mei shook the card in her hand and looked at Shoko with an apologetic look. Shoko pouted in frustration, it seemed like she wouldn't be able to drink today. Mei Mei naturally knew what was in her hand. It was Shaolu's teacher certificate. She must have a lot of things to tell Shaolu. It's better not to disturb others when they are doing serious things. Then, Shaolu, I will definitely treat you some other day, don't refuse. After saying that, Shoko skillfully closed the door of the infirmary. Shaolu looked at Mei Mei nervously, and Mei Mei also looked at Shaolu with a half smile. Under normal circumstances, Shaolu would at most look at her with admiration. But now, he can't stay calm. My brain was working at full speed, searching for the golden love confession sentences I had seen before. At this moment, his brain was operating at a speed of 250 times per second. Chapter 37 Mei Mei's Threat. However, Shaolu was desperate. In his memory, the golden sentences he could use to confess his love were not applicable to women like Mei Mei. It's okay to coax a simple girl like Maki, but it's obviously not enough to deal with the mature Mei Mei. Just as Shaolu was thinking hard, a card was handed to him. This is. Shaolu took the card and looked at it carefully. The content above is full of information about him, and the most eye-catching column is the transformation from student to teacher. Other basic identity information is empty. Question mark. Why is gender also empty? There is no doubt that you have passed the teacher assessment beyond the syllabus. Please fill in the information above at your own discretion. Mei Mei gave him a knowing look. After this incident, no one cares about Shaolu's identity anymore. Save Shoko first and then Itadori to break the conspiracy of the top leaders. Even if Shaolu was a curse master in the past, Yaga Masamiki could only pretend that he was blind and didn't see it. Besides, he is not. Mei Mei seemed to have thought of something and then added. The teacher's identity is only valid for teachers and students in Tokyo schools. This is the maximum authority Yaga can have. As for the reason, you know it. Shaolu nodded. With this identity as a teacher, it would be easier for him to dig and teach students. Then, Mei Mei also used her magical power to quickly peel an apple and stuffed it into Shaolu's mouth. Shaolu was speechless, but had no choice but to bite the bullet. For the first time, I ate an apple and felt full. After a brief silence, she looked at Shaolu. You know, from the moment we decide to become a sorcerer, we are prepared for a bad ending. So, whether it's the teachers or the students at Jujutsu High School, they have never dreamed of love. Principal Yaga also divorced his wife because of this. At this point, she lowered her eyes slightly, was silent for a second, and said in a concentrated voice. But it just so happens that I've recently fallen in love with a little brother. Because of the teacher-student relationship, I didn't have the courage to take action before. I wonder if he would mind that I'm older than him. Mei Mei's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Shaolu with a smile. Shaolu's body trembled. What the hell? No way. Why do I feel like she's talking about me? Is this one of the 3 great illusions in life? Shaolu didn't dare to gamble. If Mei Mei continued talking like this, she might confess her love. She first asked where she was going to confess her feelings. Without this step the task may not be considered complete. Who cares? I'll be socially disgraced. I'm thick-skinned anyway. So Shaolu gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Mei Mei, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire infirmary froze instantly. Mei Mei, Shoko, who was eavesdropping outside the door, said, Itadori who just regained consciousness, not my buddy. Ding dong. Warm reminder. The confession stage has been completed, please keep up the good work. Current progress 33.3%, 100%. Shaolu's mouth twitched. Quite humane. After a moment of silence, Mei Mei quickly suppressed the excitement in her eyes and pretended to be surprised. What do you like about me? What do you like? Speaking of liking her, we have to start from another world. As early as in the comics, he had developed a strong interest in Mei Mei. Who wouldn't love this mature and powerful lady with a slim figure, hair covering her face? But of course, I can't tell anyone about the time traveler. No one would believe me even if I told them. So he looked at Mei Mei, lowered his gaze slightly, and his mind suddenly became hot. I like your long white legs. Oops, I accidentally said what I really thought. Shaolu regretted the moment she said it. Mei Mei, even she couldn't help but blush when she heard such words. Is this brat so direct? No, is he so superficial? Of all my body parts, only my legs can attract him. Mei Mei was distracted for a moment, and gave him a cold look with a teasing smile on her lips. White legs, if I remember correctly, I seem to have always worn black stockings. How do you know my legs are white? Could it be that you used that mysterious spatial ability to do something improper? Like peeking. Of course she knew Shaolu would never do such a thing, she just wanted to punish him a little. She had clearly prepared herself mentally this time and wanted to express her feelings to Shaolu. In the end, this kid actually said it first. Although I really want to agree, I can't let him get away with it like this. Ahem. At this time, Itadori, who was in the bed next to him, couldn't bear it anymore. I was already so badly injured, and when I woke up, I heard such an explosive conversation. Although he was now wrapped like a dumpling inside and out, he couldn't see what was happening outside. But I knew it was teachers Shaolu and Mei Mei just by their voices. As expected of Shaolu, first he did a wall bang to Hammer's sister Kugizuki and now he even doesn't let Mei Mei teach her go. If you want to confess, you should at least find a place where there is no one, right? Do you really think he doesn't exist? They both turned their eyes to Itadori. Shaolu gave him a grateful look, thanking him for helping him out, otherwise he really wouldn't have known how to answer. Mei Mei frowned unhappily, came to Itadori's bedside, and said with a gloomy smile. Mr. Itadori, you probably didn't hear anything, did you? You don't want to faint again just after waking up, do you? Itadori, oh, I must have been injured too badly this time. I am hallucinating. I didn't hear anything. After saying this, Itadori's body stiffened and he lay flat on the bed without moving. Shaolu looked at Itadori with some sympathy. This Itadori brother is so miserable, he just woke up and was forced to shut down again. After doing all this, Mei Mei looked at Shaolu thoughtfully. I don't accept your confession. Unless, come back home with me, and we'll have a good discussion about the use of spell power and the creation of sorcerers. Question mark exclamation mark. Fool, are you sure this isn't a free gift? He was originally worried about how to proceed, but you just opened the door and invited him home. Have an in-depth discussion on the use of spell power and the creation of sorcerers. He could see the excitement in the other person's eyes that was almost impossible to hide. Even though Mei Mei hid very well, she couldn't escape his eyes. Thinking of this, I felt a chill down my spine. Why does it feel like she is the hunter? Seeing Shaolu's expression change, Mei Mei thought he was in a dilemma. Humph, I've hinted so clearly and yet you're still pretending to be reserved. You have to go today. Mei Mei smiled with a fake smile. Hee, you don't want everyone to know that you secretly hide black stockings and bras in your space, right? Boom. These words were like thunder exploding from the sky, roaring in his mind. Question mark exclamation mark. I was careless. If she hadn't told me, I would have really forgotten about this. I just bought the bra casually from the system mall. The reason is simple. Just to refresh the items, there is absolutely no other idea. As for the black stockings, there's no need to wash them. I took them off Maki's legs with my own hands. But how did Mei Mei know? So far, only Shoko has entered my Kamui space. Wait, Shoko. Shaolu slapped his head and suddenly realized. No wonder Shoko has been looking at me with something strange in his eyes since he came out of his divine space. This is completely socially dead. The house collapsed. No, it has become a ruin. It's all because of this crooked system. In this case, he looked at Mei Mei and sneered. Go ahead. I'll have a good in-depth discussion with you tonight. But I have a small request. Can you put your hair in a double ponytail? Chapter 38. Will you die for me? A beautiful step, a voluptuous figure, a queen from childhood to adulthood. The long silver blue hair covers my face, my left eye is used to forget you, and my right eye is used to remember you. Shaolu, who was following behind, couldn't help but complain. She and Gojo Satoru together probably couldn't even make up a complete face. I don't know if she agreed. Just now, after Shaolu suggested that the other party tie her hair into 2 ponytails, Mei Mei just smiled meaningfully. Means. Go home with her first. Tokyo. Mei Mei's home. Yu, have you been studying hard recently? Hearing this, Shaolu was stunned. I almost forgot, Mei Mei has a younger brother. Although he is also a sorcerer, he is still an elementary school student who cannot escape the fate of going to school. I saw a little boy with short blue hair and a cartoon school bag running out happily. It looks like he is getting ready to go to school. Hey, sister, who is he? Yu frowned slightly and looked at Shaolu with a scrutinizing look. My elder sister is almost 30 years old and has never been in a relationship before, but this time she brought a gigolo home. No, there is a fluctuation of cursed energy on his body, he is not just a simple gigolo. I must keep a close eye on my sister. Shaolu and Yu stared at each other. Mei Mei introduced. This is my younger brother Yu, he is also a sorcerer. But he is still in school. After a brief introduction, Mei Mei signaled him to go to school quickly and not be late. He gave Shaolu a look, indicating that he should go into his room. Yu didn't dare to disobey her sister's order. She snorted coldly and threatened Shaolu in a low voice as she passed by him. If you dare to bully my sister, you will be in trouble. After saying that, he waved his fists twice to threaten Shaolu. Shaolu couldn't help pinching his cheek and smirked. If you keep meddling in other people's business, I'll buy you 10 summer homework books. I'll tear up all the answers and let your sister watch you the whole time you're writing. He. These words sounded like the devil's whisper to Yu. Yu's pupils contracted violently, her breathing stagnated, and her whole body was filled with horror. How could there be such vicious and cruel people in the world? Well, I suddenly feel that you and my sister are a good match, so I won't bother you anymore. I'm honest, please let me go. After saying that, he rushed out of the house like a fly. Looking at Yu running away, Shaolu raised the corner of his mouth. A mere primary school student is nothing to be afraid of. He will behave himself after taking 2 sets of 3-year simulations and 5-year college entrance examinations. There was no light on in the room. A faint light shines through the gap in the curtains, providing some brightness. Apart from a dusty TV, there was no other furniture. Over the years, I usually live in the school dormitory with Utahime and rarely go home. Shaolu turned her head and saw Mei Mei sitting in front of the mirror, looking at Shaolu with a smile through the reflection of the mirror. At this moment, her hair is disheveled. The long silver blue hair is like a galaxy, scattered to the shoulders. Bring it on, Shaolu. Don't you want to see twin tails? I'll satisfy your fetish, but you have to do it yourself. Mei Mei showed a sly smile on her face, as if to say, I understand you. Shaolu took a deep breath and walked behind her. The hair is silky and smooth. He picked up his phone and searched for tutorials on how to do twin pigtails without hesitation. As I watched and learned, a pair of energetic, clever and lively twin ponytails appeared before my eyes. Looking at herself in the mirror, Mei Mei smiled slightly, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. I never expected that I would experience such a scene. Shaolu couldn't take her eyes off it and said, if it was paired with a school uniform, it would be a killer look. His mind got hot and he dazedly stretched out his hands to hold the 2 high ponytails. However, pull back gently. Mei Mei. Surprise. How dare he? She was no longer a little girl, so she naturally knew what this action meant. She bit her red lips tightly, feeling ashamed and angry. What's going on in this little beadie's head all day long? From the first time they met, she could feel that Shaolu was very concerned about her hair, and seemed to have a deep obsession. So you have such dirty thoughts. Humph. Call. Forget it, let him get what he wants. It's not easy for me to fall in love with someone. No matter how Shaolu behaved, she could not feel any blame in her heart. Mei Mei is a woman with a very strong character. If you really want to find a partner, it must be a man with strong abilities who can completely conquer you. And Shaolu completely meets his own standards. Whether it was the first tracking or the strength he showed in the past few times, it was amazing. She has always been decisive and doesn't like to be dragged out. Once she makes a decision in her mind, she will take action immediately. Ding dong. Warm reminder. The achievement of twin ponytails has been achieved, please keep up the good work. Current progress 66.6%, 100%. The system's prompt brought Shaolu back to reality. Looking at Mei Mei's red ears and angry eyes, he quickly let go. Missed grass. It's all because I read too much study materials before and formed muscle memory. Seeing this, Shaolu immediately apologized with a smile. Ahem. I couldn't help it, sorry. Does it feel good? Shaolu nodded subconsciously, then immediately shook his head violently. Haha. Mei Mei rolled her eyes at him. Are you satisfied? Then it's my turn. This time, she also wanted to learn about the sorcerer's insights and physical skills from Shaolu. After all, he always managed to come up with amazing spells every now and then, and even his physical skills were able to suppress Mishima Sukuna throughout the fight. Perhaps, I can learn something from him, apply it to other situations, and advance to become a top-level sorcerer. Under the night light, bright silver light falls into the room. Shaolu and Mei Mei were lying on the bed, facing each other. The two were in a somewhat delicate state at the moment, with no clothes on and only a thin quilt covering their bodies. Mei Mei raised her eyebrows and sneered. What? Wasn't your mind full of Seisei's thoughts before? Now you are calm. Just now, she wanted to ask Shaolu some questions about warlocks. But this boy was completely absent-minded, staring at the two ponytails on her head. It's just asking questions and answering questions. Index, then just be honest and invite him to bed to watch enough. But in the end, this kid seemed to be shocked and became obedient. Looking at Mei Mei's vaguely visible little white rabbits, Shaolu felt hot in the stomach and quickly took a pillow to cover his legs. Now that they are so close, it would be bad to poke her. The gun can no longer be suppressed. There's no way, now he's on auto-aim, he can't move his sights away. Shaolu sighed helplessly. Mei Mei, it's too dazzling, my brain can't think. Mei Mei's lips curled slightly. Really? Shaolu was about to nod when she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Her whole head was buried directly in a ball of extremely soft dough, and the aroma of milk permeated her heart. Heaven, here we are. Feeling the burning breath on her chest, her face flushed slightly, and she caressed the back of his head lovingly, whispering. Shaolu, are you willing to die for me? The classic quote from the original novel Mei Mei appeared, but this time the target was herself. Shaolu sniffed the milk fragrance silently and said in a muffled voice, Gongjingjing, ba. Do your best. Mei Mei patted his head. Don't give me that. You are not as simple as you seem. Be serious. Even though the two of them had been honest with each other, she still didn't understand Shaolu's true thoughts. From the first time we met, I felt that he was like a mysterious whirlpool and quagmire. Once I wanted to explore him, there was no way out. Shaolu was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice, I only live for myself, but I can ensure that you have no worries. After a short silence, Mei Mei showed a satisfied smile. I'm quite satisfied with the answer. Then let's start a deeper conversation. Let's start with the serious stuff first. Chapter 39. The Technical College welcomes a new teacher. The next morning, the two of them took a drip and prepared to go back to school. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The illusion, Tsukuyomi, is automatically integrated into the Sharingan. Host, please be prepared. If you want to integrate, then integrate. But do you still need to be prepared? However, the next second, a chilling cold current filled his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. Dum. A blood moon was in the sky, crows filled the sky, blocking out the sun. In an enclosed space, a cross stood on the ground, emitting a terrifying abyss-like atmosphere. Is this the same execution platform as Uchiha Itachi? He muttered to himself as he looked at the familiar scene before him. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and moved his mind slightly. SSSSSSSSSs. Countless huge nails pierced the cross in an instant, and the originally empty cross turned into a hedgehog. Just imagine, what would happen if we dragged the enemy in here and let him enjoy for 3 days and 3 nights. There is no doubt that people with weak wills will collapse directly. What a powerful illusion. The killing power is much stronger than the illusion that the Sharingan has before. As expected of Tsukuyomi, if used well, it can be a killer move. This way, he had one more trump card. Don't Sukuna and Brain Flower like to engage in intelligence warfare? He has a lot of hidden cards. After a while, his sight returned to the taxi. Mei Mei leaned on my shoulder, her hair disheveled, as if she had just been through a battle, with a satisfied smile on her face. At this moment, her face was rosy, radiant, and her whole body exuded alluring charm. Thinking back to the madness of last night, Shaolu only felt an endless aftertaste. I have to say, Mei Mei is really resilient. After some hesitation, the two of them tried every possible position they could think of. Her charming moan involuntarily echoed in my mind. Later, Yi Masamiki will hold a ceremony for you to be promoted to a teacher. Remember to perform well. Feeling Shaolu's gaze, Mei Mei said weakly. Jujutsu High School, on the football field. Itadori, Kugasaki, Fushiguro and the second-year students Maki, Gumaki and Panda all sat obediently in the audience, listening to Masamiki's chatter. Itadori, are you healed now? Shaolu moved a stool casually and looked at Itadori Yuji in shock. He was still wrapped in bandages yesterday, but he's completely healed today. Even if he has a special physique, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? How can it be so fast? My internal injuries haven't healed yet. It was Gojo-sensei who asked me to come here. He said he would treat me to a AAA movie later. The little deer is running wildly. It is terrified, its face is red and its heart is beating fast. These are the general information about the movie that Gojo Satoru just revealed to him. It sounds very exciting. Itadori's eyes lit up with anticipation. Shaolu smiled but said nothing. He knew that Itadori was about to have special training from Gojo Satoru. By watching movies, you can practice the output of cursed power. It seemed that Itadori's strength began to improve greatly from this moment. Then, Itadori rubbed his hands and winked. But speaking of which, Shaolu, you are really amazing. You must have gone on a date with teacher Mei Mei last night, right? I heard everything. How's it going? Did you hold hands? Did you get your first kiss? I feel like you're really good at it. You actually confessed directly. Can you teach me? I've never been in a relationship since I was a child, hee. Shaolu's mouth twitched. So, Itadori woke up early yesterday. After what he said, it seems that there was a girl in the original book who had been secretly in love with Itadori for a long time. Itadori always had a loud voice, and everyone around could hear the conversation between the two. What? Did you hear that right? Shaolu actually took down teacher Mei Mei. No wonder, the two of them just came back together. For a moment, everyone looked at Mei Mei and Shaolu with subtle eyes. The panda rubbed his chin. Tisk tisk, you know what, teacher Mei Mei seems to have become more beautiful, and seems to have more charm. And Shaolu, wait, there's still a strawberry mark on his neck that hasn't been wiped off. For a moment, everyone looked at him carefully. Tisk tisk, no way, did Shaolu really win? Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared from behind and put his hand on Shaolu's shoulder. Mr. Shaolu, I didn't realize that you even got Mei Mei. I thought you were going on a date with Shoko last night. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Question mark exclamation mark. Judging from Gojo Satoru's tone, it seems that even Shoko is interested in Shaolu. Wow, he's only been here for a few days and he's already hooked up with two goddesses. The resentful look on Shoko's face in the stands might make him fall victim to Shaolu's murderous hands soon. Kugasaki Nobara couldn't stand it any longer. Hey, can you two grown men stop gossiping? Gojo Satoru was startled and said with a smile, why are you reacting so strongly, Nobara? Do you also have feelings for Shaolu? No. Kugasaki Nobara stood up from her seat like a spring. I have absolutely no thoughts about Shaolu. ... Quiet, the ultimate silence. Nobara Kugasaki almost yelled. If it were any other time, it might be okay, but now it happens that we are in a meeting and teachers and classmates are present. Then, everyone's eyes turned to her. Wow, this just jumped out by itself. Gojo Satoru was just joking, but why did it cause such a big reaction? Gojo Satoru leaned close to Shaolu's ear and said admiringly, you are invincible, Shaolu, remember to be responsible. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from his 6 eyes that the second-year student Maki also seems to have a strange expression. But he no longer dared to test it, as the hit rate was too high. For a moment, even the principal, Masamiki Yagoshi, stopped speaking. The whispers from the audience had already disturbed his thoughts, and now it just exploded. Do you still take him, the principal, seriously? Kugizaki Nobara, do you want to rebel? And you teachers, every grievance has its perpetrator, go to Shaolu to solve it privately. After saying this, he was grinning inwardly. Hee, I was originally thinking about how to tie Shaolu up in the Jujutsu High School. Now he finally got his chance. If it is true as they say, Mei Mei, who is obsessed with money, has made a great contribution to Jujutsu High School. Go, find Shaolu and tie him up tightly. Shaolu's potential is huge. Offstage, Shaolu was already sweating profusely. Because Mei Mei was crossing her arms, looking gloomy, and staring at herself with a smile. Looking at the faint smile hidden in the corner of Masamiki Yi's mouth, he understood. Okay, Yeye Leodeng, if you want to do this, don't blame me for poaching your talents. I will dig you out and make you a lone commander. No, then we can just poach him as the principal and abolish the Jujutsu High School. He had this idea a long time ago, which was why he had not taken the initiative to look for the Akatsuki base. Isn't this huge Jujutsu High School the best base? Night Goose Masamiki coughed twice and said loudly. Okay, everyone be quiet. I now announce that Jujutsu High School has a new teacher. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the audience all looked puzzled. New teacher, public knowledge. To become a teacher, one must at least have the ability of a quasi-first level teacher, and must also be accompanied by a number of teachers and pass the assessment. Apart from Shaolu, I haven't seen any new faces these days. Could it be that Juju Yuki, who loves traveling the most, is tired of traveling and has come back to be a teacher? For a while, the uninformed students kept talking about it. Chapter 40. The top management wants to crack down on Shaolu. Night Goose Masamiki glanced at Shaolu and said, please ask the new teacher to come up to the stage and say hello. Hey, stupid Shaolu, where are you going? Seeing Shaolu stand up, Kugasaki Nobara reminded him in a low voice. She had made a huge fool of herself just now, and Yeye's face was still gloomy. At this time, Itadori and others also looked at him with doubtful eyes. Shaolu responded to everyone with a reassuring smile. Panda. Wait, could this guy be the new teacher? Shaolu walked onto the stage, first smiled at Mei Mei, then looked at the confused crowd below and said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Shaolu, a new teacher at the technical college. Please take care of me in the future. There was an uproar in the audience. What, it's really this guy, you just guessed a panda, right? Damn the prophet's knife. Itadori, Fushiguro, stared at Shaolu in disbelief as she spoke on the stage. Not a buddy, we were fighting the cursed spirits together in Roppongi a few days ago, but today you secretly became a teacher. I treat you as a brother, but you treat us as students. When did he complete the teacher assessment? Although Shaolu's strength is obvious to all. But, is it really okay to let this guy be a teacher? Why do I feel even less reliable than Gojo-sensei? Kugasaki Nobara's eyes were complicated. What a hassle, I actually let this guy become my teacher. How can I make him bow down to me and call me queen? Night Goose Masamiki is so confused. As the first member to join Shao, she knew very well what Shaolu wanted to do. Now that you've given him the status of a teacher, wouldn't it be easier for him to take action to poach you? You won't even have time to cry then. The panda opened his mouth and said, Crazy, Father Night Goose, is it really okay for you to do this? He was a student 1 second ago and a teacher the next. This damn sense of disparity. Guan has white hair and a turtleneck covering his mouth. Tuna. Expressing surprise, Maki's lips curled up slightly. Compared to other expressions of surprise or opposition, she was very much in agreement. The 8 gates of Dunjia that Shaolu taught her before, she can already skillfully open the second gate. Her strength has improved a lot, and physical training alone is no longer enough for Panda Dogwan. Now that Shaolu has become a teacher, wouldn't it be easier to get his guidance? If you want to become stronger quickly, you must find a way to drain him dry. The other teachers already knew the situation and did not show any surprise. Except for Utahime who just returned from his mission. With such a strong reaction, it seems that everyone recognizes Shaolu as a teacher. Then, Shaolu will be responsible for teaching the first and second grade students together with Gojo Satoru. Night Goose Masamiki showed a dangerous smile and glanced below. He wanted to see who dared to object. Especially the rebellious panda who just spoke the loudest. He had to be careful with Shaolu's lazy personality, otherwise if he quit, where would he go to cry? No one objects, so let's raise a few questions and adjourn the meeting. Me, Gojo Satoru, who had mixed into the student group, suddenly stood up from his seat and raised his hand. Teacher Shaolu, where did you learn those strange sorcerers? He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, especially after coming back this time to hear other teachers talk about it. Shaolu cursed the spirit by spewing fire, releasing water, and even rolling balls. Even though he had never seen it, just hearing it piqued his curiosity. Yes. We also want to know about Shaolu. Bah, how does the teacher master so many warlocks? For a while, everyone didn't care about Shaolu being a teacher, but became more curious about Shaolu's skill package. The one who felt this the most was Itadori. At that time, his consciousness was confused and occupied by Sukuna, and he almost fell into a coma. But who could have imagined that he would suddenly hear a sound of thunder in his ears, followed by an electric current that paralyzed his entire body, which directly awakened him a little. This is probably why he was able to wake up early. Those moves were really hitting him hard. Therefore, he has the most say. Not only the students, Mei Mei Shoko, Nanami Utahime also cast interested glances. Shaolu was embarrassed. This question was a bit tricky. Where did you learn this? Don't ask. If you ask, it's given by the system. But he couldn't really tell anyone about the system. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Shaolu uttered 4 words. I learned it online. ... The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Shaolu with eyes that even dogs would not believe. What I said is true. I swear, if you lie to me, I will never eat coriander in my life. Everyone. Hey, you don't eat cilantro anyway. At this time, Mei Mei stood up and said, okay, everyone has their own secrets, don't force it. Everyone. Tisk, now you're starting to speak up for your own family. ... The meeting was over and the teachers had all left. On the playground, Panda Dog Roll was sparring with Kugasaki and Itadori. Shaolu sat on the steps, thinking about what was about to happen next. It seems that Kugasaki has also mastered some of the essentials of the 8 gates. If I read correctly, the loud shout she gave to send the panda flying was the one that opened the door. Looking at the panda's shocked expression, Shaolu wanted to laugh. I guess it didn't expect that the newcomers this year would be so powerful, right? Shaolu, a cold female voice sounded beside my ear. Maki sat down next to him somewhat awkwardly, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After all, what happened last time is still vivid in our minds. I don't know if he still keeps his stockings. No, I clearly have other things to do, why do I keep thinking about these things involuntarily? Looking at Maki, Shaolu who was shaking his head crazily, he was speechless. We are all family, just speak up if you have anything to say. This is not like your character. Maki knew that the family he was referring to was naturally Akatsuki. Well, I came to thank you. Ever since I learned the technique you gave me, the pandas can no longer keep up with my strength. So if you are free recently, I would like to ask for your advice. Then, her face slightly red, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I am wearing black stockings. Hiss. Shaolu took a breath of cold air. If you say so, then I'm free. As for Masamiki who wants to talk to me, let him wait for now. I am a teacher now. How can I refuse a cute student who asks for advice? Maki, I'm free, and I can give you any advice. ... High level of spells. The atmosphere in a devil's cave is solemn. Seeing the opportunity, several servants withdrew on their own initiative. At this time, an old voice sounded. even though Gojo Satoru had been transferred away, Itadori was still allowed to survive. Boom. Inside the room, a cane tapped an IV, issuing a dissatisfied warning. According to the informant, all this is because of a newcomer named Shaolu. Shaolu. An old man opened his wrinkled eyelids and said, I have never heard of such a person. According to an informant, he just joined the academy not long ago, and his recommender was Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru. When these words were spoken, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of several old men, and at the same time they secretly said that it was troublesome. As the son of God, Gojo Satoru has the power to easily destroy an entire country. To truly achieve, there is no one like me in the world. That's why they felt troubled. Itadori must have been aware of it this time. Therefore, they dare not take any action regarding Shaolu for the time being. If Gojo Satoru is pushed to the limit, the consequences will be disastrous. In that case, call these two over and give them a good beating. I agree. Chapter 41. Angry at the top management. Hashirama Cells. A black sports car was speeding on the winding mountain road. Shaolu looked at the scenery outside the window in a trance. Don't be nervous, Shaolu-jun. Those senior old-timers are just taking off their pants and farting to show their presence. If they dare to embarrass you later, I will treat them to a meal. Gojo Satoru crossed his long legs and made a gesture as if he was performing a virtual style. Hearing this, Ijichi, who was driving in front, broke out in a cold sweat, and his hands holding the steering wheel were shaking slightly. Shaolu's mouth twitched and he thought, virtual form. Z, are you serious? How can those old men do that? If it really goes off, I'm afraid the ashes will be scattered along the way, and half the city might even be paralyzed. As for why the top leaders wanted to meet with him this time, it was very clear. Wasn't it this time that their plot to kill Itadori with a borrowed knife was ruined? He was thinking of giving himself a warning. After all, in their hearts, he is not Gojo Satoru. Maybe he just thinks he's easy to control. As for why I was in a trance just now, it was because the road I was on looked too familiar. Winding Mountain Road, isn't this the place where Gojo Satoru was attacked by Luhu at night? According to the timeline, it should be evening. In other words, you will definitely be attacked by coral reefs when you come back. It can also be regarded as a famous check-in scene. Poor leaky coral baby, he is obviously the strongest among the 4 natural disasters, but he just likes to play high-end games. After being beaten by Gojo Satoru, the Shibuya Incident was instantly turned into ashes by Sukuna. Just as he was thinking whether to listen to those old-fashioned people's nonsense or just say, I don't eat beef, and kill them all. Ding, a new life choice has begun. Task Option 1. Face the attack from the corrupt high-ranking officials and directly fight back. Reward. Uchiha Clan Swordsmanship. Task Option 2. Beat Luhu into a chamber pot. And use the true meaning of water escape. Add spit to water escape. Reward. 1 card of chakra. Task Option 3. Young fish and rebellious punishment. Hard to accept, save Yoshino Junpei's tragic life. Reward. 1000 years of death, Kakashi's original creation. Task Selection 4. Only children make choices, adults want all. Take on all 3 tasks above. Reward. Hashirama Cells. Use with caution. System. Urine. Shaolu is an adult, so all the 4th options are locked in seconds. My biggest flaw right now is that I don't have enough chakra. If I can transplant Hashirama's cells, I won't have to worry about this embarrassing problem anymore. If you're lucky, you might even be able to master wood release. Ban Yi's ninjutsu scroll records many wood-style ninjutsu, but he himself cannot perform it. I thought these powerful wood release ninjutsu would just be left in my mind and gather dust. In this way, maybe the wood release, which is known as the strongest escape technique in Naruto, can appear in the world of cursed techniques. By then, when Susanoo sets the Buddha, how exciting will the scene be? Moreover, even if the previous 3 options did not appear, he would probably choose to do this. So he didn't think it was troublesome to complete 3 tasks at the same time. After all, it was just a side thing as the plot developed. Yoshino Junpei is a good kid. Is it okay to accept him into Akatsuki? In the original work, he thought that Junpei Yoshino would be redeemed and join the high school to become a sorcerer. In the end, he was killed by the real person and became a cyborg. And his poor single mother had a tragic ending, being brutally killed by a cursed spirit. With him here this time, tragedy will not happen again. But this system is getting more and more sinister. Not only does it turn the klepsydra into a chamber pot, but it also requires adding spit to the water escape technique. What a talent! Why didn't he think of this before? In this way, Jotun's water escape must be listed as an S-level forbidden technique. After all, there is no defense. Shaolu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and began to silently plan what would happen next. Gojo Satoru. Shaolu-kun, why are you grinning? Ahem, nothing. Gojo Satoru was increasingly unable to guess what he was thinking, so he simply handed him a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Bring this with you when you go in to meet those old fogies. I guess after 3 songs, they'll have finished farting, hee. Apparently, Gojo Satoru had been naggled by the higher-ups a lot. Director Department. The atmosphere in the room was so solemn that you could hear a pin drop. Shaolu and Gojo Satoru stood in the center of the empty room with their hands in their pockets, looking as cool as they could be. There are several large doors covering the surroundings, and the top executives are hiding behind the doors, as if they cannot stand being seen by others. Looking at the two people who showed no respect for their elders, a few cold snorts came from the room. Obviously, they were very dissatisfied with the attitude of Gojo Satoru and Shaolu. Even if their principal, Masamike, came, they would have to bow respectfully and listen attentively. But now these two people have their chins raised high and are looking down on others. They don't take those superiors seriously at all. Gojo Satoru, this is the student you taught. He doesn't even know the most basic etiquette. Perhaps it was because of the related spell formations arranged in the room, or maybe it was because of these doors. The room was filled with the old scolding voice, and it was difficult to tell which door the voice came from. Shaolu sneered. These old guys are really annoying, and they love to play tricks. Every time they say something, the sound will echo endlessly, so that they appear mysterious. Or it is convenient for bluffing people. As for this arrogant, second-year posture, it was Gojo Satoru who recommended it to me. I would say that if I can PS them off a little bit, then that's fine. It would be best if I could PS them off to death. As expected, he is the crazy Gojo Satoru. Facing the doubts of the senior management, Gojo Satoru sneered, really? I think Shaolu is quite polite. At this point, he pulled down his black eye mask, revealing a pale blue 6 eyes, and said meaningfully. And he's very capable. Thanks to him, Itadori's life was saved this time. Better than some old guys who talk a lot but get even the most basic intelligence wrong. Shaolu raised his eyebrows. Was this a direct attack? Come on, you've already criticized everything you can, how can I complete the task? Are you complaining about the slippery floor and the bad air here? Who cares? Just ignore it. Are you questioning our top brass for deliberately giving us wrong information? A majestic voice echoed in the room. Okay, this time it was indeed an oversight in intelligence, but no one can guarantee the absolute accuracy of intelligence. But you have to believe that everyone is working for the peace of the magic world and will never harm their own people. This is where the top brass is shameless, even though both parties already knew it. Yet they can still say these things in a high-sounding manner, even though they themselves do not believe them. Haha, Gojo Satoru's face was extremely cold. If you do it again, I will kill you all. At this moment, as one of the big 3 sorcerer families, the head of the Gojo family, and the most powerful person in the contemporary world, his aura instantly burst out. He was too lazy to go around beating around the bush with these rotten oranges. Faced with the blatant danger posed by Gojo Satoru, the people in higher-ups dared not speak out. After all, power cannot restrict him. The room fell into dead silence. At this time, Shaolu found the right opportunity to speak. One sings black and the other sings red. I have to say, you old antiques have already become very thick-skinned. I wonder if such a thick skin can withstand the attack of Susanoo. How about next time, I let you guys fight Sukuna? As soon as these words came out, murderous intent instantly enveloped him. Even Gojo Satoru beside him looked at Shaolu with some surprise. But what surprised him was that Shaolu was so good at scolding people. Presumptuous. Chapter 42. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Presumptuous. If you lift the door curtain, you can see that these senior executives are all furious and their faces are red. Judging from the look in his eyes, he seemed to want to tear Shaolu into pieces. Gojo Satoru has a distinguished status, so it's okay for him to dare to speak like this. But how dare you, a mere civilian with no background? Even if you have demonstrated exceptional level of strength this time, you are still not qualified. After all, besides Gojo Satoru, it is not impossible for them to kill a special level person by calling on the power behind them. That's right, in order to avoid trouble, Yeye deliberately forged a civilian identity for Shaolu in front of the higher-ups. Because these high-ranking officials like this kind of sorcerer puppet who has no background and is easy to control. Shaolu secretly rejoiced. I am anxious. Although he didn't know how far he would go, he would naturally not miss any opportunity to do so. Okay, let's put this matter behind us, but Shaolu, please recognize your own identity. An old woman spoke up to smooth things over. This time, they specifically called 2 people over. In addition to knocking, there was another important matter. That is, to test what kind of person Shaolu is. As high-ranking officials, their primary concern is obedience. For example, Masamike Yagoshi and Leian Temple are obedient people. For a strong person like Gojo Satoru who cannot be controlled, just one is enough. They had already discussed it long before. If Shaolu is obedient, he can be reused or even take over the position of Principal Yi in the future. After all, the potential is there. But if he is unruly, he will be transferred directly to Kyoto Prefectural College to help Leian Temple. As a senior executive, he naturally knows how to wield power. An institution cannot have too many talents, otherwise it will be difficult to control. But judging from the conversation just now, Shaolu is obviously not an easy person to deal with. So, several senior executives looked at each other and nodded. Shaolu is very capable, and Kyoto Prefecture is in need of teachers. Besides, Leian Temple is already old and can no longer teach students, so we decided to transfer Shaolu to a sister school. What do you think? After that, a paper certificate fell into Shaolu's hands. He glanced at it briefly and saw that it was the transfer procedure. Even the seal is already sealed. Shaolu directly responded. I've already stamped it, and you're still asking me what I think. Tisk tisk, I underestimated the thickness of your skin. High-ranking people, is this guy still getting excited? He keeps picking on the word, face. Gojo Satoru, look at the qualities of the students you teach. Previously, the bad youth Cheng Jinchi made trouble among the top management, and now there is Shaolu who speaks a lot of interjections. They have been in high positions for so long, when have they ever suffered such injustice? However, due to Gojo Satoru's murderous eyes, they didn't dare to say it out loud at this moment. They suppressed their anger and said, the Jujutsu High School is divided into 2 schools. They are all one family. Isn't it the same no matter where we go? And we are not far away. I hope you can consider the overall situation. Shut up, old dang. In a word, I won't go. The higher-ups saw his tough attitude and said, Shaolu. This is an order from the higher-ups. Order. Shaolu sneered, a blazing flame ignited in his palm, turning the paper certificate into ashes. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. I said, he would naturally go to Lei Temple, but not now. And it's not the old guy's turn to give pointers. He is not Gojo Satoru. After all, Gojo Satoru was from the Gojo family after all, and although he looked careless, his qualities were very good. But it's hard to imagine that he was a cool and handsome guy when he was young. But Shaolu has a lot of beautiful Huxia cultural treasures in his mind, and he can curse for 5 minutes without repeating himself. He doesn't care what level you are, he just greets your mother first. Hearing Shaolu's reply, Gojo Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why there was no immediate rebuttal was that the matter involved Shaolu's own decision. He couldn't make a decision on his own. Fortunately, Shaolu decisively refused, worthy of being someone he valued. Senior management, how dare you? You actually burned it down. However, before they finished speaking, they immediately shut their mouths. Because a faint voice sounded in the room, Shushi. Z. In Gojo Satoru's hand, a small energy ball with extremely powerful force has been condensed, ready to go. They have been in high positions for so long that they naturally know what this is. At this moment, I am already honest. Gojo Satoru played with the energy ball in his hand, raised his chin, and poked people with his nose. Humph, my student, no one can force him to do anything. The room suddenly became quiet, and no one in the upper echelons dared to say a word. At this moment, Gojo Satoru felt unprecedented joy. Through Shaolu's actions, he understood a truth. When facing these high-level officials, it is impossible to reason with them at all. To put it bluntly, it means lowering one's quality. When I think about it this way, I realize that my quality was too high before. These arrogant, self-righteous old guys only know fists. 5 minutes later, Shaolu and Gojo Satoru left. The room was silent again, with the faint sound of teeth grinding being heard. This child must not be allowed to stay. Under the moonlight, a black car was driving slowly on the winding mountain road. Ijichi looked at the 2 people behind him through the rearview mirror and asked curiously. This time, it seems that you had a very happy conversation with the top executives. In the past, he always drove Gojo Satoru to meet with the top management, but the results were always the same. After Gojo Satoru left the house, he had a gloomy face, as if he was very angry. But this time, he was smiling all the way. Did he reach a consensus with the top management? Or did the top management compromise? It can't be because of Shaolu, right? Gojo Satoru burst into laughter. Ah, this is really a great relief. Those old guys in the upper echelons must be furious, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, we were not able to get them into the ICU. I didn't expect Shaolu to be so decisive and burn the contract directly. Well done, especially the sentence that even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't work. It just made them speechless. As soon as these words came out, Ijichi, who was driving, suddenly contracted his pupils and almost shifted from 5th gear to 1st gear. His pupils widened as he looked in disbelief at the 2 people high-fiving each other behind him. Did you hear that correctly? Shaolu actually dared to burn the contract given by the top management. No, how dare he? But why do I feel so comfortable? As an assistant supervisor, he was instilled with the belief of obeying orders from his superiors since childhood. Therefore, he was extremely respectful to Yei and the senior management, and did not dare to disobey in any way. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have any complaints in his heart. Shaolu's actions were something he had only dared to do in his dreams. He is indeed a man who dares to beat up the principal. I must never mess with him in the future. Shaolu, who had confronted the senior management, was in a very good mood at the moment. But Gojo Satoru's actions seemed a little unexpected. He actually released a virtual style directly to scare the higher-ups. It seems that he wasn't so powerful in the original novel. Otherwise, what would those old guys at the top have to do? Once the virtual move came out, the top executives didn't even dare to fart for the next 5 minutes. He didn't even have the chance to say anything. Fortunately, it can be seen from the system panel that news mission to the top management has been completed. Then the next step is to turn the clepsydra into a chamber pot. Also, remember to add phlegm to the water escape. Judging from the time, the clepsydra baby should be coming out soon. Chapter 43. You dare to call me a chamber pot. Soon after, the car reached the hillside above the winding mountain road. Shaolu and Gojo Satoru looked at each other, as if they had sensed something. Gojo Satoru patted Ijichi on the shoulder and said, Ijichi, just leave us here and go back to the technical high school first. Teacher Gojo Satoru, are you going to buy Kikufuku? I can drive you a little further. Quote. 3 black lines appeared on Gojo Satoru's face, but he still smiled patiently and said, Don't bother. If we really use our magical powers to speed up, we won't be slower than a car. The moon is bright tonight, there's no chance of getting lost. Well, don't play too late. The principal is still waiting for news. After all, now that things have come to this, there is no need for him to continue asking. I just think these two guys are getting weirder and weirder. Are all the special grade ones like this? Whoosh, the departing car kicked up a few scattered leaves. The breeze blew on my face and the leaves on the roadside rustled. Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Come out." Under the moonlight, a figure fell from the sky, making strange noises and seeming very excited. Shaolu and Gojo Satoru retreated at the same time. It's not big in size, but it falls from the sky like a car weighing several tons. Boom! The entire road shook violently, forming a huge deep pit. Spider web cracks quickly spread outward, and sparks flew in the sky. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Lu Hu, who was choked by the ash, walked out of the deep pit coughing, looking at the two people with a teasing look. A trace of doubt flashed across Gojo Satoru's eyes. What a strange shape. One-eyed volcano pot-mouth monster. Looking at this aura, is it a special grade cursed spirit that has never been recorded? Shaolu on the side raised his eyebrows and looked at the mouth of the clepsydra with interest. Looking at it this way, we can't really blame people for making jokes and comparing the coral reef to a chamber pot. After all, at first glance, it does look a bit like a chamber pot. As expected of being the strongest of the four natural disasters, just by standing still, one can feel the overwhelming cursed power pressing towards him. Moreover, these cursed powers are much stronger than the special grade cursed spirits that he had fought before. Even the three Sukuna that he had fought against before did not have as much cursed energy as it did. Lu Hu, who was a bit hunched, took out a pipe, took a deep puff, and smiled with great enjoyment. Which of you two is Gojo Satoru? I'm looking for you, teacher Gojo Satoru. Shaolu smiled and stepped aside. The system task will naturally be completed, but for now, let's just watch an exciting battle. It's just right, I can step aside and think about it. Although he was very conflicted, he had no choice but to do it with tears in his eyes for the sake of the system reward. Did you come to me specially to enjoy the moon together? Gojo Satoru smiled and pointed at the full moon in the sky that was like a mirror. However, what responded to him was Lu Hu's swift attack that was as fast as an afterimage. Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets, dodged the attack from the leaky pot. The strongest person of the current generation can only hide. After saying this, Lu Hu raised his hand slightly. A turret device similar to a volcanic crater suddenly protruded from the wall beside Gojo Satoru. Boom! The blazing flames instantly burst out, accompanied by billowing white smoke that completely engulfed Gojo Satoru. The flames swept across like a dragon, turning the large forest below the road into scorched earth. Under the light of the fire, the night is as bright as day. Lu Hu. Haha, that's it. Just now, it saw with its own eyes that Gojo Satoru was unable to dodge the attack. As one of the four great calamities, it was extremely confident. Even a top-class sorcerer cannot resist this unexpected move of mine. Isn't the rumor too exaggerated? Gojo Satoru is nothing special. Don't you know one thing? The higher you praise someone, the more miserable their death will be. Lu Hu put one hand behind his back, took a puff of his pipe, and spoke with disdain. It looked at Shaolu again and gave a hoarse smile. Then I'll kill you as well. Shaolu pointed to where Gojo Satoru was and said, don't you understand the principle of smoke without injury? Smoking without harm. Lu Hu's face changed and he turned his head away suddenly. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and a tall black figure stood there unharmed. Gojo Satoru used one hand to disperse the remaining smoke and said calmly, set fire to the mountain and destroy the prison base. Lu Hu's eyes became more serious, and he raised his hand to touch the smoking mouth of the pot above his head. Interesting. The purpose of its coming this time is to see what the strength of Gojo Satoru, who is said by Suguru Geto to be the strongest of the contemporary times and whose strength is at a disadvantage, is. The plan that made Suzuki so fearful that he chose to collect Sukuna's fingers. In its view, why is it so troublesome? Just push forward all the way, kill all humans, and reshuffle the cards. Create a world without humans. But now, things get interesting. Looking at Gojo Satoru who was doing warm-up exercises, Lu Hu grinned. In that case, let me verify you. Fireworm. Oink oink. Suddenly, a dense swarm of strange-looking insects appeared in the sky, flapping their wings at high speed and flying towards Gojo Satoru. Its speed is like a bullet shooting out. Gojo Satoru was not panicked at all. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised two fingers calmly. The next moment, something strange happened. The dense swarm of insects stopped in front of Gojo Satoru, as if separated by invisible energy. It's hard to make any further progress. The swarm of insects let out a piercing scream, and passed by Gojo Satoru on both sides, smashing the road into pieces. There's actually a second stage attack. Pretty clever. Gojo Satoru dodged to the side of the road and commented with interest. When he looked forward, he found that Lu Hu's figure had disappeared long ago. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Lu Hu turned into a residual image and flashed to the side of Gojo Satoru. A blazing flame appeared on his palm and pressed towards Gojo Satoru's head. Raging, Gojo Satoru's head was instantly ignited, and the invincible Captain Entu was on the verge of collapse. It's not over yet, the strongest. Then, Lu Hu aimed at Gojo Satoru's body and attacked him crazily, directly igniting his entire body and turning him into a fireman. Boom! The huge impact force shattered the roads on both sides and scattered smoke and dust. True cursed spirits never look back at explosions. After doing all this, Luhu smiled confidently, the strongest. That's all. It seems that Geto is too cautious. These so-called special grades are just in name only. It only needs to make a slight move to reach the limit of the special grade. Hey, you scum over there, your strongest one is dead, don't be sad, I will send you to reunite with him right now. Shaolu was speechless. How come you, the cursed spirit with a chamber pot on your head, don't learn your lesson? Didn't I tell you the theorem of smoke without harm? Chamber pot. Upon hearing this, fire spewed out from 3 holes on Luhu's head and ears at the same time. Apparently, this name made it extremely angry. How dare this damned kid call it a chamber pot? He must be crushed to ashes. Gojo Satoru appeared again intact in the place where the smoke and dust had dissipated. Chamber pot. Good metaphor. Shaolu, you are really talented. Chamber pot, right, I'll call you that for now. I've reminded you once, but why don't you learn your lesson? Luhu's body trembled, and he slowly turned his head, his eyes full of doubts. What's going on? Chapter 44 Luhu, I want to fight that kid. Luhu looked at his palm in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This time, he actually hit the opponent, and the feeling of his palm pressing on his head has not yet dissipated. But how come this eyepatch man is still unharmed? You must be confused, right? Looking at the confused Luhu, Gojo Satoru smiled and said, to put it simply, you didn't hit it at all. Impossible. The Mount Fuji, above Luhu's head emitted smoke rings and almost spewed out flames. The touch will never lie. Unlike the first time, it actually touched Gojo Satoru just now, and every strike landed firmly on him. As for the kid next to him who called himself a chamber pot, his words of, smoke without harm, were even more nonsense. It's not an ordinary special grade cursed spirit, how could it be easily deceived? What you encountered was the infinity between you and me. This is one of my abilities. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru opened his 5 fingers, bent over and shook them towards Luhu. Come here, my ability is a bit complicated, you may not understand if I just tell you, but put your hand over it and you will understand. Come on, why are 2 men being shy? Luhu looked at Gojo Satoru calmly, thinking, if you don't sense any murderous intent, you might as well give it a try and get more information. Thinking about it, it walked forward and slowly raised its hand. Shaolu, who was standing by, was speechless. One dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. It can also be seen from here that Gojo Satoru never regarded Rohu as an opponent from the beginning to the end. Always keep a playful attitude and test its strength. Just when the palms of the 2 hands were about to touch, an invisible repulsive force separated them. Luhu's expression suddenly trembled, and his heart was extremely shocked. So close, yet so out of reach. So, doesn't that mean all my attacks can't cause any damage to it? Tisk, is this the most powerful ability in the contemporary world? Somewhat unsolvable. No wonder. Suguru Geto, said Gojo Satoru, can only be sealed but not killed. Even a sneak attack is not allowed. Thinking of this, Luhu quickly took a few steps back and suppressed the shock in his heart. At this moment, it completely understood why Shaolu was so afraid of him. At least, I have no means to defeat him. The chance of winning is 0, we must evacuate. Fortunately, Yu was hiding far away, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape safely. But before leaving, there is one thing left to do. That is to give that little devil who dares to say he is a chamber pot a good beating. Thinking of this, Luhu's aura surged, and flames erupted from his head. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru became interested. Mr. Juling, are you going to use all your strength to deal with me? I'm at your service any time. No, I don't want to fight with you. I want to have a good discussion with him. Luhu pointed to the melon-eating Shaolu, especially the word discuss, which he emphasized very much. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at Shaolu, whose Adam's apple was throbbing, and then looked at Luhu, who was furious, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Then let's leave it to Shaolu. After saying that, Gojo Satoru squatted on the side of the road, opened a bottle of fragrant kikufuku, and slowly tasted it. This is a good opportunity to see how much ability Shaolu has hidden. The power of this cursed spirit called Chamber Pot far exceeds that of the special grade spirits that have been eliminated before, and it should be able to force him to use many tricks. Last time at the conference, Mei Mei protected her husband and let this guy get away with it. Let's see how you can hide this time, hee. Shaolu smiled inwardly. The word chamber pot worked. The reason why the coral is mocked as a chamber pot is because of its explosive temper. This will also allow the other party to take the initiative to trouble you, so as to complete the task. Luhu's face turned red with anger, and he said fiercely. In 2.5 minutes, I will tear your head off, hit it like a basketball, and then put it next to your bed as a chamber pot. Shaolu just smiled and hooked her finger at Luhu without saying anything. Seeing this scene, Gojo Satoru felt a little strange. As the one being looked down upon and provoked, Shaolu didn't respond with his personality. This is completely different from Shaolu when he was angry at the top management, right? Is he planning something and can't talk? A truly strange guy. UBD. Don't even think about leaving behind your ashes, except for your head. Luhu clapped his hands, and 2 huge Mount Fuji rose from the ground instantly, sandwiching Shaolu in the middle. Boom. The flames that were powerful enough to burn everything instantly engulfed Shaolu. With Shaolu's location as the center, the surrounding mountains and forests instantly turned to ashes, and the heat wave soared to the sky. Gojo Satoru's heart skipped a beat. He was beating him harder than before. It seemed there was a lot of personal grudge involved. Haha, I didn't dodge it. Luhu raised his lips with a disdainful smile. Not everyone is Gojo Satoru, and there will never be another person in the world with such a perverted ability as infinity. Smoking without any harm. Humph. That's not allowed. A gust of night wind blew by, blowing away the billowing smoke. I saw Shaolu standing there intact, pinching his nose with his hand to disperse the thick smoke in front of him. Gojo Satoru swallowed a piece of cake. It's okay to smoke. He naturally knew Shaolu's ability to become virtual. It is an ability that allows any attack to pass through the body. If you think about it this way, isn't it even more powerful than his lack of bottom line? Luhu widened his eyes and stood there in a daze. What a hell today, another one with no bottom line. No, absolutely not. Ghetto Summer Oil once said, there is only one 6 eyes in this world. And the unlimited launch is inseparable from 6 eyes. This guy must have used some strange method. Or does the theorem that there is smoke but no harm really exist? At this moment, Luhu's heart began to waver. After all, there were too many strange things that happened today. Looking at Shaolu who never spoke, Luhu had a bad feeling. Wasn't this guy quite mean before? Why is he silent now? Damn it, stop playing tricks on me. Luhu shouted angrily and threw out 2 huge fireballs from his hands. Suddenly, a dagger flew to my ear, piercing the air with a sharp whistle. In an instant, Luhu's eyes changed from vigilance to disdain. Because this is just the lowest level cursed tool. However, it immediately regretted it, and saw Shaolu's figure disappeared out of thin air. That's right, it disappeared in an instant, without any trace left, not even a residual image. Suddenly, the hairs on my back stood up. This was the instinct of the 4 great natural disasters to recognize danger. Bang! An extremely strong feeling of being pushed back came, accompanied by a violent hurricane, and its face and even the night were illuminated by the white-blue light. Just like that, Luhu maintained an extremely surprised expression as he flew backwards at a very high speed, knocking down a row of large trees along the way. At the same time, the ground was also rubbed by Luhu's uncontrolled body, sparks flew out, and deep gullies were left behind. Gojo Satoru covered his neck with both hands, almost choking to death on the cake, and pulled down his blindfold and said in surprise. Is this what Mei Mei and the others call rolled meatballs? You call this a meatball? This meatball is too big. Through 6 eyes, he could roughly see the principle of this move. The principle is to concentrate the magic power in the hands, and then flow and compress it in irregular directions. It seemed very simple, but he knew that it was extremely difficult to perform this move. Not to mention concentrating the magic power in the hands, just compressing the magic power in such a short time is something that few people can do. What a genius. No, I must pester Shaolu to teach him this trick later. Also, what happened to Shaolu's teleportation just now? Even his 6 eyes couldn't capture its movement trajectory. Could it be that Shaolu was a man who was even faster than him? Chapter 45 Luhu. Why is the water so sticky? Boom. The mountains and forest were in a mess. I don't know how many trees were broken along the way. Shaolu flashed and instantly arrived above the still gliding Luhu. Bang. A pair of big hands held Luhu's head tightly. Just like that, Shaolu stepped on it, using it as a human skateboard and slid along. Luhu's pupils widened, and he was extremely shocked. What's wrong with this man? Such a terrifying speed cannot be explained by common sense. Even a special grade cursed spirit like it would feel so powerless. Chamber pot, work harder. Shaolu's words instantly ignited it like a fuse. Chamber pot, how dare you call it a chamber pot? Die. The curse power in Luhu's body surged, forcibly pushing away Shaolu who was stepping on him, and a terrifying aura spread. It floats in the air, posing as if drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Call out. A huge firebird spread its wings and flew towards Shaolu. Shaolu calmly took out the round fan from the divine power space and made a blocking gesture. The moment before the firebird touched Shaolu, Uchiha bounced back. Plan. Something unexpected happened. The moment the huge firebird approached the fan, it not only did not explode, but was bounced back by an irresistible force. Boom. The mountains along the way were directly broken by the rebounding firebirds, which shows its terrifying power. Gojo Satoru. Is this a special grade cursed tool? Why has he never seen it in the high school? But he didn't care and continued to look at the 2 people in the distance. Shaolu looked forward, but saw that Luhu had disappeared. The next moment, die. Luhu, who was at the side, clapped his hands together, and the flame compressed to the extreme pierced Shaolu's heart like a sharp sword. Huh, that's all. Luhu took out his pipe from his waist and took a deep breath. It was caught off guard by this kid and almost doubted its own strength. Fortunately, he didn't control wuxia. Huh, what? Shaolu, whose heart was pierced, suddenly turned into a wooden stake with a bang. At the same time, the pipe in his hand was broken, and the wind whistled in his ears, mixed with black snake-shaped lightning. Bang bang bang. Shaolu opened the life gate very quickly. There are no fancy techniques, only extreme speed and power, and every punch is wrapped in black lightning. In the darkness of the night, 2 figures collided at high speed, separated at high speed, and collided again. Gah! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. A punch hit Luhu right in the cheek, distorting his face, breaking several teeth, and sending him flying backwards again. Gojo Satoru stood up suddenly and stared at Shaolu in disbelief. What shocked him was not Shaolu's physical suppression, but the black flash. Just now, Shaolu used his fists and feet together, and all the attacks he launched were accompanied by black flashes. There is no doubt that every strike is a black flash. The highest probability is Nanami's 4-hit combo. Then how many combos did Shaolu perform just now? Dozens. Hundreds. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. This is serious. I wanted to use this opportunity to see how many tricks Shaolu has. As a result, his punches flashed black. When did black flash become so easy to trigger? Wow. Poof. Luhu spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he walked across the mountain with his body like a rolling board. The moonlight fell, illuminating its bruised face. Black flash, still punching black flash. Where on earth did this kid come from? What was that wooden stake just now? Was it a trick? When was it performed? I didn't even notice it. We must face this kid squarely. He is different and stronger than Gojo Satoru. Calling himself a chamber pot would be fine, but he even broke the pipe that had been with him for so long. Unforgivable. Boom. The Mount Fuji above the Clepsydra erupted completely. Let's see how you can handle this move. It attached its hands to the ground and smiled madly. Suddenly, magma slowly flowed out from the cracks in the entire mountain, and Shaolu could feel the temperature of the ground beneath his feet constantly rising. A little hot on my feet. He knew that as one of the 4 great natural disasters and the one who was most adept at playing with fire, the leaky pot must have many tricks up its sleeve. Extreme Ban. Meteorite is one of its most powerful moves. But looking at the posture, it doesn't seem like that move. Boom. Thick pillars of fire shot up into the sky, turning into a sea of fire, dyeing the night red. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru suddenly had an idea and disappeared on the spot. After a while, he reappeared, but he was still holding Itadori, who looked confused. What's going on? Is the volcano going to erupt? Itadori felt a little dizzy, as the movie he had just watched was about to reach its climax. Then Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared and said something like there was no time to explain and that this was a rare opportunity. Then the scene in front of me changed rapidly and I came here. Wait, isn't that Shaolu? Dangerous. Gojo Satoru stuffed a piece of cake into Itadori's mouth. Shush. Watch carefully, this is a rare scene where Shaolu goes all out. The power of this move is not small, even he has to take it seriously. What tactics will Shaolu use to deal with it? No matter what, this is a rare learning opportunity that will be of great help to Itadori in the future. Raging, the sea of fire surged into the sky, rushing towards Shaolu. Shaolu's lips curled up slightly. It's finally here. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He tapped the ground with one foot and leapt high into the air, the chakra in his body quickly gathering towards his throat. Water escape. Who will repair the dam? Extra content version. Water escape. Heaven's Cry. Extra edition. Water escape. The Great Shark Bullet Technique. Extra edition. In order to be safe and increase his hit rate, Shaolu used 3 different water escape techniques in succession. After all, the idea that has been brewing for so long cannot be in vain, otherwise the system task will be difficult to complete. As Shaolu clapped 3 times. First, an extremely turbulent waterfall emerged from under my feet, one layer after another, and the range continued to expand. Then, countless high-speed spinning rain needles spewed out from its mouth. Finally, several huge shark-shaped water bombs were condensed. As Shaolu waved his hand, 3 different water escape techniques formed a triangle and attacked Luhu at the same time. Idiot. Water and fire restraints don't work on me. Luhu kicked the ground hard and increased his power again. I will evaporate all your water. Sizzle. The moment water and fire collided, a large amount of white mist rose up. The reason why Luhu was so confident was that the flame it cast was not an ordinary flame, but a karmic fire. So even though the scope and number are not as large as Shaolu's, he is still extremely confident. But it didn't expect that Shaolu's water escape technique was not ordinary water either. In the distance, Itadori couldn't help but ask worriedly, is Shaolu really okay? Even from a distance, he could feel the horrible temperature, burning his face with pain. Gojo Satoru was not worried at all. Itadori, this is also your first time seeing Shaolu's water escape technique, right? I've heard them say before that both the power and the momentum are enormous, and now I see that they are indeed powerful. Is Shaolu a great inventor? He can change water into different shapes at the same time and make them look lifelike. I am somewhat envious of his abilities. Sure enough, the saying that there must be a teacher among 3 people is true. It just so happens that he has become a teacher, so it shouldn't be too much for him to teach students, right? As for whether they can learn it, it depends on the understanding of Itadori and others. Hey, Teacher Gojo Satoru, you should be concerned about Shaolu's safety instead of this problem. Gojo Satoru nodded in his heart. Itadori's gentleness is no less than that of his former best friend. He waved his hand. Don't worry, Shaolu won the battle between water and fire. Wait until the 2 huge impacts dissipate. The devastated mountains and forests have become bare. Ahem. The coral was washed onto the surface of a lake by the tide. Its bruised face can be reflected on the surface of the lake. Since its birth, it has never been so embarrassed. It raised its hand to wipe the water-stained clothes. Luhu frowned. Why does the water feel sticky? Chapter 46. The first time of Tsukuyomi was given to Luhu. Lu Hu evaporated all the water stains on his body, frowned and looked at Shaolu, who was grinning in front of him. Why does this boy look like he has done something bad? Could it be that the water just now was unusual? Ahem. Shaolu coughed twice, and now he just felt his throat was extremely comfortable. This trick is a bit harmful, so it is better to use it less in the future. However, all his actions at this moment were seen by Lu Hu, triggering his associations. Lu Hu's pupils widened and his breathing stagnated, etc. If I'm not mistaken, all the water just now came out of his mouth. Combined with Shaolu's cough just now and the sticky stuff that was stained on his clothes just now. Lu Hu's heart was shocked. Could it be that it already has the answer in its heart? Lu Hu was so angry that his face became increasingly ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead. If looks could kill, Shaolu would have died 100 times already. Hateful, he actually resorted to such a despicable trick. Since its birth, it has encountered countless sorcerers, many of whom can spray water. But in front of its evil fire, they are vulnerable and can be evaporated in an instant. But not only did this kid suppress his own karmic fire, but there was also such filthy stuff mixed in the water. It's such a shame. How could there be people of such low quality in the Spellcaster College? Lu Hu was getting angrier and angrier. If he didn't take his head off and use it as a chamber pot today, his thoughts would not make sense. Feel the wrath of the scourge. Spray. The Mount Fuji, above the head erupted like a volcano, and hot flames shot out from the ear holes on both sides. The lake beneath your feet suddenly boiled, rolling up layers of waves. The fish and shrimp in the lake were instantly cooked, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Field exhibition. Hashidomate wait, Mr. Curse Spirit. Gojo Satoru, holding Itadori with messy hair, fell from the sky and landed on the lake. This really opens my eyes, Shaolu. Gojo Satoru put Itadori down and said with a smile. The container of Ryomen Sukuna. Lu Hu, who was originally extremely angry, was stunned when he saw Itadori. As a cursed spirit, it can more keenly sense the terrifying aura within Itadori's body. It's as if he was born with blood suppression. Geto Suguru once said that, at best, his strength was probably as strong as 8 or 9 fingers of Sukuna. But feeling this breath right now, I'm afraid it's a little risky. Gojo Satoru. Okay, you can continue fighting. We have specially invited an audience this time. Let me make it clear first, I support the blue team. Shaolu, what about you, Itadori? Itadori. Huh, oh, I support the blue side too. Oh, it seems that Mr. Curse Spirit is not very popular. Show yourself with your most powerful move. After saying that, Gojo Satoru took Itadori and retreated behind Shaolu. Shaolu was speechless. Why are you betting on the winner? Do you think it's an octagonal cage fight? However, these words coming from Gojo Satoru's mouth are not so strange. Boundless anger rose in Lu Hu's heart again. What? How dare you use it for fun? Natural disasters cannot be insulted. Followed by an angry shout. It put its hands together and made a seal. Field expands. The coffin is surrounded by the Iron Mountains. The violent and surging curse power spread out instantly, and soon surrounded Shaolu and the other two. The unfolding area was like the interior of a volcano, with magma spurting out from cracks in the rocks. Shaolu looked at the scene inside the domain, and general information about the leaky coral domain emerged in his mind. First of all, there is the guaranteed hit effect within the field, but there is no time for such a powerful field to launch an attack. An ordinary sorcerer would probably be reduced to ashes the moment he stepped in. It is an extremely dangerous space, and can also be pursued according to the wishes of the caster. If you get a high fever, your ashes might be scattered all over the place. With Gojo Satoru's protection, Itadori was naturally fine. He looked around like a curious baby. Wow, this is the realm. His tone was full of yearning and envy. Gojo Satoru patiently explained. A domain is a unique ability of powerful sorcerers and special-grade cursed spirits, which is constructed by using their own cursed power. What you encountered in the Children's Palace before was just an ordinary biological domain. This cursed spirit is much more powerful. By the way, having no domain and having a domain are two different levels. Basically, once the party that has it starts to open it, it is highly likely that the overall situation has been established. So, the best way to fight against a domain is first to also open our own domain to confront it. Whoever has the stronger domain will win. I see. Itadori nodded thoughtfully, then seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise. Does Shaolu have a domain? If not, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Shaolu is different, so he doesn't count. Gojo Satoru had no choice but to answer this way. After all, from beginning to end, Shaolu seemed to have never displayed his domain. But thinking of the big meatball before, he thought Shaolu must have his own field. After all, such a terrifying ability to control the power of spells is completely enough to open up one's own realm of life. However, if there is, it should be activated the moment it is covered by the field. After all, this is the safest way. But Shaolu has too many skill packages and he can't judge them. As a master of spell invention, how will he break through this realm? Come on, Yahoo! Force Shaolu to reveal all his hidden cards. Boom. The scorching air blew in his face, and Itadori felt it was difficult to breathe. So strong. This is the most powerful cursed spirit he has encountered so far. Compared with the special cursed spirit that had put him in a desperate situation at the Children's Palace last time, the two were completely not on the same level. Even the three-fingered Tsukuro in his body was no match for the cursed spirit in front of him. Looking at Itadori who looked worried, Gojo said, "Don't worry, we will win. After all, that volcano-cursed spirit is very weak." Itadori. "Huh, you call this weak?" Gojo Satoru brought him to watch this high-level game. Wasn't he really afraid of getting into trouble? Just because of the aftermath of the fight, I might have to go see my grandfather early. Luhu was furious. "A-hole. Understand your situation. This is my territory." Looking at the people opposite, talking and laughing, with a relaxed and comfortable expression, they didn't take their own field seriously at all. "Damn human, arrogant sorcerer. Today I will show you the consequences of angering natural disasters." The words fell, the surrounding rock walls collapsed, and a large amount of magma gushed out. The flames under the feet boiled and condensed into a huge red and hot sword. Luhu didn't hesitate at all and controlled the giant sword to lock onto Shaolu. First, in its mind, even though it was suppressed all the way, Shaolu always gave it the feeling that it could kill him unexpectedly. Compared to Gojo Satoru's unlimited potential, it knew it was impossible the moment it came into contact. It can only be sealed, there is no possibility of killing. Second, Shaolu not only repeatedly called it a chamber pot, but also used such a despicable trick. No matter what, it is unforgivable. The moment when the giant sword locked its target firmly on Shaolu, Shaolu only felt that the heat waves of the entire space were all coming towards him. However, he was not panicked at all. He raised his hand slowly to cover his left eye, leaving only the scarlet and strange right eye. "Since I acquired Tsukuyomi, I have never found a suitable subject to experiment with. Forget it, let's give Tsukuyomi's precious first time to Luhu." Chapter 47. Illusion Shattered Domain. Looking at Shaolu's leisurely back, Gojo Satoru's eyes narrowed slightly. "Shaolu, aren't you going to use your domain yet?" Could it be that he was going to use the purple giant Shikigami that Mei Mei and the others mentioned to withstand this attack? Anyway, no matter which way you go, it must be amazing, right? Thinking of these 5 points, Satoru's heart moved. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and tagged all the members in a group chat called Spell Family. Group leader Nightgoose Masamiki, "Woo. What the hell are you doing wrong again? Tagging all the members in the middle of the night." Jujuyuki. "No need to worry, I'm overseas and it's daytime. My favorite is Kikufuku Gojo Satoru, who in my family understands. We were attacked by an unknown volcano-shaped special cursed spirit in the middle of the night. It was really frustrating." Picture. Then, he released a video of Shaolu confronting the Clepsydra. "Mei Mei, where are you guys? Why is there magma everywhere? Is this the inside of a volcano? Why is there a giant flaming sword hanging above Shaolu's head? Nanami, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the realm of the cursed spirit. I can almost feel the heat wave through the screen. Utahime. Hey, are you crazy? Why did you bring Itadori with you? Don't you think he's not dying fast enough?" Favorite Kikufuku Gojo Satoru. "Yes, this is the area of the cursed spirits, and its name seems to be Gaegwan Tiwei Mountain. It is a special grade cursed spirit that has not been included, so let's temporarily name it Night Pot, given by Shaolu. Kugasaki Nobara. Go help Shaolu. He's fighting a cursed spirit, and you're filming a video and posting it to a group chat." Shoko. Z's. Group leader Night Goose Masamiki. "What are you still standing there for? Woo, go help Shaolu, idiot." Gojo Satoru. "As a sorcerer, one must abide by martial ethics. Mr. Yahoo specifically asked to fight Shaolu in a duel. It seems that there is some deep hatred between them, and it will be fine. Don't you know Shaolu's strength? It's simply a bottomless pit. Don't you want to see how Shaolu will deal with it and break the cursed spirit's domain? So, you should thank me. Finally, please mute Utahime. Thank you. Utahime. Everyone. That's right." After Gojo Satoru said this, everyone's curiosity was indeed aroused. Shaolu was a mysterious guy, and from time to time he would cast a spell they had never seen before, shocking their hearts. They also want to see how many unrevealed techniques Shaolu has hidden. Just like that, Gojo Satoru turned on the video, and everyone in the college lost their sleepiness. They held their breath and stared at the screen to watch. It's like watching the climax of a AAA masterpiece. Pay full attention. In order to get a better viewing angle, the thoughtful Gojo Satoru even went to the side of Shaolu and Luhu to take pictures. Itadori was left alone, trembling in fear. Then the next second, everyone, including Gojo Satoru, was shocked. Shaolu's lips curled up into a faint smile. He raised his hand and gently stroked his eyes, and as if his gaze was fixed, a scarlet and strange light shot out from his eyes. 2 huge Sharingan appeared out of thin air behind Luhu, and gorgeous scarlet and sad patterns slowly rotated. Base. The next second, a dazzling blood-red light emanated. While watching Nobara Kugasaki, Shoko accidentally fell into a trance, her eyes rolled back, and she fell into bed in a daze, unconscious. Luhu showed a ferocious smile, raised his hand and swung it vigorously, and the flaming giant sword burst out. This is its territory, any attack will hit it. Apart from Gojo Satoru's unbridled ability, it couldn't think of how Shaolu could avoid this move. Brush. The flaming giant sword fell, and Shaolu was killed without any resistance, leaving only his head rolling on the ground. However, from the perspective of the college students, it is completely different. The flaming giant sword summoned by Luhu actually turned around automatically and was aimed at itself. As expected, Luhu's head was separated from his body. The head that rolled to the ground showed a happy smile of revenge. Ha ha ha. This is the consequence of angering the natural disaster. You'd better take a look at yourself. Shaolu's extremely calm voice came into my ears. Then, with a crackling sound, Luhu's domain shattered into pieces like shattered glass. Luhu frowned, extremely puzzled. How can you speak with only one head left? Etc. After looking into Shaolu's scarlet eyes, Luhu instinctively felt fear and wanted to retreat. But he found that his body was gone. Only his head was left. The realm was broken. This is when, as Shaolu lifted the Tsukuyomi illusion, Luhu's pupils couldn't stop trembling, and everything that had happened before flooded into his mind. Eyes. Everything starts with looking into those eyes. At first, it didn't take the red light to heart. After all, this is its territory. If Gojo Satoru doesn't take action, the opponent won't be able to cause any trouble. But now when I think back, it was at that moment that I lost my mind and everything I saw was an illusion. In other words, in his own eyes, the flaming giant sword slashed Shaolu. But the truth is, it was me who was doomed. If it weren't for the other party's reminder, I'm afraid I would never see the truth until I die. What kind of eyes are those? I have never heard of them before. Now, do you understand? Shaolu's words echoed in my ears like a god. Luhu subconsciously looked up and saw a figure wearing a fire cloud robe, bathed in the sacred and dazzling golden light. Those enchanting eyes emitted a red glow. Luhu sighed. Good, so beautiful. What kind of eyes are these? They are simply perfect works of art. It's ridiculous that I would be fascinated by other people's abilities. What's going on? Mr. Curse Spirit actually swung his sword at me. Gojo Satoru stepped on Luhu's head, pointed his phone at it, and said with a smile. Mr. Zhu Ling, is there something you are worried about? Come, let everyone see what you look like. Then, Gojo Satoru moved closer and looked carefully into Shaolu's eyes. He stroked his chin and frowned. Hey, the color of your eyes has returned to black again. He is not a fool, so he naturally noticed something was wrong. After the red light flashed, Luhu became the same as Shileji. While controlling the giant sword to chop himself, he laughed crazily and said things like Shaolu deserved it and this was the consequence of angering natural scourge. His body had been destroyed, leaving only his head, but he was unaware of it. Could it be that the root of all this was caused by his eyes? It can't be that perverted, right? Shaolu must have used other sorcerers without anyone noticing, and avoided everyone's eyes. Mr. Shaolu, tell the truth, is all this because of your eyes? Don't try to get away with it. Everyone on the phone is watching you. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru turned on the flashlight function and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Shaolu at a fatal angle. Shaolu's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart. I underestimated Gojo Satoru's neurosis after all. He was fighting with Luhu in the front. He was actually in the back, secretly recording the video. Does Itadori not care anymore? At this moment, Itadori was standing there stupidly, his eyes were dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Apparently, it was because he stared too seriously into Shaolu's eyes when he performed the magic. Received some impact. At the same time, on the cliff in the distance, Shaolu hid his hands in his sleeves and spoke slowly. Luhu has been defeated, do you want to save him? Let me make it clear first, I cannot be seen by anyone from the technical high school, especially my former best friend, Gojo Satoru. Yu said nothing, and a white flower bloomed at his fingertips. Shaolu smiled knowingly, already understanding what he meant. Go ahead, to some extent, you and Luhu are also close friends. Whoosh, Yu's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chapter 48 American EI, times have changed. Kaiu Geto looked at Hanami's disappearing back, stopped where he was, and looked solemn. Ever since Luhu opened his domain, he has been unable to observe what is happening inside. Soon after, a cracking sound was heard, and the territory was violently broken open. Could it be that Gojo Satoru took action? Although Luhu's domain is very strong, it is useless in the face of the infinite space. In this way, the destruction of the domain is within a reasonable range. I hope Luhu's brain hasn't been dumbed down by the garbage information in the infinite space. But he was very confused about one thing. Why did Luhu suddenly go crazy and point the finger at another person? Moreover, they were beaten all the way. Could it be that this guy is the sorcerer who destroyed the real person's plan and killed the love curse spirit? It seems that the Jujutsu High School has welcomed a genius comparable to Okatsu Yuta. But it's no big deal. He smiled and took out a box wrapped with sealed cloth strips, prison gate. Woo, I will have to inconvenience you to stay in the prison for a while. If you are not sealed, how can I dare to come out into the world? At the foot of the mountain. After Shaolu explained to the phone, Gojo Satoru opened the group chat with half belief and half doubt. Favorite Kukifuku Gojo Satoru, no, you all heard it, his trick is called illusion. Mei Mei, that's right, my Shaolu once controlled a group of curse masters to kill each other with just a glance proud. Yutahime, hiss, taking a breath, isn't this too perverted? It can actually directly confuse the mind of a special grade cursed spirit. Nanami, but the backlash from overusing your eyes is also huge. When I fought Sukuna, it's not an exaggeration to say that my face was covered in blood. Jujuyuki. Oh, what a bummer. I thought we could see a wonderful duel, but it ended with just a glare from this little brother. I don't know what kind of woman he likes. Everyone. Looking at the Luhu with only a head left, Shaolu nodded with satisfaction. It was my first time using Tsukuyomi and the effect was very good, far exceeding ordinary illusions. Moreover, He had a trick up his sleeve, using only illusion to make Luhu see a false impression. The truly tortuous and horrific side of Tsukuyomi has not yet been revealed, such as the cross-execution platform. It's better to keep a trick. If he shows too much abnormality, what will Yuji do if he leaves the prison gate to him? Whether Shinwei can escape from Yumenjong is still a question mark. After all, the setting of Yumenjong is also very perverted. He would not take the risk to bet on which of the two settings was better. And this is different from comics, it is a living reality, full of variables. If you give out too much information in a spoiler-like manner, you may avoid some things from happening, but doing so will also lead to many unknown variables. As a time traveler, you may not forget the butterfly effect. It is better to have the general direction of the story in your own hands, so that it will be easier to do things. At this moment, Luhu, with only his head left, was still staring at Shaolu's eyes. The previous anger towards Shaolu had long since dissipated, replaced by fear. Fear his eyes. Gojo Satoru stepped on Luhu's head and swung it back and forth like a football. Tell me, who instructed you to ambush me? What is your purpose? He did not forget that this guy had specifically asked for him at the beginning. Therefore, there must be someone behind the scenes, or someone must be its ally. If such a powerful special-grade cursed spirit has allies, it should not be underestimated. Gojo Satoru stepped harder, causing Luhu's head to deform and his eyes to bulge. He said impatiently, "Tell me quickly, or I'll kill you." Luhu said with difficulty, "A-hole. I won't tell you." Itadori regained consciousness and didn't know what happened, but he saw that the powerful cursed spirit was only left with a head. Wow, is the vitality so strong that a head can actually speak fluently? Itadori had just finished speaking. Boom, a strangely shaped white flower sticks straight into the ground. Why? Itadori and Gojo Satoru both looked at the flower stuck in the ground in confusion. The next moment, a beautiful and warm atmosphere enveloped the place, making people feel happy, as if they were falling into the warm embrace of their mother. As the flowers suddenly bloomed, a sea of flowers spread out all over the mountains and fields in an instant. The painting styles of Gojo Satoru and Itadori suddenly changed. They both narrowed their eyes and looked extremely enjoying themselves. The two of them held hands and laughed foolishly, spinning in circles happily. Wow, the flowers are blooming, hee. So beautiful. Little did they know that Luhu's head had disappeared from the spot. Shaolu quickly reacted and sighed in his heart. This move of Yu should also be considered an illusion, right? Bang. Gojo Satoru slapped himself back to reality. This aura, is it a curse? A spell that can make people fall into a warm embrace and unable to extricate themselves. Looking at Hanamikaze's escaping figure, Gojo Satoru decisively used a hollow style. However, just as he was about to make his move, Itadori's ankles were suddenly entangled by vines that broke out of the ground, half hanging in the air, and smashing against the sharp spikes on the ground. Tisk! Gojo Satoru cut the vines without hesitation and saved Itadori. Looking at the figure going away, his expression froze. Another unrecorded special grade. It should be its accomplice. Moreover, the aura of cursed energy on his body is equally powerful. It looks like the world of sorcery is about to fall into turmoil. Forget it, let's go back and let Yi investigate it thoroughly. Let's go back, Shaolu. Gojo Satoru and Itadori turned back to look at Shaolu at the same time, then widened their eyes. Question mark. You brought stuff with you when you went out. The two of them stood there in shock, looking at the sniper rifle in Shaolu's hand in disbelief. Shaolu's lips curved slightly. Times have changed, and as a sorcerer, we must keep up with the times. After saying this, he half crouched down and made a sniper posture. The direction is naturally the direction in which Yu escaped. At the same time, in the mountains and forests, Yu was holding Luhu's head in his hands and trying his best to run away. Yu, I owe you a favor. Can you use your wood spirit to make me another pipe later? The loss this time was quite big. The pipe that had been with him for many years was actually broken by that boy. Hanami, shut up, you just burned a lot of lovely vegetation in the battle. As the Minister of Horticulture, he is a little angry at the moment. Sensing that there was no one chasing after it, it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, compared to Luhu's life, Sukuna's container is obviously more important. At this moment, Luhu suddenly shouted, "Be careful." The two men's breathing stagnated and they looked shocked. They seemed to have sensed something. Yu felt a chill on his back, and he subconsciously cast a spell, with countless vines interweaving to form a shield. Bang! Eardrums explode. A bullet with cursed power spinning at high speed pierced through the wooden shield. At the same time, half of Yu's body was directly blown to pieces. Purple blood sprayed out. The large caliber cursed bullets were deeply embedded in the rock wall. Fortunately, it protected Luhu's head in a flash. Otherwise, given Luhu's current condition, he would have died instantly from this shot. Yu reluctantly suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to run away. It's a cursed spirit of natural disaster level. As long as its head doesn't explode, these injuries can be repaired quickly. Just now, was that a gun made by humans? Is this fake? I have experienced this before. Ordinary guns can't break its defense at all. With the strength of the 4 natural disasters, they can survive even if missiles come. But this shot actually shot off half of his body. If the head is shot, the consequences will be disastrous. The Jujutsu High School actually has this kind of weapon hidden. This important information must be told to Shaolu and Junrin. Chapter 49. Is there a second one in Yumenjong? I want to arrange one for Shaolu as well. Call. Shaolu exhaled to blow away the white smoke from the muzzle of the gun. As expected of a special cursed tool version of Barret, one shot actually destroyed half of Hanamiya's body. And there is no need to worry about bullets because they are all generated by cursed power. The only drawback is that the recoil is quite strong. An ordinary person would probably be blown away by the recoil. But to be honest, through observation through the sniper scope, he found that Hanami, Moxu Luo and the cursed Queen Reek all looked a bit similar. Is it a distant relative? Itadori blinked. Hit. Shaolu. Well, it's a pity that the opponent used his ability to protect his vitals, but half of his body was gone. Half of his body is gone. Is it that powerful? The opponent is a special grade cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not just me. I'm afraid the escaping cursed spirit never dreamed that Shaolu would actually pull out a sniper rifle, right? It's really hard to see through this kid. He brought Itadori here specifically to broaden his horizons. But who knew that Shaolu would not play by the rules at all? With just a glare, he inexplicably broke through the opponent's territory. Itadori learned nothing, and the exciting duel he expected did not happen. Now it's even more outrageous, he actually took out a sniper rifle. Looking at Itadori's eyes shining with gold, he was obviously fascinated by the sniper rifle. What's so fun about the sniper rifle? Is it as powerful as its virtual form? The next second, it smells really good. Gojo Satoru placed his hand on Shaolu's shoulder and whispered, Ahem, Shaolu-kun, this sniper rifle should be a special grade cursed tool, right? Can you lend it to me to play with? As for the source of this gun, he was too lazy to care. Since Shaolu didn't say anything on his own initiative, he naturally wouldn't ask too much. On a golden beach, the sea breeze blows on your face. Torgon Field. The real person was leisurely looking at a notebook, which was filled with densely packed names and their information. These people were all artificial cursed spirits that he had created through transformation through inaction in recent years. As if realizing something, he closed the book and glanced sideways. You're back. Luhu looks very embarrassed. It seems that this time, it was the forest Hana that protected the earth. Luhu. Shaoluji looked at Luhu and smiled, facing Gojo Satoru. It's already pretty good to be able to save a head. How do you feel? In front of him, the areas you were so proud of have become vulnerable, but there's no need to lose hope. After all, he is Gojo Satoru. Luhu, who was held in Yu's palm, sighed. Xiaolu, is there a second one in Yumenjong? I want to arrange one for Shaolu as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them looked at Luhu in confusion at the same time. Even the octopus head, Torgon, suddenly emerged from the sea, and looked at the people on the shore curiously with his big round eyes. Shaolu-ji, Luhu, do you want to look at what you were saying? Luhu's face was extremely ugly. In the area, Gojo Satoru did not make a move. I am like this because of that look from Shaolu. What did you say? Hearing this, the usually calm and composed, Suguru-jia, could no longer sit still, and the real person ran over unbelievably. Then, Luhu recounted everything that had happened in the area. That's how it happened. I thought it was Shaolu who had only a head left, but the truth is it was me. Until now, I still feel a little scared. Luhu looked dazed, with that pair of strange eyes all he could think of. The scene suddenly became quiet. Is it really as scary as Luhu said? Can a glance change one's mind? That's too unfair. After a long while, Shaolu-ji touched Luhu's head and said, so, who do you think is a bigger threat, him or Gojo Satoru? Luhu looked hesitant and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Judging from reputation, Gojo Satoru was indeed more dangerous. At least they couldn't think of a way to break the limit. But this time it was really scared by Shaolu. Let the chamber pot be the chamber pot. In the future, it would rather fight Gojo Satoru than face Shaolu. At least it can die with peace of mind. Don't be fooled by Shaolu-ji and the others' calm appearance. That's because they haven't experienced it themselves. If I were in their shoes at that time and was stared at by those eyes, I probably wouldn't have asked this question. Only those who have experienced it personally know the horror of it. It even made it doubt for a moment, is Six Eyes really the strongest in the world? Forget it, you decide for yourselves. Luhu looked confused. The real person was surprised. The always hot-tempered Luhu actually showed such an attitude. It seems that this Shaolu is not simple. Shaolu-ji took out the prison gate in his hand and introduced it. This thing is the prison gate that the monk Genshin transformed into after his death. There is only one eminent monk, Yuan Shin, so there is only one Yumenjong. So I prefer to use it on Gojo Satoru. After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wanted to take this opportunity to let Luhu and the others have a deeper understanding of Gojo Satoru's strength. As a result, Shaolu was accidentally revealed. The calculations that he had been planning for thousands of years seemed to be starting to go astray. Haha, things are getting more and more interesting. Sure enough, only the unknown can bring fun to people. The real person suddenly had an idea. Well, actually there is a solution. The only difficult thing about Shaolu is his eyes, and it seems that his only function is illusion. We, the four calamities, are different from others. Even if we lose an eye, it won't have a big impact on the battle. Just like Hanamiya, who has no eyes at all and has always relied on magical powers to sense and fight, right? Luhu's eyes lit up. You mean if I meet Shaolu in the future, I will fight him with my eyes closed? Don't you dare say that. If I was in the area at that time, I would have known the information in advance and avoided looking into his eyes. Will the result be reversed? Thinking of this, Luhu suddenly felt that he was fine again. Yuji said with satisfaction, well, this is a good idea. The real person is getting smarter. When we face him again, we don't need to close our eyes. We just need to be careful not to look him in the eye. Let Yu hold Shaolu back from now on. It happens to have no eyes, so we don't need to worry about his illusion. Junrin sighed. Before, Yu said that intelligence is particularly important, but we didn't take it seriously. This time we have completely realized its importance. Hearing this, Yuji smiled with satisfaction. In that case, let's leave the prison gate to Gojo Satoru. The premise is that we have to take advantage of the right time and place and make reasonable use of all advantages to have a chance to seal it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression solemn. The location is set in Shibuya, and the time is at night. College dormitory. Shaolu, lost in thought. Judging from Luhu's expression before, he must have been scared into silence by the illusion. After returning, I will definitely discuss countermeasures with Suguru Geto and others so that I can pay more attention to myself. Your own trump cards will continue to increase as you complete tasks. So, what if we give them some illusion information? Moreover, considering how much importance Suguru Geto attaches to Gojo Satoru, the prison gate border should not fall on his head. Open the system panel. The tasks of angrily criticizing the top management and regarding Luhu have been completed. The next step is to deal with the matter of Yoshino Junpei. Hashirama's cells are about to be obtained, and Junpei can also be persuaded to join the Akatsuki organization. By then, both the Eternal Mangekyo and Hashirama cells will be available. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The Shibuya Incident will also begin after the sister exchange meeting ends. At that time, I will have nothing to worry about with Hashirama's cells and the Eternal Mangekyo. In this regard, Shaolu wants to say to Naohua and the others, Shibuya big stage, come if you were lucky enough. Chapter 50. What type of woman do you like? A small forest in a college. 3 bad boys in school uniforms pushed a thin boy with long hair covering his eyes into a corner. That's him. He kept staring at my breasts with his obscene eyes. So disgusting. 3 brothers, please teach him a lesson. Bang. Yoshino Junpei was knocked to the ground by a punch and his left eye was bruised. Ha ha ha. Yisha's pet bear is really impressive. It's very dazzling when it walks. But it's not something you, a kid, can watch. The 3 bad boys rolled up their sleeves and started punching and kicking him again. Junpei Yoshino did not resist, nor did he have the ability to resist. At school, this kind of bullying has long been commonplace for him, but that doesn't mean he has no resentment in his heart. It was already very hard for his mother to raise him alone, and Shunping didn't want to make her worry anymore, so he didn't tell his parents. A coward, a poor guy without a father, a disgusting guy. Shunping curled up on the ground, protecting his head with his hands, and his ears were filled with venomous words. The scar on his right eye, covered by his long hair, was left after a classmate burned him with a cigarette butt. Growing up in a single-parent family, he has an introverted and cold personality. He is an invisible person in school and is the target of bullying by school bullies. Fortunately, the 3 people who beat him did not insult his mother, otherwise Shunping would have fought them without hesitation. Unconsciously, he no longer felt the pain, and instead his eyes were bloodshot. After years of repression, he now has an immense desire for power in his heart. After a while, the perpetrator had left and Shunping sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. Tonight, let's go watch Earthworm 3. In the early morning of the next day, the weather gradually became hot. Inside the training ground, plan, an iron nail with blue cursed power instantly pierced into the body of the puppet's cursed skeleton in front. Hairpin. With a loud shout, the cursed corpse exploded instantly. Kugasaki Nobara looks happy. Awesome. Why didn't I think of this method of compressing the magic power? In the past, she simply attached the cursed power to the surface of the nails to increase their speed and power as much as possible. But the nail is too small, resulting in a very small area for the magic force to attach. Now, after learning Shaolu's method of compressing mana, the power has been greatly improved. She suppressed the joy in her heart and cast a grateful look at Shaolu who was lying under the tree. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be quite reliable after becoming a teacher. Fushiguro, who was learning how to compress his cursed energy, was itching to do so. Although his main means of attack is to summon Shikigami, if he can become stronger, why not learn it? I don't know what's in Shaolu's head. He actually developed a training method to compress magical power. I really admire you. Come on, Fushiguro-san. Shaolu said something encouraging and then closed her eyes again. Ever since he came back, Gojo Satoru has been pestering him, hoping to teach his students how to make meatballs. However, he believes that the compressed cursed power in the Rasengan can be learned, but rolling balls is not suitable for everyone. For example, there is no need for Nobara Kugasaki, who possesses the grass spirit spell, to roll balls. Wouldn't it be nice to compress the spell power to further increase the damage of the nails? In this way, the upper limit of the hairpin is infinitely raised. How strong it can be depends on how much she can compress the cursed power in a short period of time. Sister Hammer, you should just use the hammer honestly. Judging from the time, Yoshino Junpei should be arriving soon, but the exact time cannot be confirmed. Fortunately, The shadow clone he sent out has found Junpei, and once Leslie Junrin appeared, he began to brainwash Junpei. The shadow clone will automatically disappear and leave coordinates, and can also share memories with the original body. At that time, he would directly transmit his divine power and teach the real person how to behave. While Shaolu was thinking, a man and a woman walked in at the door, looking aggressive and with a hint of contempt in their eyes. The man was Dongtang, who was tall and strong, and every inch of his muscles seemed to contain explosive power. The woman was wearing a black cheongsam and had a slim figure, somewhat similar to Maki. Shaolu immediately remembered that this girl was the sister of Zen Temple Mai. Maki, if I remember correctly, a fight was about to break out, which could be considered a test before the exchange meeting. However, the two's actions were beyond Shaolu's expectations. Dong and the other man just looked at Kugasaki and Fushiguro with disdain and walked straight towards him. Fu and secretly said, not good. Given the personalities of these two seniors, they must have heard about Shaolu's deeds. The belligerent senior Dongtang is probably here to spar with Shaolu. What he was worried about was not Shaolu, but these two seniors. Fighting with Shaolu is just asking for a beating, right? Fushiguro Megumi reminded. My senior, I advise you not to provoke him. Nobara Kugasaki crossed her arms across her chest, looking as if she was enjoying the show. Okay Fushiguro, I've heard about his deeds. You actually said that his talent might surpass that of Okatsu back then. I want to see what this person is capable of. Dongtang walked in front of Shaolu and looked down at her condescendingly. Hello, you must be Shaolu. What type of women do you like? As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere was instantly broken. Why? Fushiguro, Kugasaki, and Maki all twitched their lips, with 3 big question marks above their heads. No, buddy, you are so aggressive, and this is what you say. What to play? Dongtang was extremely serious and urged, answer quickly. This question is very important to me. Men are fine too. Oh my god, the classic quote of curse has appeared, and it has fallen on my head. What type of women do you like? That's too much. He looked at Dongtang's expectant eyes and said seriously. Since you ask sincerely, I will tell you mercifully, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect the peace of the magic world. At this point, Shaolu paused, causing everyone to look at him. Dongtang clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, so, what type do you like? Shaolu said seriously. Black silk royal sister, white silk lowly, mature young woman, it is not convenient to give examples later. When these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Does this guy like such a wide range of genres? It's fine if it's just a mature lady or a little girl, but they even don't let go of young ladies. There are so many people here, can't you be more restrained? Ah, shut up. Dongtang, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly started to yell and hold his head like a madman, tears streaming down his resolute face. He stared at Shaolu with extremely disappointed eyes. A tough guy crying. Shaolu was speechless. Didn't he just mention a few types of people he liked? Why did he react so strongly? Your hobbies are surprisingly not exclusive. After saying that, Dongtang suddenly stepped forward and punched Shaolu in the face with his sandbag-sized fist. Bang! Shaolu easily blocked his fist and locked it in his hand. Just as Dongtang was about to launch another attack, Shaolu's eyes narrowed slightly, with a red light flashing. Dongtang's body instantly stiffened, his eyes became unfocused, and his pupils trembled. After a few seconds, he suddenly pulled back. Gasping for breath, he looked at Shaolu in horror. In just a few seconds, the suffocating feeling of drowning and the feeling of being gnawed by countless ants swept over his body and almost destroyed his will. I never want to experience this feeling again in my life. Did he show mercy just now? Shaolu came to his side and said calmly, go ask Itadori, maybe his answer will satisfy you. Dongtang swallowed his saliva and nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Chanyuanmai was dumbfounded. What happened? She must have seen it right. Dongtang, who had always looked down upon the principle of Lei Temple, could be so obedient. Chanyuanmai came forward with a puzzled look in his eyes. Dongtang, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly so cowardly? Hush, stop talking, go. He turned and left, not caring whether Chanyuanmai followed him or not. Chanyuanmai frowned slightly, looked at Shaolu deeply, and left with Dongtang. As for Fushiguro Megumi and Kugasaki Nobara, they were not too surprised. After all, they knew the horror in Shaolu's eyes. Kugasaki, by the way, Shaolu, how do you know that Itadori's answer will satisfy that big guy? The two looked at Shaolu with puzzlement. Guess. After saying that, I secretly added in my heart, that's strange. As for the reason, it must be Itadori's territory, all people in the world are brothers. Tudo will soon become his brother, and there is also his future Oni-chan accountant, and even Sukuna is somewhat related to him. The most outrageous thing is that the villain brain is actually Itadori's mother. So, Itadori's father was a fool. In one word, absolutely. So, in Jujutsu Kaisen, is there anyone with a stronger relationship than Itadori? Suddenly, Shaolu's expression changed. You guys continue practicing, I have something to do. After he finished speaking, a space vortex appeared behind him and disappeared in an instant. Just now, the shadow clone that was sent out was automatically disbanded, leaving behind the coordinates and related memories. Yoshino Junpei is about to meet Rakugo Masato. Looking at the place where Shaolu disappeared, the two couldn't help but complain. Mysterious guy. Chapter 51. Do you desire power? Inside an old movie theater, Earthworm 3 Inches is currently on air. Perhaps the subject matter is too heavy and the visual impact is too strong, resulting in very few viewers. 3 bodies, rotten and completely out of human form, stood stiffly in place. They still had a look of fear on their faces, as if they had experienced something extremely horrific. Yoshino Junpei looked at the 3 people who died tragically in front of him in disbelief. Although they were unrecognizable, he recognized the 3 bodies at a glance. They were the bad boys who beat him in the morning. A sense of pleasure flashed through my heart. As this, something a human can do. Suddenly, a picture of a man with pale face and blue hair full of stitches appeared in his mind. Just now, these 3 people were shouting and making a fuss in the cinema, and the man with blue hair walked up to them to communicate. Then, this scene appeared. He did all this, just by touching him. He killed 3 bad boys who had been bullying him for a long time. Thinking of this, he not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear, but was instead filled with a desire for power. I'm going to find him. Yoshino Junpei didn't hesitate at all and ran after him. At night, in a deserted alley. Please wait a moment. Junpei Jia stopped and looked at the back of the real person, panting. You did all those things just now, right? The real person raised his mouth and looked sideways. So what if I did it? Don't those people deserve to die? Or are they important to you and you want revenge? After saying that, his forearm changed and formed into a sharp bone knife. Yoshino Junpei has been the focus of his attention during this period. What if the tragic experience, bullying by classmates, and the tragic death of the mother were added to it? When all kinds of negative emotions pile up together, what kind of cursed spirit will be created? At the very least, it can become excellent experimental material. Shunping opened his chin slightly, his eyes completely attracted by the bone knife. So powerful. If I could also obtain his ability, who would dare to bully me? No one dares to mock my mother anymore. I can become as strong as you. Before he finished speaking, the dark wall next to him fluctuated, a vortex appeared, and Shaolu walked out. The real person's pupils contracted and he closed his eyes without hesitation. You can't go wrong. This person is Shaolu. Ever since the last Luhu incident, Yu had used his magical powers to simulate his appearance, so he recognized him at first sight. Hey, don't be so nervous. Shaolu looked at the real person with interest. I didn't expect that the other party was so decisive. He chose to close his eyes the first time he saw me. The real person closed his eyes tightly and smiled calmly. Your ability is indeed strange, so you'd better be careful. This is information that Luhu obtained at the cost of half his life, so of course he has to take it seriously. Although he also wanted to fight with Shaolu, this was the city, and the 3 people who died in the cinema would probably be discovered soon. By then, the police and sorcerers will come. So, let's keep the opportunity in Shibuya. However, Shaolu's appearance did not delay his plan, but he just needed to act in advance. In the past few days, he has completely figured out Yoshino Junpei's home address. All you have to do is hide Sukuna's finger quietly in his home. He couldn't wait to see Yoshino Shun's desperate expression. The real person's brain worked quickly and he made a choice immediately. Bye. The real person waved his hand mischievously, his body squirmed and turned into a worm shape, then burrowed into the ground to escape. God's power. The ground space twisted, rubble exploded, and a severed tail fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Running really fast. It has to be said that Junran's combat power may not be the strongest among the 4 natural disasters. But it's definitely the hardest to kill. During battle, it can change the shape of its body and the position of its vital organs at will. In this way, you can move vital parts in time in critical moments to avoid fatal attacks. However, Nobara Kugasaki's spirit spell, Resonance, can restrain the real person's ability. Once the nail is driven into the target's body, it can directly reach the soul level and cause damage. You, who are you? Shunping couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at Shaolu warily. This person seems to be stronger. I couldn't even see how he launched the attack just now. If you kill. Shaolu turned and approached him, chuckled and said, Young man, do you desire power? Shaolu spent about 10 minutes giving him a brief introduction to the world of spells. Curse, sorcerer, cursor. Shunping lowered his head and muttered to himself. He received too much information at once and his heart was unable to calm down. It turns out that this world is so interesting and yet so dangerous. Shunping had no doubts about what Shaolu had just said. After all, with his strength, killing himself is no different from crushing an ant, so there is no need to waste time beating around the bush with him. Besides, haven't we already witnessed these supernatural phenomena? Shaolu leaned against the wall, silently waiting for his answer. Of course, if soft methods don't work, then use hard methods. The sky is big and the earth is big, but the system's reward is the biggest. I promise you that I will become a sorcerer and a member of Akatsuki. Now that I know the other side of this world, I don't want to be an ant that can't even protect itself anymore. Besides, my mother has raised me alone for so many years, it's my turn to protect her. Yoshino Junpei clenched his fists and looked determined as if he wanted to join the party. Shaolu's lips curved slightly. Then, on behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I welcome you to join. Please give me your hand. Yoshino Junpei didn't know why Shaolu suddenly asked him to stretch out his hand, but he still did as he was told. You should have sensed a vague power emerging in your body recently, right? That is what is called mantra power. Now I will guide you to mobilize the mantra power. Yoshino Junpei did as he was told, and soon, a flame-shaped cursed power appeared in his hand. Then, Shaolu asked him to try it a few times on his own initiative. Success. I succeeded. After many failures, Junpei Yoshino finally succeeded in mobilizing the cursed power independently. Looking at Shunping's extremely excited expression, Shaolu nodded slightly. The mission of Akatsuki is to recruit sorcerers to join Akatsuki. Now that Junpei can mobilize cursed power on his own, he is qualified to join the Curse High School and can naturally be considered a Curse Master. Even if you don't have enough strength, it should be no problem to be an assistant supervisor. Now, take me to see your mother. Ah, brother Shaolu, are you coming to my house? My mom is a great cook. Shaolu. No, it's to save your mother's life. In the original novel, the real person secretly placed a Sukuna finger in Junpei's home. This caused a curse to be summoned, and Shunping's mother, who was alone at home, was killed. Since the last mission is to save Junpei's miserable life, his mother is an important factor that must naturally be taken into consideration. Moreover, his other shadow clone that was guarding near Junpei's house just now discovered the real person's trace. Did the damned old man, Junren, know that Shunping had no chance, and launch the plan in advance? Hearing this, Shunping was horrified, as if the sky had fallen. You mean my mother is in danger? Chapter 52, The Cunning Real Person. Yes, the man with stitches all over his face has been paying attention to you for a long time. He has investigated everything about your experience and family situation. Yoshino Shunping showed a look of horror, and realized, the purpose is to completely detonate the negative emotions in my body, so that I can become a cursed spirit for him to control. Just now, through Shaolu's introduction, he already knew the general ability of the real person. So, the scene in the cinema was deliberately performed by real people for themselves to see. He knew that he had been subjected to school bullying for a long time, and he must have an immense desire for strength. Thinking of this, Shunping broke out in a cold sweat. If Shaolu hadn't appeared in time, I am afraid I will fall into an endless abyss. Shaolu nodded. If I hadn't intervened, the real person's actions might have been even more disgusting. He would place Sukuna's finger into Junpei's house to attract the cursed spirit to kill his mother, and then put the blame on the classmates who bullied him. The dark Junpei will confront Itadori. The image of wearing a college uniform will ultimately remain a fantasy. In the end, Junpei also disappeared in the flow of betrayal and despair. Junpei, not at all peaceful. Shunping was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. Shaolu, let's go. Shaolu, hold my shoulders firmly. Shunping, who trusted Shaolu immensely, did as he was told immediately. A space vortex appeared and the two disappeared on the spot. Same thing. A small but warm room. A beautiful woman with a pretty face and short wavy hair was sleeping soundly on the dining table. The dining table was filled with the dinner that had been prepared long ago, waiting for the son's return. Little did they know that in an inconspicuous corner, there was a dried finger that had torn off the ceiling cloth. The black air that contains the power of curse will surely attract cursed spirits soon. The real person hiding outside the door grinned evilly. Beautiful things are meant to be destroyed. If the only light in Junpei's heart were to dissipate, it would surely give rise to an unimaginable curse power, right? Although I don't know why Shaolu suddenly appeared and disrupted my plans. But do you think this will stop him? Instead, it hastened the tragedy. Ha ha ha, Junpei, go hate this world, and all the sorcerers along with it. After doing all this, the real person disappeared into a dark corner. At the dining table, the beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly frowned slightly, as if she was having difficulty breathing. Behind her, the curse was thick and dark, and a cursed spirit with a hideous face appeared. Human, delicious food. A strong sense of death arose in her heart, and the beautiful woman felt a chill on her back and woke up suddenly. Looking back, I saw an extremely horrifying scene. Ah, just then, a whirlpool appeared and two figures walked out. God's power. The space was distorted and the cursed spirit's head was twisted off. Thump. The headless body fell down, struggled a few times, and then became motionless. The flames burned the bodies on the ground into ashes. Shaolu used Fei Lisheng's perception technique and quickly found Sukuna's finger hidden in the corner. And put the fingers into the divine power space. After doing all this, he looked at Shunping's mother, who was still in shock, and comforted her softly. Auntie, it's okay. Junpei. Mom. The beautiful woman looked at the corpse of the cursed spirit on the ground with dull eyes, and then looked at Shaolu who was smiling. What the hell is going on here? What is this ground monster? Also, is the handsome boy standing next to my son the superpower in the movie? Thank you. Although her worldview was challenged again and again, she still immediately bowed to express her gratitude to her savior. After Shunping helped her onto the stool, he looked at Shaolu with great gratitude. If it weren't for him, his mother might have met with an accident. Moreover, he also taught himself how to use cursed power and gained the ability to protect himself. I'm afraid I can never repay such a favor in my lifetime. Shaolu injected a gentle chakra into the beautiful woman's body, helping to soothe her frightened mind. By the way, he also left the Flying Thunder God mark on his neck. Shaolu. Shunping, come out with me. Okay. In the corridor, Shaolu patted Shunping's shoulder and looked towards a dark corner of the corridor. Come out, you are a special grade cursed spirit after all. It's too cheap to be a mouse, right? Shunping, who was standing by, was confused for a moment, then he immediately guessed something. Could it be that? Snap, snap, snap. The real person closed his eyes, clapped his hands and walked out, revealing a harmless smile. Mr. Shaolu is really a worm in my stomach. He actually guessed my plan. But I am very confused. How did you find out about my existence? The real person was very curious about this. It was fine if the plan was exposed, but how could his hidden tricks be discovered so easily? Could it be that his perception is far superior to mine? Shaolu smiled disdainfully in his heart. Not to mention the meticulous observation of the Manjiki Sharingan, which makes it impossible for any weak fluctuation of curse power to escape these eyes. With Flying Thunder God's perception alone, there is nowhere for the real person to hide. Moreover, he could also see that this real person was not the real person, but just a clone. Shaolu's current Flying Thunder God perception technique can almost cover the entire block nearby. But still couldn't find the real person's location. Then there is only one possibility: the real person is hiding very far away, beyond the range of perception. I have to say, this is the real Lao Lu. No comment. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind the real person's head distorted. The crisis of death surged into his heart, and he had no time to think and dodged instantly. Bang! Half of his head was directly crushed by the distortion of space, and blood gushed out. The real person covered his head and stared at Shaolu in horror. What kind of ability is this? I couldn't detect the fluctuation of the spell power at all. It's the eyes. It's his weird eyes again. If I hadn't been one of the 4 calamities and had a strong intuition for avoiding death, I would have probably died. I'm about to activate the illusion. Shaolu's frivolous tone fell into his ears, and the real person suddenly closed his eyes. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Damn it, I was humiliated like this. The other party is playing with me like a child. The real person suppressed his anger. It seems that the last time I tried to use Luhu, I failed to bring out the full power of this guy. In addition to illusion, he also has the ability to manipulate space. This guy is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The trip was worthwhile, and we gained another piece of important information. As a clone, even if it is blown into powder, it can still transfer its memories to the original body. Because he is a soul that evolved from a real person, and is closely connected to the main soul. But that's why he decided to find a chance to escape. Once he dies, his soul will be damaged, and his body will naturally suffer backlash. Haha, you are really a hidden talent. I'm sorry I can't keep you company. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shaolu's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. Then, a pair of large hands locked the real person's head like an iron clamp. Whoosh, a whirlpool appeared and the two disappeared. Shunping was stunned and exclaimed, "Great, so fast. Brother Shaolu, are you really just a first-level sorcerer?" In the previous introduction, he had said that Junren was one of the most powerful cursed spirits among the special grade. But just now, it seemed like a complete beating. I must become stronger. While protecting my mother, I must also provide value to Brother Shaolu. At least, I can't be a burden to him. In the divine power space, the real person's limbs were nailed and he was forced to crawl on the ground. Shaolu was on the high platform, looking down at him. I didn't expect your clone to be so real. Hearing this, the real person's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked up in horror at Shaolu, who had a playful look on his face. Chapter 53. This is the way to open the Lezi Junren. How did this guy know this? Although he is a clone, except for the difference in strength, he is almost the same as the original. But even so, it was still discovered at a glance. Also, where is this strange space? Why can't I feel any magical power? It's as if I'm completely isolated from the real world. It was not until this moment that he realized how terrifying the man in front of him was. No wonder since the last battle, 2 out of 3 sentences of Luhu can't be separated from Shaolu. At first he just thought that Luhu was just shadowed by Shaolu's illusion. Now that we know how to deal with it, there's no need to take it so seriously. We should focus on Gojo Satoru. But now it seems that they were all wrong. This person's methods are probably far beyond their imagination. The real person, recognizing the reality, asked, "Is this your territory?" As a clone, he knew that he had completely lost the chance to return to his original body. This question is simply to satisfy my curiosity before death. Field, you can assume so for the time being. After what the real person said, it does make some sense. In this divine space, there is no so-called cursed power, and all spells cannot be performed here. However, there is no restriction on ninjutsu, so it can be considered half a domain. In other words, he is the absolute king of this divine space. Even if you don't do anything, you can starve the other person to death. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to pull people into the divine power space. The real person stared at Shaolu. If he were in the outside world, he could mobilize the power of the spell to self-destruct. But in this space, he could do nothing except wait for the other party to take action. Suddenly, the real person laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, so what if you kill me? I am just a clone. Everything I see after death will still be transmitted to my original body. Your space distortion ability in this independent space area will be exposed. Shaolu slowly came to him, looking at him as if he were a fool, and said calmly. So, guess why I didn't just kill you, but pulled you into this space. Although he didn't know whether this clone of the real person was the same as the shadow clone, and could share memories with the original body even after death. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it is better to brainwash. Hearing this, the real person was shocked and had a bad feeling. What do you want to do? If I'm not mistaken, you are not an ordinary clone, but a soul attached to the original body, so your words and actions are so realistic. The real person's breathing stagnated, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. It's fine that he can see through that he is a clone at a glance, but he even knows a trace of soul hidden deep inside. No, there is no way that can be seen through those eyes. How could he know so much about me? Could it be that the information was provided by the High Commissioner? No, with the intelligence capabilities of the Academy, the best they can analyze is that they are the incarnations of the 4 great natural disasters. It is absolutely impossible to achieve such a subtle level. In fact, Shaolu's Sharingan was indeed unable to see through the soul of this clone. But, he has read the script. During the Shibuya Incident, one of the clones created by the real person was restrained by Nobara Kugasaki. And that resonance of Nobara Kugasaki can directly hit the soul and harm the real body, thus bringing great help to Itadori. Therefore, he guessed that the real person's clone might be attached to and connected to the original soul. So what if you know? The real person said with forced calmness. Haha, what will happen to me? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Shaolu leaned close to the real person's ear and whispered. I'll tell you in secret, the illusion your friend was hit by last time was just a low-end version. Low configuration. The real person widened his eyes and said to himself, oh no. Then, Shaolu roughly pried open his tightly closed eyelids and forced him to look into the Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. The real person's consciousness became blurred and everything went black before his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself tied to a cross. The sky was blood red and countless crows were flying by. Immediately afterwards, countless Shaolu clones holding sharp swords pierced his body mercilessly. The screams never cease. 3 seconds passed in reality, but the real person was tortured for 3 whole days and 3 nights. During this period, Shaolu also used illusion to erase all information about his abilities. However, this move is just a precautionary measure and can even be said to be redundant. Because, after 3 days of torture, the soul of the real person's incarnation has completely collapsed. Simply put, he has become a fool. Not only can it not provide any valid information to the main body, but it will also share all the happiness suffered in these 3 days. This is the correct way to treat Lazi Junren. Whoosh, a vortex appeared and Shaolu returned to the corridor. Shunping hurried over, looked at the vortex behind him, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Shaolu raised his mouth. Don't look at it, he died very happily. Unfortunately, it's just a clone. Junpei thanked him, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Is it only the clone that died? At the same time, in a dim alley, the real person held a notebook and used a pen to put a big check mark on Yoshino Junpei's name. He showed a sinister smile. According to the time, Shunping's mother should have been killed by the cursed spirit, right? I believe my clone should be here soon. Thinking of this, he stretched himself lazily with a look of enjoyment. I wonder what kind of expression Shunping would have when he saw his mother's tragic death. Despair, fear, anger, or will he directly transform into a bloodthirsty and crazy cursed spirit? No matter which one it is, he is looking forward to it. Just as the real person was imagining the events in his mind, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his head. Ah, the real person clenched his scalp tightly with his 10 fingers in so much pain, his eyes were bloodshot, and tears and saliva could not stop flowing out. This kind of pain is unusual, it comes from the depths of the soul. The real person was rolling on the ground like a madman. If Shaolu saw this scene, he would definitely sigh. Isn't this the scene when Wukong was being cursed? At this moment, the real person only felt that his soul was being repeatedly minced by a meat grinder. At the same time, I was extremely confused. What on earth happened? Why is there no footage of Shunping's mother's tragic death? The memories transmitted back are completely fragmented. There is no useful information at all. Could this all be Shaolu? However, the intense pain did not allow him to continue thinking. Soon, he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. This is not the real person's fault for having weak willpower. After all, this was all the happiness that the clone had experienced during the 3 days of Tsukuyomi. Inside the house, the lights were bright and 3 people were talking and laughing at the dining table. Well, Aunt Yoshino Naji's cooking skills are really good. Shaolu praised from the bottom of her heart. This should be the taste of mother, right? Having grown up in an orphanage, he had never eaten such a warm meal. Perhaps it is the wonderful atmosphere that adds points to these dishes. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment to be praised by our benefactor. The beautiful woman held her chin with one hand and looked at Shaolu with a smile. Her face was slightly red because of drinking. She was also happy to see that her son, who had been introverted since childhood, had made friends with such a good older brother. Shunping has also found his own friends. Moreover, she seems to be beyond the scope of ordinary people. As a mother, I am proud of her. Before this, Shaolu did not hide anything from her and told her the other side of this world and Shunping's situation. I thought Shunping's mother would find it difficult to accept it for a while. But now it seems that I have underestimated her ability to bear it. This is very consistent with her carefree character in the original work. However, the trace of sadness hidden between their brows obviously did not escape Shaolu's eyes. Needless to say, everyone is worried that the real person will make a comeback. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and said soothingly, "Don't worry, the other party's plan has been discovered, and it is very likely that they will not cause trouble again. Besides, I left a mark on your house. If there is any danger, I can rush there in an instant. If you are really worried, you can move to the technical college. After all, I am a teacher at the technical high school, and Junpei is about to join the technical high school. I believe that Masamiki can agree to this small request. This is also the safest method. Shunping. Mom, listen to Brother Lu, let's move to the technical college. There's no one here worth staying with anyway. They will only make sarcastic remarks. Yoshino Nagi was stunned and hesitated. She naturally knew that Shunping was referring to the nearby neighbors. Because they were from a single-parent family, the mother and son had always been unpopular, and she didn't care about what the neighbors said behind their backs. It was not until now that she realized that she could ignore the gossip, but she ignored her son's feelings. Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Shaolu. I don't know how to repay your kindness, I can only... A high school in spells. Shaolu roughly described the experience of Shunpei and his mother to Masamiki, and in the moment of their hesitation, he took out the trump card, Sukuna's finger. So, Masamiki immediately arranged accommodation for Junpei and his son that night, and his attitude was as good as it could be. After saying goodbye to Shunping and his mother and returning to the dormitory, he couldn't wait to turn on the system. Long-term mission. The top sorcerers are corrupt. I refuse to work for them. Please create the Akatsuki organization and invite sorcerers to join. Progress. 3/3 completed. Reward. Eternal Kaleidoscope. Just as I was about to receive the reward, a reminder came to my mind again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Hashirama cells are being distributed. Chapter 54 Shaolu's Choice. Shaolu was so excited that she sat up straight immediately. The eternal kaleidoscope she had been dreaming of was finally in her hands. Receive. As the words fell, I could feel my pupils trembling wildly, and the cytokines in the Sharingan seemed to be transforming. Accompanied by a needle-like stinging pain, hot tears dripped into the palm of my hand. Hiss. Shaolu's breathing became rapid, and she quickly closed her eyes and covered them tightly with both hands. This feeling is somewhat similar to the first time I got the kaleidoscope, but the aftereffect is stronger and longer lasting. A full half-hour passed. The pain was gone, replaced by an incomparably comfortable warmth. He slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling blood-red light flashed. It was already night and it was pitch black all around, but now he could clearly see every corner of the room. Even outside the window, the patterns on every leaf can be seen clearly. Is this the eternal kaleidoscope? The most intuitive feeling is the further improvement of observation ability. But he knew it was much more than that. The biggest difference between eternal kaleidoscope and kaleidoscope lies in their side effects and abilities. The side effects of the eternal kaleidoscope are almost zero, and you no longer need to worry about going blind due to overuse of your eyes. Moreover, Shaolu could clearly feel that this transformation of his eyes had brought him a new ability. Amaterasu, the black flame that never goes out. Once the enemy is ignited by Amaterasu, they will either have their limbs amputated or be burned to death. Although in Naruto, no one has ever been burned to death, except for White Zetsu. This can be found out through this fight with the real person. They are very cautious when facing themselves. The real person even fought with his eyes closed the entire time, not giving himself any chance to perform magic. Now I have one more trump card, Amaterasu. Shaolu smiled evilly in his heart. Unknown information has been born again. Who among the 4 disasters will come to explore next time? Go ahead and check, and no one will say a word. Not only that, after evolving into the Eternal Mangekyo, it can also activate the 3rd or even 4th stage of Susanoo. As for the complete form of Susanoo, it requires the Mangekyo to be developed to the extreme and possesses a huge amount of chakra to open it. Shaolu already has the former, and as for the latter. He looked at the needle test tube medicine filled with golden blood in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems that the test tube medicine contains Hashirama's cells. The most outrageous thing is the note, concentrated perfect native Hashirama cells. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God. Use with caution. Can't the system just guarantee delivery? He knew very well that the risk of transplanting Hashirama's cells was a life-threatening one. For most people, the moment of injection, they would probably not be able to withstand such a strong force and die suddenly, and reunite with their grandmother. After all, with the powerful vitality of Hashirama's cells, the moment they come into contact with blood, they will turn into a deadly poison. It would be fortunate if one died from blood vessels bursting, internal organs being unable to bear the burden, and body collapse. The most frightening thing is that because of the good physical strength, they don't die instantly, and thus suffer continuous torture, but ultimately fail. Therefore, without a strong physique and will, it is tantamount to seeking death. With his current physical strength, he can barely open the injury gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, but the side effects will be serious after that. From this perspective, it would be difficult to withstand the extremely powerful force of Hashirama's cells. Shaolu put away the medicine and lowered his head in thought. By the way, since coming to this world, I have always been very steady, only doing the safest things, and never taking a gamble. But how could I not use the Hashirama cells that I had obtained with so much effort? He decided to take a gamble. As the saying goes, take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. He never wanted to experience the emptiness of lacking blue again. However, you can gamble, but the risk must be reduced to the minimum possible. Although he couldn't do what the gambler Chang Jinshi did, after opening the field, sitting and killing gamblers, to gain infinite magic power, and automatically operate the reversal technique, frantically repairing the injuries on his body to achieve the effect of almost immortality. But he can shake people. Soon, Shoko's beautiful face appeared in his mind. Her reverse curse technique was very effective on others. If we can convince her to help, the success rate of fusing Hashirama's cells will definitely increase. But considering that Shoko may run out of cursed energy, he will need new help. This reminded Shaolu of Utahime, who wore a red and white shrine maiden costume and always had a bow tied behind her head. If Shoko is the strongest nurse in the world of sorcery, then Utahime is definitely the strongest assistant. Her unique technique, Solo Forbidden Zone. It can increase the total amount of cursed power of people, including yourself, within the range of the spell. If Utahime can continuously provide amplification for Shoko, and Shoko can continuously provide milk for himself, then the probability of success will increase again. As for the remaining risks, you can only leave it to your willpower and physical strength. Apart from that, he couldn't think of anyone's technique that could help him. Just in case, you need to ask someone you can absolutely trust to protect you. For example, Mei Mei, I know her own strengths and weaknesses, and she also knows her own strengths and weaknesses, so she is trustworthy. He thought about going to the Shinwei space for the injection. After all, it was absolutely safe there and he didn't have to worry about being disturbed. But considering that there is no cursed energy in the Kamui space, Shoko and Utahime cannot be replenished, so they are directly passed. Or why not just occupy Tianyuan's lair? After all, it's safe there and no one will disturb us. Anyway, this old guy screwed Juju Yuki badly in the later period, so Shaolu would not feel guilty at all. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Tianyuan's strength is unknown, and a fight would probably cause a big commotion. Just as he was struggling with this, the system prompt came to his mind again. Ding. Trigger life choice. Task option 1. I am the natural disaster. At the sister exchange meeting, use fire style to crush Luhu, wood style to penetrate Hanami, and water style to submerge Togen. Reward. Samsara Eye. Mission option 2. King of Going. What's the difference between such a low success rate and committing suicide? Give up fusing Hashirama's cells. Reward. 1 card of chakra. Task option 3. Gambler. How can a child cry every day? How can a gambler lose every day? Please fuse Hashirama's cells by yourself. Reward. Domain. Kill the gambler while sitting. Looking at the 3 task options in front of her, Shaolu indeed gave up the third one. A gambler who ended up with nothing. Even though he knew he could seek help to reduce the risk, he still fused Hashirama's cells alone. That's no longer a gambler, but a reckless man. No, it's a fool. Although the sit and kill gambler is powerful, it is not very attractive to him. As for the second task, asking him to give up on fusion. And the reward is so little. 1 card of chakra, to get rid of beggars. Just rule it out. Chapter 55. Shuzuo holds an umbrella, Amaterasu lights a cigarette. Now only the first option remains. The reward is the Eye of Reincarnation. The Samsara Eye is known as the eye that controls life and death, and is an existence that transcends the eternal kaleidoscope. Just imagine, during the Shibuya Incident, a Shinra Tensei flattened Shibuya, and then a few Chibaku Tensei came along. That must have been a great feeling. He began to resonate with the feeling that Pain had when he went to Konoha to carry rice. However, Shaolu believes that, to some extent, the eternal kaleidoscope is more practical. For example, the divine power possessed by his current eyes, whether in attack or perfect virtualization tolerance, is no weaker than the Samsara Eye. If I have to change it, I will only change one, and I have to keep the blur no matter what. This is the biggest guarantee for facing Sukuna's lone space cut in the later stage. There is no way. In the original work, Sukuna was able to borrow money for the first time to kill Gojo Satoru. Shaolu could not guarantee whether Sukuna would borrow money for the second time or even more from him. Therefore, when it comes to loans, I, Uchiha Shaolu, would like to call him the best. Retracting his thoughts, he carefully analyzed the requirements of this task. Sure enough, the first option is suitable for him. If he wants to use wood release to penetrate Hanamika's, he must fuse with Hashirama's cells, otherwise he cannot use it. But is this thrusting proper? However, from the above information, we can see that Tuogen Luhu will also come. This is very different from the original. It should be that, Geto Suguru, considered that in addition to Gojo Satoru, he also had his own reasons. If this is the case, what is the point of the students from the two universities competing against each other? In the original novel, Hua-Yu alone could chase and beat everyone, not to mention Luhu and Tuo General. Then it doesn't need to be called a sister exchange meeting, but a sister battle royale. The butterfly effect is getting bigger and bigger, maybe even, Shaoyuji, will take action. But on second thought, the chances are slim. After all, Gojo Satoru is still here. That's right, this way you don't have to choose a location. Fusion of Hashirama's cells directly in the forest battlefield of the exchange meeting. By the way, you can also fill the place with the marks of the Flying Thunder God in advance. For now, let's deal with Shoko and Utahime first, and try to fuse Hashirama's cells before the exchange meeting begins. The next day, early morning, Gojo Satoru is not at school because he received information about Natsuliu. Therefore, the task of guiding the students was given to him, but he always felt that Gojo Satoru disappeared on purpose. Afterwards, Shaolu also held a special meeting with Nobara Kugasaki, Maki Zenin, and Junpei Yoshino. After all, these three are members of the Akatsuki organization, so their strength must be impressive. After doing all this, Shaolu came to the infirmary. When I opened the door, I found Shoko and Yutahime enjoying the air conditioning, with soap operas playing on their phones. A domineering CEO at first glance, a melodrama. Shaolu, have you finished teaching your students? Shoko glanced sideways at Shaolu and smiled. Yutahime looked at the two of them meaningfully and said, well, I won't interrupt you guys while you guys chat. However, Shaolu raised her hand to stop her and said with a smile, would you two like to go for a drink? I'll treat you. As soon as these words came out, Shoko's eyes flashed and her face turned slightly red. Ever since she was snatched away by Mei Mei last time, she hasn't found a chance to invite Shaolu. Unexpectedly, Shaolu would take the initiative to invite me. Yutahime stepped forward with his hands on his hips, frowning and examining Shaolu. You are quite ambitious, aren't you afraid that Mei Mei will make you kneel on the washboard? Shaolu's mouth twitched. This time, I actually have an important matter that I would like to ask you two for help. Izakaya, what? Yutahime, who was sitting opposite Shaolu, couldn't help but exclaim, causing the guests around to look at him strangely. Yutahime leaned closer and lowered his voice. Are you serious about such a dangerous thing? Shaolu had already anticipated the two women's reactions and was not surprised. After all, this kind of thing does sound crazy. Shoko at the side had blurry eyes, took a sip of sake, moaned comfortably, and looked slightly tipsy. I agree to Shaolu's request. Hey, Sister Shoko, are you serious? This matter involves life and death. You must be drunk. Shoko's sudden reply surprised Yutahime, and Shaolu beside her was also surprised. Shoko actually agreed to her request so easily. Originally, he planned to teach the two of them the 8 Gates ninjutsu and some of his own experience in exchange for their help. After all, the 3,000 paths lead to the same destination. Although the nature of chakra and cursed power is different, the methods of using them are different. There are many things to learn. For example, the method of compressing chakra is also applicable to cursed energy. Shoko looked at Shaolu with a flushed face. Shaolu is my savior, isn't this a good opportunity for me to repay you? So, whether I'm drunk or not, I will agree to his request without hesitation and won't ask too many questions. This was said to Shaolu, and also to Yutahime. Shaolu cast a grateful look at Shoko. She is indeed an intellectual sister who understands human nature. Yutahime curled her lips. Tisk, I'm not that gossipy. Everyone has their own secrets, so she wouldn't force them to answer. Besides, it would be even more difficult for her to ask further questions about this mysterious guy Shaolu. It's very generous of him to share his experience and teach students. The Jujutsu High School should be grateful to him. However, she still wanted to complain. What a lunatic. Seeing that Shoko was easily dealt with, Shaolu looked at Yutahime and was about to speak. Yutahime said angrily, all right. You've said it's so dangerous, how can I just leave a genius like you alone? If something unexpected happens to you, it will be a huge loss to the college. Although she is a teacher at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu College, it is under the jurisdiction of Rakuganji Temple. But she thought there was no difference between the two institutions. The stronger Shaolu was, the better it would be for the entire Jujutsu High School. Therefore, after learning that her ability would play a key role, she had no intention of refusing from the beginning. Shaolu said awkwardly, drink some wine. In the evening, the three of them were walking on the street. Shoko seemed very happy today, so she drank a lot of wine, which resulted in her needing Yutahime's support to barely stand. It suddenly started raining heavily. As the three sorcerers, they would naturally not be affected by this little rain. However, Shoko on the side complained, it's so annoying that the cigarettes are all extinguished. Boom. Above Shaolu's head, purple flames burned and condensed into a skeleton arm, wrapping the three people inside and completely blocking the rain. It doesn't matter if I'm a man, but I'm afraid it won't be long before Shoko and Yutahime start to show off their wet body temptations. Yutahime raised his lips slightly and praised, oh, that's quite thoughtful. Then, Shaolu snapped his fingers. A wisp of black flame relit Shoko's extinguished cigarette, then immediately dissipated under his control. Why, black flame, so magical. The drunken Shoko opened her beautiful eyes slightly, sighed, and took a sip with a look of enjoyment. Shaolu smiled secretly in his heart, Susanoo holding an umbrella and Amaterasu lighting a cigarette. He has finally figured out how to use the eternal Mangekyo. Yutahime on the side looked at Shaolu as if he were a monster. Even though the black flame disappeared very quickly, she could still clearly feel the terrifying temperature in the black flame. What a monster. How many abilities does this guy have yet to show? Shaolu, my reverse curse technique is related to medical skills to some extent, so I hope to borrow your potion. If we can figure this out, we might be able to better target treatment when you fuse. Don't worry, I will only take a small drop for inspection and will carefully put it back afterwards, so it won't be wasted. Although the boy was drunk, he was still very clear-headed. Hearing this, Shaolu thought for a moment and handed the potion containing Hashirama's cells to Shoko. Shoko's medical skills are beyond doubt. It would be great if we could improve the treatment effect of the reverse curse technique by studying the composition of Hashirama's cells. At this time, Yutahime suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Shaolu, when do you plan to start the integration? Have you chosen a location? After all, this is a matter of life and death, and all preparations must be made before starting, without any room for carelessness. Shaolu said in a deep voice. It will start tomorrow, and the location will be at the venue of the sister exchange meeting. Chapter 56 Transformation begins. Kyoto Sisters Exchange Meeting, deep in the forest, inside a cave. Whoosh, as a whirlpool appeared, Shaolu, Shoko, Utahime, and Mei Mei walked out one after another. Shoko handed the potion containing Hashirama's cells to Shaolu, and said with a serious expression. Shaolu, do you really want to take such a big risk to inject it? After saying this, Utahime and Mei Mei looked at Shoko at the same time. Mei Mei frowned and asked in confusion, Shoko, what on earth is going on with this potion? Just last night, Shaolu suddenly appeared in her dormitory and told her roughly what happened. But what about the major risks that Shoko mentioned? Didn't Shaolu say there was only a little risk? Shoko pointed at the golden blood flowing in Shaolu's hand and said in a complicated tone. After my observations last night, I found that the energy contained in the golden blood in the test tube is beyond imagination. It is an unknown primitive cell, and its phagocytic and differentiation capabilities far exceed those of the cancers we know about. Once injected into the human body, these protozoan cells will flow through Shaolu's bloodstream to the blood vessels throughout the body. By then, the blood in his body will be hotter than boiling water. His body temperature will soar to an unimaginable level. Blood vessels will inevitably burst, and the internal organs will be under unimaginable stress. Shaolu took a deep breath and asked in a concentrated tone, how long will these symptoms last? He had actually anticipated these symptoms a long time ago, but what he was most concerned about now was time. Shoko lit a cigarette and said solemnly, if it were an ordinary person, the moment the drug was injected, he would probably die suddenly, and all the pain would only last for a few seconds. At this point, she looked at Liu helplessly. But as a sorcerer, you are very powerful and have an amazing physique. The symptoms will last at least 1 day, or even longer, but the longest will not exceed 3 days. So you can rest assured that this will be completed before the sister exchange meeting. In short, this will be a life and death battle. It depends on whether Shaolu's cells are killed by these protozoa first, or whether he can produce enough antibodies to resist before that, so that a balance can be achieved between the two, and they can live in peace. Utahime and I will do our best to treat your physical breakdown, but the mental torture. Shoko didn't continue talking, everyone knew what was going on. Last night, the whole process of her research was so terrifying that she couldn't sleep all night. Just extracting a small drop contains such terrifying energy. But Shaolu wanted to inject the entire bottle of medicine. This Shaolu is really crazy. Utahime and Mei Mei couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. Utahime. Is this so scary? Even though Shaolu said yesterday that there would be a risk to her life, she never thought it would go to this extent. No wonder Shaolu asked her and Shoko for help. If he were alone, he would be in great danger. Mei Mei sighed helplessly, came to Shaolu, and glanced at him. Is this the little bit of risk you told me about? I think it's a few billion, right? You guy, do you want me to be a widow for you? Shaolu smiled awkwardly and touched his head. Isn't it that Shoko Utahime is helping me? I am very confident, don't worry. Tisk, I really can't do anything with you. You can only succeed and not fail. Mei Mei did not try to persuade him further. As his woman, she should not stop him at this time, but should do the best she could. She stood in front of the hole with a huge axe in hand, and began to share vision with the summoned crows. Although this is a dedicated venue for sister exchange meetings, no one is allowed to enter before the meeting starts. But there is always a chance of something happening, and under the observation of the crow, she would never allow any person or animal to disturb the three of them. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God, come on Shoko. Shaolu leaned against the rock wall and handed the Hashirama cell potion to Shoko, while rolling up his sleeves and stretching out his arms. This made him think of the times when he had been receiving intravenous strips and injections. Only this time, the anti-inflammatory potion was replaced with the deadly Hashirama cells. It's already this late, and you still have the heart to laugh. Shoko rolled her eyes at him, but still took the potion carefully. Call. She calmed herself down a bit, made sure her hands were not shaking, aimed the tiny needle at the front of the test tube at Shaolu's blood vessel, and slowly pushed the syringe down. At this moment, all the concentrated Hashirama protocells were injected into Shaolu's body. Almost at the same time, Shoko and Utahime started their respective techniques. Boom. Utahime's solo restricted area enveloped Shoko. With her current quasi-first level strength, she can completely cover the entire cave. But in order to further enhance Shoko's power, she focused the range of the technique on Shoko alone. Shoko can clearly feel that her own magical power has been amplified, and the healing effect of the reverse curse technique has been further improved. It was silent in the cave. All that could be heard was the four people's nervous breathing and Shaolu's extremely fast heartbeat. A second passed. Shaolu closed his eyes tightly, except for the fever all over his body and swollen blood vessels, he had no other discomfort. At this moment, he not only did not feel nervous, but his heart was extremely calm. He wondered what was all this for. In fact, he could have stayed alive and developed steadily. With his current strength, as long as he was steady, it would be difficult for him to die. Is it to have a huge amount of chakra? To master would release, to complete the mission and obtain the Samsara Eye? Probably all. He wants to become stronger. So strong that he can turn a Jujutsu Kaisen into a Punch Kaisen. Gradually, the blood in the body began to boil, the blood vessels and meridians gradually expanded, and the veins bulged. Boom! Shaolu's heart beat violently as if it was hit by a sledgehammer. His eyes widened and his eyeballs turned outward. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the stone wall, dyeing it blood red. Shaolu's eyes were bloodshot, his clenched teeth made a clicking sound, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. At the same time, the skin on his body turned red as if it had been burned by a branding iron, and the scalding heat gushed out of every pore in his body. The three girls were shocked at the same time. Mei Mei, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, bit her red lips lightly and gripped the axe handle tightly. Utahime felt the warmth coming from Shaolu's body and was extremely horrified. Upon seeing this, Shoko quickly placed her hand on Shaolu's chest, and a warm and soft white light emanated, indicating the activation of the reverse curse technique. The moment her palm touched Shaolu's chest, she even wanted to pull away subconsciously. The reason is simple, it's too hot. Fortunately, her reverse curse technique can be effective without touching the body, and it won't make the slightest difference. Shoko whispered softly, if you want to scream, just scream. This kind of pleasure is beyond human endurance. If you try to hold it back, it will be counterproductive. Shaolu actually wanted to scream a long time ago, but as someone who always cared about his reputation, he really didn't want to scream in front of girls. But the next second, there was no room for him. There was a click and a muffled sound came from the body, which was the sound of a blood vessel ruptured. Severe pain swept through Shaolu's body, and he became stiff with pain. Until this moment, the real integration has just begun. The concentrated Earth Pillar's cells are constantly devouring the original cells in Shaolu's body. At this moment, cells and organs are all crying out in grief. Ah! Shaolu's 10 fingers dug into the deep rock wall in pain. It hurts so much. Chapter 57 Inches accidentally, killing Itadori plan. At the same time, there is a hot spring somewhere in the mountains. White mist slowly rises into the air from the spring, as if covered with a hazy white veil. Beside the hot spring, Luhu held the pipe in one hand and took a deep puff with a look of enjoyment. After a few days of soft and hard persuasion, Waiu finally agreed to make a new cigarette holder for it, and even engraved a special volcano head logo on it. Ahahaha, found it, Luhu was secretly enjoying himself here. The real person took off his shirt, revealing a body full of seams and long blue hair flying. He spread his arms, sprinted like a child, jumped into the hot spring, splashing water all over the sky, and extinguished Luhu's pipe. Luhu wrinkled his forehead and summoned the flame again to light the pipe. The real person popped his head out and laughed heartlessly. It seems that you have recovered well. Let's go to the college together to make trouble this time. Luhu looked unhappy. I want to go too. Ever since it experienced Shaolu's illusion last time, it was somewhat reluctant to fight with Shaolu again. With one Gojo Satoru and one Shaolu, it really couldn't think of a way to win. At this time, Yuji slowly came behind the two of them and said with a smile. The original plan does not require you, but considering the variable Shaolu, while you alone may not be enough. So this time, except for me, all of you 4 natural disasters will go out together to turn the high school upside down. This way, the real person will have a chance to take all the Sukuna fingers collected by the high school. Tuogan is going to come as well. Luhu looked surprised, but quickly added, let's make it clear first, Shaolu, you guys take care of it. Suguru Jia said, don't worry, just leave it to Hanamiya. Even if we can't defeat her, we can definitely escape. There will also be a curse master to cooperate with us. At this time, the real person suddenly interrupted, with a distressed look on his face. Speaking of Shaolu, I suffered a lot last time when I collected artificial curse spirits. I seriously suspect that he has other cards hidden. Yuji smiled helplessly. I have warned you guys a long time ago not to get too angry, but you guys are all more stubborn than the other. The real person put his hands behind his head, lying flat on his back, floating on the hot spring, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I've decided, Luhu, let's stick to Geto's plan. Only Sukuna can deal with Gojo Satoru. I am really looking forward to it. What a scene it will be when the strongest fights the strongest. It would be great if I could transform Gojo Satoru and Sukuna into my artificial cursed spirits. The real person began to daydream. Interesting. Luhu's fighting spirit rekindled, and the Mount Fuji above his head was ready to erupt, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. It doesn't matter if the whole army is wiped out. I don't have to be the one standing in the wilderness laughing out loud 100 years later. But as long as we can eliminate these filthy humans, that will be enough. After all, we are the new humans. Real person. Calm down, Luhu, the hot spring has turned into boiling water. 3 days later, the weather was fine. Today is the day of the JD Sisters exchange meeting. On the tiled path through the forest, all the 1st and 2nd grade students of Tokyo Academy have arrived. What? Instead of going to Tokyo Institute, they are communicating with Kyoto Institute at Tokyo Institute. Nobara Kugasaki stood motionless like a petrified statue. She looked at the pink suitcase beside her, as well as the large and small bags of snacks and clothes, and fell into deep thought. Poochie. Ha ha ha, only a woman like you who is obsessed with shopping would mishear. Quote. Itadori Yuji burst into laughter. Do you want to die? The laughter stopped abruptly, and Itadori immediately hid behind Fushiguro and continued to tease. what a violent wild woman, only Shaolu can deal with you. Stop it, the people from Kyotoan will be here soon, don't let them laugh at you. Maki raised her hand to interrupt the two of them. Panda and Goiwan also agreed, with fighting spirit burning in their eyes. There was a sound of footsteps coming from far away at the bottom of the stone steps. Itadori and others all looked over there. Oh my, it's been a long time since we last met. I wonder how much your strength has improved. Zen'in, who was walking in the front, glanced at everyone and finally stopped at Zentang Maki. Tisk, still looking so superior. There were a few people following behind him, including Sanlin Shaw, who had long blue hair draped over her shoulders, had a dazed look on her face, and was looking around carefully. Kamo Kenji crossed his arms, looked calm and cool. A cute little girl with golden twin ponytails, Nishimiya Momo. And mechanical pills. Wow, Fullmetal, Iron Man, Itadori and Nobara Kugasaki exclaimed. Apparently they were surprised by the mechanical pill covered in mecha. But on second thought, if a panda can be a sorcerer, then adding Iron Man to the mix wouldn't be surprising. For a while, the two sides confronted each other and the atmosphere was filled with gunpowder. After Gojo Satoru and Utahime have finished introducing the rules of this competition, Itadori raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, where is Shaolu? I haven't seen him for several days." As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to Gojo Satoru and Utahime. Gojo Satoru. Oh yeah, where are Shaolu? Everyone was speechless. As a teacher, don't you know this? At this time, Utahime stepped forward to explain, Shaolu is currently researching a new technique. He may be late, but he will never be absent. After saying this, Utahime was deeply moved. After these few days, she has come to admire Shaolu completely. He fainted, then woke up in pain, and this cycle repeated for 2 whole days, but he still managed to hold on. With such perseverance, she even suspected that even without her and Shoko's help, the guy might be able to get through it on his own. Suddenly I realized why this guy is so strong. Now is the 3rd day, Shaolu's condition has gradually stabilized, but half of his body is covered with strange-shaped wood. However, he said there was no need to worry and it could be resolved with just a thought. Now, the danger is basically over, and only Mei Mei is left to accompany him. Everyone. Oh, that's how it is. This is absolutely nonsense to other people, but it makes sense to Shaolu. They were already looking forward to it. What new technique would Shaolu come up with this time? Kyoto Temple, pre-war meeting room. All the students of Kyoto Academy stood quietly on the tatami, looking at Principal Rakuganji who had called them over. Follow the plan and kill Itadori. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Lee Yancey's old face. This is what the higher-ups mean. Itadori Yuji is always an unstable time bomb. No one knows how many Sukuna's fingers he can accommodate. If we can't bear it anymore and Sukuna wakes up completely, the consequences will be disastrous. So, I want you to kill him, accidentally, by hitting him too hard in the team competition. Sanlin Shaw curled her lips and complained in her heart. How annoying, can't we all just live in peace? It's such a hassle. Zen Yuan frowned. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple, right? Although Okatsu Yuta and Hyokanji are not here this year, they have Shaolu, who is really strong. Having said this, she turned her gaze towards Dongtang who was leaning against the wall. When Dongtang heard the name Shaolu, he felt a chill down his spine. I couldn't help but recall those strange eyes in my mind. Lei Yancy explained. According to the news, Shaolu's strength is comparable to Okatsu and others, so he will not participate in the competition. What? On par with Okatsu Yuta? Doesn't that mean he's a top-class sorcerer? Everyone looked at the principal, Lei Yancy, in disbelief, and saw that he was still sitting on the tatami as motionless as a mountain. Obviously, as the principal, Leian Temple would not lie about this matter. If we calculate it this way, doesn't that mean the Jujutsu High School has one more special grade Jujutsu master? They had heard teacher Utahime mention this Shaolu. It is said that he is a rare talent, who was introduced by Gojo Satoru not long ago. But who could have thought that in such a short time, he would become so strong? Not long after entering school, he has already reached the special level. Dongtang's eyes lit up, and the haze in his heart dissipated. So, the one he faced last time was a special class. That's understandable, not shameful. Zen'in then asked. But principal, killing is clearly prohibited at the exchange meeting, right? If I kill Itadori, how will I face Gojo Satoru? Don't worry, it is clearly forbidden to kill people, but Itadori is not a person strictly speaking, so he will not be held accountable. Lei Yancy said impatiently. Alright, just do as I say and don't ask too many questions. Yes, the whole crowd sighed in amazement. If they could, they would not want to kill their fellow sorcerers. At least in their hearts, Itadori is Itadori and Sukuna is Sukuna. The principal of Leian Temple no longer seems to be the same person as before. It's all the fault of those old guys at the top. Sorry to keep you from talking too much, Dongtang said with disdain and stood up and left. Kamo Kenji looked at Dongtang and said in a deep voice, Dongtang, come back. Dongtang paused and stared at him. Are you teaching me how to do things? The principal is still talking. Dongtang. Haha, do you want to see what bullshit the old man is talking about? I don't want to kill my own people. What a bullshit strategy, go play it yourself. Goddess Takata will appear as a guest on the walking show. How can I let her down? Question mark question mark question mark. Is this why you're in such a hurry to leave? The game is about to start, okay. Jia Mao Shanji frowned and said calmly, you can watch the replay later, come back. Dong Tang seemed to be irritated by this. As a true fan who has been following her for 2.5 years, you let me be absent. I want to go live. I can't miss the replay either. Even the gods can't stop me. I say it. Or, do you want to fight with me outside? Chapter 58. Team competition begins. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. Miwa Kasumi and Nishimiya Dao shrank their necks and stepped back silently, wanting to persuade but not daring to. Seeing that Lei Temple's face was becoming increasingly gloomy, Chanyuan Mai held his forehead helplessly and was about to speak. Dong Tang's curse power suddenly erupted, and he glanced at everyone. Listen to me, including the old man. I have long given up hope on you guys who have terrible taste in women. Go ahead and kill Itadori yourself. I won't interfere, but do you dare to command me to give it a try? See if I dare to kill you. Boom. The terrifying aura spread instantly, shocking everyone in the room. A bunch of puppets of the top leaders, pathetic. After leaving these words, Dongtang slammed the door and walked out. Inside the viewing room, teachers from both schools have arrived. Gojo Satoru, Yutahime, and others sat in the first row. At the back are the two principals, Yago Masamiki and Rakuganji. At this moment, Mei Mei suddenly pushed the door open, sat down next to Yutahime, waved her hand and said with a smile, sorry, I'm late. Yutahime's lips curved slightly, and he leaned closer quietly, lowering his voice. Sister Mei Mei, we are alone in the cave, nothing happened. Mei Mei crossed her legs, opened her red lips slightly, and said with a lack of interest, hey, he's almost become a wooden man, he can't do it even if he wants to. I just applied facial cleanser to him a few times. Dust. Yutahime blushed slightly, looked at Mei Mei's tall and round pet bear, and thought to herself. Wouldn't this kind of reward method really suffocate Shaolu to death? Gojo Satoru. Teacher Mei Mei, why hasn't Shaolu come yet? The teacher in charge has his list. As Gojo Satoru finished speaking, the others also turned their eyes to Mei Mei. A glimmer of light flashed in Lei Temple's dim and turbid eyes. As someone who often deals with high-level executives, he is almost tired of hearing the name Shaolu. It seems that the top management has a very bad impression of Shaolu. What on earth did he do to make those old guys hate him so much? Mei Mei leaned lazily on Yutahime's shoulder. Don't worry, he should be there soon. Well, I also want to know what Shaolu has taught during this period of time. Have my lovely students made any progress? It seems that the only way to draw a conclusion is through the next game. There are still 5 minutes left before the game, but Gojo Satoru can't wait any longer. He picked up the microphone and looked at the students on the screen. The game will start soon, let our teacher Yutahime give a pre-game speech. Hey, the microphone is in your hand, so can't you speak for yourself? Also, is it really okay to start the game early? After a round of complaints, Yutahime picked up the phone, cleared his throat, and said gently. Well, it's inevitable to get injured during a game, well, everyone should cooperate with each other. Teacher Yutahime is a little socially anxious, students, don't mind it. Then the exchange meeting will start now. The sudden roar startled Masamiki the night goose. Gojo Satoru, what are you yelling about all of a sudden? What should we do if old man Lian has a heart problem? Lianzi raised his eyebrows and picked up the microphone. Humph, my heart is very healthy. In the mountains and forests, students from both schools twitched their lips as they listened to the voices on the radio. After complaining in their hearts, they all set off and galloped through the woods. At the Kyoto Academy, 4 people ran quickly. Kamo Kenji frowned. Hasn't that guy Tudo come back yet? Tisk. Chanyuan Mai helplessly spread his hands. Who knows about that guy? He won't come back even if the sky falls, if he doesn't shake hands with his goddess Takata. Let's just follow the principal's instructions. Sanlungxia quietly turned her face to the side and complained in a very low voice. What a hassle, can't you just try to keep peace? How annoying. Kamo Kenji. It doesn't matter if Tudo is gone. Panda and Goiwan are the only 2 who are a bit troublesome, but the others are nothing to be afraid of. We just need to disperse them one by one, and then we can easily kill Itadori. In previous years, with the presence of these 2 perverts, Okatsu and Hyokanji, they were completely crushed. But now, one of them has gone abroad and the other has been fired by the top management, so Tokyo is very weak. Mechanical Maru and Momo Nishimiya flying in the sky are carefully searching for Itadori's target. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zenin Maki holds a spear, looking extremely fierce. Following behind her were naturally Itadori, Nobara Kugasaki, Panda, and Anagami. There is also the jade dog summoned by Fushiguro. Itadori. By the way, where is the hidden cursed spirit? It should be at the junction of the 2 parts of the forest, but it will definitely not sit there and wait for us to kill it. Panda explained as he ran. Maki calmly analyzed. Anyway, if we cross this path, we will split into 2 groups. Fushiguro will lead Kugasaki and Inamaki as one team, relying on the jade dog to search for the scent of the cursed spirit, and the rest will follow me to search in another direction. I'll leave Tudo to you, Itadori. Itadori was full of confidence. Don't worry. I've been wanting to try out the Rasengan that Shaolu taught me, to see how powerful it is. In response, Zenin Maki smiled with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. She couldn't wait to try out the results of her training in the 8 gates of Dunjia. Just then, Fushiguro Megumi suddenly shouted. Maki-senpai, be careful. Suddenly, a magic bead cursed spirit with a human face emerged from the dense woods ahead. Go. There. It was hanging upside down, attacking everyone. The panda said disdainfully. Just a small fry. However, the next second. Boom. An extremely powerful fist gust of wind whistled past, like a torrent pouring down, breaking down trees along the way and raising a cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, an extremely strong body stood in front of everyone. As for the cursed spirit, it had already been blasted into pieces. Dongtang was extremely excited at this moment, and he seemed to have endless energy. Just now, he successfully shook hands with Goddess Takata. Next time, it will be time to confess his love. He has already thought of a name for the child. He looked forward. Oh, they are all here, let's go together. I want to fight 10. Dongtang grinned, and his fists collided with each other, making a loud muffled sound. Itadori, I leave it to you. Yes, Maki and others quickly moved around from both sides. Just as Todo was about to block, Itadori came up with a knee. Boom, a solid knee strike to the face of Todo. Inside the viewing room, the teacher's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. As expected, you are the strongest fighter in Kyotoan, Todo. It's fine that he killed the cursed spirit with one punch, but he was completely unharmed by Itadori's full-strength attack. I admire you, I really admire you. Night Goose Masamiki found the right opportunity and applauded. Li Yancy snorted coldly and did not respond. The other party's sarcastic tone was not a compliment at all, it was obvious that he was just using Todo to highlight Itadori's excellence. Itadori, a student who had just joined the technical high school, was able to hit Todo so quickly that he was caught off guard. Li Yancy looked at the screen with cloudy eyes and sneered in his heart. I'll let you be proud for a while, Kamo should be making a move soon. The minor feud between the presidents of the two institutions had been going on for years, so Gojo Satoru and the others did not intervene. In the forest, bang bang bang, the two figures clashed at high speed, punches colliding. Dongtang roared angrily and punched out with great force, knocking Itadori away and hitting him hard against a tree. Dongtang rubbed his nose and looked at the person in front of him with interest. Are you Itadori? He vaguely remembered Shaolu once said that a man named Itadori might be able to give him a satisfactory answer. Itadori ignored the blood flowing from his forehead, assumed a fighting stance, and looked at the tall man in front of him warily. What a tough guy. With all the knee strikes and punches, he wasn't hurt. No wonder everyone attaches so much importance to this guy named Dongtang. Thinking of this, Itadori not only did not retreat, but became even more determined to fight. At this moment, Dongtang slowly stepped forward, crossed his arms and shouted with a serious expression. Tell me, what kind of woman do you like? Chapter 59. Hashirama's Body, The Power of Wood Escape. Ha, hearing this, Itadori's momentum collapsed instantly, and he was obviously overwhelmed by these sudden words. 1 second she was fighting for life and death, and the next second she was asking him what kind of woman he likes. Are you kidding me? However, looking at Todo's expectant eyes, Itadori couldn't bear to refuse. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Tell me, this is very important to me. Dongtang took another step closer, staring into Itadori's eyes with burning eyes. Itadori swallowed and stepped back subconsciously. Finally, he held his chin, thought for a while, and said seriously, if it is really said. I think I like tall girls with big butts. Something like Jennifer Lawrence. At this point, Itadori himself touched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, it's better to keep this kind of thing in your heart. It's still a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. Dongtang's eyes widened when he heard this, and his body shook violently. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and 2 streams of clear water dripped down his cheeks to the ground uncontrollably. He kept muttering, it's true, he didn't lie to me, Shaolu didn't lie to me. If Shaolu saw this scene, he would just say, Itadori's domain triggers all people in the world are brothers. Dongtang. The password is correct, the screen is loading. Memories that didn't exist are about to appear. Dongtang will automatically imagine the 10-year deep brotherhood with Itadori. Soon, Dongtang fell into a wonderful world. There, he spent a wonderful high school time with Itadori, and the two were inseparable friends. Afterwards, Dongtang mustered up the courage to confess his love to the goddess Takata, but was rejected and won the good guy card. Takata's answer was, Todo, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. Under the cherry tree, Todo was in a daze, letting the petals fall to his head. Suddenly, Itadori appeared like a ray of light. After that, Itadori patiently comforted him and helped him out of his emotional difficulties. From then on, I made up my mind to be a Sigma man. The end of non-existent memories. In just a few seconds, Itadori's position in Dongtang's mind has become irreplaceable. At this time, Itadori was already stunned. Looking at the tough guy in front of him who suddenly burst into tears, he spread his hands helplessly. Are you okay? Should we still fight now? After all, we are rivals. Did this guy cry just because of my answer? Dongtang wiped away his tears. No, we are close friends. If I remember correctly, this is the first time we meet, right? No need to say more, let's learn from each other as close friends. Without waiting for Itadori to react, Dongtang took a step and attacked Itadori. The two men fought again. Rather than a fight, it would be more like Todo was feeding Itadori with moves. At the same time, in the sky, the cute little girl Nishimiya Dao rode on her magic broom and looked at the two people below. After hesitating for a while, she finally dialed the phone. In the forest not far away, Kamo Shenji answered the phone. It doesn't matter, what the guy said himself will not stop our action. Miwa, Mekamaru, Itadori is right in front, let's go. Inside the viewing room, everyone stared at the picture on the screen. The scene just now was obviously seen by everyone, causing Gojo Satoru and others to laugh so hard that their stomachs were about to cramp. Only Li Yancy had black lines on his face and the cane in his hand was almost crushed. Ha ha ha, this dongtang is really interesting. It's quite to my taste. Yay, how about poaching dongtang over here? Gojo Satoru laughed and looked at Masamiki Yagoshi behind him. Cough cough. Yii Masamiki coughed twice and gave him a crazy look. The principal is sitting right next to you. How can you say such a thing? Don't you give him any face at all. However, at this moment, the screen playing Itadori and Tudo suddenly went black, and then countless snowflakes appeared. Hey, what's going on? Is the surveillance broken? That shouldn't be the case. I specially asked someone to renovate it before the competition. Gojo Satoru was very confused. Just when everyone was worried about it, a smile appeared on Leian Temple's lips. It's normal. Maybe it was caused by a fierce fight. Everyone nodded in response to this without too much doubt. After all, similar situations had occurred many times in the previous 2 sessions. At that time, with the existence of Okatsu, more than one surveillance camera was damaged. Yutahime looked curiously at Mei Mei who was standing next to him with a calm face and holding her fair chin with one hand. Sister Mei Mei, don't you find the scene just now interesting? Mei Mei closed her eyes tightly and put a finger in front of her red lips. Shish, I'm looking at Shaolu. Upon hearing this, Yutahime understood immediately that Mei Mei had been using the crows to share information about Shaolu's situation. As for the competition, she didn't seem to care at all. The plan to kill Itadori is about to begin. On the other side, deep in the forest, inside a cave. Shaolu walked out leaning against the wall, with the golden sunlight shining on her cheeks. He spread his hands, narrowed his eyes, and welcomed the sun's bath, as if he was reborn. The fusion of Hashirama's cells is nearing completion, and the inhuman pain that had been felt before has disappeared. Taking out the mirror given by Mei Mei, Shaolu's mouth twitched. At this moment, half of his body had almost completely turned into wood, branches had grown from his right arm, and flowers had even bloomed on his face. Shit, I've become wood release white Zetsu. That's impossible. As the words fell, boom, Shaolu's body shook violently, and the wood, branches, and flowers on his body instantly turned into powder. Instead, there was a sturdy body with clear lines, and every inch of muscle seemed to contain explosive power. Transformation has been successful. Is this the power of concentrated Hashirama cells? Every cell in the body is filled with infinite power, almost ready to burst out. And every cell contains a huge amount of chakra. From now on, the word, lack of blue, will no longer exist in his dictionary. Shaolu walked out of the cave and raised his hand slightly. Wood release. Cutting technique. Rub rub rub. Countless sharp wooden sticks suddenly pierced out from the ground, instantly sealing off the entire cave. Seeing this scene, Shaolu's mouth curled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. This time, after fusing with Hashirama's cells, he not only gained a huge amount of chakra. Most importantly, he can successfully perform the wood release technique. His strength made a qualitative leap at this moment. Later, the system said that it would penetrate Wyu, and the technique of insertion would be the most suitable. By the way, Hanamiya seems to be very good at controlling trees. In the original work, it controlled the giant tree and chased Itadori and others to kill them. I wonder if my wood release, Tree World General Birth can beat it. Shaolu can't wait. Mei Mei had just left not long ago. Calculating the time, the sisters' exchange meeting should have already started. In that case, he clapped his hands and instantly created several shadow clones. Shaolu said calmly, find the location of everyone in the academy, and place the Flying Thunder God seal everywhere. Yes, the shadow clones quickly ran deep into the forest. Facing the upcoming 4 natural disasters, Shaolu will not become arrogant just because of his increased strength. The Flying Thunder God seal must be deployed as it should be. Fusion with Hashirama's body and mastering the power of wood release is just the beginning. The next step is the Samsara Eye. Therefore, Shaolu did not plan to return to the viewing room, but waited here for Lu Hu and his companions to arrive. Then he slowly raised his head. He smiled and waved at the crow on the tree, and a vortex appeared and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 60 A New Life After a Complete Transformation. Let's return to the playing field. Bang! Itadori exchanged punches with Tudo, and was knocked back several meters. Tisk, this guy is really powerful. It seems that I can only use that move. Itadori bent his body slightly, put his palms together, and a red energy ball formed by the compressed and condensed curse power appeared in his palms. This is exactly the Rasengan that Shaolu taught him, but with his current ability, he can only condense it into the size of a basketball. Sensei Gojo Satoru once said that he is currently unable to use any techniques because most techniques are inherently present in the body. Unfortunately, there is no magic formula in his body, and his physical fitness is his only advantage. But Shaolu's Rasengan is different. After initially mastering it, I discovered that the Rasengan is not strictly speaking a technique at all, but a special way to compress cursed energy. As long as you have the power of spells and master this magical compression method, you will have the opportunity to perform it. But it was precisely because of this that he admired Shaolu even more for being able to come up with such a wonderful method. Dongtang looked at the red energy ball in front of him and asked curiously, what kind of spell is this? He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the energy ball, and it was constantly increasing as Itadori accumulated power. At this moment, Itadori became alert and decisively threw out the Rasengan, but the direction was not towards Tudo, but above the tree trunk beside him. Almost at the same time, bang, a bullet made of cursed energy was fired and collided with the Rasengan. The bullet was quickly destroyed, but the power of the Rasengan remained undiminished. What? Before the Rasengan arrived, the violent gust of wind had already caused pain on my cheeks. Chanyuan Mai's eyes widened, he suppressed the shock in his heart, jumped back and barely dodged. Boom! The big tree was instantly crushed by the Rasengan. Looking at the big tree where he was before, Chanyuan Mai took a deep breath. What a powerful force! Didn't they say that Itadori had no other means of attack besides brute force? What's going on with this red ball of energy? Hey, are you satisfied with the power? This is the unique skill that Shaolu taught me step by step. Itadori shook his numb wrist and smiled excitedly. Zen Yuan Mai, is that Shaolu? Teacher Yutahime once said that the most frightening thing about Shaolu is not his strength. It's the terrifying creative ability. Presumably, this strange energy ball should be one of the spells he created. This is just the power that can be exerted on Itadori. What would it be like if Shaolu himself performed it? The more Chanyuan Mai thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely get to know Shaolu better. Nice power. Suddenly, an indifferent male voice sounded. Itadori turned around suddenly and saw Kamo Kenji on the tree trunk behind him, pulling the bow and arrow to its full length and aiming it at him. At the same time, a figure composed of mechas flashed by his side. Mecha 1 opened his palms and an energy cannon condensed in his palms. The hunting time begins. Itadori looked around intently and gritted his teeth. Am I surrounded? Wrong. He looked at the muzzle of the revolver pointed at him, the bow that was drawn to its full length, and the mechanical bullet that was about to fire. I had a bad feeling in my heart. Do these people want to kill me? Just at this moment, bang, applause. Itadori and Tudo instantly took over. Everyone was stunned, and Kamo Kenji found Itadori suddenly appeared on the top of the tree with a confused look on his face. Is this Tudo's technique? Boom. A punch came at them fiercely, and everyone quickly moved away to avoid it. I told you, if you dare to get in my way, I'll kill you. Dongtang was like a ferocious beast, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Kamo Kenji was upset and retorted. You clearly said that, I dare to command you. Get lost, it's all the same. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an angry roar. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a brief silence, Kamo Kenji put away his bow and arrow and passed by Tudo. Seeing this scene, Itadori in the tree was even more confused. What on earth is going on? You wanted to kill me just 1 second ago, and now you're fighting among yourself. Zen and Mai, an annoying guy. Mechanical Maru. Looks like we have to evacuate temporarily. Sanlungxia clenched her fists and said excitedly, that's great. Kamo Kenji said calmly, with Tudo blocking us, we can't kill Itadori. But we cannot disobey the order of the principal of Leian Temple. We must evacuate temporarily and slowly look for an opportunity. After they left, Tudo looked at Itadori and said, finally, no one can disturb us. Come on, let's continue the competition. But before that, Dongtang suddenly walked up to Itadori, hooked his shoulders, and smiled. Since I saved you just now, can you teach me about that energy ball you used just now? Ah, you mean the Rasengan? No, this is what Shaolu taught me. He holds the copyright, so one need his consent. Dongtang was shocked. Hey, we are close friends. High in the sky, watching everything below, Zigong Dao sighed. This is a complete mess. Anyway, keep going, I'm extra cute today too. However, at this moment, a Shikigami with lightning wrapped all over its body and a face like an owl suddenly appeared above her. As this, Fushigiro's Nu. Oops, boom. Nishimiya Dao was caught off guard and struck down by the lightning summoned by Nu. Kamo and others who were running below saw this and were about to provide assistance. Bite. An iron nail with cursed power flew by at high speed, and several people narrowly avoided it. The iron nail cut through the air, spun at high speed, and suddenly pierced into the thick tree trunk. After a slight obstruction, it actually pierced through the trunk directly. Kamo Kenji and others looked at the pierced tree in the distance with lingering fear, and were extremely shocked. What a powerful piercing power. What on earth is going on? Forget about the energy ball that Itadori used before. How come even Kugasaki Nobara is so powerful? Although the mastermind of the sneak attack had not yet appeared, they had already done their homework before the game. Among the students of Tokyo Academy, only Kugasaki Nobara can use nails as weapons. But shouldn't she be so strong? If it was their bodies that were struck just now, they would have been pierced instantly. Just when they were puzzled, a voice was heard. Yes, the speed and power of the cursed energy have been greatly improved after being compressed. Shaolu's compression method works really well. Nobara Kugasaki put one hand on her waist, holding a heart-shaped hammer, and walked out of the bushes with a satisfied smile on her face. Following behind her were Maki, Panda, and others. Just now, the clever Panda recalled what Gojo Satoru had reminded him before the match. Kyoto Academy might target Itadori unfavorably. In addition, They had not run into them before, and the other party seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. This was very different from previous years' competitions. All the horses thought of this possibility. The other party's target is Itadori. Shaolu again, Chanyuan Mai exclaimed. Kamo Kenji and the others also looked at Kugasaki Nobara with serious eyes. It seems that their increased strength is related to that person named Shaolu. In this case, we can no longer have the contempt we had before. Fushiguro Megumi looked at them fiercely. Kamo-senpai, are you planning to kill Itadori? What responded to him was a flying arrow. For a moment, everyone fought in a group. Maki swept Kasumi Miwa away with a gun, and Fushiguro Megumi faced Kamo Kenji. The panda roared and swung his fist at the mechanical pill. The moment Zenonmai saw his sister Maki, he clenched his fists and held the revolver in his hand ready to shoot at any time. But she won't do that. She will wait until Maki gets rid of the useless Kasumi Miwa before fighting her alone. Even though I'm a younger sister, it doesn't mean I will lose to my older sister. In the distance, Kugasaki Nobara continued to hit nails, chasing the falling Nishimiya Dao. My cute little sister, be careful to dodge. Zigong Dao's cheeks puffed up with anger. Damn it. I'm your senior. Chapter 61. 4 Natural Disasters, Breaking Through the Boundary. The students from the 2 academies started a battle in the forest. At this moment, they had already forgotten about the search for the hidden cursed spirit. At first, the 2 sides were evenly matched. But with Zen and Maki's 3 sharp shouts, open the door, open it, open the door, open the gate of life. With a loud bang and a surge of air, Maki was surrounded by wind and burned with materialized blue energy. At this moment, she is like a female war god who has killed countless enemies. At this moment, the might of the second generation of Tianyu Tyrant was revealed. Kamo, Mai, Mechanical Maru and others were all shocked by this momentum. The situation suddenly turned, and the Kyoto Academy was losing ground. Miwa Kasumi was the first to be knocked dozens of meters away by Maki. What a terrifying aura. Could this be another spell created by that guy named Shaolu? But wasn't Maki born with 0 curse power? Why? Before the useless Sanlin Shah could figure it out, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind her. Congratulations, you guessed it right. A knife-like blow hit her on the back of the neck, and Sanlin Shah's head tilted and she fell to the ground in a faint. Maki did not stay for too long, and attacked the rest of them while the 8 Gates ninjutsu was still active. At the same time, outside the venue, a bald curse master was particularly excited. Gojo Satoru is 1.9 meters tall, right? A clothes hanger made of him must be the most perfect work of art. Luhu was speechless. Master, why hasn't Shibuya come yet? And the helpers you found are all so perverted and arrogant. Do you want to turn Gojo Satoru into a clothes hanger? Who gave him the courage? The real person touched Tuogan's round head, causing the latter to squint his eyes comfortably and smiled. That guy said he was going to prepare the cursed tool to break the barrier. After all, the barrier in front of us was blessed by Tianyuan. Except for the special flower palace, we are unable to enter for the time being. Hearing this, the 4 natural disasters looked towards the barrier that enveloped the entire forest. Sorry, I'm late. Yuji walked over slowly, holding a tiny silver needle in his hand. You're finally here. The real person jumped down from the roof and asked curiously, are you going to use this thin needle to break the barrier? Luhu Waiu also gave him a disapproving look. It's hard to say whether he has broken it or not. After all, that Master Tianyuan is the most powerful barrier master in the world. So, we just need to open a gap for you to pass through. And there is also an advantage in doing this, which is that it is not easy for Tianyuan, who is far away in the depths of Hongxing Palace, to notice it immediately. He, the master of barrier, is second only to Tianyuan. It is not too difficult for him to do this, not to mention that he has this silver needle that is specifically used for barrier. I will open a gap in the center of the highest point of the barrier to make it easier for you to drop from the sky and reach the center. Oh, by the way, we must also set up a tent that specifically prohibits Gojo Satoru from entering. This is of utmost importance. The real person looked expectant. Then let's proceed according to the plan. I'll be in charge of borrowing the Sukuna finger from the high school. Let's go and make a big scene, Luhu, Hanami, and Togen. The bigger the noise, the better. As for you, the real person looked at the bald curse master. I'll leave Gojo Satoru outside to you, is that okay? When the real person said this, he smiled secretly. The only purpose of this guy is to attract the attention of Gojo Satoru and the others in the high school. To put it bluntly, they are cannon fodder. No problem, let me beat Gojo Satoru. He's the perfect clothes hanger material. Well, I wish you success. The real person nodded and reminded. Finally, a reminder, if you meet Shaolu, don't look into his eyes. ... Inside the viewing room, Lei Yancy was stunned. He looked at the scene on the screen in front of him and fell into deep thought. What is going on? When did the people in Tokyo schools make such great progress? It's fine that the girl named Kugasaki Nobara was chasing after Nishimiya Momo. But how come the 4th level sorcerer Zenin Maki, who was born with 0 spell power and was despised by the Zenin family, suddenly became so powerful? Even Kamo and Mechanical Maru were beaten by her alone. After a long while, he turned to look at Masamiki, who was grinning from ear to ear. Yei, tell me the truth, what is going on? Seeing Lei and Temple's expression, Yei was so happy. He suppressed his joy and said proudly, you should ask the new teachers in our school about this question. A trace of doubt flashed across Li Yanxi's eyes, and then he immediately thought of someone. You mean, Shaolu? At this time, Gojo Satoru spoke up. Old man, you have a quick mind. Yi is right. During this period, I deliberately lied and said that I had received news that Yuji was not in school, just to let Shaolu come forward to guide the students. After all, I know his talent better than anyone here. Except Mei Mei. At this point, Gojo Satoru sighed, but I didn't expect that Shaolu was so good at guiding students. Their progress has opened my eyes even to me. Utahime, who was standing by, also showed praise, and at the same time, an idea came to his mind. It is definitely unrealistic to poach Shaolu and ask him to join Kyoto Institute. But if I can invite Shaolu to guide my Dongtang and others, it will definitely help my students make great progress. It just so happens that I helped Shaolu this time. If I invite him, he won't refuse, right? She then looked at Mei Mei, who looked lazy. Sister Mei Mei, aren't you surprised? Mei Mei said boredly. I am not interested in anything other than money. Really? Then I don't know who was using the crows to keep an eye on Shaolu. Mei Mei's expression froze for a moment, and she sighed. Utahime, you're also starting to learn how to tease people. Hearing this, Leian Temple sighed inwardly. It seems that the plan to kill Itadori has failed, and even this exchange meeting may be lost. He has done his best with Itadori, so let the top management decide for themselves. He is already old, however, at this moment. Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, all the talismans stuck on the wall suddenly burned, emitting light white smoke. At the same time, the screen in front of me went black and lost the picture. This is the end of the game. And it's all red, but the students were clearly still fighting just a second ago. Utahime quickly stood up, with a bad feeling in his heart. Gojo Satoru and others were also confused. At this time, Mei Mei suddenly spoke up. They are foreign invaders, including the volcano head in the last Gojo Satoru video. Just a reminder, there are 3 accomplices beside it. Mei Mei was a little angry at the moment, because the blue-haired man with stitches all over his face actually gave her crow a little finger. That expression is as cheap as it can be. What? How did they break Master Tianyuan's barrier? Leian Temple suddenly stood up and said in disbelief. Oh no, that volcano is an unrecorded special grade cursed spirit. Judging from its appearance, the reference book calls it a natural disaster. The exchange will stop immediately, and we must rescue the students as quickly as possible. They are completely powerless to resist a cursed spirit of this level. If they are a step slower, the consequences will be disastrous. Night Goose Masamiki is extremely anxious. Gojo Satoru patted the dust off his butt, stretched himself, and said in a rare serious tone. If nothing unexpected happens, those 4 are all special grade ones belonging to the 4 grade natural disasters, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary special grade cursed spirits. Everyone, let's get going. Our lovely students are waiting for us to rescue them. Every teacher had a serious expression, and even Li Yanxi took out his weapon, the electric guitar. The rock old man is coming. Only Mei Mei did not show too much panic, because she knew that Shaolu was about to take action. Chapter 62. Natural Disaster Pursuit, Desperate Escape. A tent that blocked out the sky and the sun fell from the sky. The originally bright and clear sky suddenly became a little darker. Not far away, several figures were running rapidly. Gojo Satoru glanced at Leian Temple who was following closely behind him and said jokingly, not bad, old man. Your legs and feet are still quite nimble. Utahime looked anxious. Quick, Gojo, go in first before the tent is completely put down. It's too late, Utahime. The tent has actually been completely set up, but because the effect of the spell was prioritized, it caused a visual delay. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru thought to himself, it seems that the other party has a unique understanding of setting up the account. As they were talking, several people had already arrived in front of the tent. Now that you've let it go, just break it. Gojo Satoru raised his hand and placed his palm against the tent. However, the moment of contact. Boom. A powerful repulsive force pushed Gojo Satoru back. Seeing this, Utahime and others were shocked. Even Gojo Satoru can be forcibly repelled. Is this tent so strong? Wait, why were you bounced away but I was able to go in? As she spoke, Utahime had already reached her hand into the tent. The whole process was unobstructed, as if the tent did not exist to her. Then, Mei Mei and Leian Temple also successfully reached their hands in. Gojo Satoru's face suddenly darkened. It seems that the other party came prepared. You're restricting others from coming and going freely in exchange for your absolute rejection of me. That is to say, except for me, you can all come and go as you please. As soon as these words came out, Utahime and the others were shocked. Such intention couldn't be more obvious. The purpose is to prevent Gojo Satoru from entering. It seems that the other party is not only a master, but also has a certain grasp of the intelligence of the high school. Things are getting more troublesome. The other party has obviously put in a lot of effort this time. The 4 natural disasters have all been dispatched. Do they want to kill all my students? Even if you enter now, I'm afraid you won't be their match. Gojo Satoru's tone became more serious, because, apart from that volcano head, the other 3 are also very likely to have domains. Hearing this, Utahime clenched his fists and felt powerless. At this moment, Mei Mei suddenly spoke up. Utahime, don't forget that Shaolu is still inside. Utahime's eyes suddenly lit up, his tense heart relaxed, and he felt an inexplicable sense of security. Yes, the incident happened so suddenly, how could she forget Shaolu? That guy will definitely protect the students. Gojo Satoru breathed a sigh of relief and complained, Teacher Mei Mei, why didn't you say so earlier? Only Lei Temple was somewhat puzzled. Shaolu, why was she in there? But obviously, now is not the time to worry about this issue. Well, I guess except for old man Lian, we all know Shaolu's strength. But we can't let down our guard because of the sense of security he brings us. After all, those are the 4 great natural disasters. Even if Shaolu can handle it alone, what if the other party is determined to target the students? I'm afraid he alone doesn't have the time to take care of the safety of so many students. So, everyone, hurry in. I will break through this tent as soon as possible and come to support you. As he was talking, Gojo Satoru had already risen high into the sky and began to look for the weak points of the tent. Utahime and the others nodded to each other and walked into the tent. The scene outside is completely different from the moment you step into the tent. The sky seemed to have changed color. Under the cover of the tent, the bright day turned into sunset. As soon as I stepped onto the ground, an incomparably huge curse force came over me like a tsunami. The 3 of them looked solemn. Utahime couldn't help but shrink his neck, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Mei Mei put away her calm attitude and clenched the giant axe in her hand. Lei Yancy placed his old and skinny fingers on the electric guitar, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. What a terrifying aura! Is this the curse power fluctuations emitted by the natural disasters that are far superior to ordinary special grade curse spirits? Suddenly, a figure came forward, yelling like crazy. Hello, 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 why is there an old man and 2 women here? Where is Gojo Satoru? Looking at the bald man holding a kitchen knife in front of him, Lei Yancy frowned slightly. Curse master. Although it is not the source of these terrifying auras, its strength should not be underestimated. Mei Mei, Utahime, go protect the students first, I'll leave this to you. Lei Temple holds the electric guitar in front of him, and a rock song is about to be played. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. A high-speed spinning spiral smashed down from above the cursor's head. Rasengan. Boom. The wind is blowing. A huge spiral blew directly into the face, almost swallowing the bald cursor whole. When the smoke and dust cleared, the curse master who shouted that he would turn Gojo Satoru into a clothes hanger was already lying unconscious in the deep pit. Is this what it feels like to block a Rasengan shot? Not bad. Shaolu suddenly appeared beside everyone. Shaolu. The 3 of them suddenly looked to their side. Lei Temple opened his mouth with a dull look in his eyes. He is Shaolu. That energy ball just now actually killed the curse master instantly. Before, Lei Temple had only heard that Shaolu was very powerful, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that I see it, it is indeed extraordinary. Judging from her appearance, she is probably less than 20 years old. You all have misunderstood. I am just one of his clones. My real body is in the center of the forest. The specific battle situation is unknown. After saying that, the clone Shaolu disappeared into white smoke with a bang. The mission here has been completed, and the memory will soon be transferred back to the main body. Clone. That guy actually came up with another weird technique. Mei Mei and Utahime murmured in their hearts. Lei Temple was greatly shocked. Just a clone is so powerful, what about him? Don't be in a daze, old man. Shaolu is in the center of the forest. I'm afraid he has already started fighting with the 4 natural disasters. Let's go and help him. Mei Mei picked up the axe and quickly rushed towards the center of the forest. Principal, let's follow suit. Even if we can't help, we should at least protect the students and share the pressure on Shaolu. Moreover, my technique can also provide an increase in Shaolu's power. As long as we can hold off until Gojo Satoru breaks through the tent, everything will be solved. Lei Yancy nodded, and the 2 of them quickly rushed towards the center of the forest. A desperate battle royale is happening. The students from both schools had already stopped fighting and started running away desperately. Behind him, Luhu was bathed in a curtain of fire composed of a sea of fire. Yu stepped on the giant tree, and with every step he took, the tree would extend forward hundreds of meters. Tuo General was floating in the ocean like a child, occasionally spitting out a few water arrows from his mouth, shooting at the people below. Boom! A turret device similar to a volcanic crater protruded from the ground. Raging, the flames burst out and burned towards the students of the technical secondary school. Chapter 63. Don't look him in the eyes. Luhu stood on the flames with a crazy smile in his eyes. Looking at the technical college students running away desperately in front of him, Luhu felt extremely happy. Shaolu had beaten it up before, and it almost forgot its identity. It is a natural disaster. It is a powerful being that is superior to all special-grade cursed spirits. The flames were about to engulf everyone. The usually quiet Guwon pulled off his collar that covered his mouth and shouted at the oncoming blazing flames. Turn it off. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames containing terrifying high temperatures were actually extinguished instantly and turned into thick white smoke. Puff, cough cough. Guwon only felt a sharp pain in his throat and a rusty taste rising up his throat, but he still swallowed it down hard. So powerful. After only using it once, it caused such a huge backlash. It seems that my strength is far from being on the same level as the other party. Guwon was extremely shocked. Itadori turned around and asked anxiously, Senior Guwon, are you okay? Zenin Maki warned. Don't stop. These 3 cursed spirits are far beyond our ability to deal with. We can only wait for the teachers to come to our aid. The panda said in a deep voice. Dongtang, I will need you to perform a spell to help everyone later. Dongtang said angrily. I know. Why did these 3 damn guys suddenly show up in such a good game? It actually disturbed his wonderful time of sparring with his best friend Itadori. If he could beat them, he would have wanted to tear their heads off and use them as basketballs to relieve his hatred. Lu Hu, who was standing behind him, looked a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such ability among these ants. Is this the curse caster that Geto Suguru mentioned? It's really eye-opening. However, I want to see how many backlashes you can withstand. Lu Hu looked at Hua Yu, who was standing on a huge tree beside him, and Takugan, who was floating on the sea water. You two should do it too, turn the Jujutsu High School upside down. Hearing this, Hua Yu Tuogan nodded. Boom. As Hua Yu waved his hand, countless huge tree roots broke out of the ground, twisting wildly as if they had life, and shot towards Itadori and others. In an emergency, Togen summoned a terrifying sea wave, which broke through countless trees like a flood. Lu Hu was not to be outdone, and summoned a raging fire that swept over. Wherever it passed, no grass would grow. Hua Yu looked at the destroyed vegetation and snorted coldly, feeling a little unhappy. Zigong Dao, who was flying in the sky, turned pale with fear and said in despair, it's all over. There is no way to dodge such a horrible attack. What should I do? Below, the people from the academy have already stopped. With such a large-scale attack, there is nowhere to escape. It would be better to work together to set up a barrier, maybe we can barely stop it. But they all knew that they had to face this kind of extraordinary terrorist attack. The barrier is no different from thin paper in front of these things and can only play a psychological role. Just when everyone was in despair, Guan stood up again. He slowly pulled down the clothes covering his mouth, his eyes were determined, his mouth was slightly open, and blood could be vaguely seen inside. Fushiguro Megumi grabbed him and said, Gojuku-senpai. The backlash is too great. If this continues, you will. Guan patted his shoulder, looked at the people behind him, and said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, only the ultimate spell can save us. As a spellcaster, he knew what this meant. It takes a huge amount of mana to release the spell, especially when encountering an opponent whose level is too different from your own. There will be a horrible backlash. Just stopping Lu Hu's attack just now almost made him vomit blood. This time, he faced multiple attacks at the same time, and their power was far greater than before. The cost of stopping these attacks would be unimaginable. At the very least, your throat will be completely destroyed and you will never be able to be a spellcaster again. In serious cases, death on the spot. In just 1 second, countless memories flashed through his mind. Faced with the coming flood, sea of fire, and giant trees. Guan's thin body seemed extremely small. Itadori and others behind him watched this scene, gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Dog roll, stop. Guan ignored it, but took a deep breath, and with the determination to die, he shouted with all his might, stop. Bang. Before he finished his words, a yellow flash appeared and a slender hand covered Guan's mouth. Guan. You've done a great job, let me do the rest. After that, Shaolu formed seals with his hands and poured chakra into the ground. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Boom. With a loud bang from the ground, an extremely tall and thick earth wall rose from the ground. Although in the Naruto world, this jutsu is only rank B level, but that also depends on the caster. Shaolu is no longer the same person he used to be. With a huge amount of chakra, the earth wall he summoned is like a majestic city. Boom. The earth flow wall shook violently for about 10 seconds, then blocked the attacks of Lu Hu and others, and there was still no sign of damage. At this moment, everyone just reacted. Shaolu, Itadori and others said happily. Is he Shaolu? Students at Kyoto schools have heard this name many times. The intuitive feeling they get is mysterious and powerful. Now I have finally seen his true appearance with my own eyes. Looking at the extremely tall rock wall in front of them, they were extremely horrified. Good, so strong. Just by casually making a move, he was able to summon such a huge earth wall. And he easily blocked the attack that had put them in a desperate situation. Shaolu, indeed, lives up to her reputation. Dongtang swallowed his saliva and suppressed the shock in his heart. So, this is his true strength. I thought that his eyes were his greatest reliance. But now it seems that it is just icing on the cake. Even without those eyes, he could still easily defeat me. Speaking of which, I have to thank him for introducing me to a close friend who is worthy of my lifelong trust. Chanyuan Mai was also extremely shocked, and she was thinking silently in her heart. With such strength, it is no wonder that Dongtang, who was always domineering, suddenly became strangely timid when facing Shaolu last time. Now it seems that Dongtang backed down at the right time, otherwise he would have been punished. Recalling the Rasengan used by Itadori, Nobara Kugasaki's strength surged, and the powerful physical skills that Sister Maki suddenly mastered. All of this has something to do with the man in front of me. In the sky, riding on a magic broom, Nishimiya Dao placed her hands in front of her, her face slightly red, and said infatuatedly. Amazing. Is he the Shaolu that Utahime teacher often mentioned? He looks very nice too. I don't know, does he like his kawaii self? The mechanical pill beside him breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we are saved for the time being. Shaolu turned around and looked at the people who were standing there in a daze, and said with a smile, everyone remember to stay away later. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and instantly removed the wall of earth blocking his way. Next, it is a great time to complete the system tasks. Shaolu looked at the 3 natural disasters that were chasing after him, waved his hand and said with a smile, "Long time no see, chamber pot." This time, Luhu did not get angry, but instead reminded Tuo General beside him urgently. "Quick, turn your head away, don't look him in the eye." Chapter 64, Fighting the 3 Natural Disasters Alone. Following Luhu's exclamation, Tuogan immediately lowered his head, staring at the ground, not wanting to meet Shaolu's gaze even with his peripheral vision. Luhu was even more exaggerated, he actually closed his single eye tightly. It will never fall in the same place twice. Seeing this scene, Shaolu was speechless, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? At this moment, a shout came from behind, "Shaolu!" Everyone looked back and saw Mei Mei, Utahime, and Leian Temple rushing over. Itadori and others were delighted when they saw this. Wait a moment, Shaolu looked at Luhu and the other 2 and said calmly. Then, under the gazes of the 3 people, he walked towards the crowd. Seeing Shaolu dare to ignore her, Yu looked at Luhu Tuogan and asked, "Are you really going to be obedient and wait for him?" Luhu waved his hand and said indifferently, "The main purpose this time is to attract the attention of the senior specialist so that the real person can steal Sukuna's finger. The longer we wait, the better it will be for us, right?" On the other side, Utahime said seriously, "I will use the spell to increase the restricted area for you. As long as we can hold it out until Gojo Satoru breaks out of the tent." "No need, you and Mei Mei still have." Shaolu dragged out the ending and looked at Li Yanxi who was standing aside with a serious expression and holding an electric guitar. Isn't this the old age version of Gaojian Li in Jujutsu Kaisen? As a conservative, he seemed to want to kill Itadori this time, but his plan obviously failed. Utahime explained, "He is the president of Kyoto Academy, Rakuganji." "Oh, then please take the students and hide away." Shaolu glanced at Leian Temple indifferently. He had no good impression of this person. After saying that, Shaolu turned and walked towards Luhu and the other 2, his eyes full of excitement. Utahime stamped his feet and said anxiously, "Hey, do you really not need an increase?" She certainly knew that Shaolu was very strong, especially after this transformation, she might be able to go even further. However, what he has to face this time are 3 special cursed spirits of natural disaster level. "Okay Utahime, Shaolu just doesn't want you to be in danger. Your spell has a small range. If you want to provide him with an amplification, you must be close to the battlefield. Just imagine, can you withstand a battle of this level, even the aftermath? And we don't rule out the idea that they will attack the students. Our mission is to protect the students and let Shaolu have no worries." Hearing this, Utahime nodded with a complicated expression, lamenting his own weakness. Soon after, except for Shaolu, the rest of the people had evacuated to the rear. Chan Yuanmai couldn't help but ask, "Two teachers, why did the 3 cursed spirits react so strongly when they saw Shaolu? Either you look away or you close your eyes tightly, as if you're really scared." As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted curious glances from others, and even Leian Temple felt puzzled. After hearing what Zen Master Mai said, it seemed to be true. The moment Shaolu appeared, the momentum of the 3 cursed spirits that had been chasing them collapsed a bit, and was replaced by fear. Kugasaki Nobara said playfully, "You can ask Senior Tudo about this question. He knows it better than anyone else." Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Dongtang. Dongtang coughed twice and cursed Kugasaki in his heart. "Why are you talking about something that is not relevant? With so many people around, doesn't he have any dignity to lose? And in front of his best friend Itadori." But he couldn't stand the curious gazes of so many people, and finally, he said awkwardly, "It's all because of his weird eyes. Once you look into its eyes, you will fall into endless pain. It can only be described in 4 words. Having said this, Dongtang paused for a moment, and said with a serious expression, "It's so terrifying. And that volcano head, if it goes as expected, should have been attacked by me as well." Suddenly, Itadori's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands violently, as if he had suddenly realized something. "I was wondering why there was only a head left at the last volcano." After the last incident, he asked Gojo Satoru, but the other party asked him to guess. When he asked Shaolu, the answer he gave was that Huoshentu Shi Leji went crazy and hit himself. It was not until now that he fully understood the reason behind the incident. Damn it, as the person involved, I only understand the truth of the matter now. Blame it on Gojo Satoru and Shaolu, the 2 riddlers. To put it simply, it's an illusion. Mei Mei smiled as she parted her red lips. Actually, she was the first victim of these eyes. She still cannot forget the suffocating feeling. Good, awesome. After the explanation, everyone could roughly imagine the extent of the horror. This ability is simply impossible to defend against. This is simply the second 6 eyes. I strongly suggest Shaolu to follow Gojo Satoru's example and cover his eyes. Wait, at this moment, Maki said worriedly. But if the 3 cursed spirits adopt such a countermeasure, won't Shaolu's eyes be useless in the next battle? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. That's right, if the opponent intentionally closes his eyes or averts his sight to fight Shaolu, wouldn't his ability be useless? So, can Shaolu still win? Or, can he hold on until Gojo Satoru arrives? For a moment, they couldn't help but worry about Shaolu. At the same time, I also deeply felt the importance of intelligence. After all, they had just experienced the horror of the 3 cursed spirits firsthand. Really, I actually want to see how long those 3 scourges can last under his control. Mei Mei curled her lips slightly, summoned a crow Shikigami, flew into the sky and began to observe the upcoming war. Only those who have a deep understanding of Shaolu know that such things as poor intelligence and information will never work on Shaolu. Ah, Teacher Mei Mei, are you serious? As soon as the words fell, boom, there was a roar like an explosion coming from the front. 4 figures cut through the sky and flew into the sky at the same time. Shaolu brushed the dust off his collar, looked at Luhu and the other 2 and said jokingly, "My goodness, the 4 great natural disasters are all blind." Luhu closed his one eye tightly, not caring about Shaolu's ridicule at all, and sneered. "Nothing to do, right? If we don't look you in the eye, how are you going to respond? Hana Yu, Tuo Gen. Attack together. We must cut this brat into 8 pieces today. Be careful to leave the head behind. I'm going to use it as a chamber pot." Luhu has never forgotten the idea of revenge. If you dare to insult it again and again, calling it a chamber pot, you will pay a heavy price. And this time, Gojo Satoru cannot come in temporarily, which is a perfect opportunity. Suddenly, the 3 natural disasters formed a triangle and surrounded Shaolu tightly. Flames, giant trees, and tsunamis all attacked Shaolu at the same time, with such force that it was no different from a natural disaster. Shaolu sneered in his heart, "No way. Do you really think I only know how to use illusions?" Then he formed seals with his hands. Boom, the earth shook, and countless thick vines rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Then, under Shaolu's control, the vines will quickly intertwine together to form a huge wooden ball that will wrap Shaolu inside. Hua Yu saw this scene and was slightly stunned. Why can he also control vegetation? But then, its expression became ferocious and it increased the speed of the giant tree. You humans who only know how to destroy the environment are not worthy of controlling vegetation. Boom, the attacks of Luhu and others instantly submerged the wooden ball. The clouds collapsed, the ground shook, and the terrifying wind wave spread instantly. It pressed the surrounding trees so hard that they couldn't stand up straight. Chapter 65. Wood Release. The Arrival of the Tree World. After the explosion, Luhu and the other 2 stared at the broken wooden ball with a hole in it. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the wooden ball was empty. Where are the people? Impossible. He clearly hid inside the wooden ball at the last moment. As natural disasters, their perception is like a second pair of eyes, and it will never lie. At this moment, not only were Luhu and the others confused, but the senior experts who were watching the battle from a distance were also stunned. "Master Mei Mei, where is Shaolu?" "Yeah, we shouldn't be dazzled, right? Shaolu clearly hid in the wooden ball just now." For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Mei Mei. Because, she who possesses the crow Shikigami must be able to see more clearly than anyone else. Shish. Mei Mei placed her index finger on her red lips and closed her beautiful eyes. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Look at the top of your head." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky, and then their pupils suddenly shrank. It was as if they had seen an extremely shocking scene. At this moment, Luhu and the other 2 also felt something strange above their heads. The dazzling light pierced their brows and caused them to feel a dull pain. When they looked up, they were completely dumbfounded. I saw that Shaolu appeared above them without knowing when, but this was not the point. The point was, his palm was holding a huge energy ball. Its size almost covered half the sky. The Rasengan is so big that it almost occupies their entire field of vision. Shaolu smiled and said, "I'll treat you to some meatballs." He bent his body slightly, and with the Rasengan in his left hand, he swung it down like a slam dunk. Boom. In an instant, Luhu and the other 2, who had no time to escape, could only mobilize their magical power to gather in front of them to resist. But in front of the oversized Rasengan, the 3 powerful natural disasters can only be transformed into tiny ants for a moment. Boom. As the Rasengan fell like a missile, it seemed as if the whole world was quiet. The earth shook and the sky trembled. The huge roar made people's ears ring. An extremely dazzling light flashed by, causing the college students who were watching the game from afar to raise their hands to cover their eyes. The fierce gust of wind made it almost impossible for everyone to stand steadily. The most unlucky one was Zigongdao, who was flying in the sky. In the aftermath, she, riding on the magic broom, was like a fallen leaf in the wind, dancing uncontrollably in the wind. The people below stood there in a daze, motionless, like petrified statues. After a long moment, everyone took a deep breath, feeling their brains heavy and dizzy. Zen Yuan Mai suddenly thought of something, looked at Itadori in shock, and said in disbelief, "Don't tell me this is the same move you used before." In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, but she just didn't dare to believe it for a moment. Although the energy ball that Itadori had previously shot was red, the essence of the 2 was the same. Both were made by compressing the curse spirit and condensing the curse power. Before, the energy balls Itadori made were only about the size of a basketball. And the amount of energy Shaolu just condensed would probably have to be calculated using a basketball court. What a monster. Itadori sighed and said weakly, "Yes, this move is called Rasengan, and everyone should know the principle." Itadori was a little shocked at this moment. He scratched his ears and cheeks and couldn't help but say, "Why is mine so small? And Shaolu's is so big?" It's really devastating. Hearing this, everyone almost choked and rolled their eyes at Itadori. You'd better be talking about the Rasengan. However, from this perspective, how terrifying is Shaolu's control over the power of curse? How could he create a Rasengan as big as half the sky in such a short time? Incredible control. Is this still a human? Even if the opponent is a special grade cursed spirit of natural disaster level, if he takes this attack head on, he will probably be seriously injured, right? At this moment, Shaolu stood high in the sky, looking at the huge deep pit blasted by the Rasengan below, and nodded with satisfaction. That's the benefit of chakra. If it were him before he fused with Hashirama's cells, there would be no way he could create this huge Rasengan in such a short time. The moment he was wrapped by the wooden ball, he entered the Shinwei space and rolled the balls. When the Rasengan was almost finished, he appeared above Luhu and the other two. With the blessing of the divine space, he can also perform many unexpected combination skills. I hope the corals won't be so weak. After all, the mission hasn't been completed yet. He looked down and said calmly, is this the so-called natural disaster that is above the special grade? It's nothing more than that. You just rolled a ball and laid down. At the bottom of the deep pit, Luhu, Waiu and Tuogan stood up with difficulty, all of them suffering considerable injuries. If the three of them hadn't joined forces to cast a spell to resist at the last moment, I'm afraid they would have been seriously injured. At this moment, Waiu had already torn off the white cloth wrapped around his arms. The dark brown arm contained an immeasurable curse aura, and the enchanting blood-red flower bud on the shoulder was fully bloomed, emitting a strange aura. This is its complete form. Not only that, Tuogan has also undergone earth-shaking changes. From the previous cursed fetus form, it has evolved into a complete form with an octopus head and a human body. Seeing this, Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly. Tuo General actually got out of the cursed fetus state ahead of time. In the original work, it completed its transformation after devouring countless humans during the Shibuya Incident. Could it be that Yuji gave it some tonic food? Just as Shaolu was thinking, Waiu under his feet suddenly became angry. You actually destroyed so much vegetation at once. You deserve to die. Waiu was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. Boom. Behind it, a huge strange flower bud suddenly grew out. The flower bud suddenly exploded, revealing countless strange seeds with sharp teeth inside. The shrieking and wailing sound was so penetrating that it made everyone present shudder. Devour him. Following an order, oink oink, countless strange seeds burst out from the stamens, instantly covering Shaolu in the air. In this situation, all of Shaolu's escape space was blocked, and there was no escape. Soon, Shaolu's pupils widened, his eyes were full of unwillingness, and his whole body was filled with cursed seeds. The seeds took root and sprouted in his body, constantly devouring his flesh and blood. In a short moment, Shaolu could no longer be called a human being. Waiu's sudden and strange attack caused the battle situation to change rapidly. Kugisaki Nobara clenched her hammer tightly and stared at the sky. Shaolu, he's not dead, right? Lei Yancy said in a deep voice. You two. Go and save Lu quickly, maybe it's still in time. Leave the students to me to protect. To this, everyone nodded. The opponent's technique was too strange, and it was impossible to defend against it without any intelligence. And Shaolu's illusion technique could not be performed. This is a very unfair battle, Itadori said worriedly. How about letting Dongtang use unjust game to clap his hands and switch Shaolu over? Dongtang's mouth twitched violently, pretending to be disappointed. Hey. I'm your best friend. What would I do if I switched places with him? Having said that, Dongtang's hands did not stop moving. Obviously, he is not a coward. Shaolu's role in the college is far greater than his own. Maybe he wouldn't care about Shaolu's life or death before. But, he introduced a close friend to me. Just when he was about to clap his hands, he was interrupted by Mei Mei. Hey, it's fine if the people from Kyoto Academy are just worrying about it, but why are you guys also worrying about Itadori Kugisaki? Have you forgotten the substitution technique Shaolu used when he fought Sukuna before? Those strange curse seeds are fast, but even if it were me, I would have time to think. Do you think Shaolu would be unable to react? Having said that, Mei Mei's heart is far from as calm as she appears to be. It is still unclear whether Shaolu used the substitution technique to dodge. Hearing this, Itadori Kugisaki slapped his head and finally remembered, and the worry on his face eased a little. But the people in Kyoto schools were confused. Substitution technique? What kind of technique is this? I have never heard of it, but it sounds like it is very practical. Could it be that Shaolu started it again? Luhu looked at Shaolu, who was completely parasitized and sucked dry by the cursed seed, and laughed wildly like never before. You are not invincible without a bottom line. No matter how strong you are, it will be useless. However, as soon as it finished speaking, it regretted it. Shaolu, who was fixed in the air, suddenly turned into a wisp of white smoke with a bang. Bad memories came to his mind, and Luhu was shocked. It's a substitution technique. Waiu, retreat quickly. Sorry, this time it's a shadow clone. An indifferent voice sounded beside his ear, and Luhu's expression suddenly changed. When I turned back, I could only barely catch a glimmer of light. Waiu was very sure of it, with his hands on the ground. Boom! The huge and sturdy trees broke out of the ground, like giant pythons. At this moment, Shaolu's voice sounded again. Would release. The Advent of the Tree World. Chapter 66. The Ultimate Chapter. Fall. Would release. Tree World Advent is one of the unique ninjutsu of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Whether it is attack and defense capabilities or control range, it is top-notch. It can be said to be an all-around ninjutsu with full hexagons. The words fell. Boom. The twisted and distorted giant trees seemed to have life and rushed out wildly. And with Shaolu's control, it continues to grow and spread, as if it is endless. Soon, a green sky formed behind him, enough to block out the sun. Even the tent set up by Yuji is about to be pierced. Shaolu folded his arms across his chest, in the center of the tree world. As for the giant trees that Yu had summoned before, they had already been submerged by the green ocean in front of him. No trace of them was left. In this green ocean, as the caster, he is the absolute master. Natural scourges, take a good look at what the true power of nature is. The voice was plain, but it echoed in everyone's mind like a magic sound. Sniff sniff. The giant tree roared out like a dragon. Hanaumi, make a quick escape. Luhu was horrified and shouted loudly. But soon, it realized how ridiculous these words were. The wood release ocean surges past like a rage. The dense green maze instantly enveloped them. There is nowhere to escape. How come this guy can control vegetation at will just like Yu? Moreover, such a large number, such power, and such control. It has far exceeded the limit of what Yu can control. This move can be regarded as a true natural disaster. Invincible. The college students who were watching the game from a distance had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. My brain was completely blank, leaving only indescribable horror. This is the new technique Shaolu created. After Li Yanxi's brain froze for a moment, he turned his head mechanically to look at Utahime and Mei Mei. Mei Mei ignored him. Her long hair covered her face so it was hard to tell what her expression was at the moment. Only her slightly trembling red lips revealed the uneasiness in her heart at the moment. Utahime's delicate face was filled with shock. She smiled awkwardly and nodded to the principal. I think so. Creating a ritual, that was just an excuse she, Mei Mei, and Shoko came up with for Shaolu. But who would have thought that Shaolu was serious? Not only is it truly created, but it is also so terrifying. Can this still be considered an arithmetic formula? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a magic formula, right? Upon hearing this, Li Yanxi almost lost his grip on the electric guitar and dropped it to the ground. I have heard for a long time that Shaolu is good at developing strange techniques and is a technique inventor. This time, his eyes were opened. It was the first time in his 70-plus years of life that he had seen such a shocking technique. I've never seen this before. Now, he suddenly understood why those senior executives were so afraid of Shaolu. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy will most likely become the second Gojo Satoru in the future. But how much magical power does such a huge tree require? In other words, how much curse power is contained in Shaolu's body? This is probably more than Okatsu Yuta, right? As for Itadori and others in the back, they were already speechless. Before, the three natural disasters were chasing and killing them, but now it was Shaolu alone who was chasing and fighting the natural disasters. Shaolu's strength was once again refreshed in their hearts. In the Green Ocean, the three natural disasters, Luhu, Hanami and Takugan, are trying their best to avoid the attacks of wood release. If you are not careful, you will be hit by the extremely hard vines and feel chilled to the bone. During this process, they also tried to attack and smash the attacking giant trees. But there are too many to finish. However, at this moment, Shaolu in the tree world raised his hands again and formed a seal, wood release. Cutting technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several sharp wooden sticks shot out from the sea of wood, heading towards Yu. Although Lu felt very happy while testing wood release, he must not get too carried away and forget the system's mission. The wooden sticks summoned by the grafting technique were extremely fast, small in size, and mixed in the sea of wood. Even if Yu noticed it at the last moment, his body was unable to react in such an instant. Ah! Followed by a miserable cry. Yu had been nailed to the ground by dozens of sharp wooden sticks. Purple blood stained the ground, and cursed black air continued to emerge from its body. Although it struggled hard, enduring the severe pain, it was unable to break free for a while. Even at this moment, it was still extremely angry. Why could he control vegetation? And he is much stronger than me. Seeing this situation, Luhu got anxious. Hanamiya, it screamed, and terrifying flames ignited all over its body. Magma continued to gush out of the Mount Fuji above its head. The twisted giant tree that was about to touch it was burned and retreated 3 points on its own. Upon seeing this, Tuo General blew out a bubble barrier made of water to cover Yu. Seeing Yu in such a miserable state, the Mount Fuji above Luhu's head erupted completely. The terrifying temperature spread outward from it. From the mouth of the pot above the head, dense swarms of fire gravel worms flew out. These insects flew towards the countless twisted giant trees that were attacking them like a suicide squad. Boom! Although the insect's body is small, the range of the explosion using its body as a medium is extremely huge. As dense swarms of fire gravel worms exploded and died, for a moment, the sea of wood formed by the twisted giant trees temporarily blocked their progress. Luhu's old yellow cloak fluttered in the wind without any wind. It looked at Yu, whose face was hideous and who was in great pain, and said in a hoarse voice. Hanayu, please forgive me for what I did next. The vegetation in this forest may burn to ashes, but the damned Shaolu will pay the price for it. Raging. After saying this, the black ground beneath Luhu's feet suddenly turned red and burned his feet. Bang! It raised its legs and kicked hard towards the ground. The earth suddenly cracked, and countless magma gushed out from the ground. The terrifying magma instantly melted everything around it, and the sea of fire enveloped it. Among the 4 natural disasters, Hua has the best relationship with it. Seeing its miserable appearance, Luhu became angry. Anger was like a fuse, completely igniting the will in its heart. It intends to burn everything and turn into a Shura in the flames of lust. Luhu spread his legs and pressed his body down, almost touching the ground. Ultimate show, meteorite. As its hoarse and angry words fell, super strong curse power burst out from its body, and the magma under its feet seemed to have received the call of its master, gushing out instantly and turning into a sea of fire that burned the sky 100 meters high. At the same time, with Luhu's control, the powerful spell force compressed the sea of fire behind him into a huge fireball. It's like Mars hitting the earth. Shaolu, who was in the tree world, raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is there a secret between Luhu and Wayu? Seeing Wayu injured, he actually exploded with such powerful power. Extreme Fan. Meteorite. Unexpectedly debuted in advance. This was the all-out attack that Rokuko used against Sukuna during the Shibuya Incident. Chapter 67. Fire Escape. Great Fire Extinguishment. Who was the natural disaster? The fireball behind Luhu was still getting bigger. Even though it was hundreds of meters away, one could still feel the terrifying temperature contained in the fireball. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shaolu walked out of the tree world and said with a faint smile. It's just playing with fire. Who doesn't know how to use fire escape these days? Shaolu waved his hand and removed the vast sea of wood. Seeing this, the people in the distant college were somewhat puzzled. Kugasaki Nobara exclaimed, puzzled, how did Shaolu remove the spell that controlled the vegetation? I guess it's probably because he doesn't have much curse power left in his body. The amount of magical power consumed by manipulating such a large amount of vegetation for a long time is terrifying. It's amazing that he's been able to do this. Although Lei Temple's words may sound unpleasant, they make sense. Shaolu is still a human being after all, and no matter how much cursed power he has, it cannot be infinite. If they were to maintain that spell just now, they would probably be drained in an instant. Utahime tightened his clothes, but he doesn't seem to be panicked at all. That volcano seems to be angry. The size of the fireball behind it is even close to the super-sized Rasengan that Shaolu condensed before. As soon as these words came out, everyone became nervous. Even though they were so far away, they could feel the scorching heat and sweat had already begun to form on their foreheads. Its power can be imagined. At this moment, Mei Mei suddenly stepped forward, waved her hand and created a magical barrier to block the incoming heat waves. Sanlungxia hid behind Shanyuan Mai and whispered gratefully, Teacher Mei Mei is really thoughtful. I'm afraid half of the forest will be destroyed by the blow from the volcano head. This kind of battle is really terrifying. We will definitely be affected later. Mei Mei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you guessed wrong, Sanlin-san. This barrier is set up for the fire that Shaolu was about to cast. She had not forgotten the fire escape technique Shaolu used at the abandoned construction site. At that time, even if she was standing far behind him, her skin was stung by the high temperature, and Shoko was so stimulated that tears came out. Given Shaolu's personality, there is a high probability that he will use the same moves as his opponent to completely defeat him this time. What? Shaolu can also use fire. Everyone just felt dizzy. How many techniques did that guy master? Didn't the principal of Kellyan Temple say that Shaolu didn't have much curse power left in his body? Even if we use fire, can we suppress the huge fireball of the cursed spirit on the top of the volcano? Lei Yanxi analyzed in a deep voice. If Shaolu can use spells to control the water element, the chances of winning may be greater. After all, water conquers fire. High in the sky, Shaolu stood on the giant tree, waiting for Luhu to release his ultimate move. Luhu's expression was ferocious, and even though his eyes were still tightly closed, one could still sense the boundless anger contained within him. Don't even think about leaving your ashes behind. Ultimate show, meteorite. As the last word, Yun, fell heavily, the huge fireball in the air instantly locked onto Shaolu and quickly attacked him. The fireball was huge, like a falling meteorite. Shaolu had no intention of dodging, he strode forward and jumped high. The huge amount of chakra in the body continued to flow into the Adam's apple, Shaolu's cheeks bulged, and he placed his hands in front of his chest. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Boom. A large amount of flames gushed out of his mouth, and in just a short moment a large volcano was formed, stacked up one after another. For a moment, the entire sky was burning red, and its temperature was no less than that of the fireball of leaky coral. The system said it was a crushing victory, so Shaolu didn't dare to be too arrogant. The chakra in his body gathered towards his throat like crazy as if it was free. As if that was not enough, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned. Amaterasu. The black flames mixed in with the flames stood out particularly. Amaterasu, should it also fall into the category of fire escape technique? But soon, he found that his Amaterasu was somewhat redundant. The moment the sea of fire collided with the fireball, a sizzling sound was heard. At first, the two could compete with each other, but as time went on, the coral's fireball has been gradually swallowed by the sea of fire, and its size has continued to shrink. Although the power of the two is not much different, it is obvious that Shaolu is more durable now. The originally dense forest had long since become bare, the earth had been scorched black by the high-temperature flames, and thick white smoke continued to emerge. Raging, the speed of Amaterasu's black flame was extremely fast, and Luhu, who couldn't dodge in time, was burned. Luhu was horrified and had no time to lament the flames gushing out of Shaolu. Instead, he jumped around and immediately used his magical power to try to extinguish the black flames. Seeing this scene, Shaolu raised the corners of his mouth and thought to himself. This is a flame that is said to be unquenchable and will not go out until the target is burned to ashes. If you can extinguish it, I lose. Amaterasu was like the hellfire under the netherworld. No matter how hard Luhu tried, he could not extinguish it at all. Instead, it continued to spread. Luhu cried out in pain. Tuogan, throw water at me. Hearing this, Tuogan immediately raised his hands and summoned 2 thick jets of water from his hands to shoot towards Luhu. However, no matter how much water washed over leaky coral, the black flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Luhu was shocked and angry at this moment, and a strong sense of death surged in his heart. What on earth is the origin of this strange black flame? The curse cannot be erased, and even the water from the taro cannot extinguish it. The black flames continued to burn, slowly torturing Luhu. This pain was different from the pain of being burned by ordinary flames, and even the depths of the soul seemed to be burning. If you continue like this, you will die. Tuogan, cut it off below the neck quickly, or it will be too late. At this time, the wooden stick was pulled out of the body. Hua Yu, who was covered in wounds, noticed something was wrong and spoke up. There is no way to extinguish it in the short term, the only option is amputation. Otherwise, once the strange black flame spreads to his head, Luhu will surely die. Tuo General nodded upon hearing this, and condensed an extremely sharp water knife, slashing towards Luhu's neck. Swish, the head was separated from the body, and Luhu felt dizzy. Hua Yu held Luhu's head in his palm, looked up at Shaolu in the sky and said in a deep voice. The real one should be almost there, let's prepare to retreat. Luhu, with only his head left, sighed and felt extremely depressed. Is Lu my nemesis now? Every time I fight him, I end up with only my head left. Togan, open your territory and take us away. The 3 of us can't kill him. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Luhu still looked at Tuogan and sighed. Tuo General nodded, bowed slightly, put his hands together and pressed them on the ground, and said in a deep voice. The field expands. The horizon is swaying. The technique is released. The dead army surges in. Boom. As Tagor's domain unfolded, the ground beneath its feet instantly split apart. The turbulent sea water rushed out from the cracks, causing huge waves. Countless ancient vicious fish rushed out from the waves, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Shaolu. And Tuo General used the power of the sea water to roll up the coral flower and tried to leave. Shaolu was shocked when he saw this, and immediately formed 2 hand seals to block their retreat. Water style. Water wall formation. Water style. Big explosive water wave. Tagor is a cursed spirit born out of human fear of the ocean. Therefore, although its domain damage is not the highest, its range is very large. The most important thing is that his mission has not been completed yet. Do you, Tuo Gen, want to run away with your men? It must be made into octopus balls. Luhu and the other 2 looked at the vast ocean summoned by Shaolu in disbelief and were completely dumbfounded. How can this guy control water, fire and wood? Is there still justice? Is there still law? A-hole, who is the natural disaster? With only a head left, Luhu was completely defeated in Hua Yu's palm. However, at this moment, even more despair came. Snap, the crisp sound of glass breaking was heard. Everyone looked upwards. The account is broken. Gojo Satoru was hanging upside down in the air, with a smile on his face. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the 3 people below him. Hypocrisy. Z. Feeling the powerful moves in Gojo Satoru's hands, Luhu and the other 2 felt despair. Am I really going to die here? However, a cheerful child's voice sounded behind him. Luhu, Waiu, Tuogan, now that I have the stuff, I'm here to save you. Ha ha ha, I saw that the real person had turned into a child at this moment, with long blue hair flying. An excited smile appeared on his face covered with stitches, and he was running towards this side. There are 2 people chasing after him, Nanami and Masamiki. Chapter 68. Is there a traitor in the technical college? Satoru, don't let them go. He stole Sukuna's finger. Masamiki the night goose shouted towards Gojo Satoru who was high in the sky. Really, that's going to have to be a little rough. Gojo Satoru, floating upside down in the sky, took off his eye patch for the first time, revealing his pale blue 6 eyes. He clasped his hands together and said calmly, the technique is clockwise, Kang, and the technique is reversed, he. As he finished speaking, 2 red and blue spheres filled with manic energy appeared behind him and began to squeeze and merge with each other. The combination of Kang and he causes a violent conflict between positive infinity and negative infinity, thus tilting out imaginary mass. A black hole sphere emitting terrifying pressure, enough to destroy everything, condensed in front of him. Hypocrisy. Z. Boom. The black hole sphere burst out, swallowing everything in its path. The real person who sneaked into the range of Tuogan's domain smiled and sighed. It's so powerful that even from such a distance, it can make every cell in my body tremble uncontrollably. However, I don't want to die here, but it would be a pity to waste all the man-made cursed spirits I have accumulated before. He sighed and pulled out a handful of shrunken artificial cursed spirits from his pocket. Multiple souls. Pulling out the body. This is a technique he extended from transformation from inaction. As long as 2 or more souls are fused together, the mass of the souls will increase instantly, and a powerful artificial cursed spirit can be forcibly pieced together. The form can naturally be decided by him. The real person threw the shrunken man-made cursed spirit into the air, and then suddenly clapped his hands, come together. After the artificial cursed spirit was forcibly squeezed and fused, it turned into a huge wall of flesh and blood. Junrin looked at Luhu and the other 2 and said, "Hey. Help me, this won't stop Gojo Satoru's killer move." Boom. The wall of flesh and blood was annihilated in an instant when it came into contact with the void style. Yu quickly created a giant wooden shield, and Togen gathered all the seawater in the area to form a water shield. But despite this, facing the virtual style, Z still has no resistance. Boom. As the explosion ended, the ground was devastated and almost split in half. A huge crack appeared before their eyes, and the place where the 4 real people were located was completely annihilated, without even an ash left. Mei Mei sighed. Tisk, are these 2 guys so perverted? Are their techniques so out of the ordinary? Masamiki asked in a low voice. As this, removed. Gojo Satoru used 6 eyes to stare at the place where the natural disaster was just now. Soon after, he slowly shook his head and said, let them escape. That guy with the stitched face seems to be a little special. He seems to be very hard to kill. Gojo Satoru touched his chin and muttered to himself. He didn't seem to care at all about the consequences of Junrin and the others running away with Sukuna's finger. Hearing this, Masamiki was furious. What? They just ran away. You almost destroyed this forest, and you still couldn't save the people. Gojo Satoru immediately retorted. Hey, Lao Deng, please stop accusing me of something. I just got here not long ago. Who else could it be if not you? Do you have the ability to destroy the forest like this? Gojo Satoru looked at Shaolu in the distance with a smile in his eyes. You have to ask Shaolu about this question. Shaolu, Nightgoose Masamiki and Nanami both looked at Shaolu. In the distance, everyone in the college breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. It's finally over. What kind of sisterhood exchange meeting is this? It's clearly an exchange meeting between the special class and the natural disaster. Itadori and others came to their senses with fear and helplessness on their faces. Mei Mei looked at Li Yanxi who had a dull look on his face and said proudly. Principal Leian Temple, didn't you just say that Shaolu's curse power was running low? But what about that sea of fire? And that terrifying tsunami? The corners of Li Yanxi's eyes twitched slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. He himself was still extremely puzzled. From the moment Shaolu started fighting the 3 cursed spirits, the super large-scale curses never stopped. If possible, he even wanted to dissect Shaolu's body to study what was so unique about it. As a result, this kid has almost endless magical power. Itadori suddenly remembered something. By the way, Shaolu, what's going on with your black flame? Is this another new technique of yours? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to Shaolu, except for Utahime, whose forehead was wrinkled into a jing shape. Although they were shocked by the boundless sea of fire, they were most curious about the strange black flame that they had never seen before. No matter what method he used, the volcano could not be extinguished at all, and in the end he was forced to amputate his limbs to survive. Shaolu made up a story. That's a variant of the spell that extends from the flames. You can think of it as a flame that never goes out. Once infected, there is no other way but to amputate decisively. Hiss. Everyone gasped. A flame that never goes out. Isn't that too far-fetched? Shaolu wouldn't use the black flames to burn his own people, would he? Utahime standing by couldn't help but said, you used such a dangerous flame to light Shoko's cigarette last time. You still say it's just an ordinary flame, just with a special color. Utahime's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words, never extinguished. Recalling the scene of that day, he couldn't help but feel scared. What if Shaolu's move goes awry? What will Shoko do? Question mark question mark question mark question mark. Everyone was shocked again. Did you hear that correctly? Shaolu used this to light Shoko's cigarette. One dares to click, the other dares to draw. However, Shoko should not know about this, otherwise she might have to quit smoking on the spot. What never goes out? What about Shoko? Yi Masamiki and Gojo Satoru came over and looked at Shaolu with scrutiny. Did he do something to offend Shoko? But looking at Mei Mei's smiling face, she doesn't seem to be jealous, right? Half an hour later, everyone gathered together to understand the whole story. Nightgoose Masamiki. That's basically what happened. The other party's goal this time was not to kill the student, but to attract attention and steal Sukuna's finger. These natural disasters are fundamentally different from other special grade cursed spirits. Their intelligence is the same as that of humans, or even higher. But I really can't figure out how they know the location of Feng Zhangsukuro's finger. You mean, there might be a traitor inside the high school? Gojo Satoru frowned slightly and asked in confusion. At this moment, he snatched Nishimiya Dao's magic broom and flew around at low altitude. Zigong Dao was so annoyed that she took the opportunity to run to Shaolu and act coquettishly, but was quickly silenced by a look from Mei Mei. Looking at her pretending to be so pitiful, Shaolu couldn't help but sigh. What a clever little Lolita. Masamiki said solemnly, that's right, although it's just a guess, it's almost right. Next, I'll have to trouble Utahime to lead the students to conduct an investigation. Utahime nodded, but still a little reluctant to believe. It's possible to collude with a curse master, but how could someone collude with a curse spirit? For a moment, everyone fell silent. The college has always been united, and there has never been a traitor. Shaolu already had the answer in his mind. One of them was a senior executive above the level of principal. The other is responsible for leaking intelligence to higher-ups. Thinking of this, Shaolu turned his gaze towards the mechanical pill. 3LC. Chapter 69. The Samsara Eye is in hand. Is there another dispute over the ownership of the prison gate territory? When the mechanical pill saw Shaolu suddenly looking at him, his heart skipped a beat in the secret room. But I soon realized that this was probably just a coincidence. So, mechanical pill nodded calmly towards Shaolu. Shaolu just glanced at him and then looked away. Having read the original novel, he naturally knew everything. Mechanical Maru, strictly speaking, is not a ghost. Instead, he wanted to use the Junran's transformation of inaction to obtain a complete body for himself. Yes, he is also a heaven and curse, but he is the complete opposite of Maki. His magical power can almost cover the entire country. It has a wide range of techniques and a range output that far exceeds its own strength. But the price is no right hand, no flesh below the knees. The lower body was completely paralyzed from the waist down, and the skin was even more fragile than that of a newborn baby. Even a faint ray of moonlight could easily burn him. Whether it is Zenin Maki or Mechanical Maru, the lucky ones, who are bound by heaven and curse, they all hate the God's gift, who is known as the strongest physique. After discovering Junran and Shaolu Yuji's Shibuya plan, he once tried to spread the news. But in the end, despite giving it everything, I still failed. Just as Shaolu was thinking about how to deal with this matter, Gojo Satoru suddenly shouted, Shaolu is fine, although his identity, origin, and ability are unknown. Gojo Satoru couldn't continue talking at this point. What happened to Shaolu? Why are there so many mysteries? Night Goose Masamiki shouted angrily. What are you yelling about? Did I say Shaolu was a traitor? If he hadn't fought the 3 natural disasters alone this time, the consequences for the students would have been disastrous. Even if you, Gojo Satoru, become a traitor, Shaolu can't do that. Everyone, Itadori. I also think it's impossible. Those cursed spirits must hate Shaolu to death by now. Especially that volcano head. The way he looked at Shaolu made me want to tear him into pieces. Shaolu was speechless. Why did they suddenly change the topic to him? However, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The sister exchange meeting should be the one with the most people in Jujutsu Kaisen, right? After the Shibuya incident broke out, people started stabbing each other. Nobara Kugasaki was brain dead, and Nanami was blown to pieces by Rakuzan's inaction transformation. At night, in the dormitory, Shaolu turns on the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewards are being distributed. Hearing this voice, Shaolu showed joy on his face and sat up straight immediately. However, the next second, the cold mechanical sound rang out again. The Samsara Eye has been issued. Please replace it yourself. Shaolu looked at the Samsara Eye that suddenly appeared in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is this the final form of the Sharingan, the Samsara Eye that is said to control life and death? Under the night sky, the Samsara Eye emitted a faint purple light, and there were wavy lines in the eye sockets. Deep and mysterious, as if able to see through all illusions. But the system wants me to replace myself. Pick the eyes off and put them back on. Although this kind of operation is not uncommon in Naruto, after all, the Sharingan is no different from a USB flash drive, and you can change it whenever you want. But it's still a little hard to deal with when it really happens to me. Call. Taking a deep breath, Shaolu attached the gentle chakra to his fingers and slowly moved them towards his left eye. Just as the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo of the left eye approached. Suddenly, a suction force came from deep in the pupil. Then, the Samsara Eye seemed to have encountered magnets that attracted each other and merged into it on its own. This process only takes a few seconds and there is no pain at all, just a slight cold and uncomfortable feeling. Shaolu slowly stood up and opened her eyes. In a dark room, in front of the mirror. The right eye is scarlet and charming, and the left eye is deep purple. That's right, at the moment when the Samsara Eye merged in. He discovered that he could switch back and forth between the eternal Mangekyo and the Samsara Eye at will. Conscience prevails. He silently gave a good review in his heart. In this way, while possessing the power of the god, he can also use the powerful moves of the Samsara Eye. For example, Shinra Tensei, Shibaku Tensei, Wanxiang Tianyan and other super ninjutsu. After doing all this, Shaolu still couldn't calm down. Before, I could only envy this ability in anime, but now I can actually display it myself. This time, after secretly playing with his fingers, the Junran actually ran back to save Luhu and the other 2. I have to say he was quite generous. It's just that the so-called 4 natural disasters were just pawns of Shaolu-ji from beginning to end. Once it loses its value, it can be discarded at any time. Next, all I have to do is wait quietly for the Shibuya incident to happen. By the way, now I have the Rinnegan. Otherwise, during the Shibuya incident, should I also learn from pain and fight against the enemy? Let La Z Junran and the others feel the pain. Thinking of this, Shaolu became more excited, and he decided to go to Mei Mei tonight to discuss biology. Whoosh, a vortex appeared and Shaolu disappeared. At the same time, the golden beach is sunny and the scenery is as beautiful as a dream. Although Togen has escaped from the cursed fetus form, he still likes to swim in the sea. Junrin, Kyojiya, Luhu, and Haruta, the four of them sat together and were absorbed in playing mahjong. The real person played the useless little chicken and introduced it to his companions. This guy is our new partner, Haruta. This time, stealing Sukuna's finger took me a lot of shortcuts. He is a guy who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Chuntai smiled timidly. Although he was a crazy guy, facing these heavyweight players, he could only choose to be honest. Luhu, who only had a head left, snorted coldly, obviously very unhappy with traitors like Haruta. Yuji suppressed his smile and jokingly said, "You were left with only one head twice. Should we say you were unlucky or lucky?" The leaking pot was smoking, and he said angrily, "Humph. I strongly suggest leaving the prison gate to Shaolu. Luahu, don't act on impulse." I acted on impulse. Just ask Hanamitogen how perverted that guy is. He can manipulate vegetation, fire, and seawater. The three of us are natural disasters, and the abilities we each control have been crushed by him alone. If you don't know, you would think he is the natural disaster. The real person raised his chin and pointed his nostrils at the leaking lake. I object. It's better to leave the prison gate to Gojo Satoru. Don't ignore the hollow style from before. Here, we are all seriously injured now. It's frightening just thinking about it. Luhu, that tree world descendant move is unavoidable. Give it to Shaolu. Masato, Hyoshiki is a bigger threat. Give it to Gojo Satoru. Luhu, don't forget the strange black flame that can't be extinguished. I almost died there. Junrin, Gojo Satoru has no limits, and he has infinite space. There is no way to deal with it. To Shaolu, to Gojo Satoru, ... For a while, the two were arguing. The newcomer Chuntai shrank his neck and gave up the idea of cheating. Okay, don't let the new partner laugh at you. I have a clever way to deal with both of them at the same time during the Shibuya Incident. Kyojiya raised two fingers and smiled gently. Chapter 70 Black Flash, Field Octagonal Cage. As Yuji finished speaking, Luhu and others turned their eyes to him. First of all, the Yumenjong must be given to Gojo Satoru. Hearing this, Luhu frowned, looking somewhat displeased, but still patiently did not interrupt. Yuji then smiled and said, "Do you remember the special account we set up this time? You mean, set up a tent in Shibuya that restricts all sorcerers from coming and going freely, specifically to exclude Shaolu?" Luhu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but speak. If that's the case, it's a solution. As long as Gojo Satoru and Shaolu are restrained, the rest of the high school won't be a problem. Besides, with Geto Suguru's barrier ability, it is not difficult to do this. At this time, the real person beside him spoke up, but this time our plan will take longer than stealing Sukuna's finger. Gojo Satoru was able to break through the account in a short time, so Shaolu probably won't need too much time either. What if Shaolu breaks into the tent before we seal Gojo Satoru? Sugarujiya smiled. So, we have to work harder. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, how about that? I think this shouldn't be a big problem, right? 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, although it consumes a lot of magical power, it can completely restrict Shaolu. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to break into the tent in such a short time. Unless that guy can teleport. However, this kind of thing should not exist. Thinking of this, Luhu felt relieved and did not object again. Yuji, the matter of Yumenjong has been settled. Next, let's talk about how much information about Shaolu we have gained from this fight. This is very important. Although he didn't want to recall it, Luhu still told it in detail. As far as we know, his abilities include controlling natural elements, illusions, and unextinguishable black flames. 2.5 minutes later, Luhu sighed. That's all we know for now. As for how many tricks he has yet to reveal, we don't know. But I think Shaolu's tricks should have been forced out. It's impossible that we can fly into the sky and summon meteorites to smash us to death, right? Luhu looked at everyone and spoke slowly. Yuji's face was solemn. Well, this guy knows a lot. No wonder you were so afraid of him, especially those super standard large-scale techniques. But with this information, we can make some corresponding targeted decisions. At this time, the real person brought up an old box with a seal on it. When the cloth strips were torn off, inside were Sukuna's fingers covered in wax and wrapped in old yellow sealing cloth strips. I'm very confused. Why would you go to so much trouble to steal these fingers? Didn't the high school keep Itadori just to use him as a vessel to devour Sukuna's finger? Even if you leave it alone, it will be eaten sooner or later, right? Yuji's eyes flickered as he patiently explained, those high-ranking officials are more afraid of death than anyone else. When they cannot measure the strength of the container, they will not risk letting it continue to devour them. So, we can't wait that long. Of course, except for that lunatic Gojo Satoru, that guy just acts according to his mood. Luhu. So, does this mean you can't get a tiger cub without risking it? Yuji praised. Luhu has become cultured too. Let's go meet the old man who was a senior sorcerer and that dishonest Mekamaru. He promised the real person that if you can cure his lower body, he will help Shibuya. ... A few days later, in the technical college, Shaolu had a rare few days of leisure. Every day he only needs to teach the students of the two colleges, and in the evening he will have a few drinking parties with Shoko and others. How happy, but he knew that all this was just the calm before the storm. These days, Wild Rose has had her highlight moment. In the 88 Gate Bridge incident, the Chuling spell combined with Itadori's Black Flash killed Shui Tu and Wei Shang. These days, I have been shouting in everyone's ears every day. Come and welcome your little red. What are you standing there for? Give way to Yidianhong, or something like that. It really is floating. Itadori foolishly followed behind to cheer and recount the two men's heroic achievements. Little did he know that he had killed his two brothers, the sons of Zuo Suo. It's really filial piety. Fushiguro Megumi has also made great progress. Just like in the original work, he successfully opened his own field Chimera Dark Courtyard. Although it is only a prototype, the talent of being a descendant of the Zen family has been revealed. Shaolu came to Kyoto Yuan School while thinking. There was no other way. She owed Utahime a favor. Since she hoped that she could spare some time to guide her students, Shaolu would naturally not refuse. Anyway, the Shibuya Incident is about to happen, and the world of sorcery is about to change. Therefore, I can't teach for long. Teacher Shaolu, you are finally here. Don't show any mercy today, please encourage me as much as you can. Tudo Aoi immediately came over and said excitedly. Although, he was beaten badly by Shaolu in these days, but he has made great progress. Shaolu's mouth twitched, and he looked at the people in the Chanyuanmai who were already standing in line, waiting for his encouragement. They all looked expectant, waiting for Shaolu's instructions. After all, in the previous battle, Shaolu's strength completely convinced them. Shaolu nodded and was about to start, but he found that the person he had been paying close attention to in recent days was missing from the crowd. Shaolu frowned. Why didn't Mechanical Pill come today? After these words were spoken, Mai and others in the Zen temple looked a little lost, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. And Sanlin Shah clenched her fists and lowered her head. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Seeing this scene, even if they didn't say anything, Shaolu understood what happened. It seems that after the investigation by Utahime and others, they have discovered that something is wrong with the Mechanical Pill. In addition, after not finding the Mechanical Pill in the underground secret room, the high school has labeled him a traitor. Shaolu was silent for a while, then turned on her phone and found that today was October 30th, 2018. If I remember correctly, the Shibuya incident broke out on the 31st. That is tomorrow. Then today is the day when the Mechanical Pill has an accident. Want to save. Just then, ding, a new and important life choice has begun. Mission Option 1. Fight with Ibusuki Nuo using only physical skills. Reward. Kakashi's same intimate paradise. Task Option 2. Sukuna has many eyes, randomly poke 2 of them, and play as pain to carry rice. Reward. Field. Black Flash Octagonal Cage. Mission Option 3. Stop, Suguru Ghetto, S Honey Trap. Put the noose in the prison gate. Reward. Reverse Curse Technique. Chapter 71 Ultimate Mechanical Maru vs. Lezi Junran. Suddenly, Shaolu's eyes widened. What? Leading. Field Black Flash Octagonal Cage is here. System, are you serious? Judging from the literal meaning, does it mean that after opening the domain, you can pull the enemy into the domain to fight with you? When you think about it this way, it seems pretty impressive. Shaolu became interested at once. However, it is not an easy task to poke out Sukuna's eyes. Shaolu suppressed the shock in his heart and then looked at options 1 and 2. First, if you only use physical skills to fight against Shibuya, there is still a big risk. Although his 8 gates combined with 100% Black Flash can unleash powerful power, it should not be a problem for him to suppress Sukuna in terms of physical skills. But once Sukuna gets angry, it will be hard to say whether he can open the domain. The most important thing is that the rewards are too good. Kakashi and the Intimate Paradise. That's it. Before crossing over, had he read too few books? He was even tired of them. Besides, why do you need that thing when you already have Mei Mei? Then there is the third option. Stop the honey trap of nose. If you have to say so, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Now, it is the noose that occupies Geto Suguru's body in the Shibuya subway station. Even with the combined efforts of Luhu and the other natural disasters, they couldn't hold Gojo Satoru back for even a minute. The fake Geto Suguru, played by Koso, just called out Satoru, and held Gojo Satoru in place. If this isn't a beauty trap, what is it? It has to be said that Geto Suguru's body has been played around with by Nozomi. This noose is really amazing. After holding back for a long time, he finally used a beauty trap and actually captured Gojo Satoru. But the second reward was Reverse Curse Technique, which was useless to him. Now, he has the body of Hashirama, and his recovery ability is no worse than the Reverse Curse Technique. Unless I were given a fully automatic Reverse Curse Technique like that of Hyojinshi, I might consider it. So, in the final analysis, it is still too little. After some thought, Shaolu finally chose the second task. After all, when you come to the world of spells, how can you not have your own field? It seems that this time I have to find a way to not only blind Sukuna's eyes. I have to imitate pain and go to Shibuya to perform some spicy Tensen, Shinra Tensei and Shibuku Tensei. This time, the Shibuya incident will be even more lively with my participation. Teacher Shaolu, Chanyuanmai raised his hand and waved it in front of Shaolu's eyes, bringing him back to reality. My, what's going on? Chanyuanmai looked back at the classmates behind him, hesitated for a while and then said. Mechanical Maru, may not come back. After investigation, it is preliminarily determined that he is one of the traitors in the high school. At this point, everyone felt regretful again, and at the same time very puzzled. No one would have thought that the approachable and honest Mekamaru was actually a long time lurking inside the technical high school. The classmate they had been with day and night had now turned out to be a traitor. This was a huge blow to them. "Mai, do you think the mechanical pill is a traitor?" Suddenly, Chanyuan Mai's mouth corners slightly curved, and he leaned closer and whispered playfully. "Whether it's a spy or not, Teacher Shaolu should know better than anyone else, right? After all, that is a being in mythology that can predict the future." Hearing this, Shaoliushin's face froze slightly, and then she immediately thought of her sister Chanyuan Mai. No wonder the two sisters, who had never gotten along with each other, became closer than ever before during this period. It turned out that it was Maki who told her about the ability to predict the future that she had made up. At the same time, a big battle is breaking out at the dam on the outskirts of the forest. Boom! A huge mecha suddenly emerged from the water and roared to the sky. This is exactly the final trump card of Mekamaru, the ultimate Mekamaru, the absolute form. Bang! The mecha raised its hand and fired a cannon towards the real person, blasting the entire bridge in two. However, that desperate voice came again. "Ahahaha, I didn't expect you had such a powerful move hidden in your mind. Do you want to use the mecha to kill me and spread the news? Then I will drag you out of this broken iron shell and turn you into my artificial cursed spirit." The real person's forehead was covered in blood, and a crazy and sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. While running on the dam bridge, he dodged the destructive laser cannons fired by the frame controlled by the mechanical pill. Keigai Ageto, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but feel regretful. What a good helper, but a pity that he is a little too naughty. "Since you didn't listen and knew my plan, then please just go and die." Inside the mecha, Mekamaru was gritting his teeth and controlling the mecha to continuously attack the real person, while constantly thinking in his mind. Damn it, the mecha has limited abilities to use, and there is also the account set up by Yuji in the outside world. The message simply couldn't get out. But no matter what method I use, I must get in touch with Gojo Satoru and spread the news. Tell him about Shibuya's plan. Only in this way can Gojo Satoru come to protect me. See you all again, and I will reunite with everyone in this healthy and true face. Thinking of this, Mechanical Maru's eyes became more determined and he shouted. 2 years of charging, double heavy cannon. Boom! A powerful beam cannon fired at the real person, and the entire dam was directly blasted through by this terrifying power. For a moment, the earth trembled, dust flew, and the lake water churned up huge waves. However, the real person sneaked around to the side of the fuselage without anyone noticing, and it was in a blind spot. He raised his huge right fist, which was growing larger rapidly, and swung it towards the face of the machine frame. Bang! The huge mecha was knocked back by the punch, and the ground shook continuously. What a powerful force! Although the mechanical ball in the cockpit was protected by a steel shell, it was still shaken by the blow and fell back, feeling dizzy. He gritted his teeth and forcibly controlled the mecha to stop his body. No, a protracted war is not good for me. The damage to my mecha will accumulate and eventually it will be scrapped. We must have a quick resolution. Charge for 5 years. Tail-chasing bullet, quintet. As the sound of the mechanical pill fell, 5 turrets were exposed on the shoulders of the mecha. Bang bang bang. 5 missiles containing a large amount of cursed power were fired at the same time, creating a dazzling light in the sky. These 5 homing spell force missiles inherited the hope and faith in his heart. Their missiles were not aimed at real people, but at the shackles that prevented him from returning to the embrace of the Polytechnic. The real person transformed the spell power into wings. 2 wings grew out from its back, and it kept circling around to avoid missiles. Tisk! It turned out to be a missile with built-in tracking. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the missile. If you get hit, you'll be seriously injured at least. In that case, whoosh! The real person decisively changed direction and flew towards the direction of the mechanical pill. The arm squirmed and transformed into an extremely sharp bone knife with a cold glow. Cut off your control lines and see how you can control these missiles. Swish! The bone knife slashed down suddenly, first quickly cutting off the wire behind the mecha's head, and then sliding along the hard shell. Sizzle! Sparks flew from the mecha's steel shell, and it was eventually slashed by the real man, leaving a deep groove. Sparks and lightning flew everywhere, and half of the mecha's arm lost control. However, in the cockpit, the mechanical pill was not panicked, and first punched the real person and sent him flying backwards. Then a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Countless memorable scenes flashed through his mind, finally settling on the people in the college. I can win. I want to reunite with everyone with this healthy body. Reload the technique. Die. The corners of Jijiwan's mouth were bleeding, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. With a roar, the mecha's fist transformed into a giant drill that rotated at high speed and hit the real person. This attack, regardless of everything, the real person flew backwards at high speed with blood all over his face. Ha ha ha, you actually managed to push me to this point. But that's it. He suddenly opened his mouth, revealing 3 pairs of pale little hands. The little hands crossed each other, forming an extremely complicated handprint. The field expands. Self-enclosed circle. Chapter 72 on the eve of Shibuya Incident. As the real person finished speaking, the empty and silent space instantly spread out, wrapping the mechanical pill in it. The real person sat cross-legged in the air above the field, with his long blue hair fluttering. Behind him, countless pale hands gathered and bloomed like lotus flowers. The big hand stretched out infinitely, pressing the huge mecha controlled by the mechanical pill to the ground. After the mecha fell to the ground and struggled for a while, it became silent and even the energy lights went out completely. The mecha that was about to burst out with great power in the last second has now become a piece of scrap metal. Okay, that's the end. Looking at the huge mecha that had fallen motionless in front of him, the real person said indifferently. I'm sorry to have extinguished your only hope. As someone who was born out of negative emotions, I can clearly feel the despair in your heart at this moment. But don't bring your so-called dreams and hopes into battle. It makes you look too pitiful. The real person put his hands behind his head, turned his back to the mechanical pill, and spoke like a winner instructing the loser. Inside the cockpit, it was dark, and the mechanical pill hung its head in silence. Is this the field? It really makes people feel boundless despair. However, there is a field in the world of spells that has been passed down to this day, which is specifically created for the weak. Thinking of this, a woman with long blue hair seemed to appear in the dim vision. She looked fierce and suddenly drew her sword. Suddenly, Mechanical Maru raised his head abruptly, and opened his bloodshot eyes as wide as possible. Blue flames composed of cursed energy appeared all over his body. New yin flow. Simple field. The real person outside suddenly stopped, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and just as he was about to turn around. Phew. The real person widened his pupils and looked at his pierced body in disbelief. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, his body rapidly expanded and twisted, exploding into a ball of blood mist. Snap. The realm is broken. Mechanical Pill was overjoyed. Success. All you have to do now is kill Geto Shiu and you can escape. I can win. The images of the people from the high school reappeared in Mechanical Maru's mind. But before I could be happy for long. Snap. The beautiful scene suddenly shattered like a mirror, and then the barrier of the cockpit was blown apart. The red alarm sounded like a countdown to death. The real person showed a ferocious smile, and his left hand turned into a huge high-speed rotating drill, attacking his face. So, you couldn't kill him completely. Mechanical Pill's pupils shrank sharply, his heart was filled with despair, and he looked at the red self-destruct button beside him. It seems that there is no other choice. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see you all again until the end. Boom. The drill crushed all defenses in the cockpit and headed straight for his face. Mechanical Maru looked determined, and roared with all his strength, come on. Mechanical Maru. At this moment, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared, and with a sudden clench, they crushed the drill condensed by the real person in an instant. At the same time, it stopped the Mechanical Pill's finger from pressing the self-destruct button. Outside, Yuji put his hands in his pockets and raised his eyebrows slightly. Am I dazzled? There seemed to be a flash of yellow light just now. The next second, the real person's figure flew out and landed heavily at his feet. Ahem. The real person covered his neck and spit out blood, aggrieved. Tsuyu, the Mechanical Pill has been rescued. Who is it? I didn't see clearly. The other party was incredibly fast and disappeared in a flash. But I guess it's Shaolu. After all, Lu who mentioned this ability last time. Yuji was stunned at first, then he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I had presbyopia. After all, his lasso is also a 1,000-year-old monster. The real person struggled to stand up and said speechlessly, hey. Shaolu, isn't the point whether your eyes are blurry or not. Robomaru has been rescued. Our plan will be known to the high school. Ha. Yuji flicked his sleeves, turned his back to the real person, and said in a tone that everything was under control. So what if the senior college knows about this? What if I play with my cards openly? This is an open conspiracy, otherwise why would I tell Mechamaru about these plans? Also, the most important thing is that Mechamaru doesn't know. Hearing this, the real person immediately sat up straight and asked, you didn't tell him about the sealing of Gojo Satoru? Of course, this kind of thing can only be known by you, the ones I trust the most. Let's go. Call Luhu and the others, and go to Shibuya to make arrangements in advance. At the same time, in an underground secret room, Shaolu put the seriously injured Mechanical Pill down. Thank you for saving my life, but with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill those two cursed spirits just now, right? Jijiwin was bathing in the nutrient pool, feeling extremely weak. Shaolu said calmly, I am not the real body. That's right, this is just a wood-release clone of Shaolu. I should be setting up the Flying Thunder God Seal in Shibuya now. After separating this clone, the order given was to rescue the Mechanical Pill and not to fight with the real one. After all, Geto Suguru's strength is a level higher than the real one's. So, there is no risk. Hearing this, Mechanical Pill was stunned. A clone, so that's what it is. You should take good care of your injuries. When you recover, you can explain to the senior specialist yourself. After saying that, Shaolu turned into white mist and completely dissipated with a bang. Seeing this, Mechanical Pill could only sigh at the mystery of Shaolu's abilities. He pulled a mecha mask from his pocket. Call. Fortunately, there is still a little energy left, which should be enough to control the puppet left in the high school. He kept a lot of masks of this kind in the technical college so that he could contribute his final strength after his death. Before deciding to use the real person, he had already prepared for the worst. But unexpectedly, the one who came to save him this time was not Gojo Satoru, but Shaolu, who had taken a special look at him during the exchange meeting that day. Could it be that he noticed something was wrong at that time. Forget it. For now, I should use the last bit of my cursed power to tell everyone about their plan to massacre in Shibuya. In the college classroom, the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window onto the ground, reflecting the figures of Miwa Kasumi and others. Dongtang leaned against the door with his hands folded, while Chanyuanmai and others sat on wooden stools and chairs without saying a word. They all looked at the mechanical puppet sitting motionless at the front of the classroom. During the years of getting along with each other in the technical college, Jijiwan was taciturn and rather boring. But his warm heart was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts, and he became an indispensable member of Kyoto Academy. Before this, Kasumi Miwa and others had tried to communicate with the puppet many times. But a puppet is just a puppet after all. Without the control of the mechanical ball, it will naturally not respond. Sanlungxia lowered her head and sighed softly. Before this, he had said that it would not be long before he would meet everyone in his true form. But why did he become a ghost overnight? Zen Yuanmai smiled and said, perhaps, things will turn around. Don't comfort me, my-san. Utahime-sensei's investigation won't be wrong. Chanyuanmai smiled but said nothing. Only she knew that the matter of the mechanical pill was definitely not that simple. Otherwise, why would Shaolu leave suddenly? It must be his eyes that foresaw something. He's such a safe man. Now she understood why her sister looked at Shaolu with something strange in her eyes. At this moment, the mecha puppet sitting in front suddenly moved. Chapter 73, Shibuya Big Stage, come if you are destined to. The mechanical puppet turned around very stiffly and faced everyone. Mechanical pill, you. For a moment, everyone looked at him warily. After all, he was now a traitor. I don't have much energy left, so I beg you to listen to me from now on. A weak voice came from the mecha. On October 31st, the cursed spirits will stage a massacre in Shibuya. The purpose is unknown, but it is definitely not as simple as it seems. Please meet. Before he could finish his words, the faint red light in the eyes of the mechanical puppet completely went out. The classroom fell into silence instantly. Humph, can you trust what this guy says now? Dongtang said unhappily that what he hated most was betrayal. Sanlin Shaw's eyes were extremely complicated. If what he said is true, isn't it tomorrow? No matter what, let's tell the teachers the news. Chanyuanmai stood up and spoke. I agree. October 31st 2018 1900. Shibuya, Tokyo. As a prosperous neighborhood symbolizing business, entertainment, and culture, it is naturally the favorite place for young people. Plus it's Halloween night, the streets of Shibuya are already crowded with people. People gather here cosplaying as various horror characters. There were couples wearing ghost masks taking photos and checking in, and there was a man wearing a scary pumpkin head scaring people everywhere. They are enjoying the joy of Halloween and releasing the pressure that has been accumulated in their hearts for a long time. Little did they know that the real terror was approaching quietly. Oh, keep drinking. You can't take it anymore, bro. Hurry up. A man can't say no. Shut up, idiot. A young man climbed onto the roof of the car under the encouragement of the people around him, and drank the half can of wine in his hand in one gulp under the gaze of everyone. The man's behavior caused cheers from those around him and the atmosphere became more lively. Just at this moment, with a bang, it attracted everyone's attention. Two half-drunk men were running and fighting and seemed to have knocked over something. But when I got up and looked ahead, there was nothing in front of me. Wait, there's nothing in front of me, why? Did we encounter a ghost? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are those two idiots drunk and out of their minds? Are they gesticulating at the air? Yes, I also met a ghost. Who among you on Halloween isn't a famous evil ghost? Then, some people who didn't believe in it went to try it. As a result, they were all blocked by the invisible air. One or two is fine, but as more and more people try it, they gradually realize that something is wrong. Even many timid people fell into panic. What is going on? Are we trapped by an invisible force? Just when everyone was panicking. At the top of the subway station, 5 figures squatted in a circle, playing mahjong. Tsuyu, it seems that Mekamaru told the High Commissioner about our plan to operate in Shibuya. Among these people, there are also many sorcerers and assistant supervisors. The real person transformed his palm into a telescope and squatted on the roof to observe. Yuji waved his hand and smiled calmly. It doesn't matter, the senior executive doesn't know our ultimate goal. So, they can't defend themselves no matter what. The powerful people from the academy are not in this area. Tell Tuogan below to take action. Take all these hostages inside the subway station. Outside, the cheerful atmosphere has disappeared, replaced by endless panic. Ijichi and others are trying hard to maintain order, but the effect is minimal. Damn it, this is the first time I've seen an account that was instantly generated. The phone call is not working and the messages are blocked. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up at the entrance of the subway station. It was like the mouth of an abyss. The powerful suction force sucked large numbers of people into the cave. Faced with the sudden situation, ordinary people have no ability to resist at all and can only allow their bodies to be sucked into the cave. Ijichi and others who possessed cursed powers could only barely maintain their bodies and had no time to care about ordinary people. Ah, save me, what on earth happened? At this moment, cheers turned into screams. The dense crowd was like fallen leaves in a strong wind, being uncontrollably sucked into the subway station by the powerful suction force. Not long after, the venue suddenly became deserted, with only a dozen or so assistant supervisors left. Mr. Ijichi, the account here seems to have no restrictions on us. A beautiful blonde assists the supervisor and easily passes her hand through the tent. Ijichi was overjoyed. Quick, Nita, let's go out right away and tell Gojo Satoru and the others what happened here. 1 hour later, on the viaduct, there were probably thousands of people caught up in the subway station right below us. And this tent, which is nearly 400 meters long, is also extremely strange. This is the first time I've seen a tent with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was set up in an instant. The opponent's method is extremely clever. Although the signal is blocked, sorcerers and those who can use the initial level of spell power to assist supervisors can enter and exit freely. If the other party wants to kill people, the consequences will be disastrous. Yizidi's expression was extremely serious, and he told the whole story in detail. Standing opposite him were Nanami, Fushiguro Megumi, and Wild Boar, who had received the mission. Nanami held her dark forehead and sighed. Tisk, working overtime is annoying already, but now it has become so troublesome. And I can feel the remaining cursed energy in the air, and it's relatively familiar. Fushiguro Megumi frowned. Teacher Nanami, are you referring to the 4 great natural disasters? Yeah, Nanami straightened her tactical eyes. So, where's Gojo Satoru? He believed that faced with this unprecedented situation, only Gojo Satoru could handle it. No, we have to add a freak named Shaolu. At the same time, the entrance to Shibuya Food Avenue is outside the tent. This is how the whole thing happened. Even though we knew the information in advance, we still couldn't. Nita pulled her golden hair hard, and her pretty face looked a little lost and self-blaming. Sister Nita, don't blame yourself too much. Shibuya is so big, no one knows where they will choose to act. Kugasaki Nobara gently stroked his shoulder and comforted him. Shin Tien calmed down and nodded. I and other assistant supervisors will work hard to find the key to breaking the formation. Let's work together to resolve this disaster. Well, let's work hard together. Kill all those cursed spirits. Maybe you can even use this to advance to the level of a sorcerer. Nobara Kugasaki put one hand on her waist and swung the hammer in her hand twice. Then, he looked at Shaolu, Maki and Zen and Naobi behind him with full enthusiasm. A direct associate of the Zen Temple, a special first-class sorcerer. Zenuan Maki, 4th level sorcerer, upgrade review in progress. Kugizaki Nobara, 3rd level sorcerer, upgrade review in progress. As for Shaolu, ever since she suppressed 3 special level natural disasters alone at the last sister exchange meeting, she has been promoted to a special level sorcerer. This made Nobara Kugasaki and Maki envious for a long time. On the other hand, the Zen Temple's ZB people stared at Shaolu from the moment they saw her. Hey, Lao Deng from the Zenin family, why are you staring at me? Shaolu was speechless. He didn't have a good impression of the Chanyuan family. Haha, a newly promoted special level player, how can I not be curious? I just don't know how strong he is. Zenin Naobi has been stuck at the 1st level sorcerer for a long time. His strength is among the best even among the 1st level sorcerers. Therefore, I am very curious about Master Shaolu. Maki's expression was indifferent, and he said coldly, Haha, Naobi, you are not even as good as one of his fingers. The beard that is close to popularity is erected. Girl, after all, we are from the same Chanyuan family. Why are you siding with outsiders? Humph, do you expect me to speak for the Chanyuan family? You, the ZB people were stunned, and their scalps went numb from being stared at by those extremely cold eyes. I was just about to give you a lecture as an elder. But thinking of what Maki had experienced at the Zen Temple home, he tactfully shut his mouth for a moment. Soon, several people came to the tent. As Kugasaki and others walked in one after another. Bang! Suddenly, a strong repulsive force came, shocking Shaolu back 2 steps. Kugasaki and his companions who had just entered the tent immediately turned their heads and looked at the situation with strange expressions. How could this happen? Didn't they say that sorcerers can come and go freely? Why is Shaolu the only one excluded? Shaolu carefully looked at the tent in front of him and immediately understood. Interesting, it seems that the noose has put a lot of effort into restricting me. And this was only the outermost layer. He could clearly sense that the closer he got to the innermost core tent, the greater the repulsive force it produced on him. But do you really think you can stump me like this? Shaolu turned on the blur function, his figure began to become blurry and distorted, and he slowly stepped forward. Chapter 74, Conspiracy against Gojo Satoru. Buzz. Ripples appeared on the surface of the black tent, and Shaolu successfully passed through the first layer of the tent. But the moment he released his virtuality, a strong repulsive force came over him again. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were constantly pushing him out of the tent. Shaolu stopped moving and thought, even if I enter the tent, will the repulsive force still exist? In other words, one must always maintain a perfect state of emptiness in order to be immune to the rejection effect of the account. Although he was already an eternal kaleidoscope, he did not need to worry about the consumption of pupil power. However, the maximum time limit for perfect blur is 5 minutes, and it must be turned on again after the time is up. This will result in a brief gap during this period. If it were the repulsive force of the innermost layer of the tent, I would probably be flung out in an instant. Thinking of this, he sneered in his heart. Haha, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the closer to the center, the greater the repulsion on oneself. In order to restrict me, Suguru Geto, and his friends really put a lot of thought into it. At this moment, the phone rang. Shaolu looked closely and saw that the caller was Yi Masamiki. When the call was connected, a serious middle-aged male voice came out. Shaolu, Ijichi and the others have initially analyzed the locations of the core points of the formation, but there are many man-made cursed spirits guarding there, so they can't get close. Most importantly, there are curse masters who are specifically hunting down assistant supervisors. 2 of them have already been seriously injured. We are short of manpower now, so I hope you can go and protect them, otherwise the progress of breaking the account will be greatly slowed down. Finally, please tell your teammates that the plan has changed. Everyone should stay outside the tent for the time being. This is an order from the top. They said that in order to reduce casualties, only Gojo Satoru was allowed to enter. I am only responsible for relaying the message. You can decide how to do it. There is no need to listen to those old guys. The call was hung up. Since it was on speakerphone, Kugasaki and the others could hear it clearly. He looked at the 3 people who were stunned. So, what do you think? Ding Yejangwei curled her lips and said in dissatisfaction. What? Reducing losses means reducing the casualties among sorcerers, right? You don't care about the lives of ordinary people. Besides, I was thinking about killing more cursed spirits and becoming a second-level sorcerer. This is really disappointing. Zen Yunzibi raised his chin proudly. The higher-ups have no right to interfere with how our Zen family acts. After some thought, Maki said seriously. Since the principal mentioned on the phone that there are man-made cursed spirits guarding the cores of the formations, and there are curse masters hunting and assisting in supervision, why don't we disperse and help? Perhaps we can clear the account as soon as possible. I agree. My hammer has been thirsty for a long time. Kugasaki Nobara threw her short hair behind her head, waved the hammer in her hand, and said excitedly. In that case, let's go. Shaolu chuckled and patted Kugasaki Nobara's shoulder, quietly left the Flying Thunder God mark, and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, he also created several would-release clones and headed for the underground station. These accounts can only affect his original body, while the clones condensed through chakra are not affected. It would be better to assist Ijichi and the others to break through the first few layers of tense as soon as possible, so that it will not affect his next actions. Extension of the new south exit of Shibuya Station. Panda and Kusakabe were walking on the desolate street. Kusakabe put his hands in his pockets, holding the stick of a lollipop that he had already eaten but was reluctant to spit out, and said listlessly. They specifically asked Wu Tiao to go in and exchange the hostages. Isn't this a clear conspiracy? The panda had big dark circles under his eyes and said dissatisfiedly. The most ridiculous thing is that the top management actually agreed to it. Although Gojo Satoru is invincible, the feeling of being tricked is still unpleasant. Kusakabe laughed at himself. We can't help it. To put it nicely, we are extraordinary sorcerers. To put it bluntly, we are the pawns of the higher-ups and we have to obey orders. Besides, don't Nanami, Mei Mei, and the recently popular Shaolu have to do the same? At this point, he looked at the panda curiously. Is Shaolu really as strong as the rumors say? The panda smiled slyly. If you don't agree, go challenge him. ... Meanwhile, underground station. The crowd was in panic and chaos. The children cried loudly, and the elderly leaned on their relatives and breathed with difficulty. FK, hurry up and call Gojo Satoru over. A yellow-haired man was pounding the account book and shouting. The man dressed as a vampire asked. What are you talking about? Who is Gojo Satoru? What can he do if he comes? I don't know either. The guy with a tuft of long hair on his forehead and a seam on his head said that as long as Gojo Satoru comes, we can get out. In the crowd, a woman dressed as a sexy cat demon and wearing a policewoman uniform said disdainfully. These men are more panicky than us girls when encountering problems. They are not calm at all. They are really stupid. A male zombie angrily said. Oh, yes, yes. You are noble and you are amazing. Have you forgotten how everyone got dragged into this just now? It's just like flushing toilet water, sucked in without resistance, understand? Who wouldn't panic? What are you yelling about, you low-educated guy? Haha, you have a high level of education and are capable of going out. Just as everyone was arguing fiercely, the dark tent surface shook and a pair of large hands reached in. A black eye mask and a head of white hair, who is this guy cosplaying as? Gojo Satoru ignored everyone and analyzed the general situation at the scene. Oh, the situation seems a little bad. Gojo Satoru didn't think too much and simply stepped on everyone's heads to reach the highest point. He touched his chin and muttered, well, I think I know what the other person is thinking. In that case, I'll keep you company. 5 underground floors. Yuji slowly opened his eyes and smiled. That man is coming. At the same time, Qingshan Cemetery. Humph. They actually asked my elder sister to be their backup. Those old men in the upper echelons are really short-sighted. Yu, who was wearing overalls, stomped his feet angrily and said indignantly. Mei Mei, who was playing with her phone, smiled and said. It doesn't matter, as long as the senior executives don't shortchange me. Itadori's mouth twitched slightly. Are we really going to let Gojo Satoru handle it all by himself? Besides, I heard that the assistant supervisor is being hunted by the curse master. Shouldn't we do something about it? Mei Mei opened her red lips and said, don't worry, Shaolu has gone to help the assistant supervisor. I believe that with him around, there will be no more casualties. After all, he is a very reliable man. Sister, Can he take care of all the auxiliary supervision by himself? Besides, that guy doesn't seem like a good person. Yu took the opportunity to complain. He hadn't forgotten the last time Shaolu threatened him with his summer homework. He is not an ordinary primary school student. Would he be afraid of a few summer homeworks? When you meet him next time, remember to call him brother-in-law. What? Hearing this, Yu widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief, and she felt as if the sky had fallen. Chapter 75. The Death Date of Pigtail Haruta. Mei Mei ignored Yu, who looked as pale as death, and stood up gracefully, smiling faintly. Let's go. The Meiji Jingu Mei station will also be closed, and there are said to be many artificial cursed spirits. It's time to earn gold coins. The price given by the higher-ups is 5,000 yuan for a level 2 cursed spirit. Yeah, Itadori excitedly rolled up his sleeves, showing off his biceps. Subway station, 5th floor below ground. Gojo Satoru stood on the subway with a calm expression, looking at the 3 people opposite him, Luhu, Hanami, and Shoso, with great interest. I have seen the volcano head and the cursed spirit next to it that can control the vegetation several times. As for the guy next to him with dark circles under his eyes similar to Shoko, is he new? Looks like I have some kidney deficiency. No, maybe a little anemic. Just as Gojo Satoru was complaining in his heart, Yu said nothing and raised his hand to create countless vines to block the exit above. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru curled his lips slightly and said jokingly, is it that serious? I won't run away. After all, once I leave, you will kill everyone here, right? Not bad, Volcano Head. You finally figured out how to play a trick. You deserve praise. Do you want me to give you a little red flower? At this point, Gojo Satoru bent down and clapped his hands as if he was coaxing a child. Boom. The temperature suddenly rose inside the subway station. The leaky lake is still the same, and it gets irritated after just a few words. The Mount Fuji above is ready to erupt. Haha, do you think I'm too kind? Even if you don't run away, you must kill all the ants here. As the words fell, the valves fixed on both sides suddenly opened. The secret hemp crowd fell down. For a while, the cries of panic continued. Faced with this sudden scene, Gojo Satoru frowned slightly. Did they hide so many hostages on both sides without my knowledge? Luhu felt secretly pleased when he saw that Wu Tiaowu was at a loss. Before this, Yuji said, Gojo Satoru is at his strongest when he is alone. In this case, use a large number of ordinary people who are powerless to surround him. Interfere with him, restrict him, and tie his hands and feet. But we can let go and do a great job. Are you ready, Yu? It's hunting time. As soon as the words fell, Luhu and Yu flashed and rushed into the crowd. There were constant screams of death, some were burned to charcoal by the flames, some were pierced through the body by hard vines and then sucked dry. The person behind him always looks listless. A ball of bright red, hot blood condensed on his chest. Red blood technique, cut and pull, call out. The blood drop stretched and condensed, turning into a sharp arrow that shot out at high speed. Its speed was far beyond that of an ordinary bullet. After piercing through more than 10 humans in succession, it stopped 3 feet in front of Gojo Satoru. But in this way, the scarlet blood successfully blocked Gojo Satoru's vision. When his vision returned, Hu and Yu had already appeared in front of him. The 2 men were face to face, their fists pressed tightly together, with extremely excited smiles on their faces, and they shouted at the same time. Gojo Satoru, don't underestimate the bond between us. Sign. Boom. The 2 fists collided with the limitless barrier, causing a huge impact that shook the surrounding people to fly everywhere. Seeing that Gojo Satoru did not fight back, Luhu grinned evilly. Geto Suguru said that the damage caused by any of Gojo Satoru's techniques is enormous, and it is almost impossible not to affect ordinary people nearby. This is true whether it is Kang or he. Therefore, in this situation, he can only choose to use unlimited defense. So the trick that can hit without limit for the time being is. Luhu and Yu spoke at the same time. Extension of the field, the 2 of them simultaneously wrapped the power of the domain around their fists. Slowly, the fist was getting closer and closer to Gojo Satoru. Boom. Gojo Satoru flashed to the high platform. Not bad, you actually use such a subtle method. It seems that the curse master behind you is very knowledgeable. Just now, the extension of the domain they mentioned was very similar to the Nuyen flow and simple domain commonly used by Sanlin Shah. Abandon the scope of the domain opening and wrap it in your hand. Although the effect of the hit is not high, it can neutralize one's own bottom line. Theoretically, it is possible to break through unlimited defense and hit yourself. Gojo Satoru smiled and said, things are becoming more and more interesting. He slowly pulled down the blindfold, revealing bright pale blue 6 eyes. Seeing this, Luhu subconsciously closed his eyes, but was punched on the head by Yu who was standing beside him. He said unhappily, idiot, this is 6 eyes, not Shaolu's scarlet eyes. Ahahaha, Luhu touched his head awkwardly, it's all because of that damn Shaolu. It's almost become a muscle memory for me. Hana Yu, we have to be serious from now on. As long as we can hold off until Geto Suguru and Yuman Zhang show up, we'll succeed. Meanwhile, outside the account, the streets are illuminated by dim street lights. Ha ha ha, let me go, I won't participate in the Shibuya project. Please. Chunta, with pigtails, covered his injured arm with a look of horror and limped on the street. From time to time, he would look back at Shaolu's position. Blood dripped down his arm to the ground. At this moment, there was only one line left on the wrinkle under his eye, which was his lucky bar. Haruta still couldn't figure out why there was such a powerful person among the assistant supervisors. From the moment they started fighting, he was completely crushed and had no strength to fight back. Why am I so unlucky? In the auxiliary supervision, can you also kick the titanium alloy iron plate? Shaolu, wearing an assistant supervisor's uniform, followed him slowly. During the Shibuya Incident, it was this bullying brat who specifically targeted the weak assistant supervisors. And he used a backstab sneak attack. Moreover, he almost killed Nobara Kugasaki and Arata, and was finally saved by Nanami, but he still survived. It was the right decision for Masamiki to let himself be the protector and assistant supervisor. Because he had read the script in advance. So, he went straight to Aijichi and Miss Nita and changed into the assistant supervisor's uniform. The long, fishing, process began, waiting for the boy to take the bait. Soon, Haruta set his sights on himself. The result was that the sneak attack failed and he was beaten up by Shaolu instead. He used wood style, fire style, and water style, but this kid just wouldn't die. He can hold on better than an indestructible cockroach, and each time he is left with half his life. All of this is due to his metaphysical technique Miracle. When you are attacked fatally, your ridiculous luck will be automatically triggered, thus saving your life. The number of miracles was clearly written on his face. Now, there is only one last lucky stripe left on his face. Then it's time to send you on your way. Wood release. Grafting technique. Chapter 76. What does the noose trick on you have to do with me, Shaolu? Oink oink. A sharp wooden stick broke out of the ground and nailed Haruta to the wall. Looking at Haruta, who was screaming and struggling but still not dead, Shaolu couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the miracle technique. The wood summoned by the grafting technique cleverly avoided Haruta's vital points. However, in doing so, the last lucky stripe on his face completely disappeared. Shaolu, haha, you little braided bully, it seems your luck has run out. At this time, Aijichi and Nita ran over from behind. Is he the curse master who had been hunting down the assistant supervisor? But now, Shaolu took him for a walk like a dog and finally nailed him to the wall. Nita stepped forward, bowed and thanked him. Thanks to you for helping me this time, otherwise there would have been more assistant supervisors who fell victim to his murderous hands. Shaolu smiled and nodded. Do you need to interrogate him? Shin Tien smiled and nodded. Thank you for your help. Hearing this, Shaolu looked at Chuntai, who was struggling in pain on the wall, and said calmly, I'll give you 1 minute to tell me all the information I know. I can still spare half your life with my noose. As soon as these words came out, Aijichi and Nita, who were standing by, were stunned at first. Then I immediately understood what Shaolu meant and almost couldn't help laughing. I say. Hearing that he could survive, Haru was so excited that he temporarily forgot the severe pain in his body. Although the other party might cheat on him, does he have any choice now? At one point, Haruta told everything he knew, but most of them are the locations of the core points of the formation and the preliminary plan of Suguru Jia. I told you everything I know, but I really don't know what their specific plans are. Shaolu nodded. Haruta was naturally not qualified to know Sha Yuji's plan, so he probably didn't lie. In this way, we know the locations of many array points, so we can quickly break through the outer layer. Chuntai, with tears in his eyes, cast an expectant look at Shaolu. I have told you everything I know. I guarantee there will be no omissions. Look, oh, then you can go die. Shaolu's Sharingan rotated, Amaterasu, raging. The terrifying black flames instantly enveloped Haruta completely. Ah, you don't keep your word. Noose, FK. Then, Haruta opened his mouth and spoke a lot of greetings that were highly suggestive of his mother. This made Aijichi and Nita behind him unable to hold back any longer and burst out laughing. As auxiliary supervisors, they are professionally trained and would never laugh under normal circumstances. Unless you can't help it. Shaolu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled secretly in his heart. What does the deception have to do with me, Shaolu? Go to hell and say hello to Nozomi's family. Under the engulfment of Amaterasu's black flames, Haruta's curses became quieter and quieter, and he finally died, happily. Amaterasu burned Haruta until not even ashes were left before the flame slowly went out. Let's go. Let's find the center of the formation and break through the curtain as soon as possible. Shaolu clapped his hands and looked at the two people who were stunned behind him. Ah, oh, Aijichi and Nita nodded dumbly. What a terrifying flame, it actually burned the opponent to ashes. But it's a good thing this way, as it saves them the trouble of dealing with the corpses. Then, the three of them pulled out the ceiling nails nailed in the hidden corners one after another according to the positions provided by Haruta. That is the center of the formation. As for the man-made cursed spirits guarding the center of the formation, Shaolu only needs to glare at them to summon Amaterasu to burn them to death. The eternal kaleidoscope is so arrogant. If it were before, I would have gone blind if I had done so much. Snap. With a crisp sound, the outermost layer of the tent was automatically torn apart. Call. Finally I've cleared the first layer. There are 5 layers left. Keep going. Shin Tien wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Shaolu, now that the threat from the curse master has been resolved, go help the other magicians. Yes, Mr. Aijichi is right, it would be a waste to use your strength to continue to assist us. Nita nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Shaolu nodded. In fact, The best solution now is to cooperate with auxiliary supervision to find the eye of the formation and break the tent as soon as possible. Only in this way can we completely solve the only factor that limits ourselves. But as the Shibuya incident progressed, Itadori will fight with Zhang Shang, and then there will be a big brotherhood scene. Fushiguro Megumi will meet the immortal reincarnation, Fushiguro Shigeki, and a battle between father and son will take place. Therefore, Shaolu decided to go to the underground floor of the subway station first, which was where Nanami Kugasaki was. It just happens to be the location of the first layer of accounts, so there is no need to worry about rejection. Finally, Shaolu left behind a wood clone following the two of them. First of all, it can protect two people. Secondly, you can directly remove the cursed spirit guarding the center of the formation, thus speeding up the progress of breaking the account. At the same time, inside the dark railway, Shuguru Geto, Achu, I can sneeze too, is someone gossiping about me behind my back? Then, he seemed to sense something, and his lips curved slightly. Oh, you actually broke through the first layer of the tent so quickly. You're quite skillful, but it doesn't matter. As long as Shaolu can't get into this last layer of the tent, everything will be in vain. Gojo Satoru seems to be taking it easy. We need to ask the real person to give him some strength. Otherwise I wouldn't dare show up like this. Geto Shiu laughed at himself. Subway station, 5th floor below ground. Gojo Satoru kicked Hanamiya away, and then threw Rokuko towards Hanamiya like a bowling ball. Luhu flew uncontrollably towards Wayu. Wayu, catch me. Boom. The wall was shaking violently, and the leak was deeply embedded in the wall. Wayu was hanging on the wall, his hands folded across his chest, his face solemn. Yuji missed one thing. Gojo Satoru, who has released his unlimited power and used physical techniques, is even more terrifying. In this case, the risk of Luhu and I being kicked out is still very high. Did he really miss it, or did he do it on purpose? It pulled the coral out of the wall, split up and pulled Gojo Satoru. Afterwards, Hanami decisively released the extension domain and manipulated the twisted vines underground to grab Gojo Satoru. Seeing this, Luhu screamed, "Don't touch the extended field, Wayu." However, it was too late. Call out. A blurry figure flashed by, and Gojo Satoru showed a crazy smile and pressed Hanamiya to death against the wall before she could react. He looked at the two Angelica roots on Wayu's head that looked like sheep horns. This should be your weakness, right? After saying this, Gojo Satoru grabbed it with his backhand and suddenly pulled it out. Purple blood spurted out, staining Gojo Satoru's hands, and a long vine was pulled out by the roots. Wayu covered the empty wound and screamed. Zhangshang and Luhu on the side wanted to help, but their attacks were easily blocked by Gojo Satoru, who had activated his unlimited power. Boom. The powerful thrust pressed Wayu against the wall, making him unable to move. Gojo Satoru grinned madly and increased his thrust. Boom. Snap. Dense spider-like cracks instantly appeared on the wall, and Wayu's body was almost flattened by this powerful pressure. Gojo Satoru, watch over here. Luhu condensed a fireball in his hand. However, the next second, the fireball went out, and Luhu stood there in a daze, with tears dripping from the corners of his eyes. Looking at Wayu, who was squeezed into blood, Luhu said in disbelief. Hanyu is dead. Gojo Satoru slowly side-glanced, his pale blue six eyes staring indifferently at Luhu, and said expressionlessly. Next, bang, two figures collided at high speed. Even though Luhu was extremely angry at the moment, he was still no match for Gojo Satoru. After being knocked away again, Luhu mixed into the group, hoping to restrict Gojo Satoru from taking action. At the same time, he roared, swelling. If you keep paddling, I'll kill you first. Chapter 77. Go for broke, 0. 2 seconds of infinite space. It saw everything that this kid Zhangshang did. From the beginning till now, he has always looked listless. The blood arrows shot out were even shorter and weaker, and their power was far less than usual. Afraid of scratching Gojo Satoru's skin, Luhu suppressed his anger and kept moving among the crowd, using them as shields. I can't let Wayu die in vain. I'm going to blend in with the crowd and fight while I run. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing Luhu scolding him, he scratched his ears sleepily and shot out several blood arrows again. The blood arrow instantly pierced through the crowd around Gojo Satoru, and finally stopped at the invisible barrier with no lower limit. This time, his purpose is revenge. A few days ago, in the 88 Bridge incident, his two younger brothers died at the hands of Itadori and Nobara Kugasaki. Therefore, he had no interest in launching a sneak attack on Gojo Satoru. Of course, your strength should be reserved for your enemies. In this way, the crowd around Gojo Satoru was cleared away at once. Gojo Satoru thought, the crowd around me gradually dwindled and the space became larger. It gave me the opportunity to perform the technique. After all, the opponent also realized that my physical skills were overwhelming and would not give me the opportunity for close combat. But now, no more worries. Thinking of this, he slowly closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I can't save all of you. But we will definitely destroy them. Suddenly, a gentle male voice sounded over the radio. This train has arrived. Please get off the train in an orderly manner and wait within the yellow line. The voice was extremely gentle, like an angel's salvation, soothing the fear in people's hearts at the moment. Luhu stopped and sighed as if relieved. Finally here. Gojo Satoru suddenly looked towards the railway with a puzzled look. The entire Shibuya subway station has been paralyzed for a long time, how come there are still trains? Also, why does the voice on the radio sound so familiar? Is it an illusion? Woo, boom boom. A train slowly stopped in front of everyone. There was no light in the carriage and it was dark. But people at this moment don't care about so much, this is the only chance to leave this damn place. Train. It's a train. We are saved. Great. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a second. Everyone, get out of my way. I'll go first. For a moment, the crowd rushed forward like crazy. A bearded man was the first to squeeze in front of the train door, looking at the train with great anticipation. But the next second, the lights in the train turned on. The interior is filled with man-made cursed spirits with distorted faces and terrifying appearances. Through the car door, the man-made cursed spirits seemed to have smelled a delicacy and drooled in disgust. Everyone was so frightened that their pupils shrank and cold sweat ran down their cheeks. Unlike cursed spirits, man-made cursed spirits can be seen by ordinary people. What kind of monsters are these? Boom. The car door opened. The man-made cursed spirits rushed out of the car one after another, opened their bloody mouths and started a feast of slaughter. Ah! For a moment, screams resounded throughout the entire subway station. Looking at so many man-made cursed spirits suddenly appearing, Gojo Satoru was at a loss for a moment. What is their purpose? At this moment, a figure jumped out happily from the train. The real person made a, yeah, gesture, squinted his eyes and smiled. Luahu, did you miss me? He took a deep breath, an expression of great enjoyment on his face. Hoo-ha. The air is awesome. It smells like fear. I love it, but we should keep some humans so they can help us hunt in the forest in the future. Luahu came over and asked, can we set them on fire? Junrin smiled and shook his head. You will be scolded by Yu. Hanako is dead. Huh. The real person was stunned for a moment, then the smile on his face faded slightly, and he gently blamed. This time, you failed to protect it well. Luahu lowered his head in shame. After all, Hanamiya was his savior, but he watched it being killed by Gojo Satoru with his own eyes. Thinking of this, Luahu suddenly laughed like crazy and looked at Gojo Satoru with a ferocious look. Gojo Satoru, let me tell you the most disgusting thing about humans. Then, there are too many. Boom. As the words fell, the subway suddenly collapsed and a large number of people fell. At the same time, Luahu, Junrin, and Zongshang also started the massacre. Gojo Satoru hung his head in silence, and in his ears he could hear the sound of flesh being torn apart, the cries of death for help. Large groups of people fell at his feet, and blood flowed like a river. Tisk, irritable. Seeing Gojo Satoru's indifferent attitude, Luahu felt happy. Geto Suguru once said that Gojo Satoru may look cold and ruthless on the surface. But he is very kind-hearted, so that's why we chose to leave Yumenjong to him. After all, Shaolu doesn't seem to be a good person at first glance, and he probably won't care about the life and death of people who have nothing to do with him. So, faced with this situation, he had only one choice. That is to activate Infinite Void and kill everyone present. But he would never do that. The only victims he could accept were those killed by cursed spirits, not those killed by Gojo Satoru. So, think as much as you want, hesitate as much as you want, and waste your energy. But the next second, Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with determination. The field expands. There is infinite space. The field expands in 0.2 seconds. Almost instantly, a black veil enveloped everyone, and a vortex crack appeared at the top, like a galaxy. A huge amount of junk information instantly flooded into everyone's brain. Whether it was Luahu, a real person, or an artificial cursed spirit or an ordinary person, they all had dull eyes, standing still like petrified statues, not moving at all. At this last moment, Gojo Satoru makes a desperate bet. The 0.2 second field expansion method was chosen. In this way, it will not have too strong an impact on the brain of ordinary people, causing them to become a vegetable. This is the limit of what he can do. Call. Gojo Satoru slowly bent down and assumed a running posture. Whoosh. A shadow flashed by. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened, his white hair fluttered, and the scene in front of him rapidly reversed. He shuttled through the crowd. He was killing the artificial cursed spirits at an extremely fast speed. He forcibly ripped off the heads of the cursed spirits one by one. There was no possibility of resistance at all. Considering that the 0.2 second infinite space might not have much effect on the special grade cursed spirit, he decisively gave up Luahu and others. Just like that, the subway station is on the 5th floor below ground. Everyone stood there with dull eyes, except for the pale blue light that kept flashing through the crowd. The heads of cursed spirits were thrown into the air one after another, and blood rained down. 299 seconds later, more than 1,000 man-made cursed spirits, all destroyed. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. The extremely rapid breathing broke the ultimate tranquility. Gojo Satoru grabbed the cursed spirit's head with his hands, his white hair half covering his face, his chest heaving exaggeratedly, and he breathed in the air greedily. He has never been so tired. Suddenly, a box wrapped in old yellow cloth rolled onto the blood-stained open space ahead. Prison gate, open the door. Click. The box instantly broke free of its seal and expanded into a 2-meter-high blood-red curtain, with densely packed eyes staring at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but an extremely familiar and gentle male voice came from behind him. Yo, woo, long time no see. Ghetto Summer Oil, was standing behind Gojo Satoru, smiling and raising his hand to greet his old friend. Chapter 78. Luo Suo's Beauty Plan. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Gojo Satoru's expression was shocked. He widened his eyes, turned slowly, and stared at the person in front of him in disbelief. Summer oil. In an instant, all the memories about ghetto summer oil rushed through my mind like a flood. But he quickly reacted. No, Shaolu is dead, I killed him myself. So, a knockoff. However, my six eyes told me that the other person was indeed Geto Suguru. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru subconsciously let down his guard, revealed a long-lost smile, and was about to speak. Oink! The prison gate instantly entangled Gojo Satoru in place. Suguru Geto, Satoru, how can you be distracted in the middle of a battle and think about other things? Even though he was sealed, unable to move, and unable to use cursed power, Gojo Satoru didn't care at all. He stared at his former best friend, trying to figure out who he was. Hey, who are you? I'm Geto Suguru, have you forgotten me so quickly? It's so sad. Geto Suguru's acting skills soared, and he looked extremely disappointed, as if he was about to wipe away his tears, which stunned Gojo Satoru. Haha, whether it's the physical body or the cursed energy, the answer given by Six Eyes is undoubtedly Geto himself. But, Gojo Satoru was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted, my soul is desperately denying this. It's really depressing. How can you see through this? Kagaya Suguru pinched out the suture line on his forehead with his hands and then gently pulled it. Sizzle, the top of his head opened, revealing a ball of brain with teeth. Although Geto Suguru's face was smiling, it was already covered with tears. He patted his face and sighed, I didn't expect that this body would instinctively react so violently after seeing you. The body actually defeated the soul. This has never happened in 1,000 years. It's really eye-opening, ha 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 ha. Suguru Jia seemed to have some realization and laughed out loud. I'm sorry for playing with your best friend's body. But, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not letting Shoko cremate the body, thus giving me the opportunity to occupy it. Shaolu put the crown of his head back on, just like assembling a mecha, and said casually. Well, for my plan, I have to ask you to stay in Yumenjong for a while. Not too long, 1,000 years at most. Let's meet again in the new world, Satoru. Gojo Satoru sneered. Do you think you've won by sealing me? The strongest position in the contemporary world can be replaced at any time. Oh, you mean Shaolu? Shaolu frowned slightly. That guy is indeed troublesome, but he probably won't be able to reach your level in a short time. I will certainly find a way to deal with him. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up. Really? Then let's wait and see. Finally, I need further proof that it is not the prison gate that is blocking me. Click. After saying this, Gojo Satoru no longer resisted. The prison gate shrank instantly, shrinking back into a box, and smashed a big hole in the ground. At this point, Gojo Satoru was completely sealed. The real person sighed. Tisk, tisk, it's really touching. I didn't expect that we have to rely on emotional appeal to seal it. Shaolu smiled calmly. What he said at the end is correct. What sealed him was never the prison gate, but the beautiful memories between him and Geto Suguru. Next, the three of you can kill as much as you want. But don't forget the most important thing, feed your fingers to Itadori. If possible, use Sukuna's help to get rid of Shaolu, the variable. At the same time, 5 floors underground, inside the dim railway tracks, Mei Mei, Itadori and Yu walked side by side on the railway. All around them were the corpses of man-made cursed spirits. Suddenly, Itadori shouted, wow, what's wrong? Mei Mei turned around and asked puzzledly. Something suddenly flew into my hand, and it claimed to be a mechanical pill. Robotomaru, can you hear me Itadori? I have very little energy left. Please listen to me. What the hell is that? Itadori was so shocked that he was about to smash the headphones. Wait, you idiot, I have something very important. Mei Mei turned around and said with interest, let him finish. Gojo Satoru has been sealed. Shaolu has also been restricted by the tent. What? After these words were spoken, several people froze in their places, looking at the communication device of the mechanical pill in disbelief. Itadori had a look of disbelief on his face. Humph, how could Gojo Satoru be sealed? Do you think I would believe the words of a traitor? Besides, don't magicians here have the right to come and go freely? Why is Shaolu restricted? Then, the communication device vibrated again. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Yesterday, I was almost killed by a real person. This instrument is the last safety device. But at the last moment, it was Shaolu who saved my life. I already know the general situation inside. Those cursed spirits have specially set up a tent to restrict Shaolu from entering. At first I didn't know their purpose, but it wasn't until I controlled the surveillance and found that Gojo Satoru was sealed that I completely understood their intentions. Mei Mei shook her phone. Yes, he was indeed saved by Shaolu. I just read the message Shaolu sent half an hour ago. Because she was spellbound, she didn't hear the message ring. Fortunately, this message was sent before entering the account, otherwise it would definitely not be sent because the signal is blocked inside the account. If this happens, things will become tricky. The college lost its strongest force, and Shaolu was restricted from entering the interior. This is a scheme carefully planned by the other party, and the entire world of spellcasting is likely to fall into chaos. Thinking of this, Mei Mei put away her indifferent attitude and looked seriously at the communication device in Itadori's hand. Robomaru, does your communication device have a function similar to a loudspeaker? Mechanical Pill was silent for a moment. It can be done. Mei Mei smiled and clapped her hands, then let Itadori take on this important task. Go up high and use your loud voice to your advantage in this feature to deliver these 2 messages to everyone. Yes, Itadori stood up straight, answered with a firm look, and then turned and left. Sister, is brother-in-law Shaw so powerful? Can he make the other party so afraid that they set up a trap to restrict him? Yu asked, still a little unconvinced. Mei Mei smiled but said nothing, instead she looked towards the darkness ahead. A cursor on a leash slowly came into view. You are Mei Mei, right? There will be a big reward for killing you. The cursor smiled grimly, stretched out his long, pointed snake-like tongue, and licked the blood on the dagger. Mei Mei raised her beautiful eyes slightly and chuckled, really? You look like you are worth a lot of money. At the same time, the highest rooftop in Shibuya. Itadori looked down with a fear of heights. Robomaru, turn on the loudspeaker function. It's already been opened, just start shouting. Itadori nodded, took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and yelled with all his might. Nanami, can you hear me? Master Gojo Satoru, it's sealed. And, Itadori took a breath, Shaolu is restricted by the account. He can't get in. Chapter 79 Mei Mei vs. the Special Disease Curse Spirit, the Herpes God. With the help of a loudspeaker and Itadori's loud voice. For a moment, his voice echoed throughout almost the entire Shibuya area. Below, all the sorcerers heard this extremely shocking news. Nanami stopped and turned back suddenly, her eyes full of disbelief. If that is true, things are out of control now, once Gojo Satoru is sealed. The whole country will fall into turmoil, and those curse masters who were suppressed by him and dared not show up will come out in full force. Fushigiro's eyes widened and his expression changed drastically. Even Gojo Satoru was sealed. Also, Shaolu is the only one who cannot enter the tent. Cunning curse. Nanami's expression was serious. Fushiguro, wild boar, change of plan. Now, assisting the auxiliary supervisor, breaking the curtain as soon as possible, and letting Shaolu join the battle, is our only chance. At the same time, Itadori's voice naturally reached the ears of Geto Suguru and others. Bang! The real person crushed the communicator on the ground with his foot. The real person is an annoying guy. If I had known this would happen, I would never have let the mechanical pill escape. The fake Yuji looked at Yumenjong who had smashed the ground into a deep pit and said calmly. Gojo Satoru left us a mess. With his internal interference, Yumenjong cannot be taken away for the time being. And those sorcerers will soon gather here to deal with us, but they are nothing to be afraid of. The one we want most is Shaolu. The 3 layers of tents outside have been broken down one by one. If he gets in, we'll be in trouble. So, we have to feed the finger to Itadori as soon as possible and use Sukuna to get rid of Shaolu. Luhu. I agree, real person. It seems that there is no choice. Zhongshang said in an unnegotiable tone. No, I will kill Itadori and Kugasaki to avenge Shuitu and Wei Shang. Luhu frowned. I don't care about the person who stabbed with nails or that wild woman, but you can't kill Itadori. It has nothing to do with me. Zhongshang said lightly. You wanna fight me? The temperature around them suddenly rose, and Luhu and Zhongshang glared at each other, as if they were about to fight. It's time to fight. The real person showed a mean smile, clapped his hands and cheered, taking the opportunity to fan the flames. At this time, Yuji touched Tuogan's smooth head and smiled to smooth things over. Well, your 2 goals don't conflict, so why bother with each other? As soon as these words came out, Luhu and Zhong simultaneously turned their eyes to the person who spoke, Shiujiya. Why not let Itadori swallow the finger first, wake up Sukuna and kill Shaolu, and then wait for Sukuna to fall asleep again before letting Shou-sang kill Itadori? It's just a matter of order. Suguru Geto explained patiently. Real person. In that case, let's split up and capture Itadori first. Looking at Zhongshang leaving alone, Luhu was puzzled and said. My goal is not just to have Sukuna kill Shaolu, but to have him overthrow the entire world of sorcery. Let the world of spells return to its glory days 1,000 years ago. Sugar oil Jia. Haha, then you can just kill Zhongshang afterwards, that shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Luhu was stunned and looked at Yuji deeply. 1 second before being killed by Gojo Satoru, Hanamiya sent a message to himself in a special way. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The real identity of Geto Suguru is not a cursed spirit, which it and Hanami have already realized. Moreover, his ultimate goal was hidden so deeply that no one knew it. You have to be on guard. In the distance, Zhongshang, who was some distance away, was also making plans in his mind. Haha, he and they are just temporary partners, he won't believe what Yuji says. Therefore, only by killing Itadori himself can his 2 dead brothers rest in peace. Moreover, he had to go to the academy to retrieve the rest of the brothers who were in their custody. On the platform, Itadori was shouting at the top of his lungs. Am I, Gojo Satoru teacher was. Shut up. A voice interrupted Itadori's shout. Itadori was so frightened that he almost fell off the roof. Fushiguro, Nanami, and, who are you? His name is Wild Boar, your senior. Nanami stepped forward and said, time is running out. Tell me what you know. ... Soon after Itadori's rummaging, Nanami roughly understood what had happened. He looked at the mechanical communication device in Itadori's hand. Thanks to your intelligence this time, if everyone can return to the high school safely this time, I think everyone will forgive you. Since all this is true, we must hurry up. Pull out the center of the formation, break through the remaining 3 layers of curtains and let Shaolu join the battle. This is the first priority. Wild Boar, as a senior, you should lead Itadori and Fushiguro to search for the center of the formation in this area. Kusakabe, I will go and inform the Zen Temple's ZB people. After all, the outer 3 layers of the tent have been broken, so we should be able to contact them. Yes, Nanami-senpai, I will protect them. The Wild Boar was so excited to see that his idol valued him that he even scared Itadori Fushiguro, who was standing next to him. Itadori, Nanami isn't coming with us. Nanami shook her head. Mei Mei and I are first-level sorcerers. We will go deep into the subway station to find the center of the formation. It's quite dangerous there, and it's not something you can handle. ... After the 3 of them watched Nanami leave, the Wild Boar looked at Itadori curiously and asked. Is Shaolu very strong? Why does even the powerful Nanami-senpai say he is the only hope? Let me think about how to put it more appropriately. He beat Sukuna twice alone, and the 3 great natural disasters combined were beaten into fleeing in panic by him alone. Sometimes, I even have an illusion. The Wild Boar came closer, his eyes full of curiosity. What illusion? I always feel that he is stronger than Gojo Satoru. Hearing this, the Wild Boar blushed and said anxiously. What? This is impossible, right? Gojo Satoru is the strongest of the generation. Seeing him so excited, Itadori was ashamed. That's why I said it was an illusion. Fushiguro Megumi. Okay, stop talking about irrelevant things and go find the center of the formation. It was in a tall building not far from the 3 of them. Grandma Agami, did you hear that? Gojo Satoru has been sealed. The era of his curse masters is coming. A man with a crew cut said excitedly. The 2 fellow curse masters beside him were also extremely excited. When Gojo Satoru was a child, they accepted the bounty mission to assassinate him because of the high reward. At that time, they naively thought that having 6 eyes was of no use, as no matter how powerful he was just a child whose hair had not even grown fully. Even a genius can die halfway. But on the day of the assassination, the young Gojo Satoru only gave them a look, which scared them so much that they completely gave up the idea of assassination. After that, Gojo Satoru was like a huge mountain, suppressing these curse masters so much that they dared not come out into the world. But now, that man has been sealed. Kurosaka, even though we are still unhappy right now, we have to guard the center of the formation here, otherwise the leader will not let us go. Granny Agami slowly opened her cloudy eyes and said in a deep voice. Then why not just get rid of them? ... Inside the dark railway tracks, faint lights were shining on the old walls on both sides. ... The sound of high heels stepping on the tracks echoed in the darkness. Just listening to the sound makes one imagine a lot. Mei Mei carried the huge axe in one hand and walked leisurely. She had a smile on her lips and took charming steps, twisting her waist and hips exaggeratedly as she walked. With every step she took, the blue pigtail that half covered her face would swing from side to side like a swing. In front of her, the curse master who had previously shouted that he wanted to hunt her down was now crawling forward in a very embarrassed manner. His eyes were filled with fear, and he kept begging for mercy. Please, spare my life. I won't do bad things anymore. At this moment, the beautiful sound of high heels hitting the rusty rails sounded like a death knell to him. Shaolu deceived himself. The woman in front of him named Mei Mei was not someone he could handle at all. Mei Mei ignored it and continued. You all should know my technique, right? It's just controlling crows. Sounds weak, right? I think so myself. So I worked hard to train myself, so even if I only rely on physical skills, I can still be at the forefront of the first-level sorcerers. Coupled with the in-depth communication I had with him a while ago, it helped me to go one step further. Pa. At this time, Yu, who was standing by, clapped his hands with all his might, and at the same time, looked at the curse master who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, and ordered. Clap along. Upon hearing this, the curse master immediately knelt up and clapped his hands. Mei Mei slowly raised the giant axe and looked down at him condescendingly. I'm sorry, you have to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too valuable. Swish. The giant axe fell and blood spurted out. At this moment, a figure came forward again. Suguru Jia put his hands into his sleeves and walked out of the darkness, smiling. Ms. Ming, long time no see. Mei Mei frowned slightly and looked at him alertly. Are you the one who sealed Gojo Satoru? If it wasn't for Mechanical Maru's reminder, I might have really mistaken him for Geto Suguru himself. Are you going to hinder me too? Mei Mei said calmly. It is better for the dead to lie quietly in the coffin. Let's defeat it first. After saying this, Shaolu raised his hand and summoned a cursed spirit. Special disease cursed spirit, herpes god. Good luck, Miss Mei Mei. As he spoke, he bowed slightly and retreated into the darkness. Chapter 80 Target. Shibuya Knockout King. Meanwhile, on the subway platform, Shaolu was walking leisurely on the platform. Around them, there were several cursed spirits wrapped in Amaterasu's black flames, rolling on the ground in agony. Before that, he had naturally heard Itadori's shouts. Unexpectedly, just like in the original novel, Nozomi's beauty trap succeeded. In this way, the story after Gojo Satoru was sealed will soon be staged. There were only the last 2 layers of the tent left, so his range of movement was even greater. Next, all we have to do is wait quietly for Sukuna to wake up. He had simulated several times in his mind how to blind Sukuna's eyes. I don't know what kind of expression Sukuna will show. At least, it is certain that he will get furious. But before that, it's time to grab kills and earn points. Junrin, Chuogen, Luvu, and the Herpes God are all top-grade cursed spirits. There are definitely a lot of points to be gained. The Shibuya Elimination King and MVP must be me. Mei Mei should be fighting the Herpes God, so I can go and grab some kills. After all, it's a special grade disease cursed spirit, and killing it should earn you a lot of points. However, she was located on the 5th floor below the subway station, which was within the coverage of the last layer of tents. You have to activate the perfect virtualization to enter, and it can kill with one move. Otherwise, once you launch an attack, you will be out of the illusory state and be instantly expelled from the tent. The Sharingan rotated, and Shaolu's body became distorted and blurred. Whoosh, a vortex appeared and Shaolu disappeared. At the same time, the subway station is on the 5th floor below ground. Herpes God, within the realm. The surroundings were desolate, with tombstones of various sizes scattered all over the ground. The Herpes God had a sinister smile on his face. In front of it was a huge tombstone, and Mei Mei was trapped inside without warning. It looked ahead at Yu who had a worried look on her face, and slowly moved forward. Just then, bang, the tombstone exploded. Mei Mei swung the giant axe to break the seal, and without saying a word, she chopped at the head of the Herpes God. The battle axe is swift and sharp. In response to this, the Herpes God was not at all panicked, and he clenched his right fist and knocked it on the palm of his left hand. The technique is performed again. Bang, a strange sound echoed in the area, like the muffled sound of a coffin lid closing. A coffin-like coffin appeared out of nowhere and sealed Mei Mei again. Clang, the coffin fell to the ground, shook twice, and then there was no movement. Tisk, my chest feels so tight. The coffin was dark and cramped, and Mei Mei couldn't use her battle axe at all. Then, the huge tombstone pressed down again, completely suppressing and sealing the entire coffin. Mei Mei suddenly realized what was happening outside. So that's it, is this the technique? Within its simple range, the spell will automatically lock onto the target. Moreover, such attacks come without any warning and are unavoidable. The Herpes God who locks onto the enemy will count down to 3 seconds. If you don't escape from the coffin within 3 seconds, you will be infected with a deadly virus and sentenced to death. Boom, smoke and dust rose up, and the coffin exploded into pieces in an instant. Mei Mei and Yu, who came out of the broken coffin, hid behind the tombstone and looked at the Herpes God in the open space with caution. At this moment, her fingers were already infected. If she was infected again, the curse power in her body would be difficult to suppress. However, she already has a way to deal with it. That is to summon crows and unleash the divine wind to kill. However, under this premise, someone needs to attract the attention of the Herpes God. Thinking of this, Mei Mei glanced at Yu beside her and said with a smile, "Will you die for me?" Faced with these extremely heavy words, Yu did not take them seriously at all and smiled calmly. "It is my honor to die for my elder sister." Before he could finish his words, a vortex appeared between the two of them, and Shaolu walked out. "Sorry, I'm late." Shaolu pushed Yu away 2 inches, smiled softly and greeted Mei Mei. Seeing this, Mei Mei sighed softly, and her tense heart finally calmed down. Yu on the side pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. "It's that annoying guy again who always threatens me with my summer homework. However, this is the realm of cursed spirits. How did he get in? And didn't they say that he was the only one excluded? Also, what's going on with his illusory state?" Shaolu obviously saw the confusion in the two people's eyes. "The account has not been completely broken. I am now in a state of perfect emptiness and am not affected by the rejection for the time being. You can simply understand that I am not in this space for the time being." After hearing this, Mei Mei was still fine because she had seen a lot, but Yu was not so calm. "Ju, there is actually such a magical technique. Okay, I don't have much time, leave the cursed spirit to me." Shaolu swaggered directly towards the Herpes God. "Sister, cough, can my brother-in-law escape the coffin seal of the cursed spirit?" Yu frowned in confusion. Who gave him the confidence to walk forward so confidently? Mei Mei. Well, the coffin appeared without a trace, even Shaolu might not be able to avoid it. "Isn't he seeking death?" Yu exclaimed. "Does that guy really want to show off in front of my sister? He doesn't even want to die. Hee." Mei Mei smiled and explained. "He is not seeking death, because he doesn't need to hide at all." Hearing this, Yu widened her eyes and looked at Shaolu's back in disbelief. "No need to hide." "Yes, he said before that he was not in this space when he was in a virtual state. If we calculate it this way, wouldn't it mean that he is temporarily invincible?" Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this ability too unfair? If someone else said this, he would never believe that such a power existed, but these words came from his sister herself. From her eyes, it seems that she has great trust in that man. It's really enviable, but the next scene completely shattered the last bit of doubt in Yu's heart. I saw that the Herpes God's technique was activated again. The coffin appeared again without warning and sealed Shaolu. But before the herpes god could feel proud, Shaolu actually passed through the coffin. The herpes god widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the man who suddenly appeared in his territory. The coffin I summoned doesn't work. Impossible. The herpes god roared, and summoned a series of spells to increase the power. Bang bang bang. Multiple coffins appeared out of nowhere, one inside the other, completely trapping Shaolu inside. However, something strange happened again the next second. Shaolu penetrated the coffin again. Seeing this scene, the herpes god began to doubt his life. Yu, who was hiding behind the tombstone and watching the battle, was completely dumbfounded. This is actually true. Shaolu doesn't need to hide at all. The strange cursed spirit that had once forced him and his sister into a desperate situation and even forced him to sacrifice himself, was not a threat at all in front of Shaolu. Just now, my sister said that this is just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. Thinking of this, Yu felt that her cerebellum had shrunk a little. No wonder the always arrogant elder sister would recognize Shaolu. How strong is he? Thinking of this, Yu swallowed. At this time, Mei Mei spoke up. Yu, I once asked him if he was willing to die for me. Yu's breathing stagnated. Damn it, that guy was asked first. So how did he answer my sister? Mei Mei looked ahead with a smile to where Shaolu was. His answer was to live only for myself, but it would ensure that I would have no worries. Obviously, he did. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. What? You actually put yourself first when answering your sister's question. This answer is not good at all. If it were me, I would definitely do it without hesitation. Before he could finish his words, Mei Mei interrupted him. Really? But why do I feel that the former makes me more satisfied? Chapter 81. Shibuya Big Stage, I'll take your life if you don't want me to. Hearing this, Yu was stunned. Yes, in this world of curses that is full of dangers and where one can die at any time, it is indeed very exciting to receive such a promise from a strong man. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and said proudly, Sister, I reluctantly accept this brother-in-law. As soon as the words fell, Amaterasu, raging, the black flames instantly engulfed the herpes god. An extremely miserable wail spread throughout the entire area, and the source of this sound was the owner of this area. As Shaolu released Amaterasu, he automatically left the state of perfect virtuality. But fortunately, this is inside the domain and I haven't felt the repulsive force yet. Amaterasu would not let the herpes god die instantly, so this also gave Shaolu time to reactivate the perfect hollowing. Shaolu calculated that the interval was about 3 seconds. It is not long, but it is not short under special circumstances. With the last wail of the herpes god, he died completely, the domain was released, and the few people returned to the dark track. Oh, herpes was cured so quickly. Yuji's words came to an abrupt end, and the clapping of his hands also stopped. While closing his eyes, he summoned the rainbow dragon without any hesitation. It surrounded him. How did you get in? The curtains haven't been broken yet. Yuji looked warily at Shaolu beside Mei Mei. No wonder the herpes god was solved so quickly. It turned out that this guy was the one who intervened. If it were Mei Mei, it would probably last a long time. Although it was their first meeting, Shaolu's name had almost become a callus to his ears. Whether it was Luhu or Gojo Satoru, they all mentioned him. However, his current state seemed a little strange. Was he using some special ability to temporarily avoid being affected by the repulsive force? There's no doubt about it. If he could do it, he would definitely attack me first. Thinking of this, Yuji felt relieved and looked at Shaolu with a calm smile. I've heard Luhu mention you many times. Now I see that your reputation is well deserved. However, you shouldn't be able to attack at will in this state, right? Let me guess, is it because of the account restrictions? Shaolu did not deny it. As expected, he is an old monster who has been using tricks for thousands of years, Noose. He realized his situation so quickly. Unlike the herpes god, the strength of this parasite that has lived for thousands of years is naturally among the top. In addition to his own techniques, he also mastered Geto Suguru's own techniques. The rainbow dragon surrounding him is the best proof of this. My Amaterasu is very powerful, but it requires a short delay to activate. If I can't kill with one strike, I will be instantly expelled from the tent. Since Mr. Shaolu is not going to take action, I will withdraw first. Yuji smiled, bowed slightly, and slowly retreated. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Shaolu did not chase him. Yu was puzzled and asked, since Shaolu is not convenient to take action, why don't we chase him? Shaolu, because you can't beat them. It's not that you can't beat Geto Suguru, but the 1,000-year-old monster that resides in your body has many tricks up his sleeve. This is indeed the case. In the original work, after the two were at a disadvantage in the battle with Geto Suguru, they used Yu's magic to teleport and fled abroad. However, now that he is involved, these things will naturally not happen. In that case, I have no choice but to look for cursed spirits somewhere else and extract some gold coins from behind them. Do you want to join us, Shaolu-jun? Mei Mei put away her battle axe and threw a wink at Shaolu. Shaolu shook her head. No, Fushiguro Megumi may need my help. After saying that, a vortex appeared and Shaolu disappeared. Looking at Shaolu disappearing in the whirlpool, Mei Mei sighed in disappointment. Let's go, Yu, let's go to where there are many cursed spirits. Sister, we are already very rich, why do we have to work so hard to fight the cursed spirits? Mei Mei. In the past, I didn't really like money, I just enjoyed the process of making money, but now I have a new goal. That is, make enough money to support Shaolu. 2201. Shibuya neighborhood. Bang bang bang. The sound of punches hitting flesh continued, and strong winds blew, blowing garbage all over the street. After a muffled roar, Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi retreated at the same time. They shook their numb arms and looked in great depression at the grinning old man in a white vest in front of them. Itadori gasped. This old guy is really tough. Even a full-strength attack doesn't hurt him at all. Fushiguro Megumi nodded. Both he and Itadori had made considerable progress during this period of time. Especially the strength, speed, and control of spell power have been greatly improved. But even so, the attacks of the two could not cause any effective damage to the curse master in front of them. Apart from the torn clothes, there was not even a scratch on the other person's body. This was too weird. Not bad, I actually met two gifted sorcerers. Worth killing. The old man jumped down from a height, his eyes filled with crazy murderous intent. I just don't believe this. Itadori gritted his teeth and was about to step forward to fight again but was stopped by Fushiguro. Fushiguro, why are you stopping me? We have to deal with this old man as soon as possible. Senior Ino hasn't come yet, something must have happened. Fushiguro Megumi said solemnly. I roughly understand the opponent's technique. Itadori, pay attention and cooperate with me. After that, Fushiguro Megumi made the rabbit hand seal. 10 shadow techniques. Escape from the rabbit. A little white rabbit suddenly appeared at the old man's feet, blinking at him. Huh, I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out he was just bluffing. Boom. Before he could finish his words, a rain of rabbits fell from the sky, instantly swallowing him up. Shibuya Tower. Zuya put on a black hood and transformed himself into a terrorist. He looked at the two people in front of him with a serious expression. Although I don't know what the old lady opposite is doing, it is definitely not a good thing for her grandson to protect her desperately. We don't know what the situation is with Itadori yet, so we must make a quick decision. I must not let Nanami down. Then, just then, kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped together, the tail god with cursed power all over her body suddenly opened her cloudy eyes. That's all right, my dear grandson. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man nodded and returned to her side. Remember, don't resist, and don't be corrupted by the dead. After we finish this job, we will go back to the countryside to enjoy our lives. I understand, Grandma. Then, the yellow-haired man took out a glass bottle from his pocket. Contained inside are the bones of the heaven and tyrant, Fushiguro Shiori. Following the obscure spell of the tail god, the yellow-haired man took a deep breath and swallowed the bone in the glass bottle into his stomach. The Zen temple is very good, please come quickly. The old voice of Granny Agami sounded. The yellow-haired man twisted his body strangely, and black air continued to emerge from his body. Bang! He lightly raised his hand and caught the attack from the wild boar. How do you feel, dear grandson? Zen Yuan Shen'er moved his shoulders twice, making crisp sounds. Yes, better than ever. But who are you calling your good grandson? After saying this, he turned his head and revealed a domineering and evil smile that only belonged to a tyrant. You. Granny Agami's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at Fushiguro Shiori's face in disbelief. She knew that her grandson would never come back. Chapter 82 Shaolu vs. Heaven and Tyrant. Fushiguro Shigeru did not immediately pay attention to the old woman behind him, but instead looked at Ino in front of him. He opened his arms, took a greedy breath, and said with a look of great enjoyment, Ah! Is this the world more than 10 years later? Is Shibuya also starting to get chaotic? There are so many powerful ores that I don't want to go back. Are you right, sorcerer? Fushiguro Shiori grinned evilly, staring at Ino like a beast staring at its prey. This scene immediately made Zuya on the opposite side sweat all over, and even breathing became difficult. His appearance has completely changed. Who is this man in front of me? Even if the other person didn't have any cursed power, being stared at like that would give him a feeling of death. And just from the standing posture, it's terrifyingly strong. Must go all out. After just a moment's hesitation, Zuya immediately gathered the cursed spirit in his hands, ready to launch the strongest attack. However, whoosh, a gust of night wind blew, and Fushiguro Shire's figure disappeared. The next moment, Zuya's black hood was taken off without anyone noticing. Zuyi was shocked. How is this possible? There is not a single trace of the use of magical power, that is to say. The other party did it entirely by relying on his physical strength. What kind of strong physique does one have to be able to achieve such a level? Soon, Zuya felt his body lighten, the collar on his chest tightened, and then he was lifted up like a chicken. Even after more than 10 years, you sorcerers are still so weak. Zen Yuan was so angry that he raised his fist as big as a sandbag and was about to hit Zuya in the face. Just then, a flash of light appeared. Fushiguro Shige's fist missed. Zuya still teleported to 50 meters in front of him, and the person holding him by the collar was Shaolu. You are Shaolu. I recognize you. Itadori and the others showed me my photo of you. Thank you for your help. Shaolu looked at Fushiguro Shire in front of him. No need to thank me, I came to find him. What a fast speed. Are you also a sorcerer? Fushiguro Shigeru came in front of the two men in an instant and looked at Shaolu with interest. Shaolu also glanced at Shire silently. Is this the tyrant who assassinated Gojo Satoru during the high school years, Fushiguro Shinobu? The feeling of oppression is stronger than imagined. But this is not surprising. He killed Gojo Satoru once during the high school period, and killed Togen directly with taijutsu in Togen's domain. Although the process is supported by the special cursed tool Yuyun, it does not affect its value at all. The strength of Heaven and Tyrant is beyond doubt. Shaolu looked at Shiner's completely black pupils, which were obviously the result of the reincarnation by the Agami. Shibuya Grand Stage, I'll take your life if you don't want to. I'm talking about you, right? Shaolu looked at Shen'er and joked. Although I don't know what Shaolu means. But Shen'er still stretched out his little finger, scratched his ear and said calmly, I was pulled back to the world by an inexplicable force. Fight with me, I think you are quite strong. I haven't exercised for a long time. I feel itchy all over. Shaolu smiled calmly. Okay, then I'll help you loosen your bones. Agano, hey, wait, are you sure? This man is so strong, I can't even catch up with his speed. Shaolu waved his hand and asked Zuya to step aside. Shen'er smiled disdainfully, and in a flash, he appeared behind Shaolu and punched him cleanly. Boom. The two fists collided, and Shaolu and Fushiguro Shen'er each took a few steps back. Not bad, you actually reacted. Fushiguro Shigeru stopped talking halfway through his words. Shaolu's body was covered with green flames, and he was emitting a terrifying pressure. Shaolu directly opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the Du Gate. What a powerful aura. Fushiguro Shigeki became even more excited when he saw this, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his turbid dark eyes. Two figures flashed by and collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang. Under the night, from the wild boar's perspective, two elusive afterimages kept moving, sometimes separating and sometimes colliding again. The entire tower was shaking, and a strong wind swept around, blowing his hair into the air. So strong. He always heard Itadori say that Shaolu was very strong, but he never had a concrete idea in his mind. But for now, Shaolu hadn't even used any spells yet, but she was able to fight that man back and forth. There were even signs of suppression. Even though I was close to being a first-level sorcerer, I was completely unable to track the movement of the two people and could only barely see their afterimages. This was just a fight between physical skills, but it had already reached a special level. Far away, Shaolu grinned, feeling the blood boiling in his body. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, his body was greatly strengthened. Now that the Dumen has been opened, there is no other pain except for the burning sensation, and the internal organs can fully withstand it. In this case, Jingmun, open, boom. As the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia opened, Shaolu's aura surged again, and the terrifying airflow continued to rise. Shaolu took a step forward, his body was like a long rainbow, leaving a green wave of air wherever he passed. Bang! A punch hit Fushiguro Shiji's arms, and the speed was so fast that Fushiguro Shiji almost didn't react. What? Caught off guard, Fushiguro Shire only felt that what was hitting him was not a fist, but a heavy mountain. He groaned, staggered back a few steps, and shook his numb arms. Interesting, this is the first time I've been defeated in a physical battle. It seems that I have to show some real skills. Fushiguro Shire grinned evilly and shouted excitedly, keep going. ... Meanwhile, the block below the tower. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi have seen through the weirdness of the old man's technique, and they work together to attack. The old man put his arms in front of his chest and laughed in his heart. Very good, attack me with all your might. My spell is reversal. The stronger the attack, the weaker its power will be when it hits me. The more excited you get, the less likely you are to defeat me. When your strength runs out, you will die. When Fushiguro wielded the cursed tool sword and chopped at the old man with all his strength, causing sparks to fly all over the sky, but it only scratched the man's skin a little. But he was not discouraged, instead he shouted to Itadori beside him, now, hurry up. Itadori nodded and threw a punch, but it stopped at the old man's abdomen at the last moment, and the old man's fist hit Itadori's body. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and the old man grinned and said smugly. Ginger has to be experienced to be wise. You can't break my defense. You'd better wait for death. Itadori sneered. Really? The plan that Fushiguro had made earlier flashed through his mind quickly. As long as you use a strong force and a weaker attack at the right time to hit the opponent at the same time, you can cause damage to him. And let him think that both of us will attack him with all our strength like before. And now is the best time. Chapter 83 Large-Scale Family Recognition Scene. Boom. The fist of Tiger Tent that was stopped in front of the opponent's abdomen suddenly exerted force. The force was not strong, but it was just enough to break the opponent's technique. Puff. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and his pupils suddenly contracted. How is it possible? He actually paused for a beat before launching the attack. Just now, he did it on purpose. My technique has been seen through. Then, Itadori and Fushiguro launched a series of attacks on the old man. The old man was beaten so hard that he vomited blood and his teeth broke. The technique was suddenly broken, making it difficult for him to adapt. The two men's fists kept falling on him, making him dizzy. Roll. The old man cursed, roaring and releasing a powerful wave of curse power, forcing Itadori and the other man to retreat. You two have completely PD'd me off. Sudden, a figure fell like a cannonball. Boom. A huge dent was created on the street. Cough cough. Fushiguro Shigeru covered his chest and slowly climbed out of the cave. A dagger flew to Fushigiro's side. Shaolu took the dagger and arrived in an instant. Shaolu, Itadori and Fushiguro would exclaim at the same time. Since Gojo Satoru was sealed, Shaolu has been the last trump card of the entire high school. You two did a great job. He could clearly feel that the fifth layer of curtains was loose, which probably meant that they had destroyed a lot of the key points of the formation. Shaolu turned his gaze to the stunned old man, then looked at the arrays I nailed to the ground behind him. The old man saw Shaolu approaching and said, "Want to break the core of the formation? Don't even think about it." Amaterasu, raging. Black flames instantly covered the old man's entire body. After a few screams, the old man died completely. Shaolu was too lazy to argue with him. Snap. Shaolu exerted a little force, and the array eye in his palm was instantly shattered. The fifth level of the account also dissipated. In this way, only the last layer of the core account is left, which is where the fake Shaoyuji and Yumanjong are located. After doing all this, Shaolu turned his gaze back to Fushiguro Shigeki. As expected of a strong man with the heaven and binding constitution, he opened the Jingmun by himself. He only suffered some internal injuries. However, at this moment, Fushiguro Shigeki no longer had the will to fight. Firstly, this body is too weak and cannot exert his full strength. In this state, he really cannot beat Shaolu. Secondly, it was the guy next to Shaolu who looked exactly like him. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Fushiguro Megumi. "What's his name?" Shaolu raised his eyebrows slightly. I recognized it so quickly. As expected, the Shibuya Incident was a large-scale family reunion scene. That's right, Fushiguro Shigeki only cares about his son. Shaolu glanced at Itadori again. It was his turn to recognize his relative soon. As the latter, Itadori scratched his head in confusion, with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, the man opposite should be an enemy, right? Why does it feel like the atmosphere is a little off now? Shaolu came in front of Fushiguro Shigeki and smiled. You can't recognize your own son. Hearing this, Fushigiro's body trembled. Sure enough, he was not wrong. He looked at Shaolu, and many questions arose in his mind. Shaolu spread his hands. Don't look at me, it was Gojo Satoru who took him in. In response, Fushiguro laughed at himself. I didn't expect that Gojo Satoru, whom I had assassinated for money, would actually agree to my request and adopt my only son. It seems that he has been well educated. Compared with him, I feel ashamed. He stared at Fushiguro Megumi who looked indifferent in the distance, and the image of Fushiguro as a baby flashed through his mind. After a long while, he sighed and whispered to Shaolu, don't tell him my identity. As a result, he is no longer interested in the Shibuya brawl. Now he must know one more most important thing. Thinking of this, Fushiguro pretended to be indifferent, and said to Fushiguro casually. What's your last name, kid? Itadori pointed at himself, somewhat unsurely. Me. Fushiguro Megumi, who was standing by, said calmly, Fushiguro. Hearing this, Fushiguro Shire's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt extremely happy. It's better if your surname is not Zenuon. Then, he slowly raised his left hand holding the knife, under the extremely shocked gazes of several people. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself in the temple. Puff. Blood splatters. Fushiguro Shigeki smiled with relief, closed his eyes with satisfaction, and slowly fell to the ground. What's going on? Is he committing suicide? Itadori opened his mouth wide and looked in disbelief at the man whose appearance had changed drastically after he fell to the ground. Fushiguro's black hair turned yellow, and his appearance changed completely. Could it be that this is the true form of this body? Then what was just now? Fushiguro Megumi was also shocked by this scene. He observed very carefully, from the moment the other person fell to the ground. His eyes never left me, and just now, because of my simple answer, he actually committed suicide with a knife with a relieved smile. Fushiguro Megumi became more and more confused. Shaolu did not stop Fushiguro Shire from committing suicide. First of all, this is not his body. Secondly, the Star Sauce body, Tenchi Riko was shot to death by this guy, and Shaolu didn't have a good impression of him. But if I remember correctly, there is a bone inside this corpse, right? Shaolu didn't say anything, picked up the dagger and slashed it at his stomach. After searching for a while, they soon found a small glass bottle, which contained the bones of Fushiguro Shire. I now have the Rinnegan and can perform Impure World reincarnation. Maybe I can summon him out to work for me in the future. I am such a living devil. At this time, Fushiguro Megumi came over with an extremely complicated expression. Shaolu, he is. Oh, he's your long-dead father. Shaolu did not hide anything. As for the fact that Fushiguro Shigeki had just asked him not to reveal his identity, he had long forgotten it. What? This statement came as a bolt from the blue. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes suddenly widened. She almost lost her balance. This guy is the biological father who sold me to the Zenuon family. Thinking of this, Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists and stared at the bloody long sword that Shinji had used to commit suicide just now. So, he doesn't dare to face me. Coward. Tears dripped down his cheeks. After Itadori comforted Fushiguro, Shaolu left alone. Just now, the memory sent back by the clone surprised him a little. The three special grade ones, Junrin, Luhu, and Tuogen, as well as Nanami Mei Mei, all gathered at the main entrance of Shibuya Station. This is totally inconsistent with the original plot. I didn't expect that such a big change would occur because of my intervention. But think about it, it's good this way. All the special grade cursed spirits are gathered together, which saves me a lot of trouble. Ever since I obtained this pair of Rinnegan, I have never used its abilities. As a result, the progress of the Shibuya Incident has accelerated, and Sukuna should be on the scene soon. Chapter 84. It doesn't matter, I will take action. At the same time, 2220, Shibuya Station main entrance. A battle between a sorcerer and 3 special grade cursed spirits has been going on for a long time. The battlefield is divided into 3 areas. The strong fluctuations of the spell power echoed endlessly throughout the street. The salty sea water flooded the surrounding buildings, and the raging fire burned the earth black. The earth cracked, and the entire bustling neighborhood was already in ruins. Without Fushiguro Shiga's intervention, Togen did not die. On the other hand, Nanami, who was pulled into the field and unfolded, entered the Zen temple, and Maki and the other 2 escaped from the desperate situation. But all 3 of them were injured, and Zenyuan Zibiru even lost an arm. Obviously, even if he possessed the projection spell that could split 1 second into 24 equal parts, he could not avoid the guaranteed hit effect within the area. Thinking of this, Zeninjapi laughed at himself. Is this the difference? Even at 24 frames per second, I can't escape the inevitable effect of the field. This time, Chanyuan Zibiru understood more clearly the difference between first grade and special grade. No, to be precise, it is the huge gap between having a domain and not having a domain. Nanami's shirt was torn, revealing her body covered in wounds. He waved the cursed tool in his hand with difficulty, continuously killing the cursed spirits that surrounded him. Previously, the attack in the Tuogan field had a huge impact on him. Therefore, even he, who was exhausted, had such a hard time dealing with these small cursed spirits. When the spear was wielded like a dragon or snake, deftly neutralizing the attack from Tuogen. Maki blocked the fatal blow again, stuck his spear into the ground, held up his body with difficulty, and breathed in the air greedily. Because she was born without magical power and could not be selected by the field, her injuries were not serious. But the opponent she is facing now is Torgen, one of the natural disasters that can bring her death at any time. Even if she activated the 8 gates, she couldn't make up for the huge gap in strength in such a short time. But if it really came to a point where she had no choice, she could only disobey Shaolu's reminder and forcefully open the last few doors. On the other side of the battlefield, Mei Mei used Yu's teleportation technique to escape from Luhu's hands many times. Whether it was the opponent's flames or the incredibly fast speed, it brought her a huge sense of oppression. Luhu can be said to be the strongest among the 4 natural disasters. It was not until this moment that everyone in the academy understood the terrifying power of the cursed spirit at the level of natural disaster. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh at how terrifying Shaolu was. At the exchange meeting, he was able to suppress 3 natural disasters by himself. Far away, Itadori bent his waist and gathered strength, then blasted a car into the air and smashed it hard at the real person in front of him who was in a very bad condition. Just as the real person was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a piercing pain deep in his soul. Phew, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his chest was instantly pierced by a nail with cursed power. Damn it, it's that wild woman playing with the hammer again. My clone and I were actually restrained by her. She must be killed and turned into an artificial cursed spirit that can only hammer nails. Not far away, Nobara Kugasaki put one hand on her waist and gestured to Itadori. Then she raised the hammer and looked at the real clone. Oh my, is this the special clone? How come you can't even beat a 3rd-level sorcerer like me? Which one is more powerful, my resonance or hairpin? Itadori yelled at her. Kugizaki, let's make this quick. Nanami and Mei Mei sensei are in trouble. Shaolu should be able to break into the tent soon. Just before, Itadori and Fushiguro who came to support encountered Shaolu who was blocked outside. This area is still within the edge of the last layer of tents. But the last eye of the formation could not be found. Suddenly, the real person grinned. He gave up the fight with Itadori and turned to run to the other side. Itadori looked in the direction where the real person ran away, and his pupils widened instantly. Nanami. His target is Nanami. Without any hesitation, Itadori chased after him like crazy. This guy called Junrin has killed or transformed countless humans. Now, they want to attack Nanami. I must eliminate him no matter what. Nanami, be careful. At this moment, Nanami was dragging her heavily injured body, like a god of war, fighting bloody battles among the cursed spirits. All I could hear were the wails of the cursed spirits and the splashing of blood. The distance was too far, and because of the soundproof glass, he did not hear Itadori's shouts. Finally, with the last cursed spirit's head chopped off, Nanami eliminated all the cursed spirits in the subway station. At this moment, he was almost out of strength to hold the knife. Looking at the pile of cursed spirit corpses on the ground, and then looking at the watch on his wrist, he said weakly, working overtime. It's so annoying, just when he wanted to sit down and rest for a while. Suddenly, a pair of hands suddenly rested on his back. At this time, Itadori also rushed over. Seeing this scene, Itadori was completely panicked. The real person stretched out a finger and put it in front of his mouth, and whispered, "Shush, don't move. Just go and die obediently, otherwise, the dear student behind you will also die." The devilish whispers echoed in the extremely quiet subway station. Then, the real person showed a playful and evil smile, looked at Itadori who was turning the corner behind him, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. But the only thing that made him unhappy was that he couldn't sense any fear from Nanami. On the contrary, he could sense a feeling of relief and liberation. Wasn't this sorcerer afraid of death? Doesn't he have any fear of death? Nanami slowly raised her head and let out a long sigh. He knew that he would die soon. In a trance, it seemed as if I saw my old friend Wei smiling at me. Hee hee. Nanami tilted her head slightly and smiled calmly. Mr. Itadori, I'll leave it to you from now on. Go help others. After saying this, he closed his heavy eyelids tiredly. What I see before me is not darkness, but a beach as beautiful as a dream. The clear ocean reflects the warm sunshine. This is exactly the place he longs for, Malaysia. A breeze blew by, and Nanami opened her arms to welcome the baptism of the sea breeze. This moment, the originally pungent and unpleasant smell of blood turned into a refreshing and comfortable sea breeze. The real person's cold big hand pressed against his back seemed to have become a mother's gentle caress. Time is like a wave rushing across the beach, leaving only a faint trace. Tender memories ring in my ears like strings, and past memories flash by like countless memory cards. I'm tired. No more overtime. This time, I want to give myself a long vacation. Deadline. Forever. Memory cards flash by quickly. Finally, it freezes in beautiful Malaysia. Sudden, a beam of light shone in, and Nanami slowly opened her eyes. Then, there was a crisp sound in my ears. The last layer of tent is broken. I'll let you cast a spell, and it will either be windy or rainy. A voice echoed throughout the entire Shibuya station area. Chapter 85. All Things Heaven Attracts. This voice is Shaolu. Everyone in the college breathed a sigh of relief and looked happy. He is Shaolu. How did this young boy break the account? Zen Temple Zibi covered his broken arm and stared blankly at the sky, where the curtain had broken into pieces. Maki, this is the person you said I am not even as good as a finger of. He looks younger than my son Zenin Naoya. Maki at the side smiled. That's right, you are not even as good as him. Zenin Naoya is even less worthy. Zen Temple Zibi people, Keigai Ageto, who was hiding in the dark opened his eyes, and the eye stone of the formation in his hand turned into powder as the curtain was shattered. That's amazing. He was able to break through the last layer of the tent that I had carefully set up in such a brutal way. He looked at Yumenjong beside him and fell into deep thought. Now, he can be sure. Shaolu is the variable he deduced. It seems that the plan that has been planned for thousands of years has to be changed. At the same time, the real person's face changed drastically. Yes, Shaolu. He put away his playful attitude and was about to activate the transformation without action in his hand. Suddenly, a huge force came from the abdomen, accompanied by severe pain that swept through the whole body, and the real person was blown away. Shaolu patted Nanami on the shoulder and said with a smile, Malaysia is beautiful in imagination, but it would be more appropriate to experience it in person. How did you know? Nanami's expression faltered and she said weakly. He had always wanted to go to Malaysia but had never told anyone else about it. You just said it out loud. Hearing this, Nanami sighed and sighed in her heart. So that's how it is. It seems that my obsession is too strong. I actually said it to myself when I was dying. I'm embarrassed in front of my juniors. But Shaolu is right, it's better to experience it in person. Thinking of this, he thanked from the bottom of his heart, thank you. It's no big deal, just buy me a ticket when the time comes. At this moment, Itadori suddenly yelled at the top of his voice, Kugizuki, don't let that beast Masato run away. Don't worry, no cursed spirit has ever escaped from my hands. Outside the street, Kugisaki slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. You killed so many people and you still want to escape. Have you asked me about my Chuling spell? Hairpin. Following a sharp shout from Nobara Kugisaki, a snap of fingers was heard. The nail that was driven into the real person's body suddenly exploded. The damage caused by the explosion directly affects the main body's soul. The clone that was about to return to its original form staggered, while the escaping real person spat out a mouthful of blood again. Feeling the severe pain coming from the depths of his soul, the real person's face was grim, staring at Kugisaki Nobara who was chasing after him. It was this damn wild woman who had been influencing me by attacking my clone. Otherwise, Itadori would have been captured by her long ago. Thinking of this, the real person grinned evilly and came up with a plan. Since you like chasing after my clones so much, then be prepared for a horrible death. He suddenly changed direction and ran towards Kugisaki Nobara. During this period, the real person and the clone kept switching positions. For a moment, Nobara Kugisaki, who was chasing closely from behind, couldn't tell which one was the real body and which one was the clone. After all, the clone of a real person is almost the same as the real person except that he cannot use the original person's abilities. Seeing this scene, Shaolu's mouth twitched. Why did we return to the scene in the original book? Could it be that the world of spells also has a function to correct fate? Thinking of this, Shaolu shook his head. I don't care whether you want to correct your fate or not, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Sure enough, the real person suddenly controlled the clones to surround Kugisaki Nobara from the front and back, and at the same time opened his palms to grab Kugisaki Nobara's head. Being caught in the middle, Nobara Kugisaki felt nervous. Damn it, which one is his real body? Is this guy playing a spot the difference game with me? But the two are so similar that it is impossible to tell them apart in a short time. The sense of crisis of death surged into my heart. She had witnessed the real person's technique before. Just touch ordinary people with your hand and they will be transformed into cursed spirits or expand and explode rapidly. If I guess wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. In that short moment, Kugasaki Nobara thought a lot. Finally, the words Shaolu said to me in the room of the building in Roppongi came to mind. Did his tragic fate happen in this scene? No matter what, just pick one side. Nobara Kugasaki chooses to avoid the real person attacking from the right. Itadori was startled and suddenly shouted, "Kugizaki. The one on the left is his real body, don't let him touch you." Itadori, who is a bystander, can recognize the real person after careful observation. The real person smiled grimly. "It's too late. So what if Shaolu is here? I am going to kill your high school students right in front of you." He activated transformation without action in his palm in advance, and it would kill her the moment he touched her. Hearing Itadori's warning, Kugasaki Nobara suddenly turned back to avoid it, but her pupils shrank sharply. It was too late. The real person had a crazy grin on his face, and his 5 fingers were grabbing, only a few centimeters away from his face. At the critical moment, all things are attracted by the sky. The real person's movements froze, and the body that was originally rushing towards Kugasaki Nobara suddenly retreated uncontrollably. A powerful mysterious attraction came from behind, as if a pair of invisible hands were tightly grasping the back of my neck. The real person's face changed drastically. What's going on? What is this sudden gravitational force? When he looked back, he understood. It's Shaolu again. What kind of ability is this? Even though we are so far apart, I can still attract myself. He certainly wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. While retreating, he kept trying to change his body, make it expand and increase its weight, trying to use this to resist the suction force coming from Shaolu's palm. But no matter what he did, he could not change the ending that was getting closer and closer to Shaolu. His body was moving backwards uncontrollably. It crashed through several thick walls along the way and was finally under Shaolu's deliberate control. The real person's face was pressed against the ground, rubbing all the way in an extremely humiliating posture. This is only because Shaolu deliberately controlled the strength of gravity, otherwise it would only take a moment to attract the real person. There is no need for any sympathy for Lazi Junran, just torture him slowly. Torgon, save me. The real person was completely panicked. No matter how he changed his form, he couldn't get rid of this strange gravitational force. He finally realized that the other party was just torturing him. Whenever I increase my resistance and try to break free from gravity, the other party will also increase the strength of gravity. I can't escape from these invisible hands. Seeing this, Itadori fell to his knees, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shaolu was there, otherwise Kugasaki Nobara might have encountered an accident. On the street, Nizazaki Nobara stood there in a daze. Her hair was a little messy at the moment, and the hand holding the hammer was shaking slightly. Almost. Just a little bit. The scythe of death will cut his neck. Then, looking at the horrified expression on the real person's face, she smiled. He saved me again. Real person. Boom. A faraway Tuoji roared, and several cars came crashing down on Shaolu. Looking at the cars that were hitting him, Shaolu raised his other hand calmly. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 86 The expansion of the countdown. Then Shaolu's voice fell. Boom. A strong repulsive force spreads out with him as the center. Several cars that were about to hit him were instantly bounced away like plastic toys, and hit the instigator, Tuogen. Upon seeing this, Togen immediately activated his magic to summon an army of dead. All of a sudden, countless ancient giant fish with strange appearances broke through the water curtain, opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Shaolu. At the same time, the largest one swallowed the real person into its stomach in one gulp and fled into the distance. Shaolu opened his arms slightly, and a terrifying repulsive force burst out instantly smashing all the oncoming strange fish. The army was overwhelmed with death and collapsed in an instant. But because there were other people from the academy around, Shaolu did not use his full strength. Otherwise, most of Shibuya will be flattened. Thinking of this, Shaolu ignored the escaping Junran and Tuogen, because the entire Shibuya was within the range of his Flying Thunder God's mark. No matter how fast they run, can they be faster than Flying Thunder God? He said to the senior officials behind him. Ahem, I suggest you stay a little further away. The range of my spell may be a little bit larger. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat puzzled. The Zen Temple Zebi covered his broken arm and asked in confusion, didn't we hide far enough away? It's at least a few hundred meters, right? No matter how strong the aftermath of your spell is, can it hurt us? Hey, old man from the Zenin family, don't be so confident. If some old man with a broken arm who loves drinking dies in the aftermath of our own magic, it will be a huge embarrassment. Kugasaki Nobara smiled wickedly and said meaningfully. She could clearly sense from Shaolu's tone that if she got too close to him, she might become a burden to him. Shaolu's words were already very tactful. Zen Temple Zebiran's forehead was bulging with veins, and he suppressed his anger. Mei Mei. Are all the sorcerers of this generation so arrogant? You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young at all. Mei Mei ignored him and stared closely at Shaolu's mysterious pupils that were filled with purple light and lines. If she remembered correctly, Shaolu's 2 pupils were scarlet before, but now one of them has turned purple. There is no doubt that this guy must have figured out some incredible technique. Listen to Shaolu. If we stay here, we will not only be of no help, but will become a burden. I agree. Mei Mei sensei is right. The cursed spirits are rampant in Shibuya. It has become a living hell. Let's disperse and take out as many ordinary survivors as possible. At this point, Nanami pointed to the tallest tower in Shibuya and continued. Afterwards, everyone gathered at that tall tower. Shaolu nodded. This way, he could let go and do his best. Before leaving, Itadori looked at Shaolu and begged, Shaolu, please bring back teacher Gojo Satoru. And, we must kill that beast. After saying that, Itadori ran towards the station, and the rest of the college students also ran in other directions. Shaolu's Sharingan turned, silently looking in the direction Itadori left. It was discovered that there was a drop of blood mark on the collar behind him. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the method used by Zhongshang, who possesses the red blood manipulation technique, to hunt down prey. Therefore, Itadori will most likely have a big fight with his brother Zhongshang just like in the original book. He didn't intend to interfere in this large-scale brother recognition event. After all, Itadori's life will not be in danger, but he will have a personal bodyguard and a brother who will die for him without hesitation. Speaking of the red blood technique, it is a technique that uses one's own blood to condense an attack. At least in the hands of Zhongshang, it is very flexible and powerful. But if the user has AIDS, the power of this technique will be comparable to Sukuna's lone space slash. Shaolu shook her head and put aside the strange thoughts in her mind. Look in the direction where the real Tuo general escaped. The fighting begins. Whoosh. Shaolu disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only a streak of yellow lightning that streaked across the sky. At the same time, inside the subway station, Itadori walked alone inside the subway station, looking for surviving humans. The real person and the special cursed spirit named Tuogan will not be able to escape Shaolu's clutches. The volcano that looked the strongest disappeared without a trace the moment it saw Shaolu breaking the tent. And now, I have the strength to deal with level 1, so I shouldn't be in danger. So, do your best to save people. However, at this moment Itadori suddenly became alert. Swish. A blood arrow compressed from blood burst out. Itadori didn't hesitate at all, and rolled over, narrowly avoiding the attack. Looking back, I saw a tall man with 2 big braids on his head and thick dark circles under his eyes walking out from the dark corner behind. You are a curse master. Itadori was a little confused. Shouldn't the curse masters be located outside Shibuya? However, the magic he used seems to be very similar to that of Senior Jamo. Could he be a magician from the Jamo family? Zhang Zhang's expression was extremely cold, and murderous intent was almost overflowing from his body. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and shot several more blood arrows. Whoosh. Itadori knew very well that if he was hit by these blood arrows, his life would be in danger. The opponent's technique is to remotely control blood to attack himself. If you want to defeat him, you must find a way to close the distance and make full use of your advantage in close combat. Thinking of this, Itadori stopped dodging attacks blindly and used various buildings in the subway station to dodge attacks while constantly closing the distance between himself and Zhongshang. Itadori caught the backswing of the blood arrow shot by Zhongshang and suddenly attacked with a black flash punch. The blood arrow pierced Itadori's palm, and Itadori's other fist also hit the swollen face. They both took a few steps back. Zhongshang looked at Itadori who was covering his wrist with a look of surprise. As expected, he has some strength. No wonder he was able to kill my 2 younger brothers. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his eyes almost became real. Before I kill you, I have something to ask you. What last words could my 2 younger brothers leave before they die? Your brother. Itadori was a little confused about this strange question suddenly asked by the enemy in front of him. So he came here for revenge. When did I kill his brother? Tisk. Zhongshang suppressed his anger and looked at Itadori with extremely cold eyes. The 88-gate bridge, the bloody massacre that died tragically at your hands, and the bad appearance. Hearing this, Itadori immediately understood, and the 2 cursed spirits that he had killed with Kugasaki Nobara appeared in his mind. I see. The 2 sides just have different positions. If they lose, then he and Kugasaki Nobara will probably end up in a worse situation. So, he has no regrets. Thinking of this, Itadori looked at Zhongshang seriously. Nothing special was said. But, Itadori avoided the murderous gaze and said truthfully. They cried in the end, muttering things like, brother, save me. The moment Itadori said the bad look and Shui too cried. Zhang Zhang's breathing stagnated, his pupils trembled violently, and blood drops exploded into a bloody rain behind him. Endless rage burned in his heart like a volcanic eruption. The nails of his clenched fists dug deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow. In his mind, he could already imagine the scene where his 2 younger brothers stretched out their hands in despair and begged for help from him before their tragic death. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. A few tears rolled down his cheeks, and he slowly raised his head, looked at Itadori, and said through gritted teeth. Then, pay with your life. He shouted angrily and clasped his hands together. Blood beads that were boiling to the extreme condensed out. Red blood manipulation technique. 100 condensations. Chapter 87. Why does it feel like Shaolu is the villain? A blood arrow with a speed comparable to the speed of sound shot towards Itadori's head. Itadori knew clearly that if he was hit by this blow, he would definitely die. But the speed of the attack from the enraged Zhongshang was too fast. Itadori barely dodged the attack with his survival instinct, but a long scar was torn on his face. But the furious Zhongshang would not give up, and the crazy blood arrows cut through the air and shot towards Itadori. Faced with this situation, Even Itadori, who had accumulated a lot of experience and made great progress in his strength, could only dodge blindly and had no way to get close. As time went by, Itadori's body was already covered with scars. Just when the situation was at a standstill, the mechanical pill in the pocket suddenly responded and gave the best solution. He immediately figured out that this was the red blood manipulation technique passed down from the Jamao family. This technique has almost no weaknesses, and is very powerful in both close combat and long-range combat. But its only characteristic is that it cannot condense when it meets water. So, following the advice of Mechanical Maru, Itadori ran into the ladies' room without hesitation and turned on the tap. The entire women's restroom was covered in water splashes. Zhongshang was not blinded by anger and did not just follow him. After all, the other party was able to kill his two younger brothers and was definitely not a fool. Therefore, the other party must be trying to play some tricks. However, at this moment, the sound of a mechanical ball came from inside the toilet door. Hee, aren't you coming over? As expected, you are a coward who only knows how to attack by surprise, just like your two brothers. Obviously, Mechanical Pill's provocation successfully angered Zhongshang. I must kill you to avenge Odudu. ... In the women's restroom, water splashed onto the floor. Two figures swung their fists and feet, each move aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. One is a good brother who avenged his brother, and the other is the youngest brother who killed two brothers. The moment Zhongshang walked into the bathroom and found that he could not coagulate blood, he knew that he had fallen into the other party's trap. So he had no choice but to manipulate the blood to strengthen his fists, and started a life and death fight with Itadori in this narrow space. At first, Itadori had the upper hand by virtue of his physical skills and his reckless exchange of injuries. But Zhongshang had been hiding a drop of blood in his palm since the moment he stepped into the women's restroom. During the battle, they fought side by side, using their wide sleeves to cover the blood drops. Call out. Zhongshang seized the brief backswing of Itadori's punch, and the blood drop hidden in his sleeve instantly shot out, piercing Itadori's abdomen. From then on, the tide of battle began to turn. 2.5 minutes later, Itadori leaned against the wall, already unconscious. Zhongshang walked forward slowly, looking down at Itadori as if he were a dead man. He condensed a sharp blood and said coldly, "Go to hell and atone your sins to my brother." Brush. A flash of blood. Inside Itadori, the sleeping Sukuna slowly opened his eyes and said disdainfully, "You're useless. You can't even beat this kind of person." As if he had noticed something, Sukuna raised his eyebrows and smiled, then continued to sleep with his eyes closed. In the toilet, the bloody knife did not cut Itadori's neck at the last moment, but slashed at the wall beside him. Boom. The walls in the toilet collapsed. Zhongshang suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of extreme despair. At the last moment before swinging the knife, he saw an incredible scene. In the fading memory in my mind, Itadori at the dining table smiled and rolled up a ball of ramen and fed it to me. Sitting next to him were his other brothers. As their elder brother, Zhongzhang's only dream in life is the happiness of his younger brothers. But now it all seems so ridiculous. He fell into the trap of sugar oil ghetto, and almost killed his youngest brother with his own hands. Thinking of this, Zhongshang held his head in his hands, his emotions completely collapsed, and tears of despair kept falling. He dragged his tired body and staggered to the toilet. Finally, he squatted alone at the elevator door with his hands on his knees, falling into autism. Until now, he still couldn't believe that Itadori was actually his biological brother. He couldn't accept the brothers killing each other. Just shortly after Zhongshang left, in the women's restroom, a short, hunchbacked figure walked in slowly. Lu Hu took out his pipe and took a deep breath. He touched the fireworms around him and praised, "You did a good job, go back." Hearing this, the fire gravel worm, which had received approval from its master, cheered and flapped its wings, flying back into the mouth of the coral reef. Looking at Itadori who had fainted on the ground, Lu Hu smiled. "I finally found you. The Curse King from 1,000 years ago. If you were the one who took action, you would definitely be able to kill Shaolu, right?" Same time, empty streets of Shibuya. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook violently. Shaolu controlled the Susanoo and moved forward slowly. And ahead, the real person had disheveled hair, twisted arms, and a charred body, as if he had been burned by fire. All of this is the masterpiece of Shaolu Amaterasu Black Flame. It must be said that the real person has a strong desire to survive. He was burned by Amaterasu many times, but he cut off his own body without hesitation. However, this also caused him to become increasingly weak, although the cursed spirit could quickly repair its injuries by consuming cursed power. But at this moment, the real person has fallen into a strange path. Not only was the cursed power exhausted, but even the stored artificial cursed spirits were used up. Run, find Lu Hu, wake up Sukuna and we'll definitely kill him. We must not let that devil catch us, otherwise we will live a life worse than death. The extremely strong desire to survive supports the real person to escape endlessly. As one of the natural disasters born from negative emotions, this is the first time I've been so embarrassed. It was also the first time that I felt the fear that I had created. This smell is not pleasant at all, because these fears were born from his heart. Thump. The real man stumbled and fell flat on his face. Once extremely powerful, he regarded all living things as worthless. The special cursed spirit that could easily kill or transform thousands of people was tripped by a small stone and fell to the ground at this moment. The real man propped up his lower body in a panic, and looked back with his bloodshot eyes at the purple giant who was chasing him with a huge sword in his hand. At the center of the giant is Shaolu. At this moment, Shaolu showed a ferocious smile, holding Tuogen's bleeding head in his hand. Shaolu was extremely happy. Master Lezi, you have come to this day. Then he threw Togen's head downwards. The head rolled down and bounced up like a basketball, and finally rolled right into the hands of the real person. 2. Togen. Tuogen was completely dead, with only a head left, and his eyes, filled with fear, were still wide open. This scene made the real person tremble all over. Shaolu released his Susanoo, came in front of the real person, grabbed the real person's hair and lifted him up so that his toes were dangling in the air. Your accomplices risked their lives to protect you. And you don't seem to be doing well. You still couldn't escape. Looking at the real person who was trembling all over and whose teeth were chattering, Shaolu continued with a playful smile. How is it? Does the smell of fear that I created myself smell good? No. Don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. The real person completely collapsed, broke free from Shaolu's hands, and fell to the ground. He shouted like a madman escaping from a mental hospital. Grab the dirt and stones on the ground and throw them at Shaolu. This is also his only means of attack at present. However, the next scene made him even more desperate. Faced with the real person's tenacious resistance to the mud and stones thrown at him, Shaolu did not dodge, but activated the divine power void. The dirt and stones all passed through Shaolu's body without causing any impact. The real person stopped what he was doing and looked at Shaolu blankly with a look of desire. However, what responded to him was the scarlet and sad eternal kaleidoscope. Shaolu raised the corners of his mouth and said indifferently, Tsukuyomi. At this moment, the people in the college in the distance were also staring at everything happening below in amazement. Why do I feel that Shaolu is the villain? Chapter 88. The end of Lazi Junran. The lower block. The real person's eyes were lifeless, he fell to his knees, and his whole body was twitching. There was an extremely painful expression on his face, as if he was experiencing unimaginable torture. As the word Tsukuyomi fell from Shaolu's mouth, the real person's consciousness instantly faded, and everything went black before his eyes. The next second, he appeared in another space. The sky was blood red, and countless crows flew by. His limbs were nailed to the cold cross. Then, Shaolu in front of him suddenly split into countless pieces. They held sharp swords and stabbed at the real person. Ah! The screams echoed throughout the empty Shibuya neighborhood. At this moment, Junran wished that he could die like Tuogen. This kind of tearing pain from the depths of his soul seemed to have happened to him somewhere before. Finally, as his consciousness faded, he finally remembered. It turns out that the pain that Yoshino Junpei felt when his clone sent it back last time was caused by this demon in front of him. Hua Yu is dead, Tuo Gen is dead, and now even my desire to die has become a luxury. At this moment, Junran regretted it. Lu Hu's suggestion was correct, the prison gate should be left to the devil Shaolu. Gojo Satoru will at least give himself a quick death. The real person's screams naturally reached the ears of the college students on the high tower in the distance. So a natural disaster level special cursed spirit can also make such a miserable cry. Zen Temple Maki sighed as he looked at the real person kneeling on the ground below. However, such a voice made her feel inexplicably relieved. While wiping the blood off her sister's battle axe, Yu complained. Look, Shaolu's smile is so scary, even from such a distance it's creepy. People who don't know would think that Junran is a good person, and Shaolu is a curse master who does all kinds of evil. So, sister, it's better for you to stay away from Shaolu from now on. Tisk, what do you know, little brat? Clean your axe properly. Shaolu is obviously smiling very handsomely. Nobara Kugasaki retorted with a frown. Maybe it was because Shaolu saved her again. Anyway, she now liked Shaolu more and more. Therefore, she would not allow Yu to slander Shaolu. The Zen Temple Zebi couldn't help but ask. Hey, aren't you curious about why the real person suddenly screamed like crazy? It looks like he was being tortured. If I'm not presbyopic, Shaolu didn't seem to do anything to that special cursed spirit called Junran just now, right? Why did you suddenly scream? This statement also aroused the curiosity of other people in the college. Right, Shaolu doesn't seem to have taken any action. In their eyes, the real person knelt on the ground and trembled constantly. Shaolu himself also stood there motionless with a grim smile. Being so far away, it was impossible to know what strange technique Shaolu had used. Kugasaki Nobara's eyes lit up, and she guessed, could it be an illusion? Among these people, she is the one who understands Shaolu's abilities better. Just now, Shaolu's eyes seemed to flash red. If I remember correctly, it was an illusion. Dongtang from Kyoto Academy suffered from this trick. Mei Mei nodded. Kugasaki is half right. Shaolu was indeed using an illusion just now, but it was an illusion of a higher level. Its name is Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi. Hearing this, everyone showed curiosity. From the name, it seems pretty awesome. I just don't know what the real person sees in the illusion world at this moment. Or, what did you feel? At this time, Mei Mei continued with a smile. According to Shaolu's words, the real person should be in great pain at this moment. He should be in an illusion space right now, and is enjoying inhuman torture. This kind of pain goes far beyond the physical body and directly affects the soul, and the weakness of a real person happens to be the soul. It may only be a few minutes in the outside world, but 3 days and 3 nights may have passed in the Tsukuyomi illusion where the real person is. After hearing Mei Mei's explanation, everyone's faces showed shock. What? 3 days and 3 nights? In this world, there is such a terrifying illusion. Doesn't that mean that if the person being pulled into the illusion doesn't have a strong enough willpower, he will be tortured into a fool? And all this, as the caster, Shaolu, only needs a glance. Kugasaki Nobara suddenly exclaimed, I see. Now it finally makes sense. No wonder these natural disaster-level special cursed spirits always close their eyes when facing Shaolu. I was very confused at first. It turns out they were always on guard against Shaolu's move. Knowing the situation, Yu couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a little scared. It seems that I have to be more careful when facing Shaolu in the future. If he trapped himself in the Tsukuyomi space and made me write summer homework for 3 days and 3 nights, his spirit would definitely collapse. Scary just thinking about it. After all, this guy might really do such a thing. Yu looked at her sister Mei Mei and stammered. Sister, I am his brother-in-law after all, he won't use this trick on me, right? Mei Mei pushed her long hair behind her ears, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said with a half smile. That depends on whether you behave well in the future. Sadness. On the other side, the people in the Zen temple opened their mouths wide, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Before, Maki always said that he was not even a finger better than Shaolu. Now looking at it this way, it seems that she was not wrong. Whether it was the strength he had shown before or this illusion called Tsukuyomi, it was extremely shocking. After all, the head of the special grade cursed spirit token that once put him in danger and even caused him to lose his hand was still under Shaolu's feet. To exaggerate a little, Shaolu didn't even need to use his hands to hit me, just a look was enough. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Gojo Satoru was sealed, he made a good decision in the beginning. He actually attracted such a monster. I don't know where he found Shaolu. If Shaolu were to join the Zenin family and assist my son Zen and Naoya. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Maki's cold shout. Haha, assist your son Naoya. An old man still likes to daydream at his age. Do you think Zen and Naoya is worthy? Even if it is the position of Zenin Patriarch, Shaolu may not be interested in him. Zenin Naobi's beard stood up due to his popularity, but he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Compared to this, his son Zen and Naoya seemed a little cheap. However, he didn't care too much about Maki's rudeness to him. After all, the two sisters were looked down upon in the Chanyuan family, and their own son mocked them for no reason. At that time, as the master of the Zen temple, he did not stop this situation. But there is nothing that can be done about it. The Chanyuan family believes in strength and bloodline. Chapter 89 15 Fingers, Sukuna. At this moment, Nanami, who was at the back, suddenly spoke. Why hasn't Itadori come yet? Who among you was working with Itadori to find the surviving humans? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yeah, where are the Itadori people? Apart from the thousands of people who were trapped on the 5th floor below ground in the subway station, there shouldn't be many survivors within the area covered by the tent. Why didn't Itadori come back? Kugasaki Nobara. I was working with Maki-san. We only found a few unconscious survivors. We handed them over to the assistant supervisor and then gathered here. Mei Mei. I am responsible for rescuing the humans trapped on the negative 5th floor. After Yu used a spell to teleport them, we came here. Soon, the others also shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen Itadori. In this regard, Nanami could only sigh helplessly. Itadori is a very responsible kid. He will probably search the entire Shibuya area before he stops. I hope so. That's what I think. Meanwhile, below the block, Shaolu grabbed the real person's head and lifted him up in the air. At this moment, the real person was already dying and no longer had the strength to resist. He tilted his head, his eyes were unfocused, and he kept muttering, "Kill me. Kill me." Obviously, under the torture of Tsukuyomi, death has become a luxury for him. Shaolu ignored his words and continued to ask, still being stubborn, "Are you going to tell me or not?" The real person opened his eyes with difficulty and was full of doubt. "What exactly do you want me to say? From beginning to end, for 3 whole days and 3 nights, you didn't even ask. You asked me, you didn't ask anything, what can I say?" Having said this, the real person used up almost the last bit of his strength and roared out in despair, tears of despair falling uncontrollably. The thought of being tortured to death for 3 consecutive days and nights, and it all came down to the other party forgetting to ask. If Shaolu had asked herself earlier, she might have been liberated earlier. Devil, he is the real devil. Didn't I ask? I'm so sorry. Shaolu touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. I was so addicted to torturing Lazi Junran that I seemed to have forgotten to ask him. But it doesn't matter. There is no need to sympathize with Lazi Junran. Then let me ask you, where is the coral hidden? You are all one of the 4 great natural disasters, so you should be able to sense its location easily, right? Tell me where it is and I'll give you a good time, or I'll let you have a good enjoyment. It's no use closing your eyes. I can slowly burn you with the black flames of Amaterasu, or forcefully remove your eyelids. When these words fell into the ears of the real person, he shuddered involuntarily, and his whole body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. But seeing the gorgeous scarlet patterns in Shaolu's pupils slowly turning again, the real person no longer hesitated. After sensing the unique scent of Luhu's magical power, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the dark office building in the distance. That's where the coral is. Give me a quick death. At the same time, the real person said silently in his heart. Luhu, please forgive me, I really don't want to go through that kind of torture again. Shaolu looked in the direction the immortal pointed, thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that the real person did not deceive himself, and it is exactly the same as the office building in the plot. Luhu must have found the unconscious Itadori, and might have already started feeding Sukuna's finger to Itadori. In that case, Shaolu threw the real person to the ground like trash, and activated Amaterasu at the same time. Raging, the terrifying black flames were like the fire of hell, instantly engulfing the real person. Since the real person was determined to die, he no longer had any extra power to resist. In an instant, it was refined. Before he died, the real person stared at Shaolu viciously and suddenly laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, do you think you won? Luhu has prepared a great gift for you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. ... Looking at the charred ground, Shaolu's lips slightly raised. Big gift, it was indeed a great gift for him. Do you think you don't know what Luhu is doing now? What he is waiting for is the awakening of Ibusuki Nuo. Everything before this was just a warm-up for him now. Of course, the same is true of the original story. The real outbreak of the Shibuya Incident officially began when Sukuna woke up. ... At the same time, Shibuya office building, Nanako and Mimiko were sweating profusely as they carefully pried open the mouth of the unconscious Itadori. Then, they stuffed their own Sukuna hands into Itadori's mouth. Behind the two women, there was a group of fire gravel insects flapping their wings. After doing all this, Nanako swallowed her saliva, looked at Luhu who was smoking behind her, and stammered. All fed. We have already fed him both of our fingers. Let us go. Call. Luhu blew out a puff of smoke, put the summoned fire gravel worm back into the mouth of the pot, and said expressionlessly. I'll let you live one more day for now. Stand aside and don't leave without my permission. It has heard that given Sukuna's character, these two women might be able to be sacrificed to Sukuna. Then, Luhu took out an old box, tore off the seal, and opened the box. Boom. An extremely evil and overbearing curse instantly enveloped the entire room. Nanako and Mimiko hugged each other and looked at Sukuna's finger in the box with fear. After a careful count, there are actually 10 of them. Are you crazy? If you feed him so much at once, Sukuna will wake up, and then the whole country will. Shut up. If you say one more word, I will burn you to ashes. Luhu's purpose this time is to awaken Ryomen Sukuna. What does it have to do with the safety of the entire country? Even if it means losing my own life. Just now, as one of the 4 great natural disasters, it felt that the auras of Junran and Tuogen had completely disappeared. Apparently, they all died at the hands of that damn Shaolu. The only one who can kill Shaolu now is Sukuna, the cursed king from 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Luhu began to take out his fingers and feed them into Itadori's mouth. Yuji once said, Itadori's is the strongest container that only appears once in 1,000 years. Even if he swallowed 20 of Sukuna's fingers, he would not give Sukuna control of the body. But this is the case of feeding 1 stick a day. If Itadori is asked to eat more than 10 fingers at a time, he will not have enough time to adapt. Therefore, Sukuna will temporarily take control of the body. As the coral continued to feed, the curse aura on Itadori continued to rise, and the unique patterns of the Curse King began to appear on his face. This way, Itadori will have at least 15 fingers inside his body. Killing Shaolu should be no problem. Please, stop feeding me. You can't afford the consequences. As the curse grew stronger, Nanako and the other person beside them had difficulty breathing. Luhu became annoyed and reached out his hand, wanting to teach the two of them a lesson. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. I saw that my outstretched arm was broken without me noticing, and the cut was neat and smooth. Then, the real devil's voice came to my ears. I'll give you 1 second, take your hand away. Chapter 90 Shaolu vs Ryomen Sukuna. Go away. Sukuna's deep and hoarse voice sounded. Luhu immediately stepped back and stood side by side with Nanako and the other girl. The terrifying evil aura swept over him. Luhu's eyes widened, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to make the slightest rash move. The Nanako sisters who were wearing JK clothes were already frightened by the evil aura emanating from Sukuna, and they dared not even breathe hard. Only by supporting each other can they barely stand firm. Looking at Sukuna who was slowly approaching him, Luhu's Adam's apple was choked with sobs and his back felt hairy. What a terrifying aura. This is a crushing force from a higher level of life. Is this the cursed king from 1,000 years ago, Ryomen Sukuna? This is a completely different strength from Gojo Satoru, an irresistible yet suffocating pressure. I don't know which one of them is stronger, but Sukuna will definitely kill Shaolu. Sukuna lifted his hair expressionlessly and said indifferently, you hold your head too high. Hearing this, Luhu immediately knelt on one knee, while the two sisters beside him prostrated themselves on the ground tremblingly. The next moment, swish, a slash that was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye passed by at an extremely fast speed. The wall behind him was instantly cut in half like tofu, and because Luhu knelt on one knee, 1/3 of his head was directly cut off. Thick blood spurted out. Luhu endured the severe pain and fear, but his body still couldn't help trembling. Your awareness is obviously not as high as theirs, Volcano Head. As soon as these words were spoken, Luhu's whole body trembled instantly and he immediately buried his head a little more. But it never knelt down like the two sisters beside it. It is a natural disaster, and the last bit of pride in its heart won't allow it to do this. For the sake of those 10 fingers, tell me, volcano head. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets and looked with interest at Luhu, who was still reluctant to recover from his injuries. Leakage Pot took a deep breath and said, please help me kill a sorcerer named Shaolu. In return, I will do my best to find the remaining fingers for you. Did you hear that? You are more hated than me, the Cursed King. Ha ha ha. Sukuna suddenly gave a strange smile to the air in front of him. Hearing this, Luhu suddenly turned around and looked. I saw Shaolu appear behind the 3 people silently. You, when did you? Luhu looked at Shaolu in disbelief. Shaolu looked at Luhu, who had a confused look on her face, and the 2 sisters beside her who were wearing JK costumes. Presumably, they are Nanako and Mimiko who want to kill Nozomi and free Geto's body, right? How did the chamber pot get cut off? What a pity. Shaolu pretended to sigh in disappointment, then looked at Sukuna who was smiling strangely in front of him, and then said to himself. As expected of Ryomen Sukuna, he actually has 4 eyes, wow. After all, Sukuna's eyes might be a disaster to others, but they are more beneficial to him. What do you mean? Sukuna looked at Shaolu in confusion. Are you scared? I only had 3 fingers of strength back then, and I let you take the limelight. Now I will slowly torture you to death, and begging for mercy will be useless. Scared, Shaolu scratched his ears and said calmly, I just think you have too many eyes, which are dazzling. I will randomly blind 2 of them later. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the 2 sisters on the ground were so frightened that their hearts were beating wildly and cold sweat dripped down their hair onto their hands. Did you hear that correctly? He wants to poke, blind Ryomen Sukuna's eyes. Is this person tired of living, or did he drink fake wine? How dare you provoke Ryomen Sukuna like this? However, Luhu was more concerned about what Sukuna said before. It turns out that Shaolu had fought with Sukuna before, and judging from Sukuna's tone, he seemed to be suppressed by Shaolu. But then it breathed a sigh of relief, because at that time Sukuna was only as strong as 3 fingers, and it could have won even if it had been in his place. But now Sukuna has the strength of 15 fingers. This is far from being calculated as 5 times the strength. Shaolu's words completely angered Sukuna. Shaolu, this idiot, is too arrogant and conceited. Not only did he come to Sukuna's house to seek death, he also said something like he would poke Sukuna's eyes out. How ridiculous. This way, he no longer had to worry about whether Sukuna would kill him. Shaolu will definitely die today. Hee. Instead of getting angry, Sukuna sneered, you're still so sharp-tongued. Do you still think I'm the same 3-finger strong as before? Shaolu, it won't stop me from poking your eyes. Sukuna, I'll give you one more chance to speak, otherwise I'll chop you into minced meat and feed it to the dogs right away. Shaolu, get lost. Sukuna's face suddenly darkened. The air around suddenly condensed. Hiss. Luhu and the other 2 gasped and fell to their knees, not daring to make a sound. Crazy. Really crazy. At the same time, Shibuya Tower, everyone in the college looked at the office building in the distance that had lost power with curious eyes. Strange, why did Shaolu suddenly go to the office building? Did he find the location of the volcano? But it's been so long, and there's no sign of a fight. Nobara Kugasaki couldn't help but hold her chin in her hand and asked in confusion. Nanami frowned. Why don't we let Mei Mei use the crow Shikigami to observe? For a moment, everyone looked at Mei Mei expectantly. It's good to have Shaolu as the backbone. They originally had to fight to the death with the special grade cursed spirits, but now they can just sit on this high tower and watch the show. If security had not been completely lifted yet, they would even want to buy some popcorn to eat while watching the movie. Moreover, Shaolu had already eliminated 3 of the 4 great natural disasters, and the remaining one would probably not be able to escape Shaolu's clutches. Yu put her hands on her hips and said in dissatisfaction, you guys really treat my elder sister as a tool. Kugasaki Nobara. Tisk, Mei Mei hasn't even said anything yet, what are you yelling about, little brat? Sadness. As the 2 were arguing, Mei Mei suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her face extremely solemn. The situation is not good. My crow was chopped into pieces before it even got close to the office building. Most importantly, I felt an extremely terrifying evil aura at the last moment. It's exactly the same as the previous Yingji Children's Palace. Nanami's expression suddenly changed. You mean Ryomen Sukuna? Mei Mei nodded solemnly. Apart from Ryomen Sukuna, who else could exude such a frightening evil aura? What? Ryomen Sukuna actually woke up. That proves that Itadori is also in that building, and his body is occupied by Sukuna. Mei Mei nodded, took the battle axe from Yu, and said in a deep voice. I'm afraid the real war is about to begin. Itadori might have been captured by that volcano-cursed spirit, and this time Sukuna's aura is much stronger than what I felt before. Do you remember the finger of Sukuna that was stolen at the sister exchange meeting? Chapter 91. Do you want to dance too? Kugasaki Nobara. Mei Mei's sister, are you saying that volcano head fed all of Sukuna's fingers to Itadori? So their ultimate goal is to wake up Sukuna. So now, how many fingers are inside Itadori? Mei Mei. I guess besides the fingers in the college, the other party also has his own collection. So, there are at least 10 of them in Itadori's body now. More than 10. Just then, boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A fire exploded in the distant office building, and a figure could be vaguely seen in the billowing smoke, flying backwards like a cannonball. Everyone in the college exclaimed, "It's Tiger." No, it's Sukuna. Then, Shaolu's familiar figure appeared in the field of vision. Whoosh, Shaolu flashed by, hanging upside down, and appeared behind Sukuna. He quickly formed seals with both hands and blew out a ball of fire from his mouth. The fireball swept up the surrounding buildings and condensed into a huge fireball that burned towards Sukuna. In the blink of an eye, Sukuna had fallen to the ground. He put his hands in his pockets, attached the magic power to his feet, and moved through the streets like skating. Looking at the huge fireball coming towards him in the sky, Sukuna sneered. "Playing with fire in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his hands and clapped them casually. Bang! The fireball seemed to be controlled, falling to the ground uncontrollably at a high speed, setting off a large area of flames. Beep beep, the huge explosion caused the sirens of surrounding electric vehicles to sound non-stop. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna spread his hands and said disdainfully, "That's it." How boring. Swish. Just as he finished speaking, a blurry shadow flashed by. Just as Sukuna was about to turn his head, he felt a huge push from behind and was blown away. Bang bang bang. Sukuna's body flew forward like a kite with its string cut off, crashing through all the buildings along the way. However, Sukuna still maintained an excited smile on his face. "That's a little more qualified. Try harder and do your best to please me." Sukuna opened his arms and let himself fly backwards and crash through layer after layer of buildings, as if he was enjoying the thrill of free fall. For him now, these attacks can barely be considered as massage. This time, he's going to take it slow. "Really, you want to dance, too?" Suddenly, Shaolu's indifferent voice came to his ears. Sukuna opened his small eyes on his cheekbones with a little surprise and glanced diagonally behind him. This guy was able to avoid my perception and go behind me in advance. Thinking of this, Sukuna suddenly closed his eyes. Because Shaolu's 2 fingers have already poked over. Court death. Sukuna was furious. This guy actually wanted to poke his eyes out. Just as he raised his hand to launch an attack, the collar behind his neck suddenly tightened. Then the whole person was thrown directly into the air. Shaolu used Flying Thunder God, and yellow lightning flashed continuously in the night sky. Inside the office building, a big hole had been smashed in the wall. Nanako and Mimiko lay by the window, looking down with blank faces. Mr. Volcano Head, who has the upper hand? Shaolu and Sukuna are so fast that they can cross an entire city block in a flash. With the strength of both of them, it was impossible to see their battle clearly. I thought that Shaolu was looking for death, but I didn't expect he was so powerful. If I saw correctly, the first person to be kicked out was Sukuna, right? Lu, who silently used his magical power to repair the wound on his forehead and glanced at the 2 women calmly. Humph, Sukuna is obviously just joking now. Once he gets serious, Shaolu will definitely die. In his opinion, Sukuna didn't even use the most basic slashing attack. What else could he do but play? I never considered Shaolu as my opponent. At the same time, Shibuya Tower. The heads of the people in the college swayed rhythmically with the lightning in the sky. In their sight, they could only barely make out the golden trail left in the sky. So fast, I can't even catch its afterimage. I never thought that after swallowing so many fingers, Shaolu could still suppress Sukuna's fight. Mei Mei said objectively. At this stage, both of them are still in the trial stage, and it is impossible to tell who will win the battle. The monk in the Zen temple opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a long time. In the face of such an outrageous speed, can the 24 frames per second projection spell that I am so proud of really keep up? Obviously, the answer is no. Whether it was Shaolu or Sukuna, in front of these 2 people, I was as slow as a snail. The lower block, Shaolu looked at Sukuna, who was unharmed across from him inside. There are 2 points that make Ryomen Sukuna truly strong. First, the bondage is broken and the lone space is cut. The second is the resistance of its body to blows. In the original novel, he not only withstood the powerful attacks of the high school students many times, but also survived Gojo Satoru's close-range hollow style. It is obviously unlikely that my fists will cause much damage to it. Thinking of this, Shaolu smiled and looked at Susanoo. "You are not as fast as me. Sooner or later, I will poke your eyes. How about you just obey me? That way you can at least keep your dignity." Idiot. Sukuna grinned evilly and clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. "You haven't figured out your position yet." Before he finished speaking, a purple light and shadow appeared on his face. I remember this trick." Boom. Susanoo swung his sword violently. Sukuna instantly flew backwards and crashed deeply into the unfinished building behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Shaolu released Susanoo, felt the real blow, and said with a smile, "It feels good." However, the next second, a big hole appeared in the wall. Sukuna walked over leisurely, holding a drink in his right hand and popcorn he got from somewhere in his left hand, as if nothing had happened. It seemed as if the previous blow did not cause much damage to him. With that blow just now, Sukuna's clothes had been cut open, but the deep cut on his chest was quickly repaired by the reverse curse technique. Only light scratches are left. Sukuna took a sip of the drink in his hand and immediately frowned. Is it still so unpalatable after 1,000 years? Shaolu, it's free, but you still have so many requests. Haha, I'm the king of curses, and I still have to pay for things. After saying that, Sukuna spat out the drink at his feet, and then threw the bottle behind him. Oink oink. The slashing attack was launched, and the drink was instantly cut into countless small pieces. This is how things that I hate end up, and you. At this point, Sukuna suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? Shaolu came to Sukuna's side in an instant and threw a black punch, accompanied by black lightning. Bang! Sukuna was completely unable to react, his face twisted, and he was blown hundreds of meters away. Amazing speed. Sukuna supported himself on the surface of the building with one hand, hanging upside down, and couldn't help but sigh. Then he suddenly raised his head, grinned at the air in front of him and shouted, "Come on." Whoosh! Shaolu arrived. Sukuna raised his hand decisively and said calmly, /8. Chapter 92 Would Release vs Infinite / Swish. The invisible sewing machine swept across Shaolu's body like a laser. Sukuna raised a triumphant smile. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than my slash? However, the next second, his expression froze. I saw that Shaolu, which was cut into pieces of meat, suddenly turned into 4 half-cut wooden stakes. Sukuna's expression was a little dull. What? Then he immediately recalled that Shaolu had used this trick to deceive his eyes when he was at Yingji Children's Palace. Are all the techniques this guy is using just magic tricks? Just as Sukuna quickly turned his 4 eyes to look for Shaolu's location, a strange light suddenly flashed behind him. Sukuna felt his whole body go numb from being stared at, and he turned around to look. But he found that his vision was dark, and then 2 pairs of eyes suddenly opened. Like the devil's eyes in hell, it was about to drag him into the endless abyss. The scarlet jade pupils and the purple eyes filled with mysterious patterns occupied his entire field of vision. For a moment, Sukuna's mind fell into a brief trance, and he did not put up any resistance to Shaolu's oncoming kick. With the blue chakra flame attached to the body surface, Shaolu's kick was like a sharp axe, sweeping across Sukuna's chest. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and Sukuna flew back, then quickly stopped. Ha 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 ha! Sukuna looked at Shaolu standing on the roof and suddenly laughed strangely. Illusion. Over the past thousands of years, many so-called righteous magicians have used it on me. But in the end, I dug out all their eyes with my own hands, and then stomped them to pieces. So, the inheritance of contemporary sorcerers who can perform illusions should be broken. Are you their descendant? Thinking of this, Sukuna couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this kid wanted to poke his own eyes out all the time. Was he trying to avenge his elders? Shaolu was also a little surprised. 1,000 years ago, some sorcerers could perform illusions. But on second thought, it does make sense. The world of sorcery has all kinds of strange techniques, so it's normal to have illusions. It seems that Sukuna is very resistant to illusions. But it is not surprising. As the Cursed King from 1,000 years ago, his mental power is probably not weaker than his own strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive the siege by so many magicians who were skilled in illusions back then. However, there is one thing that Sukuna may have misunderstood. His own illusion technique is not comparable to that of the group of people back then. Sukuna probably hasn't tried Tsukuyomi yet, right? But if you want to trick Sukuna, it's best to catch him by surprise. Thinking of this, Shaolu formed seals with both hands. Would release. Wood dragon technique. As Shaolu quickly completed the hand seal, the ground below suddenly shook violently, and then suddenly a huge gap appeared. A huge figure flew out from the crack. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout Shibuya. In fact, the sound penetrates everyone's eardrum. The terrifying might made many weaker people's hands and feet go limp. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. I saw a huge wooden dragon hovering in the sky, looking around like a living being. Under Shaolu's control, the wooden dragon swooped down towards Sukuna, and the buildings along the way collapsed. Sukuna kept shuttling back and forth in the streets, avoiding the wooden dragon's attack. Shibuya Tower. Everyone in the college was completely dumbfounded. What a horrible feeling of oppression. Is this really a technique that can do this? Zen Temple Zebi looked at the giant dragon hovering in the sky and sighed. Teacher Mei Mei, I admit that I spoke a little loudly before. The moment the wooden dragon was summoned, it crushed all the surrounding buildings. The range of such an attack is probably more than 500 meters, right? Thinking back to when he had questioned Shaolu before, his face turned red. Fortunately, they were hiding far away, otherwise they would have been affected. At the same time, inside the office building, the leaking pot was lost in thought as it stared at the huge wooden dragon in the distant sky. Mr. Volcano Head, what is the current situation of the battle? Nanako looked timid, but mustered up the courage to ask again. Compared with Shaolu and Sukuna, the quarrel that almost killed them before didn't seem so scary anymore. Seems like that makes some sense. Unlike Luhu who unconditionally supported Sukuna in killing Shaolu, they had only one goal. They will give everything to anyone who can help them kill the guy who occupies Geto's body. Even if it is, life doesn't matter. Just then, 2 footsteps suddenly sounded behind me. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect that Ryuman Sukuna couldn't kill him in such a short time. Is it possible that the world of curses will have another person with extraordinary strength? The person who spoke was Shigeru Geto. At this time, next to him, a girl wearing black and white robes and with bangs and white mushroom-like hair suddenly retorted. The strength that Lord Sukuna has shown so far is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as he wants, no one can survive his blow. This was true 1,000 years ago, and it is still true now, 1,000 years later. Li Mei's face was cold, and her words were beyond question. If anyone dares to refute him at this time, he will kill the other person without hesitation. Sugar Oil Jia held the prison gate with the 5-5 sealed in it, squinted his eyes and smiled. Okay, I know that you, Mei, are a loyal subordinate of Ryuman Sukuna. It would be best if you could kill Shaolu. Aren't all of you watching the battle with this mentality? Are you right, Luhu? He then looked at the two sisters who were hostile to him with some surprise, and said playfully. Why, you don't bow to your leader when you see him. Nanako grabbed Mimiko's arm tightly and said through gritted teeth. You are not our leader, you are just a parasite that steals other people's bodies. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread throughout Shibuya and attracted everyone's attention. Luhu's lips curved slightly. Sukuna, now we are getting serious. High in the sky, Sukuna stopped and looked at the wooden dragon that was roaring at him, then slowly raised his hands. Infinity. 8. Infinite solutions. As soon as he finished speaking, countless slashing attacks occurred within 100 meters around him. At this moment, the huge wooden dragon that was charging forward seemed to have turned into food on a chopping board, and was instantly cut into countless pieces of wood of equal size. Sukuna looked down at Shaolu and said with a disdainful smile, what other moves do you have? Use them all. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Seeing this scene, Shaolu couldn't help but sigh. Sukuna's knife skills are pretty good, no wonder the name of the field contains the word, cook. Since you like cutting, I'll let you cut as much as you want today. Then, Shaolu pressed his hands on the ground, wood release. Tree World Advent, Chapter 93 Luhu, with so many eyes, if he doesn't fall for the illusion, who will? Boom, countless twisted and distorted trees broke out of the ground. As if they had life, they rolled towards Sukuna in the sky. For a time, the high-rise buildings and blocks around Shibuya were almost completely submerged in a sea of wood. Soon, most of Shibuya became a green primeval forest. Looking at this shocking scene, Sukuna's eyes were filled with excitement. I really didn't expect that he could perform such an extraordinary technique. Even I feel a little ashamed of myself. But, Sukuna raised his hands again and grinned evilly. Give me as much as you want, and I'll cut as much as you want. Oink oink, countless slashes broke through the air, chopping all the twisted giant trees into pieces. Then, the number of wood releases that were born far exceeded that of wood dragons. Under the surging of this endless sea of wood, Sukuna, who was slashing, could only prevent the giant trees from getting close for a while. Unless Sukuna immediately activates the domain to subdue demons and control the chef. Seeing this, Shaolu smashed the beverage vending machine on the street with one punch and took out a bottle of coke from it. While drinking and watching Sukuna's performance, he wanted to see how long Sukuna could last. See this scene. The corner of Kugasaki Nobara's mouth twitched at the high tower. Are these two, playing fruit cutting? Look at Sukuna's expression now, it seems like he is enjoying the cutting. Shaolu is such a jerk. He actually sat there and drank a beverage. Mei Mei held her forehead, sighed and said, yes, it is not good to solve Susanoo earlier. He actually still has the thought of watching Susanoo cut fruit while drinking a drink. However, this also indirectly reflects that Shaolu is not under much pressure in the battle against Sukuna, which makes everyone in the high school feel relieved. Nanami was speechless. Do you want to look at what you are saying? Shaolu is now fighting against the Curse King from 1,000 years ago. If you are not careful enough, you will lose your life if you are on the same level as Gojo Satoru. If Shaolu loses and Gojo Satoru is sealed and can't get out, it shouldn't be hard to imagine what the consequences will be, right? Zen Temple Zebiran. I agree. Although it is helpful, it is obvious that no one present, including me, can intervene in a battle of this level. To put it simply, it's a gift if you go there. Only Okatsu Yuta, Kujuku Yuki, or a special grade sorcerer of that level can help. Mei Mei. By the way, didn't Tudo go to make a phone call? As long as he can call Juju Yuki over, the balance of the war will tilt towards us. Nanami. I think it's a little difficult. A woman who only knows how to travel may not come even if the world is destroyed tomorrow. At the same time, inside the office building, several scattered invisible wind blades cut through Li Mei's neck, and blood oozed out of the wound. Li Mei reached out and touched the wound, then put the finger stained with the wound into her mouth, her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing an expression of great enjoyment. As expected of Lord Sukuna, his strength is still as strong as before. The blood from the wounds he inflicted has become delicious. Seeing this scene, Luhu and the others' mouths twitched slightly. Who would have thought that Li Mei, who looked so proud on the surface, actually had such a side? Li Mei ignored the strange looks from others, but crossed her arms, raised her chin, and said proudly. Although we have to admit that the boy named Shaolu is quite capable, it is clear that Master Sukuna is even more powerful. Faced with an attack of this magnitude, I was able to smash it all. I couldn't hurt him at all. Sha Yuji, why do we feel like Shaolu is teasing Sukuna? Look, he still has the mood to drink. As soon as these words came out, Li Mei was instantly unhappy. He glanced at them coldly. If you dare to say such disrespectful words again, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. Haha, Sha Yuji laughed sarcastically. If I remember correctly, you are just a cook at Ryuman Sukuna, right? Without Sukuna's consent, do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Mei's face instantly darkened. Boom, snap, The whole room was instantly frozen. The temperature suddenly dropped to negative numbers. The two sisters Nanako, who were the weakest, were so cold that their legs and feet were shaking, and they could only hug each other to keep warm. Yuji was not moved, but looked at Luhu and said calmly, "Luhu, thank you for your help." After Luhu used his magic power to raise the temperature, he persuaded, "No matter what, Shaolu must die today. Even if he fights Sukuna on equal terms, we can still take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, right?" Yuji praised, "You have become much more smooth-talking, Luhu." Luhu looked at Yuji deeply. "Master, Tuogan both died at the hands of Shaolu. If he hadn't been more careful, he might not be alive today. Suguru Geto, are you blaming me for not saving the real Togen?" Luhu snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring him. "You and I both know that before, even if I took action, I couldn't protect the real people. I am not good at fighting." Yuji felt a little regretful. Among the 4 great natural disasters, Junrin is the one he favors the most. Although in terms of strength, the real person is the weakest. But both his talent and learning ability are amazing. If he is allowed to continue to grow, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Luhu. By then, he will be able to absorb the real person and turn it into nutrients. But unfortunately, with so many layers of tents set up in advance for Shaolu, even the eye stones accumulated over the years were almost used up on this day. But in the end, it failed to stop him from intervening in the battle. Fortunately, Gojo Satoru was sealed, and the Shibuya incident was not in vain. After calming down, Mei pondered for a while and suddenly said, "I agree with Kazantu's proposal. It would be best if I could help Lord Sukuna. But there must be a prerequisite, that is, we must not ruin Master Sukuna's interest. This office building is relatively close to the people on the battlefield. If they really want to take action, they will definitely be able to do so before the senior college students. Now both sides can sense each other's aura, so it's better to wait for the battle to unfold." At this moment, Kaikaze suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Look, the sky, the sky. What are you yelling about?" Luhu scolded the 2 girls, saying that if he was not worried that Sukuna might still need them, he would have burned them to ashes long ago. Then, Luhu turned his head and looked up at the sky following their gaze, then he widened his eyes and stood there in a daze. Snap! The cigarette stem fell out of his mouth and hit the ground. An extremely bizarre scene appeared. The entire sky turned blood red. Flocks of crows circled in the air, making ominous hoarse cries. If you look closely, you can even find that the crow's eyes are actually scarlet, and there are even a few black magatama in its pupils. The enchanting and sad red contains magatama, etc. These eyes are Shaolu. Luhu exclaimed, "Illusion. It's an illusion." It actually forgot to remind Sukuna of this. If it were to say, Shaolu's strongest point is not those super standard spells, nor is it the strange black flame that cannot be extinguished. It was the impossible to defend against illusion. Mei said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you yelling so much? Master Sukuna is not afraid of these unorthodox methods. Listen, Mushroom Head, Shaolu's illusion is not an unorthodox technique. We'd better take action now." Luhu knew that when Shaolu used illusion, he would also enter the illusion space with the other party. So theoretically speaking, this is the best time to launch a sneak attack. It didn't know how good Sukuna's ability to resist illusions was, so maybe he wouldn't lose his mind and attack it like he did last time. But he will definitely be affected by the illusion. After all, Sukuna has so many eyes, if he doesn't fall for the illusion, who will? Chapter 94 Sneak Attack Plan. Yuki Kujiru arrives at the battlefield. Yuji nodded in agreement. Luhu is right, Shaolu's illusion can't be compared with those magicians from thousands of years ago. Also, has anyone in the world of sorcery ever been able to materialize an illusion? After saying this, he looked up at the blood-red sky, then at the prison gate that sealed Gojo Satoru in his hand, and murmured. "Before I sealed Gojo Satoru, he said that someone could take over the position of the strongest person in the current era at any time. I still didn't quite believe it at the time, but obviously, this person showed up. How could Gojo Satoru actually say such a thing? If that is true, then I must think carefully about it." Thinking of this, Mei clenched her fists and stared at Shaolu, who was squatting on a telephone pole in the distance. For some reason, even though we were so far apart, I could still feel a strange power from him. Especially those eyes that were always flashing red, even if they were not looking at each other, they could make him feel a little palpitated. Could this be an ominous force? Just as Mei looked at him carefully, trying to see through him, Shaolu in the distance seemed to sense something. He raised his hand to cover his Rinnegan, and his gaze quickly looked towards the office building in the distance, then locked onto Mei and grinned. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Mei involuntarily took 2 steps back, holding her chest and breathing rapidly, with a few drops of cold sweat oozing out of her forehead. This guy is really extraordinary. Even though they were so far apart, just the moment of looking at each other was enough to make him feel fearful. Seeing Mei being defeated, Luhu felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart, but he warned her seriously. "I advise you not to look that guy in the eye." At the same time, he sneered in his heart. Only this arrogant and ignorant mushroom head would be stupid enough to take the initiative to look into those eyes. If you think you are from ancient times and look down on today's sorcerers, you will die miserably. It's not just Shaolu, it has always remembered that there are several special grades in the college that have never been seen. Yuji smiled and nodded. That's right, Luhu, they, including myself, all closed their eyes when facing Shaolu. This time, Li Mei did not freeze the room in anger, but looked solemn and said stubbornly. Although Lord Sukuna is definitely stronger than Shaolu, he is an extremely cunning person. You can tell from the smile you turned around just now, so I reluctantly agreed to Huoshantu's proposal and launched a surprise attack on Shaolu. Let's put an end to this farce as soon as possible. In response to this, Luhu cursed in his heart. Tisp, you expressionless mushroom girl, why are you pretending to be so proud? If it hadn't considered Sukuna's ability to kill Shaolu, would it have gone to such great lengths to feed its fingers? If Sukuna didn't have this ability, I wouldn't give those fingers to Sukuna even if I had to feed them to the dogs. Then let's get going. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures jumped down from a building that was more than 20 stories high. As a result, the only ones left in the office building were Nanako and her sister, who were shivering in the corner. Nanako, what should we do? Now I hope that the man named Shaolu can win. He is from the academy and is a mortal enemy of this group of people. If he wins, maybe he will take action to get rid of the BD who occupies Master Geto's body. But from what we can see now, our chances of winning are not very high. After all, the pressure of fighting Sukuna is already very high. If we are attacked by Huoshantu and the others, although those 3 people just now are much inferior to Sukuna, they are all top-class strongmen. Nanako, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and said with a firm look. Then let's go tell the High Commissioner about this. If we let them take action, there might still be a chance. If Sukuna wins, what value do these 2 have for Sukuna to use? But if the college wins, I will have a lot of bargaining chips. For example, tell them the hiding places of many curse masters and the plan mentioned by the fake Geto Suguru just now. The 2 women had only one goal from beginning to end. That is to free Master Geto's body. The other side. Mei Mei frowned slightly. The sky was blood red. This should be Shaolu's trick. But just now I seemed to vaguely sense 3 powerful auras. Could it be that the cursed spirits intervened? But my crow did not observe. Nanami came over and said, Mei Mei, did you sense it too? Well, just now there were 3 powerful waves of magical energy passing by quickly, but suspiciously, my crow did not notice it. Is it an illusion? Just as the 2 were wondering, 2 girls suddenly came running hurriedly from behind. It was Nanako and Mimiko, both of them were panting. Mei Mei looked at him, raised her eyebrows, and raised her battle axe, cursor. Wait, we have something important to say. 3 special class players are heading towards the center of the battlefield. Their purpose is to launch a surprise attack on Shaolu. Facing the scrutiny of the senior staff, the 2 were afraid that they would not believe them, so they continued to speak. One has a volcano head, and I think he's a fake Geto Suguru, and the other has a mushroom head, and he's said to be Sukuna's cook. Then, the 2 women frankly explained what had happened and their purpose. Only in this way can we quickly gain the trust of the college. Upon hearing this, all the senior experts present were stunned. Mei Mei, Nanami, it seems our feeling was correct. That group of people are getting restless. Kugasaki Nobara looked anxious. Cunning cursed spirit. Let's go and help. Help. Zen Temple Zebiran laughed at himself and looked at his broken arm. A disabled old man, plus Nanami who was seriously injured. The only one who was doing better is Miss Mei Mei. 2 of our only 3 first-level sorcerers are disabled, while the other side has 3 special-level sorcerers in their prime. Are you sure you're not going to cause trouble for Shaolu? After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Although the old man from the Zen temple said something unpleasant, it was true. Fushiguro Megumi looked determined. How about I let Moxu Luo come out? The Zen temple's ZB people glared at him fiercely. If we can't control it, everyone here will die. Others may not have a specific idea of how powerful the alien god General Moxu Luo is, but as the former head of the Zen temple, he knows how terrifying it is. If Fushiguro fails to subdue Moxu Luo, the consequences will be disastrous. Didn't you say that Shaolu is the same as Gojo Satoru, that he is at his strongest when he is alone? Unless there is a special grade sorcerer who can help, otherwise he will just be a hindrance. As soon as the words fell, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind. Ding ding. Oh, I heard you're short of special grade here. What do you think of me? Everyone turned around suddenly. Motorcycle girl. No, Kujuku Yuki. A slim brown-haired woman wearing tight jeans and sunglasses took off her helmet, looked at everyone and smiled. You actually came. Also, this is Shibuya Tower. How did you manage to get up here on a motorcycle? Juju Yuki took the key, put it on his fingertips and turned it in circles as usual, and walked slowly towards him. Although it's annoying to have my travel plans interrupted, if I don't come, Dongtang and Yagaleodang will almost blow up my phone. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone with a bored look on her face, stretched out her slender fingers and slid it up and down twice casually. The phone screen showed all missed calls. Chapter 95 Let Itadori execute Sukuna. As for how I rode my bike up here, I naturally found a slope and rode up there. Is this difficult for a special grade sorcerer? It's just basic operations. After saying this, she put one hand on her waist, raised her chin slightly, and looked proud. Everyone. Is it true that no one praises me? That's really sad. Okay, tell me what's going on now. Okay. Why did half of Shibuya become a primeval forest along the way? Then, the senior officials gave a quick introduction to what had happened. Dot 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 dot. After understanding it, Juju Yuki's eyes flashed with excitement. So that Shaolu is already this strong. He can actually fight Sukuna back and forth. What a fascinating guy. I wonder what kind of woman he likes. Thinking of this, she waved to everyone and said casually. Don't worry, Chudo and that weirdo who claims to be Itadori's brother will block their way. They should be able to hold out until I arrive. At the same time, center of the battlefield, Shaolu felt that the time had come and waved his hand to release the wood release technique. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, suspended in the air, looking at Shaolu standing on the electric pole. The technique is very powerful, but unfortunately, it can't get close to me. Shaolu opened her lips slightly, and whispered as if hypnotizing, really? Why not take a look around? What trick are you planning? Sukuna was disdainful and glanced up at the sky. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. A blood moon in the sky. This is, sudden, ga ga ga. A dense flock of crows suddenly appeared in front of him and swallowed Sukuna up. Sukuna sneered. You think you can trap me with just these crows? Just as he was about to raise his hand to attack, the crows surrounding him suddenly opened their bloodshot eyes one by one. The next moment, Sukuna came to a mysterious space. The whole person was tied to a cross without anyone noticing, with his limbs nailed shut and unable to move. It was as if the cursed power in his body did not exist. Is this an illusion? Is there an illusion that can achieve this level? Just as Sukuna was thinking in his heart, a voice echoed. Welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi. Shaolu suddenly appeared in front of Sukuna. In this Tsukuyomi space, he is a god. Let me do the math. Technically, you should be the second guest here. As he spoke, Shaolu transformed into a bloodstained execution knife. For the next 72 hours, I will continue to stab you with a knife. This is not an ordinary illusion. The pain you endure in this Tsukuyomi space will reflect reality. Well, enjoy it. Swish. The execution knife pierced through the abdomen fiercely. Sukuna's pupils suddenly widened, his whole body tensed up, and his fists clenched tightly. Oink oink. Shaolu is like a tireless machine, constantly repeating the work at hand. The white knife goes in, the red knife comes out, over and over again. Sukuna was sweating profusely at this moment, and for the first time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. What kind of illusion is this? It can actually pull me directly into the illusion space. Even all the magicians who knew illusions that he had fought against thousands of years ago had never made him feel such pain. Physical strength cannot be used, spell power cannot be activated, and even the domain cannot be expanded. The cross behind him seemed like a shackle, restricting all his abilities. The Curse King at this moment is no different from an ordinary person. Shaolu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Ryomen Sukuna, he hasn't even hummed a single word until now. Such willpower is truly extraordinary. Thinking back to when he tortured Lazi Junrin before, he should have started begging for mercy by now. Shaolu kept moving his hands, looked at Sukuna and said jokingly, if you beg for mercy, I will let you go. Ha ha ha, do you think such a little trick will make me beg for mercy? Sukuna's face was ferocious and his voice was extremely hoarse. After you get out, I will let you taste my torture. Tisk, Shaolu sneered. There will be something even more powerful waiting for him when he gets out. Suddenly, Shaolu raised his hand and slapped his head. The movement of his hand stopped, he almost overlooked a problem. Sukuna might have the ability to transfer the damage to Itadori's mind, or transfer the pain he endures to Itadori in half. If that's the case, if they keep poking like this, Itadori will probably collapse before Sukuna collapses. After all, in the original work, when he occupied Fushiguro Megumi's body, he often let the unlucky Fushiguro Megumi take Gojo Satoru's infinite space. After 2 shots of infinite void, Fushiguro Megumi must have been washed away by the spam messages and turned into a fool. Fortunately, I thought of this, it's not too late. Then, Shaolu raised his head and focused his right Sharingan on Sukuna's eyes. Soon, Sukuna's pupils began to dilate and his consciousness gradually became blurred. If you want to do this in the outside world, it may be difficult, but this is his Tsukuyomi world. Not long after, a soul was peeled out. Itadori, in his spirit form, opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Shaolu, what's going on? Where is this? Also, isn't it Sukuna who has taken over my consciousness? Suddenly, Itadori looked startled and stepped back in fear. How did Sukuna get nailed to the cross? Am I dreaming? Shaolu patted Itadori's face and handed him the long knife with a smile. Although I can't help you regain control of your body, I can help you get rid of the hatred in your heart. Do I have a chance to stab Sukuna with a knife? Itadori looked down at the long knife in his hand with an incredulous tone. The hand holding the knife began to tremble slightly with excitement. Ryomen Sukuna caused him to be sentenced to death, and he also used his body to try to hurt his friends many times. This demon who regards human life as worthless. If we were to say who Itadori hated the most, first it was Mahito, and secondly it was Sukuna who occupied his body. Thinking of this, Itadori tightly grasped the hilt of the knife and stabbed Sukuna fiercely. Shaolu found a vacant space nearby, sat down, and looked at the scene with interest. Rather than torturing Sukuna himself, letting Itadori do it obviously made Sukuna even angrier. Fortunately, I thought of this, otherwise I would have hurt my own people by mistake. Not far from where Shaolu and Sukuna fought, Luwu looked at Shaolu and Sukuna, who were motionless in the sky, and said solemnly. I didn't expect that the Curse King would also be affected. Shaolu's illusion is simply outrageous. It even felt that this was beyond the scope of what the technique could do. No matter how powerful the illusion is, it will never destroy Sukuna-sama's mind. It's just an illusion. Master Sukuna must be feeling very relaxed right now, and he should be able to break free of it soon. Mei Mei looked at Sukuna in the sky, her eyes full of admiration, and her tone was extremely proud. In the crusade 1,000 years ago, anyone who used illusions against Sukuna was attacked by Sukuna's powerful mental power. In the end, some die and some go crazy. Well, let's deal with these two stubborn obstacles first. Otherwise, once the illusion ends, there will be no such good opportunity for a sneak attack again. Kojia narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Tudo and Zhongshang, who were blocking the way ahead. Luhu. Hey, Zhongshang, do you want to be a traitor? Chapter 96. The Ultimate Chapter. Whirlpool. Thick smoke rose from the Mount Fuji above Luhu's head, and he looked at Zhongshang with anger in his eyes. This guy looked like he was still asleep since he dealt with Gojo Satoru in the subway station. The attack launch was even more powerless. It would be fine if he didn't help, but now he's trying to stop them. Zhongshang snorted coldly and stared at Luhu and the others. Traitors. You are the deceivers. I will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt my brother. After squatting at the elevator door and isolating himself for an hour, Zhongshang finally recognized his inner self. No matter what happened before, Itadori is still his brother. And these people actually used Itadori's body as a vessel to summon Sukuna. As a good brother, he must save Itadori even at the cost of his own life. And he only needs to help the high school and subdue Sukuna, and then Itadori's consciousness will be restored. Brother. Luhu looked at Itadori in the sky, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Itadori is actually your brother. Suguru Geto smiled calmly, as if he was thinking of his own deeds hundreds of years ago. Then, he looked up at the little witch Nishimiya Dao, who was riding a magic broom in the air. Hey, the senior college figured it out pretty quickly. With Nishimiya Momo's signal, the final battle of Shibuya officially begins. The new generation of sorcerers hiding in the ruins in the distance began to attack. Location. Right below Nishimiya Momo. Kamo Jixian said, and drew his bow decisively. As his fingers loosened their grip on the bow, 3 arrows imbued with magical power shot out into the air. Then, the 3 arrows shot out quickly turned into a dark blue rain of arrows in the air, lighting up the entire dark sky. Zen Temple Mai, who was lying on the roof of the ruins, was holding a sniper rifle and had already aimed at Sugar Oil Jia's head. After holding his breath and concentrating, his slender fingers pulled the trigger at a steady speed. Bang! The recoil caused her body to tremble slightly, and a high-speed spinning bullet cut through the air and burst out. On the distant plain, Suguru Geto first raised his hand to grab the bullet that was shot at his forehead and crushed it. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled, looking at the rain of arrows coming from the sky, and dodged them all at high speed. At this moment, a blue figure suddenly flashed in the night. Sanlongxia lowered her body, her eyes were sharp, and the simple field under her feet covered herself. Draw your sword and cut. Swish. A flash of cold light appeared. But the next second, Sanlongxia revealed a look of shock. Her unexpected full-strength attack was actually caught by the opponent with his bare hands. Snap. With a clanging sound, the long sword in Sanlongxia's hand broke into pieces. How is this possible? During the brief shock, Sha Yuji's big hand had already grabbed him. If this attack hits, the weaker Sanlong will definitely die. Just then, bang, a clear and loud high-five sounded in the distance. Sanlongxia's position was instantly swapped and she appeared behind Dongtang and Zhongshang. Dongtang frowned and scolded. If you are so weak, don't come up and hold us back. But the strike just now was very decisive, stronger than the two of them. As he spoke, Chudo looked towards Kamo and Zenenmai in the ruined building behind him. Sanlong breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression returned to her original weak and timid look. The combined attack of the 3 high school students lasted only a moment, but did not cause any effect on Getsu. Dongtang looked at Sha Yuji, Luhu, and Mei Mei with a serious face, cursing in his heart. Is this bad woman, Yuki Kujuku, serious? The strength of these 3 people is at least special level. How long can we hold them back with our own fighting power? Fortunately, if his unjust game is used properly, it can interfere with the opponent. Sha Yuji patted the dust off his shoulders, changed position instantly. Not a bad ability. At this time, Luhu, who was standing beside him, looked at him deeply and said, didn't you say that you were not good at fighting? Judging from the fight just now, Geto Shiu didn't even use any spells during the whole process. He dodged 3 consecutive attacks with ease. Mei on the side didn't care at all. In her mind, no technique could compare to Sukuna-sama's slashing power. Including the ice-condensing spell she possessed. Sha Yuji smiled and said, how could I have the heart to lie to you, Hubao? I'm not good at fighting, but... At this point, Geto Shiu smiled strangely, and his robe and long hair moved without wind. Ultimate fan. Whirlpool. As he finished his words, a huge vortex appeared behind him. This vortex is composed of countless cursed spirits, among which there is a rainbow dragon coiled. At this moment, Nozomi finally stopped pretending. Gojo Satoru had been sealed, and he did not continue to hide his strength. This move is the ultimate secret of the cursed spirit manipulation technique mastered by Geto Suguru Extreme. Thinking of this, Shusuo couldn't help but sigh. It has to be said that Geto Suguru's talent is strong. Theoretically, there is no limit to the cursed spirit manipulation technique. Haha, he would never have thought that this wonderful technique he developed has a similarity to Luhu's extreme meteor, but he improved it again. Now this technique can not only extract all the techniques of the cursed spirits, but also extract the techniques mastered by the cursed spirits for its own use. Perform flexible and varied attacks. As the vortex emitted a beam of light, it hit everyone in the academy. At the critical moment, a stronger Nuyen slash blocked the attack. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Kusakabe who rushed to the battlefield, the furious panda, and Utahime who was blessing the two with magical powers. Dongtang, we all know the plan. I will do my best to stop them and hold on until Juju Yuki arrives. But let me make it clear first, if I can't beat you, I will run away. It's impossible to end my life, not in this lifetime. As more and more people from the college arrived, a trace of impatience appeared on Sha Yuji's face. Although these people posed no threat to him, no one could guarantee whether those special grade ones would come. Once the special forces intervene, the plan to kill Shaolu will be shattered. Thinking of this, he sighed and looked at Luhu and Mei Mei. Do you two want to continue watching the show? If it's any later, Shaolu's illusion will end, and he will kill us. Hearing this, Mei stood up and looked at Luhu. You find a chance to attack Shaolu, and I will take care of the people here. Luhu nodded and began to look for an opportunity. But who would have thought that Zhongshang, who had not taken any action, would suddenly explode, and his face was extremely gloomy at the moment. At this moment, he finally recognized the true identity of Shigeru Jia. Kamo Kenran, you deserve to die. The sudden roar stunned everyone present. Why, you guys. Chapter 97. Ice Curse is released. Everyone in the high school turned their eyes to Kamo Jixian who had just arrived. Kamo Jixian, who was always indifferent, opened his mouth in shock and pointed at himself in disbelief. Sha Yuji, closed his eyes and smiled faintly. You finally recognized me, but it's not entirely correct. Kamo Kento is just one of my many names. I have played many roles, both male and female. How was it? Interesting, wasn't it? At this moment, Zhongshang didn't care about what he said. He clenched his fists and walked towards Sha Yuji angrily. And with every step he took, his aura was rising exponentially. UBD, you actually asked me to kill my own relatives. Zhang Zhang's anger at this moment has reached its peak. It turns out that all of this was planned by Geto Suguru. The bloody massacre, the bad appearance, Itadori, and even himself were just pawns that the other party could use and discard at any time. It can even be said that he was the one who planned Shui Tuwai Zhang's death. This made the brothers' pride explode completely. Everything that Sha Yuji did was extremely evil and could not be tolerated. Hey, I told you that I can handle all of you bastards by myself. Mei suddenly blocked Zhang Zhang's way and looked at everyone in the college as if they were garbage. Finally, her eyes rested on the angry Zhongshang, and she said with great disdain. And you are just a slightly higher level of trash. Without saying a word, Zhongshang began to condense hot blood in front of him. At this moment, he was already blinded by anger. He would kill anyone who dared to stop him from defeating Geto Suguru. The terrifying pressure of red blood made everyone present feel fearful. Luhu cursed in his heart. This guy was really trying to take advantage of the situation. He is totally different from the person he was at the subway station before. If he was willing to use such strength at that time, he would have attacked Gojo Satoru with all his strength. Wa Yuta, maybe he won't have to die. And Kamo Norihiko in the back was completely stunned. Red blood technique, he will never admit his mistake. Such a terrifying feeling of blood pressure. It far exceeds my own. Could it be that this is the highest realm of the ancestral technique? Could this man in front of me have any connection with the Kamo family? Swish, the angry attack begins. A blood-red laser that was condensed and compressed to the extreme burst out. Mei also felt the huge energy contained in this attack, so he did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and condensed several layers of thick ice walls to block it. Bang! The blood-red laser was extremely fast and pierced through layer after layer of ice walls. It finally forced Mei back several steps before its power was completely exhausted. Seeing this, Zhongshang didn't stop at all, and clapped his hands suddenly. He actually controlled the red blood laser to sweep towards Sha Yuji and the other two. Even the three powerful ones did not dare to use their bodies to resist the crazy attack of the swelling one. Faced with the crazy attack from the swelling head, all he could do was keep dodging for a while. Boom! Wherever the blood-red laser swept, the ground beneath everyone's feet was cut into pieces. Even the unfinished building in the distance was cut in half and collapsed with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, everyone in the college was also confused. The panda scratched his fur in confusion. This guy shouldn't be from our college, right? Dong Tang. I met him on the way. He said he was Itadori's dearest Ali-chan. Now it seems that he was not lying. Utahime smiled and said, no matter what, this is a good thing for us. At least his shot was very effective in limiting the three opponents, wasn't it? We just need to stop them from attacking Shaolu. As for the prison gate that seals Gojo Satoru in Geto Shaoyu's hands, leave it to Shaolu. She always believed in her heart that Shaolu could win, even if her opponent was Sukuna. Thinking of this, Utahime couldn't help but look at Shaolu and Sukuna who were frozen in the air. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened. Lu smiled at her from high above, then put a finger at the corner of his mouth, making a shushing gesture. He actually woke up. Did he mean to stop bluffing? Could it be that he wanted to use himself as bait to deliberately attract the enemy to launch a sneak attack? That's right, although there are only 3 people on the opposite side, they are all top-notch. If you just want to escape, there's almost no chance of killing you. So, was all of this part of Shaolu's plan? Utahime couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying guy. Not only is he powerful, but he can always control the battle situation in his hands. And the enemy he faced was Ryomen Sukuna. He actually still wanted to plot against those 3 special-level players. After thinking about it for a while, Utahime tried to calm down and pretend that he didn't see anything. What we need to do now is to let nature take its course and not let the other party notice anything unusual. If the high school graduates suddenly evacuate, even a fool will be able to see that there is something fishy going on. In fact, Shaolu had just exited the Tsukuyomi space not long ago, and happened to discover this situation, so he took advantage of the situation. How could Utahime's idea be so outrageous? He handed over the authority of execution to Itadori, who was currently stabbing Sukuna in the back. Sukuna was yelling and cursing in the Tsukuyomi space in an unpleasant way. Perhaps he couldn't accept that a weakling like Itadori could be tortured at will. Zhang Zhang's attack continued, but Li Mei was unwilling to dodge any further. Rubbish, do you think that anger can make up for the difference in strength between us? Li Mei leapt into the air, avoiding the sweep of the red blood ray, and stepped on a piece of cut gravel in the air. She sneered, put her hand to the corner of her mouth, and then blew out a breath of cold air. Ice condensation spell, frost wind, call. Suddenly, the cold wind howled. The pale blue ice crystals swept across the ground at an extremely fast speed like a toppling tsunami, freezing it instantly. The chill was as cold as a dragon, sweeping through everyone in the college in an instant. Snap! In an instant, all the students in the college were frozen in place by the huge block of ice. Even the flies flying low in the sky and the ants crawling in the cracks of the soil were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. What? My body can't move. Tudo Utahime and others who were about to launch an attack widened their eyes in horror. They were all frozen in place, unable to move, not daring to make the slightest rash move. Because any struggle may cause the body to be torn into pieces. What a powerful freezing spell. Is this the sorcerer from the heyday 1,000 years ago? When everyone chose to use their magic power to slowly melt the ice, Zhongshang didn't care at all. Although he was frozen in place, his eyes full of unwillingness stared at Shuguru Geto. At the same time, he controlled the red blood to quickly heat his body surface, endured the severe tearing pain to break the ice, and freed his hands first. Long before, he had fought a life-and-death battle with Itadori, which consumed a lot of his energy, and the blood production in his body could not keep up with the consumption. Moreover, after losing his mind just now, he released the red blood technique with all his strength without considering the consequences, which also exhausted him. But, so what? For Itadori's safety, even if I die of exhaustion, it doesn't matter. Li Mei sneered and first activated the reverse curse technique to restore the palm that was previously pierced by the red blood. Then in an instant, he came in front of Zhongshang, condensed ice spikes on his fingers and slowly stabbed them into Zhang Zhang's eyes. At the same time, the other hand slowly raised. Ice condensation spell, straight falls. The pouring ice cubes were as sharp as a knife and accurately attacked the frozen high school sorcerer. However, the next second, all of Li Mei's attacks were shattered, and the frozen senior officers regained their freedom. Everyone focuses on the front. A female voice sounded. Sure enough, only by saving the situation at the right time can we attract everyone's attention. The only female special grade sorcerer in the high school finally arrived at the battlefield. Juju Yuki put her long hair behind her ears and looked at Shuguru Geto. Long time no see, Shaolu. Chapter 98. Dealing with you is also a piece of cake. Kyujuku Yuki, Shuguru Jia, completely put away his playful attitude and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him with a serious expression. And the skeleton snake form god surrounding her. Everyone in the college also looked at her with curiosity. It turns out that she is the one who claims that you may not see her once a year, who hangs out abroad all day, and who asks everyone she meets what kind of woman you like. One of the 4 special grades, 99 Yuki. It turned out to be very unreliable. Judging from what she said just now, this woman had arrived at the battlefield a long time ago, but had been slow to take action. The purpose is to save people at the right time, as she said. Seeing this, Kusakabe didn't have much of an opinion. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders, took a long breath, and whispered. Great, the special grade sorcerer has finally arrived. There shouldn't be anything for me to do next, so I might as well find a quiet alley to fish. The panda grabbed Kusakabe by the collar, lifted him up, shook him, and yelled. Hey, don't say that in public, we're all sorcerers, okay? Kusakabe was unmoved and said with a lack of motivation, but I really want to go home. Tudo was looking at Kujuku Yuki's back seriously. It is this woman, my guide, my enlightenment teacher, but the only thing I want to complain about is that after tricking him into entering the Jujutsu high school, he just dropped the responsibility and disappeared. Juju Yuki put one hand on his waist, with a smile on his face the whole time, and turned to greet everyone at the college. Afterwards, she did not rush to launch an attack, but continued to look at Sugar Oil Geto. I wanted to continue discussing with you what is the best and most perfect solution to eliminate all cursed spirits in the world. But it's a pity. At this point, Juju Yuki sighed regretfully, because you are no longer the same Geto Suguru from the past. Many years ago, the two had discussed this issue in the corridor of the High Commissioner. This indirectly accelerated Geto Suguru's path to evil, but Yuki Kyuju, who started the topic, came up with two different answers. The first is to free all of humanity from cursed power. The second point is to make all human beings become sorcerers. But now she is more inclined to the first option. Suddenly Juju Yuki's expression changed, as if he realized something. Could it be that the darkening of Geto Shiu back then had something to do with what I said? I don't think so. Well, it seems that Geto Suguru's betrayal happened shortly after he finished talking to me. But for her, the sudden sense of self-blame was instantly buried, and instead, an important thing flashed through her mind. She looked unusually serious, staring at Suguru Jia seriously. Seeing this scene, Dongtang's breathing stagnated and he stood up straight, as if he was facing a great enemy. Here we go. Ah, Dongtang, what are you talking about? What's coming? Is she going to use a big move? If that's the case, let's just run, retreat. Kusakabe sheathed his sword, frowned, and quietly retreated behind the crowd. The next moment, Juju Yuki took a few steps forward and said, since you have occupied Geto's body for so many years. So, you should know what kind of women he likes, right? Tell me what you want, and I'll spare your life. This is very important to me, just like collecting stamps at comic conventions. After saying this, Juju Yuji looked excited and looked at Sha Yuji with anticipation. After these words were spoken, not only the people in the college, but even Luhu and Laimei from Geto Suguru's camp were speechless. Aren't there any normal ones among those special grade students in the technical college? They have investigated the relevant information of those special grade students from the technical college. Okatsu Yuta, who is having pure love with a cursed spirit, and Kujuku Yuki, who asks everyone what kind of woman they like. And the gambler who had been fired a long time ago, Hyo Jinchi. So, Shaolu is the most normal one. Kusakabe's mouth twitched wildly. That's it. I thought she was going to use some big move. Also, Dongtang, please don't suddenly make that expression of facing a powerful enemy. The moment he received the order from his superiors to join the Shibuya battlefield, Kusakabe made up his mind. If you get a little scratched, leave Shibuya immediately. Nothing is more important than his personal safety. At the same time, Zenenmai and others who were in the same class as Dongtang seemed to understand the reason for all this. It turns out that Dongtang learned this phrase of asking people what type of women they like from her. Sha Yuji shook his head. Unfortunately, I hollowed out everything inside this body, including his brain. So, I can't answer your question. But when his memory was completely erased, almost all of it was about Gojo Satoru. As for the memories of women, there were very few. After saying that, Sha Yuji gave a look to Luhu who was standing beside him. The latter understood and quietly looked at Shaolu who had his eyes closed in the air. Really, what a pity, I'll have no choice but to kill you then. Juju Yuki was a little disappointed, and just when he was about to start the spell, there was a loud bang, and Luhu bypassed everyone's sight and attacked Shaolu in the sky. What time is this? Tisk, I didn't expect the most cunning one as this volcano head. Seeing this, Juju Yuki had to give up the use of the technique and instead aimed at Luhu. Then, the Shikigami surrounding her automatically curled up into a ball and kicked in the direction of Luhu. Luhu flew across the block at high speed and jumped to the top of a tall building. A smile of success appeared on its lips, and a blazing flame condensed in its hands. He flashed and instantly came to Shaolu's side. Hey, I finally got the chance. Although it was a sneak attack, there's nothing I can do about it. You're just too strong. I will be the one to avenge the true man and Tuo Gen. As for the attack from Juju Yuki behind him, he naturally didn't need to worry about it. When, sure enough, a mirror-shaped cursed spirit appeared behind Luhu and bounced back Juju Yuki's attack. At the same time, Li Mei cast the ice spell again. But this time, her target is only Dongtang who can transfer people instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the college secretly said in their hearts, oh no. Once Shaolu is attacked, it means his technique will be interrupted and Sukuna will break free. By then, Shaolu will be seriously injured or even die. Who can stop Ryuman Sukuna? Dongtang kept dodging the freezing attacks, and had no chance to clap his hands to activate the unjust game technique. Only Utahime breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. Finally I fell for it. High in the sky, Luhu's hand was attached with flames, and he aimed at Shaolu and used the Black Tiger Heart Digger. If this move hits, and Shaolu is completely unprepared, he will surely die. However, the next second, Shaolu suddenly opened his eyes and instantly grabbed Luhu's neck. It's easy to deal with you. Bang! A powerful whip kick landed firmly on Luhu's face, twisting his entire face and causing saliva to fly. After Luhu fell heavily to the ground, it rolled like a rolling board all the way to Sha Yuji's feet and barely stopped. Chapter 99. New World, Death and Return. Luhu covered his swollen face with his hands, staring up at the sky in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Shaolu stretched his neck and looked down with a smile on his face. How is this possible? When did he wake up? And Sukuna hasn't woken up yet, which means he hasn't cancelled the illusion. Could it be that I was wrong from the beginning, and as the caster, his actions were not affected? In other words, Shaolu has always been awake. Damn it, this cunning guy has been pretending all along. The coral is just impatient and easily irritable, but that doesn't mean it is a fool. After thinking about it, I soon understood it all. Yuji shook his head helplessly. He knew that the plan to kill Shaolu had failed, but Sukuna had not woken up yet. Apparently, it was not enough for Sukuro to kill Shaolu. Haha, Yuji laughed at himself and looked at the prison gate in his hand. Gojo Satoru, it seems that you were right. Without you, he can indeed be called the strongest of the contemporary world. But do you think that this is all I have planned for thousands of years? Thinking of this, Yuji swept his eyes over all the people in the high school and revealed an extremely ferocious smile. It seems that the 1,000-year-old layout will be forced to start early. As he spoke, he squatted down and put his hands on the ground. As an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, long before the Shibuya Incident, he had prepared for the worst. In exchange for providing 1,000 artificial cursed spirits, he obtained a ray of the real person's soul, thus mastering the transformation of inaction. Transformation through inaction, opening. As he finished speaking, the palm of his hand pressed against the ground emitted light. In just a moment, a huge formation suddenly appeared under his feet. As the purple light lit up, the obscure and mysterious runes on the ground also lit up. Everyone sensed an ominous aura and looked up to the sky. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, and a formation composed of runes covered the entire earth. An ancient, long, ominous bell sound spread throughout Shibuya. Then, the dark aura of cursed spirits filled the entire land, and countless overlapping screams seemed to pierce everyone's eardrums. Countless cursed spirits that have been sleeping for thousands of years have broken out of the ground, and they will hunt humans recklessly. Ordinary people will face the crisis of extinction. All over Japan, people were screaming in agony. After doing all this, Nozomi tore off the veil of gentleness that belonged only to Geto Suguru. Instead, there were only those ferocious eyes that revealed endless evil. Well, Pandora's box has been opened. The cursed spirit that I bound thousands of years ago has been released. There are also thousands of curse masters who signed a contract with me 1,000 years ago who will awaken. They will subvert the entire world. At the same time, a black door appeared behind him, and Suguru Geto through the prison gate to Juju Yuki. If you want Gojo to understand, please participate in the greatest game in history. As for the name of this game, I call it Death and Return. Finally, Yuji looked deeply at Lu, then squinted at the sleeping Sukuna and said bluntly. With your 15-finger strength, you can't kill Shaolu, let alone defeat Gojo Satoru. If you figure it out, we can work together. I'm sure you can hear it, Sukuna. Finally, I declare that the Heian era, the heyday of sorcery, has arrived again. After leaving behind an evil smile, he disappeared into the endless darkness. At this moment, everyone in the college fell into deep thought. Will the heyday of the magic world come again? Also, what is the greatest game of all time, Death and Return? Jujuyuki looked serious. It seems that the situation is not good. As a top-class sorcerer, she could vaguely sense that the world of sorcery had undergone earth-shaking changes. Who is the person who occupies Shaoyuji's body? How could he be so capable? Shaolu returned to the ground and was thoughtful. Just now from the air, I can see that Shibuya is now almost full of cursed spirits. Even though the noose did not devour the real person, the spell was still activated. If I remember correctly, with the operation of the noose, many powerful magicians will appear. He naturally understood the death and destruction return journey. Okatsu Yuta Sentai defeated 4 people alone, and killed the gambling apprentice Cheng Jinchi in a battle against the strongest person 400 years ago, Lu Zion. Then there is the battle between the high school and Sukuna, and the Calabash brothers saved their grandfather one by one. Careful, just as Shaolu was thinking, Luhu and Mei Mei below suddenly launched an attack. The frost curtain blocked Shaolu's retreat, and Luhu summoned fire to burn towards Shaolu. Seeing this, Shaolu was not panicked at all and activated the divine power void. The two's indiscriminate attacks all passed through Shaolu's body without causing any effect. When the smoke and dust cleared, an extremely terrifying curse pressure instantly spread out, sweeping over everyone present. Shaolu frowned slightly, and saw Mei Mei kneeling on one knee respectfully, looking at Sukuna with great piety. It turned out that they were just attacking in detail, and their real purpose was to wake up Sukuna. Having lost the Tsukuyomi space that he personally controlled, he would naturally be easily affected by the outside world. Hey, wake up, how is the experience? Shaolu didn't care about Sukuna's anger at all, and instead joked. But one thing is certain, Sukuna was so angry that Tsukuyomi must have made him suffer a lot. It's just that his willpower was too strong and he just held on. Sukuna touched Mei's head, causing the latter to squint her eyes and act as if she was enjoying it very much. Luhu opened his mouth. He would never have thought that after Sukuna patted his head twice, the previously cool-looking mushroom head would actually become a kitten trying to please its owner. Mei, 1,000 years have passed. I kind of miss your cooking skills. Mei's face flushed with excitement. It is my honor to receive your praise. Well, you have been the most loyal person in the past 1,000 years. Wait until I chop him into minced meat and then I'll taste your cooking skills. After saying that, Sukuna fixed his gaze on Shaolu. If looks could kill, Shaolu would have died hundreds of times already. Your illusion technique really opened my eyes. If you were here 1,000 years ago, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for me to kill all those magicians. But that's all. To me, the pain is just a tickle. Shaolu looked at Sukuna with contempt. Open your eyes and speak if you have the guts. Or, can the king of curses get sand in his eyes? Isn't it said that Tsukuyomi is just a tickle to him? Then what does it mean that you closed all 4 eyes? You, Sukuna, do you also follow your heart sometimes? Puff, ha ha ha. Hearing Shaolu's teasing, Juju Yuki couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Shaolu is really good at making people angry. If you look closely, you can see that Sukuna's face is almost turning purple with anger. What an interesting guy, I must ask him what kind of women he likes afterwards. Sukuna-sama, please don't fall for his provocation. Chapter 100, Earth-Shattering Star. Luhu, who was kneeling on one knee, was afraid that Sukuna would get excited and really open his eyes. What if Shaolu casts another illusion? Wouldn't its previous warning be in vain? Yes, sir, this guy only uses these unorthodox methods to restrict you. Ramegan echoed. Sukuna shook his head. Although he was more arrogant than anyone else, he had to admit that the illusion was powerful. And after several fights, I also realized that Shaolu is not simple. He has not yet recovered his full strength, but we can no longer underestimate him as we did before. Thinking of this, Sukuna grinned and spread his own aura. For a moment, the cursed spirits wandering in every corner of Shibuya seemed to be summoned, roaring and rushing towards Shaolu. You two, go and consume his magical power together. Sukuna believed that Shaolu had released super standard techniques continuously before. Coupled with the illusion just now, it must have consumed a lot of his energy. If we want to kill Shaolu safely, we must further consume him. Shaolu, you just fight Sukuna, and leave the rest to us. Juju Yuki cast a wink at Shaolu. Shaolu shook his head and glanced at Utahime. Utahime, who knows Shaolu, will understand it immediately. She looked at Kujukuyuki. Ahem. Yuki-senpai, let's move away first, otherwise we will be affected. Besides, with us here, Shaolu might not be able to display his full strength. Juju Yuki looked at the cursed spirits pouring in from all around him, frowning in confusion. I am a top-class sorcerer after all, will I be affected as well? Although Shaolu's fight with Sukuna must be very powerful, but as a special class person, she shouldn't be unable to withstand the aftermath, right? The most important thing is that she seemed to have done nothing when she rushed to the battlefield this time. It's fine to let her hold back Huoshantu and Laimei, but you can't really let her just be a bystander, right? Dongtang advised. Big sister, listen to teacher Utahime. He vaguely remembered that at the sister exchange meeting, Shaolu rolled out an oversized Rasengan. That range, that damage. It's better to stay away. In order to prevent Shaolu from having any worries, I will go first. Kusakabe nodded repeatedly, turned around and left without any hesitation. A battle of this magnitude was no longer something he could intervene in. Was he going to stay and be cannon fodder? Juju Yuki sighed and said, well, let's retreat 500 meters first. 500 meters is the maximum distance I can support instantly. If Shaolu has an accident, I can still help. Soon, everyone in the college evacuated to the ruined district 500 meters away. Juju Yuki was on the top of the building, looking in the direction of Shaolu, and said with some disappointment. Did we retreat too far? We can't even see the aftermath of the battle. It seems that she also wants to see the duel between Shaolu and Sukuna. I think this position is a bit dangerous. Looking back, I saw Mei Mei and others also arrived with other people. Juju Yuki raised an eyebrow. Is it dangerous so far away? Can that guy flatten the entire Shibuya? Looking at the battlefield in the distance where there was no movement, she felt a little impatient. Although she had exorcised powerful cursed spirits abroad, she still felt no pressure. As a berserker, she naturally felt itchy and wanted to fight Sukuna. Let's see how powerful the rumored cursed king is. Also, no matter how wide the range of Shaolu's technique is, can it be as wide as her technique? In the technical high school, only a few people know her technique, called Star Wrath. Ability to give itself imaginary mass. If she wanted, she could even summon a black hole. So, strictly speaking, there should be no one in the world of spells whose spells have a greater power and range than hers. Suddenly remembering something, she threw the prison gate in her hand to Nanami. From my impression, he seems to be the most reliable one among them. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Yumenjong. Is this the prison gate territory that even Gojo Sensei can seal? It's so ugly, with those densely packed eyes, a trypophobic nightmare. Curious baby Kugasaki Nobara took out a hammer and knocked it a few times, making a crisp sound of metal collision. The others leaned forward to try to listen to the sounds inside. Well, if Gojo Satoru hadn't been sealed, would I have come all the way from abroad? At this point, Juju Yuki wondered, will the other party actually take the initiative to hand over the prison gate territory to us? Could it be related to the subsequent method of unlocking the seal? Forget it, I'll just have to let Gojo Satoru stay in there for a while. The most important thing now is Sukuna. At this moment, Kusakabe suddenly realized something. Do you feel the ground shaking? It seems, a distant battlefield. Luhu and Laimei looked at Shaolu and said proudly, use whatever moves you have left. Otherwise, when Sukuna-sama recovers, you won't have another chance. Looking at the group of cursed spirits rushing towards him frantically, Shaolu's eyes flashed with excitement. He looked at Sukuna and the other two, his left eye glowing purple, and he grinned. Then I'll let you see the power of the Samsara Eye. After saying that, he bent his body slightly, kicked the ground suddenly, and grabbed the air on both sides with both hands. Earth-shattering star. Boom. The earth suddenly shook violently. At this moment, tall buildings, cars, soil, and even underground subway stations were uprooted. As if they were influenced by some mysterious force, they gathered in the air and soon formed a huge earth. The surrounding cars were honking non-stop because of the violent shaking. Suddenly, the ground beneath Li Mei's feet began to crack, forcing the two to withdraw. Mei, the power of the Wheel Eye. What is this unseen technique? Looking at the huge sphere that blocked out the sun and condensed in the sky, Lu Hu was completely dumbfounded. Is this a meteorite? If this thing falls down, I'm afraid I'll be reunited with Hua Yu and the others immediately. The group of cursed spirits under the meteorite also showed their inner fear and wanted to escape in all directions. Li Mei, we can't help for now, evacuate first. Lu Hu shouted to Li Mei behind him. Li Mei nodded blankly. She also planned to hide for the time being. Only by keeping herself safe could she better help Master Sukuna. Just as the two were about to leave, a figure flashed by, and a pair of large hands suddenly pressed down on their shoulders. The two were startled and their eyes widened. Good, so fast. When was he? Chapter 101. How many floors does a bag of rice have to support? Shaolu exerted a little force on his hands, and said playfully, you can't go anywhere before I clap my hands, or I'll burn you with black flames. As he spoke, Shaolu randomly picked an unlucky cursed spirit, and then his eyes fixed. Raging, the black flames of Amaterasu instantly devoured it. After a few screams, the ground was pitch black, without even a trace left. For a moment, all the cursed spirits present held their breath and dared not move at all. Especially Lu Hu, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. It knows the power of this black flame very well. Even if he was set on fire, if he didn't stop decisively, the end would be the same. Then Shaolu slowly raised his head, looked at Sukuna in the sky who still had a proud look on his face, and said with a smile. The escape game is about to begin. After saying this, he clapped his hands lightly. Bang! The meteorite seemed to have received instructions and was falling down at a high speed. And Lu Wulaime and the others also ran away the moment Shaolu clapped his hands. In the distance, everyone in the college looked up at the huge meteorite that was beginning to fall from the sky. Kusakabe swallowed his saliva and stammered, Are you kidding me? For those cursed spirits, what's the difference between such a horrific attack and an elephant dancing on the head of an ant? The most important thing is, it might affect us. Can you control the range of the spell a little bit? Kusakabe only felt that his heart had suffered a considerable shock. Juju Yuki looked at the huge meteorite in the sky and asked curiously. What kind of spell is this? It can even uproot the earth. These meteorites are simply a mixture of a large number of buildings, cars, and soil blocks. You really didn't lie to me, this guy's techniques are all beyond the standard. Shaolu's first move has already been made, now it depends on how Sukuna will respond. At this moment, Juju Yuki was extremely excited. This trip was not in vain. What a thrilling battle to watch. Sukuna was in the air, looking at the huge meteorite falling at a high speed, spreading his hands and sighing. Ah, it's really not that easy. I admit that you are strong, but... Sukuna grinned, formed seals with his hands, and uttered a deep, magnetic voice. The field is expanded. Subdue the demons and control the chef. As the low and hoarse voice fell, a large scarlet Buddhist shrine rises from the ground. A shrill wailing sound like that of a demon from hell echoed. It was as if a canvas from hell appeared in the air. With Sukuna as the center, the domain instantly spread out, covering the meteorites in the sky. Cut it for me. As Sukuna's voice fell, the Buddha shrine opened its huge mouth, and countless slashes burst out from inside. Oink oink. The invisible slash cut the meteorite madly. Broken stones kept falling from the sky. Shaolu would naturally not let Sukuna kill it so easily. He raised his hands. Qinian of Wanxiang. A train is coming towards Sukuna quickly. Tisk. Sukuna sneered and raised his hand to point at the oncoming train. 8. Swish. Countless slashes swept past, and the train was cut into countless neat and smooth mango cubes in an instant like paper. Shaolu raised his eyebrows and controlled a few more buildings to throw them towards Sukuna. But they were all chopped into pieces easily by Sukuna. But his goal has been achieved. A vortex appeared, and Shaolu disappeared instantly, leaving the area covered by the meteorite. He didn't want to be hit by the attack he summoned. Sukuna stayed where he was, stunned. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped him. When I looked up, I saw that the meteorite had actually accelerated and was approaching my face. Tisk, what a cunning fellow. He can even speed up the meteorite's landing speed. Come on. Sukuna was not afraid at all, but instead showed a fierce look on his face, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Boom. The huge meteorite crashed down, and the surrounding buildings were instantly blown away by the huge impact force. Accompanied by the screams of the cursed spirits that failed to escape the range of the meteorite, the area where the meteorite hit was instantly razed to the ground. Lu Hu and Li Mei, one supported himself on his knees, while the other simply knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Madman. Shaolu is a madman. It seems that Sukuna-sama has not escaped the range of the meteorite. Could it be that he? No, I will win. Li Mei looked towards where Sukuna was with a determined gaze. Suddenly, a low and indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. Untie. Swish. A huge slash that shot straight into the sky swept past and actually cut the entire meteorite in half. Even the clouds in the sky were split in two. Sukuna's shirt is almost completely torn, revealing the upper body covered with curse patterns. Seeing this scene, Li Mei stood up excitedly, as if forgetting her fatigue. I knew that Lord Sukuna would not be defeated by a mere meteorite. In the distance, everyone in the college was also shocked. Cut in half. How could such a huge meteorite be cut in half by Sukuna's knife? Even the clouds in the sky were parted in the middle. What a monster, but Shaolu was able to fight back and forth with such a monster. Juju Yuki's eyes burned, and he sighed. As expected of Ryuman Sukuna, the cursed king from 1,000 years ago, he actually took on this attack. I'm really looking forward to the next battle more and more. At this moment, Kusakabe suddenly stumbled back 2 steps and shouted, "Look at the sky." Everyone followed his gaze. I saw a figure slowly rising into the sky, his clothes rustling in the wind. Shaolu looked down and the entire Shibuya came into view, with cursed spirits roaming in every corner. Sukuna and others below have become tiny ants. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Cursed power, natural disasters, and Sukuna are all gathered here. Shaolu took a deep breath, opened his arms, and looked down. Under Sukuna's control, the cursed spirits once again forgot their fear and piled up together, opening their bloody mouths towards him like zombies that had lost their minds. Sukuna returned to his own territory and quietly recovered his own magical power. The opening of the domain, coupled with the full strength release he used to cut through the meteorite, also consumed a lot of his cursed energy. This is also the reason why he was not in a hurry to take action. But what made him feel depressed was that Shaolu used large-scale spells many times, but his magic power was not exhausted. It was as if the cursed power in his body was infinite. No, this is impossible. I guess he is just like me, pretending to be relaxed on the surface. Luhu and Mei Mei continued to attack Shaolu in the sky. Flames and ice spikes kept attacking Shaolu in the air, but all this is in vain in the face of the illusory divine power. Looking at Shaolu slowly rising into the air, Luhu had a bad feeling in his heart. This is the instinct of being a natural disaster. Mei Mei's eyes were gloomy. Tisk. What is this guy thinking by suddenly stopping fighting? Does he think that he can solve the problem once and for all by flying into the sky? Although his strange state can allow any attack to pass through, it will also continue to consume his magic power. What's the point of him doing this other than constantly wasting his magical energy? However, the next moment, a voice sounded. How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice? Chapter 102. From now on, let the world feel pain. A bag of rice has to be carried to the 2nd floor. One bag of rice is too much. ... Question mark. Everyone below was stunned. Luhu showed a disdainful look. What is this guy talking about? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Is it true that there is not a single normal person among the top-level sorcerers in the technical high school? It was a pity that it thought Shaolu was the only normal one among the special grade students in the technical college. Mei Mei sneered. Haha, has this guy been frightened silly by so many cursed spirits summoned by Lord Sukuna? You actually started talking nonsense. I guess the backlash from the illusion I cast on Sukuna-sama before this was quite severe, right? He must have been forcing himself before. But Sukuna was different from the other two. He looked at Shaolu rising in the sky with serious eyes. Although we were so far apart, for some reason, I could vaguely smell a hint of danger. In the distance, there are ruins. Juju Yuki looked at Shaolu in the sky with great confusion. What is Shaolu talking about? How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice to? I don't understand. Do you know what he means? In response, the others shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. For some reason, Kusakabe had a bad feeling in his heart. Why don't we retreat another 500 meters? I don't understand what Shaolu said, but my right eyelid is twitching. Please trust my instincts, everyone. Mei Mei lifted the hair that was blocking her eyes, took a look, and said seriously. Pay attention to Shaolu's 2 eyes. Eyes. Everyone looked over. Although they were far apart, the pair of eyes, one red and one purple, were particularly conspicuous against the backdrop of the night. Kugasaki Nobara asked in confusion. If I remember correctly, Shaolu's 2 eyes would turn scarlet when performing a spell. As for the purple this time, it's the first time I've seen it. Could it be that he is going to perform a new technique? As soon as she finished speaking, Shaolu's voice came again. From now on, let the world feel pain. Spicy Tensen, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated by a dazzling white light. Night turned into day in an instant. A breeze blew by, and Luhu curled his lips. That's it. Next second, boom boom boom, an incomprehensibly powerful and majestic repulsive force violently attacked. In an instant, the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had come. The huge impact force swept across like a flood. The buildings and vehicles along the way were instantly crushed into pieces. The countless cursed spirits below were forcibly crushed and exploded into a pool of blood without even being able to utter a single wail. Before Luhu and Mei Mei could react, they were blown away by the powerful gust of air. The repulsive force is like a huge rock weighing 1,000 pounds pressing down. They only felt that their internal organs could not bear the burden and were almost crushed. Their eyeballs were bloodshot and about to explode, and even breathing became difficult. The two of them had only one thought in their minds at this moment. What kind of terrifying power is this? If they didn't know that it was Shaolu who performed this spell, they might have really thought that it was a god who appeared to punish them. Even Sukuna only managed to hold on for a moment before flying out like a cannonball. The powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tensei continued to spread, and it seemed that it was going to overturn the entire Shibuya Incident site. The ruins in the distance. Kusakabe wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted, "Hold on. Otherwise we will all be doomed. This Shaolu is such a lunatic. Does he want to destroy all of Shibuya? I told you to retreat a little further but you didn't listen. Now you might really die under the aftermath of your own magic. The panda struggled to hold on. Stop yelling. Who knew his technique was so outrageous? What will happen if you retreat another 1,000 meters? Now all we have to do is to work together to cast a spell barrier to resist the aftermath. Everyone in the college gritted their teeth and used all their strength to support the barrier. They could clearly feel that the repulsive force from their side was smaller. Obviously, Shaolu was in control. But even so, it is still extremely difficult for them. On the other hand, Juju Yuki's face was not nervous at all. Instead, his eyes were shining, and he stared at Shaolu in the sky with a burning gaze, revealing an extremely excited expression. Really flattened. Before, she just casually complained that Shaolu couldn't flatten the entire Shibuya. But I never expected that he would actually come here. Powerful. It's so powerful. It can actually have such a destructive power. What is the name of this technique? No, this can no longer be described as a technique, it should be called art. Dongtang was speechless. Big sister, don't be so excited, the barrier is about to break. Nanami breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, most of the ordinary people nearby have been evacuated before. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would be killed or injured just from this move. If the top leaders were to hold them accountable. No, he shook his head at the thought. The top leaders are being held accountable. With such strength, would you still be afraid of those people at the top? The entire curse world should be thankful that Shaolu is not a curse caster. Shinra Tensei's repulsive force spread rapidly, like sweeping away garbage, instantly crushing all the cursed spirits at the Shibuya Incident site. People outside the Shibuya Incident site also felt the violent vibration coming from afar. The local police had already set up a cordon and blocked the scene of the incident. The residents hid in their houses, too frightened to even breathe. What the hell is going on? Did a big earthquake happen? And what were those monsters that slaughtered humans before? This is clearly the end of the world. The most prosperous center of Shibuya has become a ruin. The aftermath lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Everyone in the college breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the almost completely flattened center of Shibuya, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is the most prosperous center, but the tall buildings and bustling streets that once stood here are no longer there. The huge ruins and deep pit were filled with blood and flesh, all of which told of the horror of this blow. In the deep pit, half of Luhu's body had been crushed. Half of his face was covered in blood. Raging, the black flames of Amaterasu burned and completely engulfed it. Completion. Luhu's heart finally died. This time it did not resist because its head was already on fire. The moment the head is set on fire, its end is announced. The flame that cannot be extinguished. It's so unfair, I'm the natural disaster. Luhu lay in the deep pit, allowing the black flames to burn his body. It opened its mouth and looked at Shaolu from high school with a dull look. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness surged in my heart. Unkillable. This guy is invincible. As the Amaterasu's black flames continued to burn, Luhu's vision became blurred. Suddenly, it appeared in a bright space. Hua Yu, Junran, and Tuo General have been waiting here for a long time. Luhu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile and said dejectedly. We're sorry we couldn't avenge you. Hua Yu raised his hand and touched Luhu's head. Thank you for your hard work. We have Sha Yuji here. Tuogan, who had recovered from his cursed fetus state, also nodded in agreement with his big round eyes flashing. The real person sat cross-legged on the ground, supporting his chin weakly. Hua Yu is right. Although Kagaya Geto is using us more, his ultimate goal is similar to ours. Moreover, he can continue to grow stronger, with almost no upper limit. My Wu-Wei transformation has also been passed on to him. Isn't this why we chose him as our leader in the first place? Chapter 103. The incident is over, the death penalty list. Hearing this, Luhu slowly raised his head. The eyes regained their fighting spirit. You're right, Geto Suguru will definitely succeed, and then we will be the new human beings. It doesn't matter if we are completely wiped out. It doesn't have to be me who laughs loudly in the wilderness 100 years from now. After all, we are the pioneers of the new human race. That's enough. If I have to say, the only regret is. Having said this, Luhu paused for a moment and looked deeply at Hua Yu and the other two. When we are born again, we will have no memory of what happened before. I don't know if we can meet again then. Hua Yu, would you still be willing to make a pipe for me? Facing Luhu's expectant gaze, Hua Yu turned his head away and snorted softly. Even if I lose my previous memories, I still won't allow you to destroy the forest at will. At that time, I will still take good care of you. The real person gently stroked Tuogan's smooth head and said with a smile, it seems that the two of us are a little redundant. But Torgan, you're cuter like this. I made you suffer in order to save me. If there is a next time, let me protect you. Well, you two don't have to be sad at all. The forest and the earth are always one. It's hard for you to separate them. Let us welcome the arrival of the new world in another form. Just think of it as a 100-year-long sleep. I look forward to meeting you again then. Outside, Shaolu landed and looked at where Luhu was. The black flames have been extinguished, leaving nothing behind. Shaolu looked down at the piece of skin in his hand that he had torn off from Luhu. Luhu's skin, Hua Yu's blood, Junran's hair, and Tuogan's tentacles. I don't know if I can use these alone to bring them back to life. Shaolu shook his head and put his thoughts back. There was one last thing to do. In the distance, inside the ruins, a huge hand covered with curse patterns broke out of the ground, and Sukuna slowly climbed out of the deep pit. Ahem. Sukuna covered his chest with his hands, looking around him blankly. It's deserted. Almost all the buildings have been demolished. Haha. What a formidable opponent. He actually possesses a technique that can destroy the heavens and the earth. But, the curse power in your body should be exhausted now, right? Sudden. Call out. A dagger with a cold glow cut through the night and instantly appeared before Sukuna's eyes. Sukuna sneered and raised his hands to grab the dagger. Is it true that he can no longer cast spells and has been reduced to using a dagger? Even if I stand still and let you stab me. Before Sukuna could finish his words, he stood there with his eyes wide open. Almost in an instant, the dagger was suddenly grasped by a pair of big hands. Then, 2 fingers attacked his eyes. Sukuna was shocked and angry. Previously, he had been forcibly blasted out of his own demon-subduing and chef-controlling domain by Shaolu's ultimate move. Now we have entered the period of technique fuse. Shaolu is also well aware of this. Even for strong people like Gojo Satoru and Ryomen Sukuna, there are ceilings. It still cannot escape the limitation of the technique fuse. Simply put, once the field is opened, a large amount of mana will be consumed, thus entering a fuse period. For a short period of time, you will not be able to use the techniques in your body. Therefore, Sukuna is unable to use slashing attacks now, which is the best time for Shaolu to attack. Ah! Blood spurted out, and Sukuna staggered back, covering his bleeding eyes. At this moment, Sukuna was so angry that his whole body was shaking. When had he ever been so humiliated? Even 1,000 years ago, when facing the joint encirclement and suppression of countless powerful sorcerers, he had never suffered such an insult. Shaolu stretched out his middle and index fingers, pointed them at his eyes, and then looked at Sukuna. How does it feel? The system said that it would randomly poke out Sukuna's 2 eyes, so Shaolu considered not letting Itadori become blind. I chose the 2 small eyes on both sides of Sukuna's cheekbones. The unprecedented humiliation did not make Sukuna lose his mind, but instead calmed him down. At this moment, he recalled what Suguru Geto said to him before he left. Although he was dismissive of this at the time, he thought that he didn't need to recover to his prime to kill Shaolu. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible. Sukuna took a deep breath and looked at Shaolu. Very good, in 1,000 years, you are the first person who dares to do this to me. I've made note of this. I look forward to our next showdown. After saying that, Sukuna looked at Shaolu, smiled evilly, and after wiping his neck, he took the initiative to hand over the control of consciousness to Itadori. Now I should go back to Itadori's body first, recover from my injuries, and plan the next step. The reason why Sukuna doesn't like to use tricks is that there is no one who is worthy of him doing so. But now it's different, he will make Shaolu pay a heavy price for this. As the cursed lines gradually disappeared, Itadori's consciousness regained control. He opened his eyes tiredly and said weakly, Shaolu, I'm lucky to have you this time, otherwise, I don't know how much blood would be stained on my hands. After saying this, Itadori's body began to stagger and fall towards the ground. Just then, best friend, Aududo. Dongtang clapped his hands and changed positions, Shaolu's mouth twitched, and he came to Utahim's side in an instant. And Dongtang took his previous position. Then, Tudo gently placed his hand on Itadori's shoulder. Brother, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Then, a strange bond appeared in Dongtang's mind. Take your hands off my brother. Zhang Zhang's eyes were extremely cold, and a line of blood condensed from his fingertips and pointed at Dongtang. Brother, you two are totally different. You said he was your brother. If you want to fight, I don't mind joining you. Dongtang slowly put Itadori on the ground and looked at Zongshang as if he was ready to fight. The atmosphere gradually gathered. Just when the two were about to fight, Itadori struggled to open his eyelids and looked at Zongshang with complicated eyes. Why didn't you kill me before? Also, you call me brother. Hearing this, Zongshang immediately climbed down, not caring about his image at all, and said excitedly. It was my fault that I accidentally hurt you. From now on, I will always be by your side. I will eliminate all dangers for you, even if it means I will die. Quick, call me brother first. This is more important to me than my life. He looked at Itadori with great anticipation. Itadori. Things changed too suddenly. Before, he was willing to kill himself at all costs, but now he suddenly wants to protect himself at all costs. What is going on here? Looking at the strange looks from the people in the academy in front of him, Itadori felt like social death. So, he simply tilted his head and chose to faint. Seeing this scene, the students in the technical high school looked at Itadori, Tudo and Zongshang with meaningful eyes. Shaolu quipped. Itadori's field has opened up. Kugasaki Nobara looked at Shaolu curiously. Ah, Itadori's territory. What does that mean? Nothing. Don't ask about adults' affairs. Shaolu touched her head and smiled. Calculating the time, it seems that Nobara Kugasaki is not even an adult yet, she is just a 16-year-old girl. Nobara Kugasaki resisted the urge to hit Liu with the hammer. Humph. Since he saved me again, I won't bother with him. Juju Yuki looked at Tudu's jealous expression and sighed. I remember he wasn't like this at first. Soon after, everything that happened in the Shibuya Incident was known to the top leaders. The atmosphere in the room was solemn. An old voice said, I have already decided on the list of people to be sentenced to death. Notify Okatsu Yuta to come over. He will be the executioner this time.